What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the TI Qualifiers for South America. My name is Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics. Zach, we are getting towards the end of this bracket. We got to see two teams go home yesterday. We got to say goodbye to two more teams, at least you and me today, but three total. So we're going to be down to the final three when today is over.
Yeah, we're getting to that final point, right? Which team is actually going to qualify for TI? And chase their dreams. Everyone wants to get to TI. It's the best tournament out there, right? So Heroic and Edge in the upper bracket. We'll see if any of these lower bracket teams, the ones we're covering, can make it back. Because once you get knocked into the upper bracket, it is kind of scary. You gotta climb all the way back in, but maybe that's even more rewarding to qualify that way.
Very spooky times for those players. Let's take a look at the results from yesterday, as we had some great games. You and I, we had a little bit of a shorter morning, and then things just wrapped up with an immense amount of long games, full three-game series between our upper bracket teams. But All Stars got the 2-0 over Sustancia, and then Infamous takes the 2-0 over Team Den. Those are the ones you and I managed to watch. And then Sin Compromiso versus Heroic. I think this was, I legitimately think those are easily the top three teams, or in the top three. I think potentially that's our two top teams. So we'll see if they get the rematch as Sin Compromiso gets dropped to the lower bracket. And then we have Edge getting the edge over OG Latam. See what I did there? Nice and early, good pun to start the day.
Excellent work. Excellent work.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. As we move to the bracket, like you said, those are kind of the top two teams, or top two favorites, I would say. Sin Compromiso, which is more recently formed stack, so I'd put...
Yeah.
I'm not sure what to make of that. You know, sometimes you come together as a team and it just works really easily. Other times, having more experience is a lot better. So down in the lower bracket, it was the 2-0s yesterday. Could be coincidence, but I also do think as you go further in the qualifiers, you do start to sort out the best teams from the teams that are still missing some stuff, right? And I think that's where you get the 2-0s because you just have more going for you than the other team. But when the competition's really close, that's where you get dragged out to the full series because it's just the smallest differences that get one team over the other. So I kind of think Sin Compromiso versus All Stars. Sin Compromiso should be the heavy favorites in the same way OG Latam should be the heavy favorites over Infamous. But you always get a chance to, study up what they were drafting, how they were playing, come up with a sneaky strategy perhaps. Because at best of three, you always have a shot, You surprise
Always.
them in game one. Maybe they're a little tilted going to game two. Boom, 2-0. A team that is maybe more experienced than you. There's always a lot of pressure in this lower bracket, and that can encourage some mistakes from even the best teams.
I 100% agree. Let's take a look at what is on the docket for today. We have a long day of games. The final series is going to be essentially a TBD, right? Because we have the lower bracket and the upper bracket that needs to play out. But we're going to kick things off with Sin Compromiso here versus All Stars, then OG Latam versus Infamous, and then we'll go back into our upper bracket. We'll have Heroic versus Edge. The two teams recently that have had the most success in the region, Edge just beat out Heroic in one of the last qualifiers, so we'll see how that ends up playing out. And then, of course, the loser of the upper bracket versus the last series will be the winners of the lower bracket, I think. Yes,
knocking someone else out
yes, correct.
Is your prize after this first series.
Yeah, so should be fun. I'm excited. I think the thing with this first series is we watched All Stars yesterday. This is a team that on multiple occasions felt like they were in the driving seat the full series over Sustancia. And I think Sustancia is not a bad team. But then there was a couple of mistakes that almost lost them the game. And I feel like if they can kind of reel themselves in and play a little bit more patient and play a little bit more calm and under the pressure, I think this team has a decent shot at least of putting up potential win here against Sin Compromiso. Now, doing it in a best of 3 is still challenging because this is just a team with more experience, but I don't think this is going to be like a blowout by any means.
I will say, though, that I think All-Stars, some of their strengths that they had to beat Sustancia was not in the laning stage. I feel like they came out a little bit shaky, and then their coordinated plays helped get them back in. But Sin Compromiso is a good laning team, and I think they have much better coordination than Sustancia X. So that's what I'm a little worried about for All-Stars here, is that if you have that same rough laning performances and you're depending on like, okay, we're now going to surprise them, they're going to be ready. They're going to meet you with the numbers. Yeah. They're going to be, okay, you killed our carry, we killed your carry, right? You don't get a chance to come back versus us. I mean, that's what they're going to hope for. Will that actually happen? You know, you always have to actually do it. But that's why I do think this is definitely a step up compared to their series yesterday. And I hope All-Stars, reviewed what they did. Why did we have shaky lanes? How do we improve upon that? I think it's going to be a requirement. All right. This is the lower bracket. You don't get another learning shot till the next qualifiers, which there's always something, so you can look forward to that. But you'd like to win now. You'd like to make it to TI this year.
Yeah, we're going to be running it back with a lot of these teams in about a week. So, I mean, less than that. I think it's like 5 days or something. But there's going to be, a second chance. But it's one of those things where you don't get a lot of them. So you need to make the best of it when you get when you're there. And so this is definitely going to be one of those series.
Man.
This is the one, 100%.
This is TI qualifiers.
I'm not disputing that ever. The TI is the season. There's nothing quite like it, so I agree. Otherwise, you just come back next year and hope for the best. And a year in Dota is like an eternity. So we'll see, how that ends up going.
Yeah, I mean, it's an eternity. In an eternity. At the same time, man, where does the time go? I feel like TI just happened, and boom. Next TI quals going on right now. But like you said, for the players, it feels rough to lose and then have to wait the entire time for another shot at TI. So let's see what they can do as we get into the draft here. Ancient Apparition takeout. I'm always curious to see what's going to happen in terms of the priorities, because sometimes we see a bunch of core bans, sometimes it's a bunch of support bans, and sometimes you got a mix. Especially targeting some favorites, some comfort heroes from the opponent team. For now, looks like we got a mix here. Some of the more popular heroes of the SA region that we've seen over the last couple days. The Kunkka, the Death Prophet, just strong laners, a bit of flexibility in the Kunkka and the Gyro. Ancient Apparition, despite the nerfs, still one of the better supports.
I got to play Kunkka yesterday. That hero plays itself, man. That's crazy. I get why people are banning it first phase now. I was like standing in for some friends on like a small little league last night, and they're like, "What do you want to play?" I was like, "I don't know. Just give me Kunkka if it's not banned." That hero's stupid. I like after seeing it and playing it, I'm just like, okay, I understand why you have to ban this hero, because if you don't, it is so difficult to just stop him from being an absolute menace. So I like the first phase ban of the Kunkka. They get rid of the Undying. They'll pick themselves the Bristleback. Good opener, honestly. I am curious what they want to do to address this directly in the lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Because like one of the big counters has been the Undying.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, an older
we have
counter
seen a lot of Slardar, though.
That's true. Slardar does okay versus him. One of the older counters was the Phantom Assassin, because you had the break so easily on the Shard, and she was just one of the better carries anyways. But she got hit with some big nerfs. Or I'll say rebalancing, which I feel like ended up on the nerf side, and she might need some buffs to get back. But one of those rebalances is that the Fan of Knives break that was on the Aghanim Shard got moved to the Aghanim Scepter. So
wait, really?
Yeah, see, she's so out of there. You didn't even realize that one.
I mean, I didn't read every hero in the patch, I think, so that one might have slipped by.
Yeah, it takes a while to
Wow,
go
it
through all of
did.
them. Yeah, so that used to be one of the go-to early responses to these like early bristlebacks, because no matter where the bristleback went, you'd be pretty happy with the PA. But now that that's out, I'm kind of interested in what is going to be that go-to response that has the breaks or just
10
beats
seconds
bristleback
remaining.
consistently in the late game. For now, they're going to grab the Shadow Shaman, one of the
5 seconds remaining.
supports that has made its way to the top of the meta. The control you bring is just always good, along with chicken fingers in the laning stage, which is part of the control. But also, you just like hit someone as they're going for a last hit, and you make them miss it. You harass, get some free auto attacks in, and sometimes you surprise them. You think you're just harassing with some chicken fingers, and you actually chain stun it into like 6 seconds of haha, you can't do anything, and you thought I was just attacking. All right. Really strong, along with all the early objective pressure from the ultimate, which I actually think is quite important to have versus Bristleback, because come that 20-minute
5
mark,
seconds
Bristleback can easily enable his team to do either Tormentor or Roshan, and you want to be able to threaten the response. Like, okay, we can't get to Rosh, then we're going to take Tormentor. They're doing Tormentor, let's sneak Rosh. And the Serpent Wards will let you do that.
I'm so confused on
Radiant
what
team
I like. I looked at the PA's patch notes and I don't even understand this hero anymore. I get why it's not being picked. But yeah, sorry, I got like completely sidetracked because I was like, what is immaterial? It's just like they just brought back evasion, but
10
now it's
seconds
an ability you have to level, which just sucks 4 points out of your kit. And blur is
5
just worse
seconds
as a
remaining.
result. So I don't even I don't think this hero is like actually playable at all.
And I think
that's
they're
kinda
trying
crazy.
to. It's one of those things like you say with Ricky, where it's like there's parts that are conceptually broken, and it's really hard to balance without changing some element of it. Phantom Assassin has been pretty meta for like a year or two, and a lot of it is around like in the pro scene. Blur is just blur into really high crit hits, you know, is like, oh, I can't see the hero and now I'm instantly dead. It's a very similar reason Ricky is kind of broken in pub. It's like, oh, here's this permanent invis hero. Also, I got smokescreen diffusal and now I'm dead, you know, and that's a really strong thing to have. And I think they tried a couple different iterations. They're like, none of this works, so they're going with this route. Which for now is not appealing to players, so it's kind of dropped out. But I think with some buffs, maybe she can reach a better place of balance with this route. Maybe she'll need more changes, but I think that's what they're going for.
Dire team
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. As we can go back to the draft, since we definitely know Phantom Assassin's not going to get picked.
Or is
They
she?
grabbed the Dawnbreaker. I mean, there's just no way. Looking at the change, like I didn't realize how messed up those changes were. Those are so bad. I honestly
10
don't think you can play the
seconds
hero.
remaining.
Because like the biggest problem is that you now have
5
to put
seconds
points in
remaining.
to get evasion, and your blur levels up
Dire
with
team pick.
your ult, which is like okay, I guess, but your evasion is what gives this hero a ton of effective HP to actually jungle and farm. So it just like it really hurts, like really badly hurts. You have to put like a
10
casual point in
seconds
there.
remaining.
Good.
5 seconds remaining.
Clockwork,
deserves
how do you
it.
feel about this? Yeah, no, I'm fine with it. Trust me, I don't like PA, so I just like I feel like it was a little bit. The numbers are a little whack.
I wish this Clockwork. Oh, what a cute dog back there. I wish this Clockwork was on All Star so that he had an excuse to go chainmail versus Bristleback. But for now, this is looking like another expanded armature type game. If you can pull in the Shadow Shaman, you can prevent a lot of his crowd control or just cancel it with multiple spells, which is always good to have.
Team pick.
Oh, the Muerta. We don't see this one as much anymore, but I still think it's pretty good. Another couple tools to prevent any of the long-range shackles. And Deadshot's really useful, too, because
Yeah.
you can be so far back in the fight and still hit him with this one. So
10 seconds
I think that's
remaining.
a cool pick. And the question now is Bristleback.
5
Could be
seconds
carry, could be off lane. With the Muerta, not bad. You know, some nasal goo slows, Deadshot them back into the calling, and suddenly can't get out of there. But also with the clockwork, it could work depending on who you play into, but that's a little bit of the worries. That would be a double melee lane, which into Dawnbreaker off lane, I think could be fine. Dawnbreaker Tusk potentially. But if you do swap this up, do a Dawnbreaker carry, I don't know, something like a Timbersaw, like would not care at all about those heroes. Maybe after the first couple levels. But after that, he'd be perfectly fine.
Dawnbreaker Tusk is a very strong lane typically, but because they see this Dawnbreaker, they want to break the combo break. They want a combo breaker for the lane, which is why they go
combo breaker.
Yeah. So like you grab the clockwork to stop the tag team Starbreaker. God, there's too many words that are similar in this like explanation. But the idea is they need someone to stop the combo from Tusk and Dawn. And so Clockwork is very good at doing this. Your Muerta will deal with the Shadow Shaman, but I feel like this is going to be like your 5-position Clockwork, your 4-position Muerta with the Bristleback off lane. Now in mid, they have to address the Lina. Nope, they will address the safe lane and go Sven. So
I think this is a roundabout way to address the Lina, since you could have done Lina carry, but even Lina mid, either way, the same weakness is there of like you don't want people to get close to you, and Sven as a carry is one tanky enough to fight out the Dawnbreaker +1 wherever they end up putting these heroes. You can fight that without just being instantly killed. But also later on in the game, with your God Strength, you buy a Blink or a Shadow Blade or Harpoon, you get close to Lina and you kill her like in 3 hits. So you do need someone who can lane against the Lina now, but after you get past the laning stage, as long as things are going okay, I can see this Sven doing very well this game.
Yeah. Banned out the Pango Mars. The Slardar does end up getting banned. I thought it was a really good pick where the Dawnbreaker, or once I saw Dawnbreaker, I thought they might go for the Slardar or something, because it is just really good against the Bristleback. Really good against a lot of these heroes on Compromiso, so I'm not surprised to see the Slardar ban. They banned the Storm. They grabbed themselves the Ember. So now the question for All-Stars is if they want to put the Lina mid, if they want to run the Lina carry. Yeah, or if you want to pick more of a Punisher against the Ember Spirit lineup.
The rest of your draft kind of covers a lot of the basics, engage, all that. I'd be okay if they wanted to cheese something like that, which you are the underdog, to put it real. All-Stars are the underdogs compared to Sin Compromiso, and sometimes you do need to just whip out a cheese pick like that just to really throw the game into a bit of a mix-up to have a shot. They're going to go for the Dragon Knight, which used to have a favorable matchup into the Ember. I think it's much closer now. But recently Ember did get nerfed. Orb of Corrosion got nerfed, which was good versus Dragon Knight. So maybe with the new patch, this is a little bit more towards the Dragon Knight again.
Yeah, I think when you say it's closer, I agree. I think Ember Spirit is still like at a disadvantage, like 60-40 for the Dragon Knight, but it used to be like 75-25, right? Like it used to be a impossible lane for the Ember Spirit to play, but a little bit easier. I think now that we're seeing the Corrosive Dragons as the mid lane choice for a lot of Dragon Knights, that's when the lane started getting more difficult for the Ember Spirits. Because for a while it was just, pick Fire Dragon. It's better than every other dragon option by a landslide. And now we're just into Corrosive Dragon being the best one because minus armor is so good. But yeah, I think that facet has actually made it a lot stronger in the matchup versus Ember. Did I see him have Chain Gang, by the way? Did I see that correctly on the Ember?
I wasn't even looking because Double Hit has been so guaranteed, but I think
Chain
it did
Gang
get nerfed
got
recently,
buffed,
right?
didn't it?
Oh no,
I think
you're right.
Chain
Gang got buffed, where it hits 1 extra target.
He did go Chain Gang, yeah. So it's 4 units off Searing Chains, and mind you, this also means that Searing Chains cast off your remnants. So you don't have to actually commit to your remnant. You can send your remnant in, Searing Chains, and it will chains up to 4 units in the area. So pretty cool. We'll see how much how much like utility he gets out of this. But this is game number 1 here. For those of you who are just tuning in, it's our first game of the day, our first series of the day. All-Stars here versus Sin Compromiso. And if I'm Sin Compromiso, I'm probably feeling pretty good. Dark Mago is on one of his absolute best heroes, his Siggy, as you one of his Siggies, as people like to say. I think that's what the Zoomers are saying nowadays.
A few people say that. Dota's with the old people, not the Zoomers. I actually didn't even know the Searing Chains came out from the Remnant. It's so rare to see this facet. But that's pretty cool.
That's the only thing that makes it good. I think the extra Searing Chains targets was okay, but then they nerfed the Searing Chain targets back down because it was OP, and then they added it to Chain Gang. But it always, the main thing was you can throw your Remnants out and Searing Chains with the Remnants. Which is kind of a cool idea, especially if you get like the Aghanim Scepter and the Shard, right? Because if someone dies, it creates a Remnant under them. And that might actually... Oh! Genic, a blind dead shot there, doesn't actually find the Shadow Shaman, so... Hanzama will grab himself the Bounty Rune, I believe. That'll just be a quick 2 for 2... No, 3 for 1. All right, 3 for All-Stars.
Quick D-ward, though, from Panda. A little money for himself into the lane. This will be a Lina carry in the end, since it was the Dragonite mid into the Ember. With the Tusk, that's a pretty strong lane, and you should be able to keep your distance from the Bristlebacks. You're not too scared. Though if you do get dead shot back from the Lina, you're very likely to die right after that. So she'll have to be a little careful with where she stands. Carry Lina did get a nerf recently where you were double dipping in Spell Amp. Like, you would Spell Amp your abilities, which would give you more combustion damage. Or no, sorry, not combustion. The slow burn, and then the slow burn would then also get Spell Amp. But from Carry Lina, it's just Thermal Runaway, which is still the same as it used to be.
Yep. As strong as... I mean, I think even the mid Linas are going Thermal Runaway now. Runaway. Just because it's... Like, with how fast you can play the map, like, the cooldown on this ability is not that long. Like, Laguna Blade is a pretty spammable spell, to be honest. And, like, I'm seeing Linas, like, actually just... especially in the late game, once they have, like, talents and items, they'll just, like, Laguna Blade a random creep to have, like, max stacks and just blow down creep waves and stuff. You put, like, 1 point in your stun, max out Dragon Slave, and then go stats. It actually works out well.
Another fast.
It should be a 4-1-4 stats, I'm pretty sure.
For Carry Lina, I think so. I think that's a good one to go for, since you are mostly about the right click. Bristleback, back to going Seeing Red in the off lane. For a while, we had the Snot Rocket. That was a little bit more popular, but the radius on that one got nerfed, so it's a little harder to apply, especially versus a hero like Lina. So it might be going for a bit more of a carry focus / right click damage, which actually isn't guaranteed. Like, you can actually still go Seeing Red and still do more utility, but yeah. I guess it remains to be seen. It was more common to go Snot Rocket if you were planning to be utility, and Seeing Red if you were going to do things like Aghanims and damage type items, Sanj Yasha, all of that.
Certain matchups also just were favored for that facet, like being able to chase down heroes. If you thought you could control the creep wave and they had like not super mobile heroes or heroes that you know, were playing closer up in the lane, like you said, not the Lina, you might still go Snot Rocket just because of how powerful the slow is. Like, a single point in Nasal Goo can be in the lane. But
you see Dragonite off to a good start.
yeah,
Ember's not being shut down nearly as hard as like versus Monkey King or a Huskar, but you get an early CS lead. You know, you hit 6 first before Ember can hit 6. Steal the first power rune away. Slow down that beginning tempo.
I still will never understand how Parker's name is inverted. You know?
Hex secrets.
Man, it takes me back to the days of, I'm about to date myself, MySpace and modifying your profile to do some cool stuff. You ever do that? You ever go in and do a bunch of the editing on your profile, Zach?
No, I never had a MySpace. This is why no one says Siggy's here, dude. I told you, this is for the old. This is the old people game. Talking about MySpace.
Zuber's looking for a game. You go play. They're all playing other stuff. That is first blood for Genic here in the bottom lane. That was a TP back into the lane, if I'm not mistaken, after he was roaming. So good use of that, and good attempt from All-Stars, like trying to punish the rotation away from the lane, but because they're so deep, this is where that lane equilibrium ends up making a big difference.
I think it might have been actually the Muerta who TP'd back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Which
Muerta TP'd back in, yeah.
Oh, gotcha, yeah.
Yeah, she was roaming.
Yeah, Tusk didn't TP, so he's back in the lane. Not going to miss out too much on that. Muerta gonna head over to start stacking. You do have the Bristleback and the Sven on your team. Both of them want those stacks. Gonna see that one of the camps is blocked too, so get those open.
A lot of damage top down to Hanzama, but you gotta remember, Shadow Shaman, he's got the foul play. It might keep him alive. Nope, not long enough. And a salve popped from the Clockwork. He'll get out. And this is where that, you know, Clockwork Sven ends up doing really well into this Dawnbreaker. She couldn't use the Starbreaker there to secure the kill because there was too many potential stuns coming through. Mid lane, Chain Gang, roots up this Dragon Knight, but does he have the damage? In comes the Shadow Shaman. The Shackles manages to keep the Dragon Knight in this one. Wow, that is very, very close on that TP timing.
Op main dead shot. Thinking. Dragon Knight. He's like debating. It's like, do I dare come back in? He's like, I could just get hit by a random ability and die. Eventually decides to go home.
Okay, this is the longest chase for the Dawnbreaker, but she just happens to get the courier on the way out, and it's the boots from the Clockwork. And I think he survives as a result. Yeah, that's big.
Tusk, despite the Dragon Knight getting knocked out of lane, you think you're going to secure the power rune for your Ember. Tusk actually steals away an Illusion rune. At least not the greatest rune in the world for the Ember, but doesn't get that bottle refill. I see another sentry committed to block the Ancient camps. Returning back to the mid to get that early pressure in with the Dragon Knight. Talking earlier about the denies the Dragon Knight can get over the Ember. We got the level 6 Dragon form, but Ember doesn't have his 6 yet. He's really scared to walk in without that.
There it is.
He finally gets it, and now he's willing to go creep aggro. But you've lost half your tower, which is solid.
Ooh, they're going to make a play for the Wisdom Shrine, and Clockwork will be able to secure it, as you did pop God Strength as well. Hanzama's trying to get the Shackles here. If he does, they might be able to get the kill. VSK waiting for an opening. Blood Grenade out. Shards will block him in. Celestial Hammer should finish the job, and it does. Tag team into the Starbreaker. Double kill for the Shaman. They do punish
The farming Clockwork cogs.
Yeah, dude, the farming Clockwork cogs. I mean, the fact that Tusk and Shadow Shaman are just so strong early. If these were any other supports, you probably don't get that kill. Like, Clockwork would almost guaranteed win that trade, but Tusk and Shadow Shaman are kind of beefy.
Yeah, you do steal the shrine. And if it was just Clockwork dying, it would be 1000% worth it. But Sven actually dying as well without getting any return kills makes it a little dicey, but not going to be the end of the world either way. Especially with the space made, because both supports rotated over. This bottom tower falling quickly, and doesn't look like they have anyone to come to defend it. Trying to match his movement by taking mid, but bottom's already
really
down,
worth it.
so here's Genic.
Nice cogs.
Gets both.
Pulls them both, and there's the Searing Chains into the Remnants of back, and I mean, dude, I have played so many games of Ember Spirit, but not one of them has been under the Chain Gang facet, and watching Dark Mago play this, it is so weird to watch because it is very different from the regular Ember Spirit. Like he's playing it as like like from range, just like dancing in and out of fights with remnants instead of like committing and trying to burn heroes that way. It's really bizarre, but it's kind of cool.
I think that's fine this game too. I mean, you have a Bristle and a Sven on your team. Like, they're the ones who are going to be going in, doing a lot of the physical damage. So if you just help lock people down, apply a bit more magic damage with the chain gang hitting multiple people, you know, I think that's actually pretty good.
Sacred,
but
ooh, the Dawnbreaker's going to come in as well. That should be enough. Kill ends up going to Dynamo, so that'll help get him closer to that Maelstrom. So far, a good start here from All-Stars, right? We were worried about them in the lane phase because yesterday they struggled.
struggling a little bit.
That's a very nice grab here onto the Shadow Shaman, looking for BSK as well. And that was what I was talking about. The way he's playing the Ember changed so dramatically. Because normally you're using like Sleight of Fist to set up your chains. He's using his Remnants to do so, and then saving his Sleight of Fist to dodge abilities, which is pretty cool. I'm curious if he's going to buy an early shard, because it is one of those things, like he's going Vessel right now, or at least has the urn completed. It's a very good urn game. And he's maxing Flame Guards. He's building like for full magic damage. Bottom lane, Laguna comes out. They get the kill onto the Clockwork, but the big kill instead is going to be that Lina. Double kill for Sacred on the Bristleback as he's closing in on that Blade Mail. And those are some big finds. They finally managed to take down the mid tower, but Dark Mago gets the deny instead. So a little bit less gold going the way of All-Stars for that one.
Although Lina's having, you know, some return kills, it's not quite the same. It's just being left perfectly alone. So you see Sven in the top lane, just 1-1, but quietly farming away, top net worth, nearly 6,000 gold. And I think there's even some stacks for him. Not the most because they were contested and blocked, but a couple stacks that have yet to be even cleared by this Sven.
Yeah, I was about to ask. I was like, I feel like Parker has been left alone, but I also feel like he's had stacks of his own to farm because he's got like tons of CS already, like to his name, 119, 120. I also want to point out something kind of cheeky, but they're going to go ahead and dive into the top lane here. The wraparound as they bring 3 heroes. Dark Mago comes in on the Ember Spirit, gonna do what he can, but see if he actually has the damn. Dude, the Immolation is just destroying these guys, but now with his first set of urn charges, might look for more. Sacred coming in as well on the Bristleback, but they need another hero, and they're not gonna have it. Clockwork not quite yet in range. Something I was gonna point out, I've never seen this before. Mask of Madness Echo Saber, he's casting Mask of Madness, disassembling it into Echo once it's been cast, and he's just going back and forth between them.
That's really funny. I like that a lot, actually. We don't
watch.
have...
We'll do it right now.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Yeah. This is, I've never seen this happen before, but like he knows like Mask of Madness is going to be on cooldown, so I might as well have my full Echo Saber and farm faster, and then I'll reassemble it after the fact. I'm griefing my observer right now. I'm sorry.
We've seen Tusks die a million times. We've never seen Mask of Madness Echo Saber tech. At least you and I haven't. I agree. I think this stuff's really cool. It's rare. Usually when you can disassemble and reassemble, it's too strong. The equivalent of this used to be some arcane boot stuff. You could like disassemble arcane boots, get tranquils, disassemble those, or like arcane boots, create a Lotus Orb, disassemble, recreate the arcane when you like wanted to top your team up. Then...
Or it was like Aether Lens, right? It was the arcane boots Aether Lens one that was also really strong, and then like Octarine, everything built out of it.
Yeah, so we used to have more disassemble tricks, and then they slowly removed them. But it's cool to see the Mask of Madness and the Echo being used. Sven farmed so fast, he's rebuilt both of them anyways. Yeah. So it was really an efficiency thing for like a minute, but still pretty cool, you know? Speeds you up like, I don't know, 10, 20 seconds, who knows, between the amount of farm. You know, he got killed, so it interrupted him a little. But the idea is really cool, and when you're being left alone to farm, I mean, you got nothing else going on, you know? So just disassemble your items. It's the mid tower. Only possible thanks to that new tech. Finding the dragon. This is pretty deep.
There's a lot of TPs coming. Sacred is going to show up as well. Dawnbreaker is here. He needs help. Dark Mago's not going to get it in time, but here comes the Sven, a 3-hero Stormhammer. Oh my goodness. He just chops through him, and Sacred Tanky does get his back turned there to survive the moment, but Dynamo will catch a Stormhammer to finish this one off. Parker should survive here against the tower. Does get the Warcraft, a little bit of extra armor.
Just go for it, Sven. Just go for it.
Around now. Uh-oh. Yeah, triple kill instead. Out of gas there on the Shaman. And Sven, quite a bit stronger.
Yeah, I was worried about that being too deep behind the tier 2 at 15 minutes. And we see the Ember gets punished for it. But fortunately, Clockwork pulls 3 in together with the expanded armature and sets up Sven to just some huge God Strength cleave hits there. This is classic Sven gameplay there. Yeah, we get a replay, right? Everyone's baited in like, oh, quickly, we have to burst Ember before your Remnant's out here. But it just baits you all in together, cleaned up by the Quills and the Sven cleave.
Yeah. Sacred also got his blade mail off at like the perfect time. Like right when Dawnbreaker starts throwing the Starbreaker and all the Lena spells are coming in, he manages to turn his back and then blade mail, and then they lose like a quarter of their HP each just because of that. So makes it even easier for Parker.
I like Parker was running.
He's like, oh, that was cool. Nice, guys. Thanks.
I like that Parker was running away, and Yannick was probably like, what are you doing? Just kill that guy. It's like, oh yeah, I can kill him.
Oh, there is nowhere to go here at the moment. There's slight change. Okay. He does manage to escape. Clockwork stuck here. Another change comes out. This one doesn't. It hits all 4 lane creeps instead of the Dragon Knight. Very unlucky there for Dark Mago.
Someone calculate those odds. That's pretty unlucky.
That's pretty rough. Dawnbreaker's going to rejoin him in the mid lane. Dark Mago does have another Vessel. Blade Mail out here from Sacred. The trains here onto 3. He will Remnant back across. There's your Sleight of Fist. They are burning, but Dynamo doing some work, but he just dies to the Quills, and now the spam in from this Ember is just adding up. Triple kill. Sacred lives through it all.
I think All-Stars might have griefed themselves there. Attacking the Bristleback just activated more Quill Spray. And, I mean, he's got Chipped Vest and the Blade Mail as well. It's almost not worth your time hitting this Bristleback at this point. They have a lot of heroes who hit quickly but lightly, and that's exactly, yeah, look, yeah, they're tipping stuff around. They know. It's like, sick play, guys. Go in, get hit, kill enemy team. Excellent work.
When this Mage Slayer is done, this Ember Sphere is going to be a massive issue. It's all magic damage and burn, which they have like several heroes that really cannot play against this. Like Dawnbreaker's Shard gives her debuff immunity, but it's not a dispel, so she can't really get rid of the Vessel combo. And then at the same time, like Dragon Knight is like his worst nightmare. We're gonna see them shackle up here. The blink reveal from the Shaman will grab the Clockwork. Panda does hook shot to safety.
I think he's
living.
Okay.
He's a liver. For a moment, I was like, he's given up. And then I think even he was surprised. He's like, wait a minute. I can get out of here.
Yeah, he got lucky. The camp he hookshotted to is not that strong of a camp, so they didn't kill him as he walked out. Yeah, back to the Ember build real quick. I actually really like this because I don't know if we're going to see a bunch of chain gang like going forward, but at least in this game, I like the pivot to it and then to get the Spirit Vessel because it's good versus Dragon Knight Dawnbreaker, but it's also just more magic damage, and that way you're not like 3 cores all doing physical damage, which makes it really easy to itemize against. He's adding a bit more magic damage by going Chain Gang and getting this Spirit Vessel, and he's still going to get the Mage Layer because I mean it's just a good item on Ember, but it adds that diversity that your team needs, as well as the extra lockdown from the chains. So I'll be excited to see if they play it again, if he keeps doing it, since from what I've seen, it's been still like double hit, but maybe there has been a switch up in the build that I haven't noticed.
I think the Dark Mago hitting a little talking to from our admins. I think Dark Mago is one of those people who's probably played a lot of games on the Ember practicing this. Like, this is one of his favorite heroes. So if he's gonna go for something like Chain Gang, I have to imagine he's been pubbing it. And you just can't see, right, because of the API change. Oh, does he have the stun? Parker, oh, there's a dead shot instead from downtown. We'll set up another kill here. Just memeing on him at that point with the canceling.
That'll be the tier 2 tower as well. He's still got God Strike duration here. It's little early.
I think he just back for Tormentor, right? Like, get the wave and then bail?
Yeah, I was gonna say you could maybe consider Roche, but it's difficult without God Strength, and it's a little early to do it without it. But yeah, Tormentor should be a much safer objective. You actually don't even need that many people because you have the Bristleback, so it might just be Genic and Sacred, though I think if they try it with these two, I think Genic's about to be
Parker's
a sacrifice.
Yeah, it's like Parker's coming. He just needs to stack up the goo. So they should be able to do this. Yeah, Genic will get the shard. Not the best one, unfortunately. I think you'd much rather have Jetpack here. Mid lane, Genic goes down. Now Chain's here on the 2 with the Vessel. Dark Mago again, he's just trying to commit. He has an illusion rune, but does he have an escape? He gets the Remnant to dodge the Dawnbreaker. Another Remnant on through. The Chains will hold down this Dawnbreaker with another Spirit Vessel charge as the Bristleback continuing to just try and play aggressive, find these heroes. But for now, he will live. But I think they see or have an idea of where the Dawnbreaker... Oh yeah, Parker has a very good idea of where the Dawnbreaker is.
Looking pretty good. 15k at 21 minutes. God Strength is back up, so at any time you want to do Roche, you can. Just a solo kill on over here from Hanzama.
I mean, that's not bad. We're gonna come in, hits that hook shot, and with this, I think Hanzama will die as well. On the backside of the fight, Parker is in deep, pops the God Strength, the BKB just chops through his first target. There's the Chains on to 2. Lino will join him as Dark Mago sets up a Vessel, another Harpoon, another stun. Your base, it belongs to Compromiso. They will take themselves the full team wipe and look towards their next objective, which actually, mid-tower, they don't have a wave. Thanks to the Shaman Wards, it died, so they have to wait a little bit.
And reflecting on this game a bit, you know, I don't know, maybe a little early to do it. It's 22 minutes, but it's also an 18k gold lead, so it's really, you know, Sin Compromiso looking pretty good here. I feel like this bottom lane for All-Stars needed to go a little better. Even though Shadow Shaman died in this kill attempt, by the way, I think it's worth it since they're so far behind.
Oh, yeah.
Though, I mean, the Serpent Wards got farmed, which is a little too bad.
Yeah, this is just Parker with a BKB realizing, like, I win the game now.
Yeah, and so that's what I wanted, like, that's what led me to think about this, is like, Parker is doing so well, and then we see the Lina, like, 4 levels below, right? But that was, you saw the Bristle first pick, and you had more room in terms of counterpicking it, and yet their counterpick lanes just didn't really pay off. Parker
he got a little lost in the sauce there. Dynamo, I don't know if he's gonna make it out of this one. Dragon Tail is out. Dawnbreaker's stun off the mark, but they just chainsaw him up thanks to the LSA. All right. Well, Compromiso is definitely giving them an avenue back into this game. We'll see how that ends up going for now. Genic Looks like he's going to be left to die here. Too much damage coming in from the side of All-Stars. That's 3 for 1.
Can you steal
Starting
Roche?
off the back of a Sven pickoff.
I think you should try to steal Roche. It might be too hard, but you had Serpent Wards, level 2 Serpent Wards as well. We get a quick replay. I mean, this is the Shadow Shaman effect, right? Why this hero, one of the reasons he's so good is because even when you're behind like this, you have so much crowd control, and even if you have no money, you can lock someone down. Someone like Sven, who's top net worth, he can't use any of his items he has if he just is chain stunned.
Oh.
Unlike now, where he can use his items and just kill the enemy carry.
He's like, oh, it'd be a shame if I two-shot your Lina. Actually
One shot.
Okay, very cool, very cool. Roshan is up. They're gonna take it safe here, go and pick this. Don't really blame him on the other side. Panda's found himself another victim. This one's gonna be 999 on the Tusk.
Maybe heading over in that area to attempt to, steal the Roche if possible. I think it's worth the risk if you're this far behind, but
I agreed.
of course they're not gonna give it to him for free.
I mean, Sven is level 21. The next highest level on All-Stars is 16. And the Lina, his counterpart, is 15. Like, it is so hard for her to play this game. I think you're right. Like, the bottom lane needs to go a lot better. And I thought it was going decent, but Sacred's Bristleback is seemingly just very scary.
Well, I think some of it was when Parker and Panda went for that Wisdom Shrine steal. They died, and we were like, oh, I don't know if that's worth it. But the support rotations that brought it over, they capitalized on it by taking the bottom tier 1 tower, which then, although that lane had been going okay, Lina's now just kind of like farming the jungle, pushing the lanes out, but it opened up the room to now wrap around her with the Ember or just stumble on her in the jungle and slow her down with the Nasal Goo instead of having the safety of the tier 1 tower. And then I think she died 1 or 2 more times after that. So I don't know if that was the, the plan when you went to go steal the Wisdom Shrine, but it really led to a great series of events for Bristleback and to slow down the Lina, which has now led to potentially winning the game.
Yeah, they're gonna go for a smoke wraparound. Like, maybe you get the Clockwork, but if you actually look, Clockwork is jetpack flying exactly where he thinks they should come from, but instead they're just gonna take the head-on fight. They get the Aegis. On the backside of the fight, it's gonna be the BKB from Dark Mago, just burning these heroes down. He wants the Lina on top of her. There's gonna be the Laguna Blade, but it's just tickling. 3 hero chains right outside the fountain with the Vessel continuing to burn them down. There is nowhere to go. Sacred will do the classic Bristleback thing, turn his back, kill the heroes. Benjamin not gonna be able to survive this one. A near full team wipe as Hanzama survives thanks to foul play in the fountain, but you're too far ahead. You're just too tanky as well. Like, you've ran out of damage.
I think you ran out of damage about 10 minutes ago. This Lina carry is viable, but I think once you start falling behind, there's a big drop-off on this hero because it's not as natural of a carry as other heroes. You kind of need to be winning the lane into being ahead. And when you go even in the lane into being killed a couple times and you fall behind, you just don't really have the damage. They found a couple kills, That's the strength of the burst and the lockdown of the Shadow Shaman, but to win a full team fight, you don't have the damage.
Bristleback has S and Y and a heart, bro. He's about to, he's trying to get to the fountain, and he achieves that. Sacred kills 2 with the Quill Spam.
He's just healing with the heart. He's gonna go back into the next 2.
Just getting some vision. Hanzama's like, please don't do it again. Sacred.
Please, don't do it again.
Yeah, he dies. Oh, he doesn't die.
He doesn't die.
The fountain explodes. Thanks to the GG. Cinco Permiso grabbed themselves game number 1. This is, like we said, one of the reasons we expect this team to be in the grand finals, or at least close to the grand finals. Like, this team is full of really good players, and even though it's a relatively new form stack, some of these players have played together on previous teams, and I think they could do it, right? They lost 2-1 to Heroic yesterday, but I think this is a good enough team to where we can see them at least have the potential to qualify.
And these replays, I mean, it's 16 minutes in and we already see them being pretty behind when they have some strong early game heroes of their own. So it just kind of shows getting outplayed by Sin Compromiso on the side of All-Stars. And the Bristleback, like, you can't kill him because he had the Blade Mail, Chipped Vest, all the Quill Reflect, right? Then you got that Sven who's left alone, so he's super strong. Some starts just diving your base anytime he has BKB. Ember with the Chain Gang, very cool. Playing really far back. He did die a couple times, but it was to set his team up. That's typically worth it. And otherwise, he's just so far back, it's not easy to get kills. All-Stars, as soon as they fell behind in the lane, just really struggled to get anything going for them.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting build from Dark Mago. Like, I can't say for sure that this was like better than Double Impact, but there were a couple times where he's getting like 3 hero chains in the fight, and I don't know. I feel like the Searing Chains is a pretty sick spell. So I don't know. We'll see whether or not that ends up being played again or not.
Yeah, I'm looking at these stats here. Having more than double the net worth of Alina is kind of the story of the game, I would say.
Absolutely.
For Sin Compromiso versus All-Stars Game 1. We mentioned it earlier too, right? Like, it's just coming out of the lanes for All-Stars. Just things not going quite as well as they need to. Not saying it was a total disaster, right? Like, the mid lane went pretty well. I think top was okay. But then as the laning stage starts breaking down and Sin Compromiso is matching, if not better at you than making plays, which is how we saw All-Stars come back in the previous series, suddenly, what do they have going for them? I feel they even tried to pick relatively strong laners. If I just looked at this in general, I'd say, like, oh yeah, that should be okay to win the lanes, which leads me to think they just got outplayed.
It's very possible, right? Like, I think this is one of those teams that just has a lot less experience than their opponents, and as a result, like, it's going to be really hard to outmaneuver or outplay them in the lanes, right? Like, that is the I think the big thing. And there was a couple times where, like, oh, again, the moment that they go the Wisdom Shrine, they steal it and then die, we're like, oh, that's really potentially not good. But you made a really good point afterwards. Like, it ended up just being space for Sacred, and it really just slows the Lina's game down because they double TP to the top side of the map, and they're not in a position to get back to her lane. Like, they have to run. You either run all the way north and then you twin gate back down, or you run across the map. And that's like a solid minute of your Lina just being alone in lane versus this hero. And the enemy team, well, they can TP their support back into the lane, and they did. They brought their Ember bottom even a couple times, like, really just started to slow her down. It's cool, that. Yeah. It's a cool idea.
Yeah, and although it's easy to look at Sven and, the big hits, the big kills, hero damage-wise, he had 18,000, but it's the Bristle at 36,000 and the Ember at 27,000. Even Genning's got 17,000 damage, right? Like, they did a lot of work as well to set up the Sven and just give him space. And maybe they die in the fights, but they've lowered everyone down, and then Sven comes in, cleaning, classic carry contribution, comes in for some quick kills at the end. So I think it's a good effort from the whole team, from Sin Compromiso. Not too surprising, like you said. They're all very experienced players. So we'll see if they can do it in game number 2, which, if they win, it will knock All-Stars out. So hang around, guys. We're going on to a quick break, and then we'll be back with the second match.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We're back here for game number 2 in our first series. It is All-Stars versus Sin Compromiso and the South American TI qualifiers. Game one, pretty interesting, but did go, I would say, according to plan for Sin Compromiso fans, as honestly, they just looked so smooth, super clean. They come out of the lane stage with the lead, and then they just kind of, well, to be, it was kind of a lead. It was a little bit even for the first 5-6 minutes, but then they really started to snowball their way into an advantage. It was good stuff.
Yeah, I know it's a little harder on All-Stars of like their early laning. I did see them trying to do this stuff, right? Like they're trying to fight for their Wisdom Shrine. They're just a little bit slower than Sin Compromiso in that case, which does happen. They were blocking the triangle camps, knowing that there's going to be a lot of stacks, right? They had ideas for it. I think Sin Compromiso just came out a little bit ahead in the plays. But the effort is there, so they knew they had to do it, right? Like that's kind of like the most important part is step one, like recognize something has to happen. Maybe your exact choice of what to do isn't the best, or maybe you just mess it up a little bit, but at least you're in the right direction. So hopefully in game number 2, they can fine tune that a little bit more. Maybe it also has to come down to the draft a little bit, give themselves a little bit easier of a time. But yeah, something's got to improve. Otherwise, it's going to be a quick repeat for Sin Compromiso to get the 2-0 officially move on, but that will mean All-Stars gets knocked out.
Yeah, I think it's at this point, based off of game one, unless you like really blunder the draft here, I feel like Sin Compromiso is just a better, like more well-oiled machine, and it's going to be hard to outmaneuver them in the game. So your best bet is honestly trying to find a way to cheese them in the draft and giving yourself like every possible opportunity you can have. And that's where you were like, do you just pick Huskar? You know, in this last game where like they have the Dragonite, it's like the Dragonite was off to a good start, but the item build from the Ember just completely shut him down. Like he's just playing away from the Dragonite, saying like, I'm not going to go double impact and play on top of you. I'm going to go Spirit Vessel Chain Gang, and I'm just going to sit back and constantly Searing Chains you into the Vessel spam and burn you with the barrier absorption. So it's like, it's a cool way to play the matchup, and that's what I'm saying, where it's like you either got to just all in terms of like cheesing them in the draft, because like giving yourself like the slightly better matchup would work against less experienced players, right? I think, and we've seen that up to this point for All-Stars.
Yeah, in hindsight, the Ember build would have been kind of cool versus a Huskar. So maybe that Huskar wouldn't have worked. The Ember's build would have also been slower because you're versus the Huskar. So yeah, I guess I don't know. I think
5 seconds.
on one hand, I do think you should try something cheesy in a way. Yet I also appreciate maybe All-Stars has a vision beyond just this immediate qualifier. And it's like, no, you know, we can't win qualifiers and tournaments in the long run only picking cheese stuff. We got to keep trying these like proper strats we believe in and improve step by step. And maybe it's not going to happen this qualifier, but qualifiers in the future, maybe TI next year, you know, if we all keep playing together, you know, maybe there's something going there. Because I do think they have... I like the drafts they do. Like, they're not always perfect, but I like some of the creativity they're bringing compared to other teams. And like I said, I see them trying to make the plays. It's just not always perfect, but that is the struggle for a newer team. For now, they're going to get the Pango, which we've seen them play before. Got some flexibility there. Hopefully some playmaking.
Dire team ban.
Oh boy. Okay. I was gonna say I'm curious what they pick here, because there's a lot of heroes from the support roster still in the pool. They go for the Nature's Prophet. I was thinking they might grab the Shadow Shaman, but Nature's Prophet's still in. This one kind of slipped my mind. This hero is absurd. We got to play with it yesterday. It just feels OP. Like it's another scenario where it's like the hero kind of just plays itself. You go the early urn into the vessel. The sprout spam is a ridiculous amount of damage, just from the support. And then during, you know, when you sprout, you're also getting an HP trade because of soothing saplings, right? And I feel like the nerf we're gonna see is sprout damage, right? I don't think the soothing saplings part is necessarily that strong. But being able to sprout someone for like 135 damage and then attack them a couple times, right? Because they have to get their way out of the trees. It is a pretty strong ability. So Nature's Prophet, no matter what they do, trying to kick this hero out of the meta, he always seems to find his way back in.
I will say if they try to do that, though, this hero does not have a good pub win rate, right? He is strong in the professional scene. Yes, the Sprout is good. The number one thing about Nature's Prophet is teleportation. Like, that is why he is good in almost any situation, no matter how much you nerf or change him. So I think that's what you have to target. And I think one way to nerf him at the pro scene, but it's not as big of a nerf in pub scenes, is if you made teleport a longer channel time. That way you show up to fight slower, which at the professional scene is a bigger deal, right? Because they're coordinated, it comes down to fractions of a second. All of that is much less interesting than the Pudge pick that just came out.
I was
Do
wondering.
we think this is is this just a carry Pudge, just straight up, right off the bat, or is it a support Pudge?
It could be either, to be honest. Like, Nature's Prophet Pudge is a fine lane. Sprout into Hook is kind of hilarious, but also just a lot of right-click damage from this lane. Like, Pudge comes to the lane with, like, over 80 damage once he has stats. It's kind of insane. He's one of the highest, like, base damage heroes in all of Dota, which, for like, people who've been playing Dota for a long time, you would think about that and you're like, all right, like, clearly he's meant to be a core. Anyone that has like that high of base damage and like a decent lane is usually a core, the exception being like Treant Protector. But Pudge has been getting a lot of play as a support. It's actually funny, there was someone went through and did like some massive breakdown on Pudge support and posted it to Reddit and was like, this is how you play Pudge support. And I was reading some of it and I'm like, this is just like playing a regular support. And then I go and like look at the comments on the Reddit and it's like, so what you're saying is be good at support. Step 1, be good at support. Step 2, be good at Pudge. It's like, that's kind of, it's just like you play like any other support and then you're also just Pudge. So we'll see what they do with it. I'd be curious to see if it's a core or a support, but I really want to see this as a core Pudge.
Though if it is core Pudge, into Phoenix Sunray is a lot of damage. Though maybe you don't care about the attack slow as much. In a way, you could also argue that the Pudge Ags is quite good versus Phoenix. If you get some magic resistance for yourself so you're not being burned down so much. Gonna see the return of the Ember. Excited to see if he goes Chain Gang again, which actually, looking at the 3 heroes picked so far, they all hate dealing with roots. So maybe we are going to get Chain Gang one more time.
5 seconds remaining.
There's room to cheese him, though. I mean, this is a relatively early Ember pick when All-Stars has the 18th pick. Pick a... what would be good? Viper might be less full cheese and actually good. Like, Viper into the Ember is strong. Viper versus Pudge could be good.
It's a mixed bag against Pudge because you really don't want damage over time against Pudge. Once you get to like 3, 4, 5 stacks of the poison attack, it's pretty good. But your first set of stacks do no damage. Which is like, they have Pango Tusk. I think you tilt more towards negative armor here. I think Slardar would be very good.
Dire team pick.
They will go for the Lina. All right. I think we're just going to see a support Pudge here. Sag. But I still think Slardar's good. I think Slardar could be a really good pick.
I'm up for the Slardar. Good into the Ember in the mid lane. And then later on versus the Lina. Like, the early game's tough to get to the Lina, but once you have a Blink Dagger, it's sort of similar to the Sven, where you jump the Lina with a very quick stun, and then you have the Bash to just keep chasing her. You're very tanky yourself when you're a core Slardar. I think the idea is good. I feel like part of this Lina pick is just to, like, let's show them what's up. This is how you run Lina carry.
I think Lina carry should be good here, but this could also just be Lina 4. Like, here's the thing. Like, I actually don't think Lina is that bad of a support if you have setup. She's just like a really greedy support.
Do they have setup though?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I think you'd have to pick an off lane that enables her, and then you are running like 1 position Pudge with a Nature's Prophet, or you're running like carry Nature's Prophet with a 5 position Pudge. But is this just actually 5 position Pudge with a Lina?
I mean, I think you'd be more likely to do 4 position Pudge, but
yeah.
We'll see a little swap-a-roo here. So they go for the Sven versus the Lina. That worked very well for Sin Compromiso last game. We'll see if it's as effective for All-Stars this time. They ban the Slardar, because that would have been good versus the Sven.
I'm kind of surprised, because they actually have next pick. But maybe they want a mid laner. Maybe they want to run the Pango off lane with the Tusk, because you have Swashbuckle and Tag Team, and it's a little bit less committal as opposed to things like the Dawnbreaker, which they actually banned the Dawnbreaker anyway, just in case. I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea, especially with Alina.
10 seconds remaining.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it's like Pango Tusk off lane and they want to pick like a new mid lane to really shut down the Ember, and that would be, you know, something like a Viper or a Huskar, but they get rid of Axe as well. Interesting ban.
Well, I do worry about the Tusk Pango, even though that has its own strengths. I feel that if you use that combo, you're pretty all in. You know, if you don't get the kill on that attempt, you're gonna get Sprout blocked into like LSA stunned, and you're not gonna get away.
Timbersaw.
I mean, it would have been kind of good here.
They might just go for something safe and do the Dragon Knight again. Like, they might just look at last game and be like, it was a draft issue, but it wasn't the Dragon Knight's fault. Okay, they go Centaur. So it will be the Pango in the mid lane.
I think that's kind of nice because Stampede gets you to the Lina, gets you away from Pudge if you get hooked, and helps give your Sven more mobility to just like make sure he's doing the damage in the fights, you know. The Tusk Centaur lane is not as good of a combo as some other options available, but you can just creep drag and retaliate on the Centaur. Lina hits a lot, and that's how she whittles you down. But retaliate into like a high health hero like Centaur, it's kind of a losing trade over time. So this is a hero you can now leave alone while Tusk does a lot of stacking or maybe helps out the mid lane.
You may now select
okay, so a different minus armor hero. Good team fight, though. This is a good fight disruptor, for sure. It will be the 4 position Pudge here for Genic. Currently, he has Fresh Meat queued up. I'm curious if he will go the other facet. The other facet has typically been seen as like the carry Pudge facet, Rotten Core. But it is also 20% bonus attack damage like in the lane if you're trying to like trade. Yeah, and he is going to go for Rotten Core. So the idea here is you kind of just run at the enemy support, pop the rot, and just click them, and you have like 100+ damage you're clicking them with, which is kind of cool. So yeah, I like it. I think this is going to be a fun game just because we get Pudge, and for me that's a win-win. I'm always going to be excited to watch Pudge Dota. It's a win for the fans. We'll say that one.
Do you have to question if Rotting Core is the play into a Phoenix, though? I feel like you're just going to get burned out. He's swapping between. He's like, maybe it's not the best. I worry for the Pudge, but you can never write off the power of hooking someone out of position, possibly under a tower if the lane's pushed up. That's why he's fun. That's why everyone loves him. Or everyone who plays him loves him. Everyone who doesn't play him hates him. So it should be a fun one, like you said. you didn't even have to pick Pudge there, you know. So I feel like Sin Compromiso is just kind of feeling it. They're like, yeah, it's Pudge time, baby. Let's do it. You always gotta appreciate that type of confidence.
Honestly, if you're not picking Pudge, are you really playing Dota 2?
That's true. We get some real Pudge.
He does end up
heroes
going
on
fresh.
this. It is fresh meat.
All right. Yeah, it is fresh meat. He did end up going fresh meat, switched last second. I think you're right. The idea with Rotten Core is it's strong in the lane. That's why you pick it. And when you're against a Phoenix and a Sven, I think if you walk up and try and dismember and auto attack a Phoenix, he's just going to fire spirit you, and you're just gonna cry. So I think fresh meat will be. It's a great facet for the game in general. Like, being able to get a ton of strength during dismember, it basically turns Pudge into a pseudo initiator, because you just heal an insane amount when you dismember someone. Did they get a D ward in mid lane?
Not yet, but Ember did scout out where the ward
There
is.
was
what
a ward,
side
right?
It is.
Yeah, okay.
So Pango's already prepped it to be denied. It's down to 1 hit left. And
Okay.
there's the other observers are both by the safe lane, bounties, hoping to find a first blood, which they see Lina walking around. I think they've got this one.
It hit daytime. She saw him. She pings it too. She's like, yeah, there's a ward there, guys. They would not make this path without it. So they are going to be able to have both wards of All-Stars de-warded immediately. Panda's coming right down. He's going to take this. There is a Phoenix nearby who might go for a deny on it, but not going to make it in time. So you will start the game no obs wards on the map. And Alina's still afraid, knowing that they're still hunting for her. So she will TP to the lane instead.
Slightly better positioning. I think that you can force the Lina kill. But at least you get the lane under the tower. That'll push out, and then that'll free up the Tusk to move around, which is, I expect, the overall game. This is a lot of damage.
Mid lane, Dark Mago. He goes double impact this time. Benjamin has to be careful. He has a slight, but he is playing behind the range creep, so he won't get the double strike. He might go for the slight
with Searing Chain soon.
Nah, he's healing under the tower and has a, I think he had a Fairy Fire? No, he doesn't. Okay, but still, either way. Really good start for the Ember. 7-2. And a pretty substantial regen advantage as well. I mean, the Ember Spirit's typically seen as a favored matchup in the mid lane versus the Pango. Like, Pango doesn't typically get obliterated in this lane because once he has, like, level 3 and 4, he can just, like, swashbuckle and shield crash the lane. It pushes. He's chilling.
Yeah, though Pango being one of those heroes that has been very difficult to take out of the pro scene, has been hit with a lot of nerfs, so he used to have winning matchups. Now it feels mostly like, oh yeah, you get through the laning stage, you know, like that's just where it's at now. Though with the Tusk helping out, maybe when he rotates over, could shift things up before Ember has the remnants.
All right, swing and a miss on the hook there. Looking for the Phoenix. All right, that's exactly what happens. He walks up with Rot, tries to go for an auto attack, and Phoenix is like, no. How about not? I'm just gonna throw a fire spirit at you. That being said, Phoenix is 1 armor. Ooh. Okay, you need to pair this up with a gush, 100%. If you get a gush into a hook on the Phoenix and she doesn't have like dive or something, the Phoenix will die.
Yes, but Phoenix does have dive, so I don't think hooking Phoenix is actually going to even do much.
Time to go jungle, baby.
Yeah, unironically, I actually think this is where you just hook big creeps and speed up your own levels and farm. Hook someone out of the Lotus pool. Can't miss now.
That is a lot of damage. Hold on, Nature's Prophet. That's kind of a big one. Sprout to block off Dynamo, but Courier dead for the Phoenix now. Blood Grenade is out. He does have the dive, but with Pudge already being on top of you, this should just be a kill. As long as he can hit the hook.
Here.
Yeah, you are walking down a straight line. There's nowhere to go. Get it. First blood on the Pudge. Triple Nine did not think that dive through. He's like, haha, I'll be fine. And then he's like, wait a minute. Immediately realized the mistake.
You can't go to the low ground since you can't see the hook coming, but I didn't expect it to go that way. That is some of the strength of Nature's Prophet, though, rotating in. Without him, that wouldn't have worked.
Yeah.
So good early movements. He's going to free up Pudge now, help secure the mid power rune. Hook onto the Pango now in the mid lane. Barely gets away. That's definitely 2 water runes going for Sin Compromiso now, and Pango's going to have to walk home in the daytime.
Super random question. Does nighttime still give bonus move speed?
Oh, that did get removed, didn't it?
I don't know. It's like part of me was like, I feel like that was a patch note, but I actually have no idea. Like that's
No,
one of
it
those
did.
things that was like might have been a fever dream.
I'm pretty sure it got removed in 7.38, but maybe I'm crazy.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. It's like, am I gaslighting you? I actually don't know. Mid lane, Benjamin. And ran down here by 2 big Bernie boys. Oh, come on, Gedek. Why did you deny? You should have taken it. Should have taken it. Snowball in. Gets a deny on the ward. He pulls it back with a hook. Oh, God, that hurts. Hanzama ends up just donating an extra kill to Dark Mago and a flesh heap stack to the Pudge. They finally get the ward that was placed in the beginning of the game. They are now up 3-0, with the mid lane specifically being a pretty big disaster.
Flashbacks to the last game. Lane starting okay, but as the moves start happening, it's Sin Compromiso coming out a little bit more ahead every single time. 2K gold lead before it's even 6 minutes. A little bit scary.
Whoa. Parker, a very different build on the Lina from what we're used to. 0 points in the Dragon Slave, actually going 2 points in the Light Strike Array. And has 2 Falcon Blades. Double
two.
Falcon Blade. That's kind of hype. I don't think I've seen that. Mid lane, another kill onto the Pango. Thanks to the level 6 of the Ember. A little bit easier to get on top of this guy, especially with the rotations coming in from this Nature's Prophet. And, well, Tide definitely doesn't need help top, so Pudge continuing to just roam around and be a menace.
Trying to see where Parker goes with this build. I mean, we got to see some cool Mask
third
of Madness,
Falcon Blade?
Echo Saber stuff last game, you know? I wonder if he's got any ideas here for cool Lina items besides just 2 Falcon Blades. I mean, one's good.
I mean, it's a
better.
super efficient item. The reason it's like not picked that often is, oh, it's like, does he have Snowball? He does. Panda's dead. Nice kill going their way. I was gonna say the reason we don't see it all that often is because other heroes just actually need the slots, and it's like very difficult to slow down other items to go Falcon Blades. But for a carry Lina, like, it's actually kind of hype. All you really need is treads and a Maelstrom. Wow, they still get the kill. That's nuts.
He's back to the double hit like you pointed out this game, so a bit more right-click damage from the Ember.
Nice kill top lane here. They will take down the Tide, and in comes the Nature's Prophet. Maybe coming in a little bit too far. Hook.
Ooh, hook.
Oh my
He's
goodness.
still
The
dead.
Snowball will connect, traps him inside the shards. Genic, a good attempt, but unable to keep his boy alive. Nice 2 kills there from the side of All Stars.
These are the fast moves from Sin Compromiso. Make the play bottom. You get the kills. Counterplay happens top from All Stars, but well, I don't know. I guess it's about even. Power Rune ends up going to Ember though.
Ooh, awkward Ravage. A really nice snowball from Hanzama, but I don't know if it's gonna
Fine,
keep them
doesn't
alive.
matter.
They want to get the kill on
Oh, totally
Benjamin.
matters.
But Phoenix gets burned, and the Remnant barely off the mark. Good sidestep, but Sacred gets him with the gush. I mean, that went from being what was going to be a 3 for 0 into a 2 for 1. So really good snowball dodge there. But we're seeing the strength of the Ember once again.
Did a snowball dodge? Or was it Ravage after snowball?
I mean, who really knows?
Oh, good hook dodge. Oh, that was not. I thought they were picking each other. I think it's Pangar just saying like, "Let's go." Okay, okay. Can they get the Lina?
Stampede into the Rolling Thunder. She's kind of tanky. Hold up. This build gave her a lot of health, but they do manage to finish the job, and now in comes the Tusk, the tag team with this Pango into the snowball. Panda in some trouble. Swashbuckle on the mark. Now the dive in. Dark Mago actually misses the Searing Chains. So, you might be getting out of this completely.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, they see him.
Okay, they caught a side of him actually. Tusk is here to help get him out. So is Phoenix.
So is Phoenix. They're actually definitely afraid to commit here. Oh, Shard to actually put him on just the wrong side. Hook off the mark as a result. And now Dark Mago will come in. Snowball with the Phoenix Sunray, and now the damage coming in from the Pango. For now, I guess they're just gonna back away. Like, there's not a whole lot that they can do. Hook, hold up. He has no level 6 though, so there's no Dismember quite yet, but Benjamin in kind of deep. Dark Mago running out of spells, does have a Remnant, but doesn't have the mana for it. He might be in trouble. Pops, I think, a Fairy Fire, gets the Remnant out. Hook once again. Genic this time gets his kill. Great Sprout there to block off these other heroes. As Parker will just Laguna for some stacks and go back to farming.
The hooks have started to, the early hooks were just calibrating hooks.
Yeah.
I don't think you can get it out.
You need to be careful. You could still get dismembered or get hit.
He's going for first item Aether Lens on Genic so that he will be able to dismember those rolls. I think you can, I'm actually not sure if you can do it without any cast range, but it's much easier once you have any amount of cast range.
Yeah.
You have to be real careful of the rolls after that.
That plus, like, if you ever get the monocle or whatever, eventually, if the game goes long enough, you can end up having a really long-range dismember that catches people off guard. Mid lane tower is going to go down there. Dark Mago gets the last hit. As Sacred is working towards Vlad's, okay.
All right, I'm gonna watch Dynamo. Gonna see if we see the same Echo Saber Mask of Madness tech. He's getting close. He needs a little bit more money for the Void Stone, and then once you have that, you can swap between the two. Oh, they found Sven TPing out.
Yeah, I think they were mostly just looking for the Phoenix, and he's like, wait a minute, there's a Sven back here. So that's a really convenient kill. Bottom lane, Parker finally puts a point in the Dragon Slave. I feel like you just need it so you can get stacks of your passive.
Compare this to last game. Obviously the drafts are a little different, but in terms of setting up your carries, the Sven not given the same space, so he's not at the top. Whereas the Lina last time was like already 1,000 gold behind the Sven, but this time a little bit ahead, even on the top net worth spot.
Immediate egg comes out with the Ravage off the mark with the hook, but a Searing Chains onto 2. Remnant to dodge the egg. As Dark Mago has an amplified damage, he nearly finishes off the Centaur, but will go the way of Sacred, and he will continue to chase. He knows he is a strong lad here. Slight will be able to dodge that. Yes, it is. Gets himself the double hit thanks to the Sven walking in range. Otherwise, the Phoenix might have lived.
That made it look like Stormhammer killed Phoenix.
It did, right? Oh, man. 4,000 gold lead now as they are continuing to snowball. I'm surprised Genic is as farmed as he is on the Pudge, but he has been involved in a lot of kills. 3-1 and
I mean, he's
6.
ramping up. He's ramping up on landing the hooks. Yeah, 3-1 and 6, and they've been important core kills for several of them. The Pango especially, and that one on the. Actually, I don't remember if Pudge even made it in time for the one on the Sven. But either way, Compromiso is finding important core kills, which is what has let them get the 3 top net worth spots on all their heroes. Sacred, again, very different hero from Bristleback, but up at the top in a very similar manner as last game. This time with the
You can buy a
Tidehunter.
blink if he wants.
He's got it queued up. He's
actually
thinking
kind of-
about it.
I feel like saving for Shard is actually better than blink this game. TP out. Nature's Prophet will barely survive as he's going to decide to go take his own Wisdom Shrine. Right, like the Tidehunter Shard is so value this game against Centaur, Phoenix, against the Pango. It's pretty good. I think Stampede overrides it temporarily, but then you're still not going anywhere once it's on you.
He's opting for the Mage Slayer instead, just wants to
Okay.
walk up and be tanky. But he does queue up the Ag Shard and then the Blink right after.
Yep. Nice. Searing Chain into Dismember. There's going to be the Stampede, and Genic, he's kind of stuck here. Going to take a lot of
Tanky too,
damage.
though.
Great Shards block. Ember Spirit's going to come back in. He's really trying to find a hook target. Won't be able to do so. Dark Mago, with this Haste Rune, has a lot of space still to play with. Has a real deep Remnant here. As Sacred starting to rotate in. He's a few seconds away from a Ravage. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Slight will dodge out that Rolling Thunder stun. As now Dynamo's coming through. God Strength is out. Sacred again has that Ravage to play with. Will he use it? He might need to. It's a little bit too late. Ember goes down. Sacred now burning here. Trying to chase Dynamo. He might get the kill. Panda gets him on the Sprout. TP in. Now the Sunray doing a lot of work. Benjamin gets himself a double as Parker not able to join his team for this one. Ends up being at 3 for 2. A good fight here from All-Stars, but still not really getting much out of the map in that process. Parker was just farming.
Same as last game, right? And Sacred, we see why he opted for that Mage Slayer, delivered in the middle of that fight. You had like 4 heroes surrounding him, and you just can't kill him. And now he's running down a Phoenix. I think he's about to dive a tier 3 for this.
No, Pudge is
No
going to get the
need.
kill. He put the protractor to the screen there. Was like, hold up, 1 second, guys. Don't mind me. Gets himself his Aether Lens now. Shane's out in the bottom lane. Going to do some damage here to the Tusk. Sprout should finish the job here as he does not have a blink. And, yeah, they gets it right there. Curse the Old Growth into Sprout is just so much damage. It is insane.
At the same time, they stole some stacks from All Stars in the ancient stacks in their triangle. Now going to clean up this tier 1. So a lot of the map is suddenly shrinking in the last couple minutes. You have 2 tier 2s left at 17 minutes into the game, and they're hitting one of your last tier 2s here. If you don't defend
Dude,
this, you're not going to have
I'll
any
be
farming
honest.
space.
Well, top lane, they will find themselves a Nature's Prophet, but Dark Mago and friends coming in. Dismember onto Dynamo. LSA is going to cancel the TP out. Even a hook. There's the Laguna. They sacrifice Sacred Bottom as well as the tier 2 tower for this. So,
Sacrificed?
Rolling Thunder should be enough.
He's pretty tanky.
Pretty tanky. I do get it. I was going to say, this Lina build is actually so good. Like, if you think about Lina, one of her biggest weaknesses is that she's supposed to be fragile. She has 2,100 health. Falcon Blade is 200 health each. You have a Dragon Lance now. She's gone for Brawny on the jungle item. So now has Tough, but she had Brawny before, so she had the extra HP there. Like, she's legitimately not an easy kill. It's kind of cool. Are we in a Falcon Blade meta now? What's going on here? What do you think? Is Falcon Blade going to come back?
Do some mental math on would it have been better to skip it and get other stuff instead? Because she is going to have to replace something now. You could replace the wand instead of a Falcon Blade. Centaur, supposedly a tanky hero, dropping pretty quickly. Like you said, Curse the Old Grove plus Spirit Vessel is a lot of damage from the natures, let alone the 2 farmed cores that are there as well. They're posturing for high ground, dude. It is 18 minutes into the game. They are looking at this tower menacingly.
Good add the word menacingly there. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, he's tired of just looking. He didn't even wait for the creeps. He just walked in. Being tickled by the tier 3 tower right now.
I don't know what to
man shield.
do. Oh, they try to get on top of Lina. Yeah, not the easiest kill, but the long-range dismember is going to stop that Rolling Thunder for a while. There's the Ravage. Parker lives through it all. In comes BSK. A nice 4-hero stomp. He does not he still doesn't finish the kill. Parker is still alive. There's the Vessel back out the other way. It's going to be a disaster for All Stars. They lose 4, make it 5, a full team life on the high ground. And
I think that might be it.
That's, I think, is just game.
I mean, you
Look
don't...
at the damage done. 8,000 damage done from All Stars, and they still couldn't kill the Lina. This build is actually, it's sick, man.
I think if she hadn't gone to Falcon Blades, it might have been okay just by nature of being this far ahead. But part of getting that far ahead was having the second Falcon Blade, which is kind of cool. Will it become meta? For carries, I'm not so sure, just because Falcon Blade is really good on heroes like Lina and Weaver who cast a lot of spells and need the health. And we usually see 1 for that reason. 2 is something when it first came out, it was busted. Going back to it this game, paid off in that they couldn't easily kill Lina, had 1 death, so, you know, got 1 kill in, but that's it. And Lina's usually, like we saw in the last game, usually much easier to kill than that. That's her biggest weakness. So actually kind of a cool adjustment. But it wasn't just the Lina. The whole team played pretty well. We're going to see here in some highlights. Even pretty early on, Sin Compromiso once again got a fairly quick lead. And although not every punch hook hit, landed enough hooks to get some key kills. And they were just running people down from this point going forward.
Yeah, it again felt like a game where they have this Ember Spirit in mid, and you don't entirely address it, and it just allows Dark Mago to be wherever he wants on the map. And yeah, he died once, but finishes the game 10, 1, and 14, and he's able, this is his 1 death, I think, is right here. But it's like, he can kind of do whatever he wants, right? Like, how do they actually secure the kill, right? It requires so many resources, and at the end of the day, you're like, all right, we finally got him, but the cost is enormous. A lot. Like, I don't know.
I mean, same with fighting Sacred, right? In that clip, it was 4v1, and they're running away from Sacred. He was just so tanky. That's like the dream Tidehunter game. And this last fight, they tried to get a wrap around. It was a good attempt. You see they do get Parker low, but this is the nature of being 12k behind. At 19 minutes, you're just lacking a bit of damage, and they're a little bit too tanky. So a good effort from All Stars there. Going back to, again, I feel like some of their strength is the playmaking as the game goes on, but they're going to have to step up their laning stage. You know, study a little bit about what Sin Compromiso did to them, because they swapped it a little bit, right? Sin Compromiso wins the Sven versus Lina matchup, and then they win the Lina versus Sven matchup. So it's about how they play the lanes and how they set up their carry compared to just like, oh, I just have the winning carry, right? This was a skill thing, an outlaning thing. And that is something hopefully All Stars can work on, because oftentimes playmaking is the hard part. So they kind of have that part is better in my opinion. So if they step up their laning stage, this could become a more formidable team.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things, like All Stars is going to look good against a lot of teams in South America, but Sin Compromiso is just a level above. It feels like this team is so good. They get the win here. Dark Mago, the MVP, not surprising to me, involved in almost 89% of the kills in this game with that score line of 10, 1, and 14. He owned both games, right? This is, I think, the reason he's willing to pick the Ember Spirit even without knowing the mid matchups. This one he kind of guessed like it's probably the Pangolier, but they might move it, right? And then it ends up being Pango, so he's happy. He's like, cool, I got a favorable matchup mid. We're good. Last game he played against the Dragon Knight, not the best matchup, but still managed to own. It's just cool stuff, man. The team's creative. Item builds are creative. I think they kind of nailed it in this series.
Yeah, I agree. They played really well. It was cool seeing two different Ember builds. Same player, right? Two fairly different builds. I mean, I guess he still got the Mage Slayer, but, you know, double hit Orb of Corrosion Mage Slayer versus the Chain Gang with Spirit Vessel, skipping the Orb of Corrosion into the Mage Slayer again, you know, just that good of an Ember game. But it is cool to see that, right? That's like the dream with facets, is that we reach that point where you look at the draft and you go, this is a Facet 1 game, this is a Facet 2 game, like adapt my build this way, adapt my build that way. It's really cool to actually see it compared to what it's been tough to balance them, and it's like, oh yeah, Facet 1 is simply the best Facet. There's no decision making. This is the Facet. It was cool to see in the very same series, back-to-back games, the choice of which Facet's better.
Yeah, I think they did a really good job, and we'll see what ends up happening. Is they're going to move on in this lower bracket. They'll be playing against the winner of OG Latam versus Infamous, which is happening next. We'll be covering that series ourselves here. It is a rolling schedule, so it shouldn't take too long for this series to start. It will be, probably not like 5-10 minutes, but we might, we're going to try and get it started a little bit early. At the worst case, it starts on time in about an hour. Looks like production confirmed. We're going to have a series hopefully in about 10 minutes. So that's our goal. So we'll be going to a short break then, I guess, before we come into our next lower bracket elimination series, everybody. So stay tuned. Hope you guys enjoy a smaller break. Maybe go grab a snack, or something, and then be ready to go as we've got so much more Dota planned here today on the TI Qualifiers. So we'll see you in just a bit.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody. As promised, a short break here for these TI qualifiers. South America is, they just want to go. They want to brawl it out. They want to have some fun here. First series, great one for El Compromiso. They advanced already now in this lower bracket. They're off to a fantastic start here today. They will play another series here at the end of the day. So they could potentially, if we have fast series, they'll be back here on the stage in like 5-6 hours. Otherwise, if we have a bunch of long games, they could hit they could get cold. As it could be a while before they're back here.
He'll see the player cams. They're all dressed pretty warmly. I think it is entering winter for them, so they do have to stay warm. But they've got some time. We'll have OG Latam versus Infamous, and I would favor OG going into this. But Infamous, you can't be taking them lightly. I definitely think they have had some cool strats. I think they've had some very high tempo games when things are going well, and OG has sometimes looked a little shaky. I think they generally have cool plans, but they got some weaknesses that Infamous could use to beat them. So both teams got to take this very seriously, and of course they will, because you don't want to get eliminated.
Yeah, I do feel like that is. I mean, I don't think either team is going to try anything too crazy in this series. I think they're gonna stick to what's been working for them. On the side of Infamous, that's been, oddly enough, a bunch of random stuff. They have picked a kind of bizarre heroes all the way through the qualifiers, picking things like the Shadow Fiends. They grab themselves the Ricky a lot, and then they also felt confident running like Carry Slardars. So this is a team that is I don't know if it's necessarily innovating, but are at least experimenting, and it's working well for them. So I hope to see the Shadow Fiend again. I think Lala had a pretty insane performance on this hero already in this event, so we'll see if he can keep that up.
I want to see OG played an offlane Undying in the past. I know it's something teams do, but you and I just haven't gotten to see it, and I want to.
Keeps getting banned.
I think it's a fun one to see, and the times it has been picked, it ended up as a support. So I'm kind of fingers crossed that's what I want to see. Of course, besides just good, exciting games, right? That's what we all want. Some good old street Dota. Our first day had a bloodbath of games, 50 kills in 25 minutes. It's settled down since then, but kind of like it to come back.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. We'll see. I want to see a lot of different heroes, right? I feel like we're finally in a patch where it does feel like a lot of stuff is viable, and we're kind of seeing that. There's definitely still the strong heroes, which I think after these quals, there might be a C patch within the next couple of weeks to try and again fine tune some things. But I'm okay with I'm okay with the state of the patch. It actually does seem kind of fun. There's some cool stuff going on. I did see a weird potential bug. The interesting thing yesterday, which was that Pugna's Boots of Travel is not getting canceled when creeps or whatever are dying because of his innate or something. I don't quite know, but it was really weird.
I did hear about that one. I don't think that one's significant enough to really matter. It's pretty rare for your Boots of Travel's creep to even be killed to start. And Pugna's not even considered that good. But that is a funny one. It's one of those oversights where it's mostly support Pugna who hasn't been buying Boots of Travel, so probably went unnoticed for a little bit until recently. But yeah, lately there's been a little bit of a bug finding from the community, finding all these different things. But I guess that comes with new patches and all that, right? You fix some old stuff, some new stuff shows up. That's programming, from my understanding. From all my friends that are programmers, that's what I hear. You fix one thing, you find 2 new things that you got to fix next.
I wonder if we're going to see Pugna, because it does kind of pop out every once in a while. They buffed the Rewards of Ruin, which is the facet where it's you gain spell damage from towers dying. Mm-hmm. But I feel like Siphoning Ward is just so good. Like, I don't like being Pugna and just like chilling in the middle of the fight and getting like hundreds of health and mana just dumped back into your hero because you put down another ward. Like, I don't know. It seems kind of hard to justify going Rewards of Ruin. Do you feel like can they buff it enough to where we might start seeing like core, like a mid Pugna coming back and just like blowing up towers?
I think it does need to be something like that because they took away his ultimate healing mana.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel like he has enough going towards him for being that heal type support. Outside of occasionally when they have a bunch of physical damage, like back when Bristleback, for example, still being banned out here, you see like Bristleback TA, some third physical damage deal, and he's like, yeah, I'm just going to decrepify, save people, heal up their health. That was enough. But without healing mana, you lose more flexibility, which is like, okay, pick Storm Spirit, pick Ember Spirit, high tempo play, plus being good versus physical damage, right? It's now much more one-dimensional, and I feel that's a big reason why he's dropped off. So you could give it back to him, then he comes broken again. So I'd be up for seeing him return to one of his original roles, which was the damage dealer, either core or like a position 4. But right now there's just been other heroes have been a little bit more consistent than him, and there doesn't seem to be a build for it that feels great. I think once that's solved, maybe because of a buff, that could be what he needs, and then we'll start seeing him again.
I kind of like that. That'd be cool. Well,
there's
we jump into the draft here. Yeah, it's like it was jumping to the draft here. We see some of the bans. There's your Undying you were hoping to see. And this does leave the Nature's Prophet in. As a result, they actually early ban out the Darks here, which is something we've seen people ban a lot against Infamous because they do love to play the Darks here if they can. I am kind of curious what that leaves for OG because there are things like the Nature's Prophet, the Shadow Shaman and the Ancient Apparition, but instead, just open with the Dawnbreaker. This hero's been getting a lot more priority.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strong hero as an offlaner. Lately, people are playing it as a carry. There was even a flex yesterday, I think, by Sin Compromiso to play it as a support to like really do some draft shenanigans. But either way, it's a pretty solid hero with the recent patch, giving you more power at the start of the daytime so that your lanes can just start off well. But I also like the ability to match Nature's Prophet to some degree of him teleporting around. You can do the same with your ultimate. It's obviously a much longer cooldown than Nature's, but for key fights, you can try to show up and match the numbers that Nature's tries to bring.
I like the Clockwork AA ban. I think those are both really solid. I'm trying to think what they want to pick. Yeah, I'm curious what they want to pick with the Dawnbreaker. I mean, the obvious one that's going to come out would be Tusk. Right? If you ban Silencer, that's a pretty good indicator that you are wanting to play for the Dawnbreaker off lane. So this will be Tusk. So yeah, Dawnbreaker, Tusk off lane. Classic duo. We keep seeing it over and over. It kind of popped up initially like a little over a year ago, and then it fell off because Dawnbreaker became not as meta, or I guess maybe Tusk became not as meta, but he's back, baby, and he's looking good.
5 seconds remaining.
A little bit of both. They both kind of dropped off, and both have come back together. Shadow Shaman still in the pool. A little bit annoying into the Tusk, but I think it kind of works both ways. I'm going to go for the Phoenix instead. A lot of attack slow, damage over time, and especially percent HP damage, which is pretty good versus these tanky heroes. And so is the Timbersaw. So Lockdown is lacking on Infamous, but the damage, especially magic damage, is certainly there.
I'm curious about the Phoenix into Dawnbreaker Tusk. That means your carry has to bring a stun to the table. It might be just the Sven. Or if you want to really avoid it and you want to play like more defensive, you pick something like a Troll Warlord, as he's like one of the most annoying heroes for a Tusk to play into. Because you need to be able to pick something that can avoid this tag team Dawnbreaker. And if you don't have a stun, you're always going to get hit by that Starbreaker, and it's so much damage. So I am curious what they're going to pick in the carry role to deal with it. Maybe you just go Terrorblade.
5 seconds remaining.
Not something we see all that often, but we do see Lina now picked up on the side of OG. I do kind of like Terrorblade in that matchup. Even though she's a lot of magic damage, it's like Terrorblade typically wins the battle of ranged carries.
You're really not going to have any stuns, though.
Yeah, that's exactly, yeah.
I think we're going to see the Sven again. Maybe we can get 4 games, 5 games in a row of just Lina Sven carry matchup.
And they get the Shadow Shaman as well. Now, this does still hide where this Lina's going, whether it be mid or safe lane. I think seeing the Timber Saw, you kind of just want to match whatever lane it's going to, as he doesn't have the best time into the Lina.
10 seconds remaining.
If it is carry, I do want to see the double Falcon Blade. I'm 100% sold on this build. There's few heroes. I was doing just like all theory crafting after this last series, being like, what other heroes can take advantage of like Falcon Blade or even multiple Falcon Blades? Lina is probably the best because of how much she can spam her spells and just never needing to buy a regen at that point.
Radiant team back.
Weaver would be another good one. They go Lifestealer. I was thinking to myself, like, maybe Lifestealer, but he actually suffers to physical damage. To which there's a lot in that lane. So we'll see how that goes. Maybe the Phoenix Fire Spirits will be
10
enough. We'll see.
seconds remaining.
It might be hard to get kills, but I think you'll be okay. Especially once you're level 6, you can be left alone for your team to make a bunch of plays. Nature's and Phoenix can be in different lanes too. I like the idea of Lifestealer as one of the more safe carries. So if you ran Nature's 5, you feel better about TPing out, and your carry isn't just going to die while you're gone. And then once you have Infest especially,
Radiant team back.
right, he'll be very safe. It is scary, though, into the punch, which can pierce BKB, and then the instant Hex from Shadow Shaman is usually something you don't like. You want to see the stuns coming so you have tons of time to press Rage or Infest something. So not the easiest Lifestealer game.
10 seconds.
And
remaining.
you really don't have a stun. Like, we're going to need an Atos or an Orchid out of this Nature's, which means he has to have a good start. I think you have to ban out some... Well, they're banning out the Terrorblade. I guess that actually would be a pain. I feel like you can run a Lina carry and go a super mobile mid, though, who just runs free this whole game. It might be the Lina mid into the potentially Timber mid, though, or even if you pick a different mid, Lina goes pretty safe in most matchups. So for carry, I don't know, something like Morphling has been nerfed, but he could copy the Lifestealer that's historically been very strong, and there's not a lot of lockdown for that Morphling.
10 seconds remaining.
Weaver was the other one I was going to say, but he's out now, so...
Yeah, he gets banned.
5
Morphling's the
seconds
last
remaining.
mobile carry I can think of.
Dude, what can you pick in mid here? Like, Puck is a good hero, but it's not enough control, I think. So, do you just put Timbersaw mid and then pick a different offlaner? Or do, like... I think the Centaur actually would have been pretty decent.
What's the most stuns you can pick in one hero?
I mean, Kunkka is still in the game. You might just go Kunkka here. Like, it'll be dodged by
mind
the
Kunkka.
Tusk is the problem.
Well, you can lane swap Kunkka and Timber too in case it's like counterpick too hard. I wouldn't mind that. Kind of a sick Rubik game if you had space to fit him in anywhere, but I doubt we're seeing a
Dire team
Rubik mid. Dude,
Oh my
this is
God.
the most pub draft I've ever seen in my life.
Zero
Not a
stuns.
stun in sight.
Okay. So, with this, I think you just put the Lina safe lane, and you pick...
10 seconds remaining.
You need to
I
pick
think you can just
something in mid that can get to the sniper. The thing is, he
5
absolutely
seconds
bodies
remaining.
the spirits. So you don't want to pick like a Storm here, because he'll just get absolutely obliterated in mid. Maybe you could get away with an Ember, but even then it's not great. I think you could potentially take the Kunkka.
I think you can also just run Lina mid, though. Like, you'll trade farm with a sniper. I can't think of a better mid matchup in terms of the lane than just, like, farming. And you have a Tusk who's really good at roaming, even the Shadow Shaman. And if you just Ice Shard sniper once, Lina will kill him. The issue is getting close enough to each other to to do that damage. But Tusk and Shadow Shaman are way better at rotating mid than the Natures and the Phoenix.
So I like that a lot, and I think you might just go Razor carry if you do that.
Oh, that could be good.
Because Razor seems kind of cracked here. Like, I actually don't know what you do once Razor has, like, a SNY and a BKB. Late game, he's actually a perfectly fine Blink builder as well. He can just run at the Sniper, and Sniper doesn't get to play the game. Lifestealer also hates playing against these guys, and you have 0 stuns. Like, you cannot peel the Razor under any circumstances. So I feel like, to me, that's the hero I would go for.
I like Razor conceptually. I feel K1's Razor's a little hit or miss.
You may now
I was
select
thinking, okay, so
Medusa.
I saw Medusa in my notes, and I was like, oh yeah, it's good versus Lifestealer. Sniper tends to be good versus Medusa because you outrange, but I do think you have other heroes to get to the Sniper, and Medusa is very classic K1. You know, wins the late game versus all these heroes except for Sniper. So you just need Lina and like Tusk. You guys find Sniper, delete him, and then I will clean up everything else with like a super farmed Medusa. Scotty looks amazing this game. You know, I'm thinking like a Manta Scotty timing potentially could be good. We'll see exactly what he wants to go for. But if K1 is farmed and Sniper is handled by being jumped, I don't see how you deal with it.
I'm not a huge fan of it. We'll see. I think like Disperser is like a common built item on Sniper already, and now you have the potential of the like just the built-in mana burn now also for the Medusa. I agree that they don't have ways of like really saving the Sniper, but it's really now on the Shadow Shaman and the Tusk to find him. Dawnbreaker can ult in, but if Sniper is hiding, which he's actually going Scattershot, I don't know if that's the play. I think almost every Sniper we see is Ghillie Suit, because being able to like hide and attack is really important, but he is going to go Scattershot and play for the lane, right? It's a lot of burst damage in the lane against the Lina, so maybe prioritizing the potential shutdown of the Lina mid over like his own farming speed, because when you don't have regular shrapnel, you can't farm. Like it is your farming ability in all aspects of the game. So I'm curious what he's gonna build. Like, cause you're gonna need like an early Hurricane Pike here, and without having regular shrapnel, that means you might have like a slower Hurricane Pike by like a full minute, maybe more. So kind of an interesting choice. If it gets him kills in lane though, then it's massive.
And it might need to, because I do think when you have no stuns, you have to win your lanes, and then you have to be able to just walk at objectives, because that is what forces them to come to you, and then you can take the fights. Because if you have to go find them, you don't. They'll always just walk away from you. So maybe that is also part of the reasoning where Scattershot will help him more in the lane to get into that state. And if you do, then you're kind of on track. This did end up, I was wondering where the supports would be. It is going to be Sladen on the Nature's Prophet, so position 4, which I think position 5 is a little better on Nature's generally, but with the Timber Saw, you get a lot of extra damage with the Sprout, so that could be kind of cool. It will be into Medusa, who's a pretty tanky carry for that kind of stuff, but the Shadow Shaman, right, he's going to be super careful with his positioning. He tries to walk up to harass, he gets sprouted, the Timber comes in and just deletes you with all that bonus damage. Definitely something for him to be careful of this game.
Yep, I am curious to see how this one's going to go. Looks like we are going to be unpaused now, so it's time to jump into game number 1 here of our second series, Infamous, taking on the side of OG Latam. A recently formed team, right? So we'll see how they do. They've been improving steadily, though, so I think this could be a good series for them to test their strength. I'm still unsure of this Scattershot. Like, I do think the farm speed on Sniper is so dependent on Shrapnel that I don't know if it's offset by the potential lane strength of Scattershot. Like, level 4 scattershot is the same overall damage as level 1 shrapnel. Like that's how different it is. So I'm not a huge believer, but we'll see.
I like the idea of an early online sniper though. A couple Wraith Bands into Dragonlance Diffusal, and you go. You're a more space-making sniper. And maybe you could have done that with a ghillie suit, but that's the style I want to see. And if he thinks Scattershot will help him with that, then I'm up for it.
Hear me out. 2 Falcon Blades. Treads Diffusal.
He doesn't have enough mana usage to
No,
make that
I'm
one
kidding.
work.
Yeah, no, his shrapnel does not use enough mana. Gonna be able to secure these bottom runes here. Gonna get some decent damage here into the Lifestealer, actually, as Shadow Shaman hits quite hard, paired with the tag team.
I feel like if Illich wanted to secure the bounty rune, but I feel like if he helped with them, that might have actually killed the Lifestealer.
They're gonna prevent him. They really want to force his TP into the lane, and he's gonna have to TP now.
Unless... Nah, he doesn't want to miss a full creep wave. He's gonna get out.
And the Tusk just bodying the Phoenix as well. I mean, this leaves the Medusa solo top, and she is getting kind of bodied by a Nature's Prophet right now, but I think overall the Medusa's lane might just be easier.
She lost a lot of the mana, though, actually. Lost
Well,
400
Sladen's now
mana.
getting beat down by the Tusk. We actually saw Tusk solo kill a Nature's Prophet earlier. Blood
He might
Grenade
be
is
about
out.
to. Blood Grenade.
I don't think he has tag team, though.
Just a little
yet.
short.
But yeah, we saw that exact thing happen. Hector falling quite low, though. Sniper's timing is honestly level 3. Like, the level 3 boost from Scattershot is a lot of damage. But again, I don't know if you're actually going to stop this Lina from farming.
Might kill her at least once, though.
It might. All right, how many Falcon Blades? I'm obsessed with this item now. I actually really like it.
You know it was
So
an
how
item
many
before, right, Ricky?
I did know it was an item before. I did. It's just, you only ever really saw it on Gyrocopter. Right, like that was like the only hero we ever see because he actually does use a lot of mana. I have already theory crafted a sick hero I want to play as a carry, building Falcon Blades, but I don't want to reveal it quite yet.
Yeah, wouldn't
I'm gonna
want these
win
pro
TI with
players
it.
to steal that strat, Ricky.
Yeah, I'm gonna win TI with it. I know I'm not in any of the qualifiers, but we'll get there.
Someone might need a stand-in.
I meant eventually.
Lane
Nah,
so
this,
far.
Pretty even
good
lane stage,
for
right?
OG. Some small advantages. I think any lead you get on OG is good. Personally, I do favor their lineup going later. So I think if you're not taking an early lead on Infamous, you're going to have problems. I know we're only 2 minutes in, so still a lot of lane to be played, but I want to see Infamous find some plays, find an advantage early. Otherwise, I think their life is just so difficult when you have no stuns.
Yeah. So they don't even bring the Tusk into the bottom lane like we thought they might. It's just Shadow Shaman, which is honestly good enough. He's actually getting a lot of damage in. And Tusk being able to protect the Medusa is good stuff. Mid check looks pretty even. 15 and 5, 13 and 3.
It's a
But
farming lane.
yeah, I feel like Lina is just gonna slowly pull ahead. Like, she doesn't actually have to contest the sniper. Like, the pressure is on the sniper to do something. She can just, like, massively out-farm him with spells.
Yeah, although I said I'd like to see them have an early lead on Infamous, there's actually another route you could have taken, which is to go ultra late game where Sniper actually, I think, is the best carry, but you have to go really far to get to that point, which would have favored Ghillie Suit. I think...
You also have Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the supports actually scale really well. Well, for both teams, I suppose, but I do think ultra late game Infamous wraps back around, but the mid to late game timing I think will be much easier to get to for Medusa, and it's much easier to play and find good plays when you have stuns. So that's why I I don't think it's super viable for Infamous to say, yes, let's get to 50 to 60 minutes, and then we're ready to play.
That's what I play for every game of Dota.
I'm not sure you're going to win TI with that. I'm going to be real. Your Falcon
not what the
Blades and
hero
your
on Theory
60-minute
Crafting.
game plan doesn't seem...
He's not a
There's a
late game.
disconnect.
Yeah, I mean, this is... I feel like Lina is just going to, like, shove the wave, 3 points Dragon Slave now, and then just stack her jungle, and then come back, shove the wave, stack jungle, and be able to just do this over and over again. So I think Tai Lung is going to be pretty happy playing the Lina here in this game. Hit the other camp. Okay, he didn't stack. Well, what can you do? Moose bottom lane gets the first blood onto the Phoenix. All right. Stuns are working, it would appear.
Yeah, can't dive away when you're shackled forever into the Starbreaker. Kill even happens at night when technically Dawnbreaker is the weakest, but it's still a good combo, even without the damage buff in the innate.
Ooh, Gorgon's Grasp. Slating, they get the turnaround just in time thanks to a lot of damage out there from the whirling death of the Timbersaw, but mid lane can go for a dive here with the Phoenix. Tai Lung does get the trade, as that's 3 points in the Shrapnel, doing a lot of work. He is out of charges, though, and Moose might just get a solo kill. Nature's Prophet's going to come in and try and stop this, but there is a snowball.
Snowball!
Into the tag team, actually being body blocked by their own creeps, but they will get the kill. Saving the shards, maybe? No, gonna hold them. Oh, it doesn't even have shards. Just, he's level 3. Snowball, 2 points, tag team.
Good kill
Bruno spawn
onto the
bottom.
Lina. It lets you get the power rune away, which Sniper doesn't really care about power runes, but Lina does. So, even though both mid laners die,
that
Sniper gets the kill first. Good choice to put that Observer so far to the side, though, because of that.
Yeah, I feel like that's a pretty conservative sentry, right? Like, I think you would expect the root ward to be on the enemy side of the map, but maybe not. Moose.
I think after... Yeah, Moo's dead here. I think after
Also
a deep
baiting
dive like
sentry.
that, you think they might have an aggressive Observer. So checks more on their side, but yeah, it ends up being actually a very defensive Observer. Another
That was
kill
such a
for
mind game, dude.
Lalatroni.
He legit shows there to try and like make them think there's a ward on the right side of the lane. It's in fact on the left side of the lane. Laguna comes out, tag team doing a lot of work. They do manage to finish the job just in time as Moose just zaps him. All right, nice start to the lanes here.
Dawnbreaker quietly farming away, now level 6, so will be able to join future fights. Didn't have that tool online quite yet, but there's been a lot of action in the mid lane that Dawnbreaker will now be able to join.
Dude, the level 6 timing on Dawnbreaker is always nuts. Like you know what's up, but it always catches you off guard, and then you're like 1 or 2 people die because she just globally appears on a fight. Top lane, they've actually got a lot of heroes here trying to pressure this Medusa, but perfectly safe. Yeah, Illich has the lane in a great spot. He's had it here for a while. Just quietly farming away. Gonna go Orchid as
Looking
his
for
first
Timber
item.
Top.
Is this enough for the Timbersaw? I think
he's
without
pretty
tag team,
tanky.
it's not. Yeah.
All right, it was actually a next level bait to get Natures to come in to help him and then kill the Natures.
My favorite. So he dies. Okay, I want to just bring attention to the Lina re-sniper. It's starting. Like, Lina is just gonna get to a point where she just clears the wave with 2 spells, and then Sniper can't farm anywhere else.
To be fair, some of this was the rotation onto Sniper to kill him a second time, but you're right, he would at least have a better recovery path with the old ghillie suit and shrapnel allowing him to clear stacks. For now, he is going to queue up the Dragonlance, and that's where I want to see where he wants to go. Does he want to do a more farming-based item like maybe a Maelstrom, or is he going to commit to the Diffusal, which will just be his most single-target damage build possible, but bad farming speed?
Bottom lane, Lifestealer has
Stunned.
Infest. They'll be fine. But yeah, they do manage to get the Infest out of the Lifestealer. Very minimal commitment here from these two. I think with Sniper, he has to go Dragonlance. Like, I don't think he can play this game without the Hurricane Pike, so I feel like it's just Dragonlance into Hurricane Pike. And if he plays for like a Maelstrom, he's just gonna die. Because he doesn't get stats from Maelstrom. It's good for farming, but I think he legitimately needs the mobility from the Pike.
Radiant's bottom tower
But
is
we'll
under
see.
attack. Dire are scanning.
They're letting the Tusk like absorb quite a bit of the XP mid, so he's already got his level 6. Looking to wrap around maybe. He is smoked up. They just go right in with the Dawnbreaker to follow it up, and with this, Lala, he's soaked a lot of damage. He puts snowball or dives on by, will barely survive. A shrapnel finishes the job as now they try to look for moves here on the Shadow Shaman. He's just gonna TP because, you know, you can't stop it, of course. And Illich, well, he just runs away.
Pass that
Trading
tip
a
on to
1-for-1.
Illich.
Are fortified.
You
But,
can just
I mean,
TP
that's
out,
a-
man.
He's waiting. Does he have mana to use?
Now you can.
The scariest thing's the world. Oh, did you just get mini croakered?
OG fans over there.
Wrath of Nature will do it. Okay. I was like, if he comes in with Wrath of Nature and like one Chakram, they can get the kill. It is a lot of space, I guess. Like, they do finally get an important kill, but you lose your mid tower in the process as Tai Lung came back mid, and Medusa is just quietly farming top.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Medusa does have the Manta queued up, as is standard, but does have a Dragonlance followed by a Butterfly after that as a way to avoid this, not like avoid the Sniper, but you know he's going to outrange you a little bit, so the Dragonlance will help you return fire a little bit faster, but then also dodge attacks when the Butterfly's online.
Yeah. It's a good
It's also good for
stack in the
Lifestealer
triangle
too,
there.
of course.
That's big if they can steal it, and with Lina now coming top, they actually just don't feel confident fighting into these two, so this will be another tier 1 tower.
Radiant's top tower.
And you're gonna have to be very careful, because if you can't protect your triangle stacks, you're in some trouble, and you don't have a hero who's good at taking them because you don't have shrapnel. Medusa just TPs out in front of their face.
Radiant's
No
top
problem at
tower
all.
has been denied.
You're gonna have to commit to these stacks like with the team.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Egg
under
the
attack.
stacks.
Like Phoenix, Nature's Prophet, and Sniper maybe. Otherwise, you're waiting for like Lifestealer's Radiance, which I'm sure is very far away. Is he even going
Timbersaw can
Radiance
also
actually?
do it, but he needs to get up there. He has
Just
it
got
queued
armlet.
up. We'll see if he commits to that or
Radiant's
not.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I guess Timber could come take the stacks. He's probably the best at doing so.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Just pops a smoke and takes them. Speaking of smoke, El Misho, deep behind enemy territory, does get a ward destroyed there. He might. I was like, is he gonna show for a courier? That'd be insane. Instant ward plays from Slade. He's like, okay. The ward there from Moose. Nicely done. Tusk behind enemy lines. There's the Walrus Punch into the Dawnbreaker. The shards will trap him, and he is dead. We did say that your best case scenario for finding a sniper in this game is going to be the support. They're now going to look for the Timbersaw. A lot of damage. There's the Orchid reveal as well. He's going to burn, and now they just snowball on over, get on top of Sladen. 3 dead for Infamous, and you are in a rough spot now. A 5k gold lead all of a sudden, as your cores are really starting to fall behind.
I didn't even notice he was building an Orchid on Illich,
Yeah.
but it's so good this game. Timbersaw, Phoenix, Lifestealer all hate dealing with the Orchid. Even Natures won't be able to TP out as easily when you have the silence on him. Really smart item choice this game. $5K gold lead for OG. don't know how you change this. This is where if you're winning, you go tower to tower and they have to come to you. But when you're losing, and I know we're saying this a lot, but it's because it's important. If you don't have a stun, you can't pick up Dawnbreaker. You can't pick off a support you run into. Like, they all just TP away from you. It's very hard to make a play, especially when all the tier 1s are up, because you didn't even win the lanes. So every tier 1 for OG is still up. I guess we do have to shift to that 50-minute game timing at this point. Oh, for now they'll have to wait for the Radiance on the Lifestealer. He went Armlet first, so it's looking like a 20+ minute timing where you have the Radiance on Lifestealer, you have Hurricane Pike, and hopefully a Diffusal on Sniper. Timber probably needs to tank up for his team.
It's gonna be a bit, right?
You can either do the Ags or like Sanj Yasha. You might need a Dispel. Lotus could actually be pretty good this game.
Yeah, Lotus is solid. I don't know if Lotus is going to help, though, because there is a lot of magic damage. So even though you're able to avoid and get out of things like the Orchid or potentially stop Shaman from being able to, like, fully, like, CC, you can still get trapped and killed. And there is a lot of magic damage coming through. So I feel like Ags is pretty solid. The biggest problem is, like, if he doesn't get the cast of the Ags off, he's in a lot of trouble. Atos out from Sladen. LSA. Sladen's now going to try and run away here, but the TP is coming through from Moose. They want to find this Nature's Prophet, and I think they will. Dawnbreaker on the other side, however, does also find the Timber Saw, as she came in with the help of El Misho, and he's just dead as well. So what was going to be a gank from Infamous turns completely around, and it's 2 kills for OG Latam.
The item timing I talked about for Infamous, the way the game's going, by the time that's online, you're going to be going into the BKBs of OG. The Medusa, she's starting to work on her Butterfly, and with the way she's farming and the amount of space she has, I feel like she's going to get Butterfly Scotty without too much issue. And at that point, I really don't know how you deal with her. It has to be Sniper hitting her, but even that would take quite a while. You know, he probably needs 10 seconds of just focusing down the Medusa to actually kill her, if that. And in the meantime, your team is going to be getting run down by everybody else.
She's going to have Butterfly before he has Diffusal. Like, that's the state of the game. Like,
there's a good chance that happens.
I don't know how he's still working towards his first item, which is the Hurricane Pike top lane. They do manage to get on top of Tai Long, but he just rips right through this Timber Saw. It will be the supports that TP into the backside do manage to finish the job. Orchid onto the Phoenix. No egg for you, as they will now chase for more. Sladen underneath the ward here. They know exactly what's going on. Cuts him off with the Oregon's grasp. And a long duration shackles as well. 3 for 1. You do get the Lina. Yeah, I mean, not for nothing, but it's like a lot of times you look at it and be like, oh, at least there's space being made, right? Like, your sniper's farming, but he doesn't farm very fast. Like, this is a hero that needs to be in the fights.
Yeah, he does not farm very fast. At least Lifestealer lives in TP's bottom. I think he's the one who got... Oh, no, Nature's got it. Well, I was going to say, at least Lifestealer got a good chunk of gold. He's making his way to the Radiance faster than I thought. He's almost got the Sacred Relic money already. So, you know, some space going over to him. Maybe that's something. You do need this Radiance. And once you have it, you've got to fight around it. This is quickly getting to a 10k gold deficit, which is pretty bad at 20 minutes, but not insurmountable given like a decent fight with whatever item timing you've been waiting for, which in this case is the Radiance. So that'll be what Infamous has to play towards.
I would like to see if they can continue to put pressure on the Lina. I like, here's the thing. They're not lacking damage even if you take down the Lina. Like, there's still going to be this Dawnbreaker and this Medusa doing a lot. But I think you do have to start putting pressure on the Lina, because if you don't, you're going to have too many heroes to deal with. And
Are scanning.
I don't know.
How do you
I feel like
pressure
Lina's
her?
actually like this sleeper, like will absolutely destroy your team in a fight if you don't kill her.
I mean, both supports have Blink. Lina
Yeah.
has bots. Dawnbreaker's got ult. I actually don't know how you sneak around the map to get a numbers advantage to pressure her. And in doing so, we see exactly what happens. Like, the quick Blink Hex off of an Observer they have allows them to kill the Phoenix. And now all the heroes who came for this movement just have to scatter.
Okay, Orchid here onto the Lifestealer. He's just gonna get shard blocked off. Then we'll back away. And mid lane, well, chain stun instantly kills the Timber Saw. And this is why we keep seeing Shadow Shaman win games. There's no other hero in Dota that can do this. He locks the hero down for like 8 seconds. It's actually just ridiculous.
Gonna lead to the bottom tower now. I thought it was gonna be 10k gold lead, but it's actually 12 as we hit 20 minutes. And Medusa, let's check in on that. She is a little over 1,000 gold away from the Talisman, which will finish her Butterfly. And Diffusal is 500 gold away. Who will get that money first?
Medusa. I'm gonna put the money on Medusa, I'll be honest. Radiance on your
Triangle's about to
Lifestealer.
respawn.
Here's the thing, like, you get the Radiance, but doesn't matter. Illich can just can't. Oh, he can't do the Atos.
Our one
Huge.
is done.
They got him. Okay, very nice kill. There was no ult on the Dawnbreaker, so she can't escape. That's a big win, and you are gonna lose Roshan for this, but that is a lot of gold and XP going the way of Infamous for that one kill.
Snipe the road. Wait a second.
That's a big Aegis pickup, though. Tylung will be able to grab Slay. Oh, never mind. He survives. Medusa does have the ult. Will use it. Gonna try and offer some support, chasing down this Slade and Nature's Prophet. He does finish the job, but Tylung is dead. And now Hector in really deep as well. There's the Butterfly, but the rest of the team is here, and this is a huge win for Infamous. Without the Dawnbreaker to support them in this fight, they just wiped the side of OG.
That's crazy. I cannot believe Infamous managed to find that fight. But it's actually more OG gave them that fight, because they tried to do Roche with Serpent Wards, but it was Lina, Shadow Shaman, and Tusk. Medusa should just be... They should have just waited for Butterfly Medusa, and then it would have been easy. Scattershot
shrapnel
finally
damage.
paying off, man. Killing off the supports at the start of the fight, along with the AoE from Timber and Lifestealer Infest to finish the job. And Lina on her own, like, she wins the fights because of the supports helping her out and not being the focus. But when they're all dead and your Dawnbreaker is dead, Hector even tried to save the Lina, so he dies too. OG
this is
had
kind
a
of
bit. Yeah, he knows. You're like, oh, that was not the play.
This is kind of what we were talking about earlier too with the sniper, is like, it doesn't farm. It needs to be in the fights using this scatter shot version of shrapnel, because it is a ton of damage. Like you said, it just killed both the supports with two stacks of it. Like, it's kind of nuts how strong it is. So even though he's not the highest in net worth, he's able to still contribute quite a bit. But if you just sit back and play the farming game here, I feel like it's gonna eventually just go OG Latom's way. Like, the gold net worth, they were about 12, 13,000 ahead. They lose the Roche fight. It ends up going back down to 7, but now they're just continuing to pull back ahead as they will take Tormentor. See both supports nearly dying. And El Misho will get himself the shard.
Infamous, they gave themselves some signs of life there with that fight. It's still a bit on the, they're still on the back foot, actually, for all said and done. If OG loses, though, they are going to point to that Roshan as, like, here's where we really screwed up, and that should have never happened.
Yeah.
But they actually are still in a very good spot. Hurricane Pike going to be the item of choice for Medusa, so that doesn't happen again. Then he's going to go back for the Scotty. Rather than the 20... Because you could actually... Butterfly on Medusa with the Aegis, it would have been so difficult to deal with her when the whole team is together.
Yes.
So now that Aegis got wasted, now they have to wait for the next Aegis. So we're looking at a much later game timing, which unironically does bring us towards Infamous's second timing, which I am serious, 50 to 60 minutes into the game, it will be very hard to deal with the Sniper when you have a Medusa carry and a Lina carry, right? Like, Sniper outranges all of them, and he's going to be sitting in his base. That is one of the timings they can kind of go for.
Are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Unlike this smoke, which might find him outside of the base.
I think if they get the wraparound and find the Phoenix, there's just, like, Infamous's ability to fight is just really, really rough. Which does get the dive away, and he will Sunray TP. Seeing Hector cut the wave, he knows. He's like, all right, they were smoked behind us. We need to bail.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
Eek gameplay here. Farming enemies half of the map. Got nothing to do.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
Oh, LSA catches. Sladen, he gets the tower, but
Oh,
does he survive? Ooh, I mean, he's gonna have to, he has to
these
show
creeps.
somewhere.
That would have been a sick escape.
Yeah, it would have been.
Meanwhile, Medusa is just taking a tier 2 on her own, tanking the tower. Doesn't give a shit.
Radiant's top tower is falling. Dire's bottom tower.
Oh, nice jump here on the bottom side, but in comes Illid to put a stop to this. LSA as well. He didn't get to move. Just dies. Great response to the gank. And again, this is just one of those things that's like, I guess you force them back, but it's so difficult to take a fight when all of OG is alive.
Yeah, you actually mentioned it earlier. Timber did go Lotus. Wasn't able to use it in time before he got insta-blinked hexed. But even though he has all that extra armor, there's so much spell damage, they kill him with that instead. This is real life stealer. They're thinking about this.
Yeah,
Go for the
they're gonna
easier
go.
target in the Phoenix instead.
Yeah, Shackle is there. They actually chipped the Life Stealer, but don't want to commit too far. There's a ward on the high ground, clearly, that they are aware of now. They're just freely attacking them. We'll just bring a sentry out here on Sladen. Yeah, we'll grab it.
Scatter shot damage is strong. We saw it get both supports really low when you're finally able to be in the fights with this ability.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Fest gank. Going with the natures, not the typical infest target.
I was like, is he stuck in the trees? I mean, he's gonna get the save for the moment. The Radiance will finish the job, but Tai
Are
Lung
you
wants
getting
to
out of
chase,
here?
doesn't go for the LSA. Okay, he will live.
Beadster over there on the life stealer. Got a Sanj and Yasha, so he is pretty fast.
Yeah, definitely not what you expect with the infest gank, like you said, right? Not a typical avenue, but it works.
Might actually take a tier 2 with this. Despite being 14k behind, they've got all their heroes down here. Even this, they're a little too scared to push further. I think they are aware of how far behind they are, despite finding a couple kills here and there. See some lines for Tormentor. They might try to get it as it respawns, but I think it was actually a bit of a late Tormentor, so... to wait a moment.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Deuce is level 22, huh?
Oh, they're gonna make a play on her bottom. Does pop the Stone Gaze. Pikes on forward. Snowball to get her up to the high ground. So they do manage to get up and out. That is a very aggressive dive on the Phoenix. Did not expect the rest of the team to be there. Meanwhile, Tai Lung getting absolutely shredded by the lights here, but the wraparound is there. He's dead, and now Sniper is stuck inside of the wards. Hector is back to offer some support. Nature's Prophet, he's looking to try and find the lead. Doesn't get him. It's gonna be a full team wipe. 5 heroes die on Infamous. That is rough.
A pretty good attempt from Infamous, except for the fact that they split their attention on what they were going for. Otherwise, I actually think you do get some kills. I don't think you can team wipe them, but you wouldn't be team wiped, and you might have just lost the game off of that. The bottom racks fall so quickly to this farmer to Medusa, and this creep wave will live long enough that, yeah, they're making their way mid. They're going to clear this up. There's the Fortify. I think you get this. You can... Well, you play. You don't need to go the bottom lane. You just take mid. That's good enough.
Yeah. This is kind of what we expected to happen with the first Aegis, but because, like you said, you die right as you pick it up, as you get your butterfly completed, like, they would have been very easier to go for it. Yeah, that's kind of rough. Like, a really difficult, like, position to be in now if you're Infamous. 2 lanes down. Roche is going to be respawning here very soon. Medusa now just even stronger. You were so close to getting the Lina, potentially, but, oh, that hurts.
I mean, she did a pretty damage-oriented build, just the BKB. I guess a Hurricane Pike as well for the defensive option, so she can be killed if you get the Lifestealer to her. It's just been really difficult to do that. This is the one case where it finally happened, but, again, not a lot of stuns or initiation from the side of Infamous, so you can't actually keep her still, despite how close they were to getting that kill, and the team is able to rotate in time. We're gonna go a second attempt at Roshan. This one should be much easier.
So
Here comes Infamous, smoked up. Probably the final chance they have.
We've seen them do this once before. We'll see if they can do it again. On to Moose here. He's taking some damage. Illich inside the pit getting beat down as well. The Laguna, or the Lina does get the egg at the last second. The egg is dropping picking up somebody. All right, barely Tai Lungs takes it away. I cannot believe that sat there for as long as it did. They GG out right away, knowing that, yeah, their best chance was the Roche fight. If they get it, maybe that would have been the moment to turn it around. We saw what happened last time, but now with an Aegis into the hands of the Lina, this one's over. OG Latam, very, very good performance here in game number 1.
Yeah, the first Roche that went a little iffy for them, it bought 10 minutes for Infamous. And they didn't technically have to GG out here. They could have held a little longer, but I mean, it would have been a slow loss. They kind of realize it's going to happen, so they call it after they can't fight that final Roche. OG, they had a good draft. They played it well. Like that Roche fight was their main mistake, but beyond that, most things went pretty smoothly, and they're certainly going to talk about that Roche attempt and why that was what happened there. And with that, I mean, they're looking good going into game number 2. Infamous gonna have to rethink their draft and rethink the laning stage as well. I think if you want this kind of draft, you must win the lanes. This one was so close, almost getting the Lina.
Yeah, there was a lot of different times in this game where, like, you could see it almost coming together for Infamous, but it's... I just don't feel like you have the late game scaling here, and you, like, if you're gonna go this, we talked about it before. If you're gonna go the scatter shot on the sniper, you have to be involved early while your lifestealer is farming. And we saw them both just kind of sitting back and farming, and it allowed the Medusa to just become the late game carry, right? There was really not much you could do once this Medusa gets this far. Even if you have things, even if you have like the mana burn on the sniper, or even if you, I don't know what you can do on the lifestealer to deal with it, but like, you just don't win in those scenarios. Like, she will just stand her ground. She's just going to press ult, and she will out damage you. And then the supports are just, you have too much lockdown. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of not having any stuns. I really think that's something to reconsider, especially if you are the underdog team, which I would say Infamous is. OG Latam has a lot of very experienced players. Tai Lung is like the new blood, but clearly showing he's pretty strong himself, and he's got a lot of teammates to help guide him through like the more nuanced parts of pro play, even earning himself the standout player, which I'd say he did great. Handled the sniper mid matchup fine, and then got pretty active for his team. Really good performance. You need to either crush the lanes as the underdog team and try to win a momentum game, or you need to give yourself ways to get like pickoffs and capitalize on any small mistakes the better team may make, which is typically the instant catch, which is something like Shadow Shaman, right? Try to steal the Shadow Shaman away, or the Tusk. Punch and Snowball can be at least like some early active making, early playmaking. I really don't think they had a lot of options on their draft to do anything but win the lanes or stall things out until 50 minutes, and that's just not a reliable game plan.
Yeah. I mean, this has just been like a day of teams that like seem to have just more experience, just definitely outplaying them and having a better understanding of the win conditions. We saw that in our first series. We kind of see that here in our second series after game one. I'm curious if they can bounce back on Infamous to see if there's like something that they can do. I don't feel like their draft was necessarily bad. I do think that you need to, if one team gets Shadow Shaman, I don't think you can then respond by not picking stuns or a save. Like that is the thing. Like, Shadow Shaman is such an oppressive hero to play against that if you don't have a way to stop his combo or at least lock down other heroes during it, like, you're just going to be playing at a disadvantage in fights.
Yeah, Infamous has done some creative drafts, and they've won some games with it, but I mean, this is one where maybe it was too creative. You may think you may be okay with it, but I don't know. I don't think I am. You need a stun, like you said, when that Shadow Shaman comes out, and just in general, right? They just didn't have any ways to do anything.
Yeah. Well, it's just game one here of this best of 3 elimination series. So we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with game number 2 of Infamous versus OG in the South American TI qualifier. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit.
Body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We're back here at the TI qualifiers for South America, getting ready for game number 2 of OG Latam versus Infamous. Game 1 was just a slick draft from OG, good execution, good recognition of the win conditions, and it's just that late game scaling on the Lina and the Medusa. And I mean, it didn't even really go that long. They hit a couple item timings. It could have been faster if the first Roche went better, but that's where we ended up.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they have a very standard draft. That feels like an unforced error where, maybe the game just went poorly, so we didn't get to see the idea they had in mind. But I'm really not seeing how the Infamous draft handles what OG had set up in the first few picks, and it just didn't improve as the game went on. So I really hope Infamous kind of rethinks that. Natures is a great support, but you want to set up rotations. No stuns mean you can't do that. Phoenix Egg, great team fight, unless they all walk away from that. So you need some kind of stun to keep you there. Right? Timber Style has a bunch of damage, unless they just TP you out. Sniper can attack as long as you can't get to them, so you got to stun people away, right? Like, the list goes on and on. Like, none of the heroes set each other up, so it's really lacking that synergy. So as we get into game 2 draft, I don't know which one you want to change there, but something has to change where the heroes have to be able to work together and not just like, these are all individually good heroes, but don't actually play together.
Yeah, I think you can't let Shadow Shaman through if you plan on picking no stuns. Like, it's that hero alone just changes the entire dynamic of the game, and it's one of the reasons he's become so popular. Like, in the past, you would see like these double CC heroes, things like Lion, Shadow Shaman. They could be very strong in particular metas. I feel like this is one of the strongest we've ever seen Shadow Shaman because he's not punishable, at least not easily. If you manage to like stop his shackles, it's great, but a lot of times the wards are already dropped. They've potentially trapped the hero. And then if you get on top of him, he still has foul play, which is going to make it so you have to commit even more time killing this hero. Or he survives and then he just comes back and hex shackles another hero. So it's like the hero is extremely oppressive.
Radiant team ban.
He's still in the draft.
I mean, if you don't ban it here, they're gonna first pick
10
it.
seconds remaining.
I mean, maybe they first pick the Dawnbreaker, but
Dire team ban.
they ban the Undying. Silencer's already banned, so I think they do want to look for
10 seconds remaining.
that Shadow Shaman again, but
5 seconds remaining.
Ban Dark Seer again. I think OG had that last time.
yeah,
In there,
Dark
the list of
Willow
bans.
ban.
Radiant
That would have been a stun.
Yeah, just grab the Shadow Shaman. I agree. I 100% agree. It's with the supports that are banned right now, you don't have great tools of canceling this guy's spells.
Dire team ban.
So you're going to have to pick something else that can. They grab the Gyrocopter, relatively strong lane. You do have double bans, so I'm thinking like, do you ban the Warlock? I know Warlock Gyro is like a classic, but are you worried about
10
that?
seconds remaining.
You can be. I think that's fine. There's
5
enough
seconds
supports.
remaining.
So like Tusk, Ringmaster, Clockwork, even at just those 3, you can't ban all of them, and they would all be good responses to Shadow Shaman. You could throw Warlock in there if you're more worried about team fights, stuff like that, right? But pick which ones you're most worried about for the rest of your picks, which we don't know right now. So if they have something in mind, something like Clockwork, for example, is good for Shadow Shaman, and maybe they're thinking of running back that Lina, and she doesn't like dealing with Clockwork, so you take him out,
Yeah.
so it's like dual purpose. If they're picking weak team fight, then maybe you do take the Warlock out. But I don't think you've committed hard enough. Like, Shadow Shaman can be a 4 or a 5, so if they do pick Warlock, you just go an offlaner who can be left alone and a roaming position 4, just creep drag to avoid the lane, and then go win your mid matchup. So I don't think you have to ban the Warlock here. You can kind of see what happens. They're going to start with the Natures. which I don't think last game was the greatest showing of the natures, but it is a strong hero in general that allows the rotations on the map.
I really like the idea of them just going for the same support duo on OG. Like Shadow Shaman Tusk offers so much to the game.
Radiant team pick.
They're going to ban the Doom, which is a little interesting. I mean, it's okay against Gyrocopter, but I'm wondering if they want to go for something that's like very heal focused. We don't really see it often, but you have things like Io, Chen, even the Warlock, but Warlock's like not as much. Oracle could be one.
Doom's not a bad hero to leave alone, though, if you're gonna like just creep drag to him and then he eats creeps. We're 200% up on stuns, so I am more open to this. But I don't want Lasso and Rocket to be the only ones. I hope there's something easier than those. But this is at least better than last game already.
10 seconds remaining.
They're gearing up for Darkseer Batrider offlane, I think.
5 seconds remaining.
I think that's what they want to do.
Team pick.
Yeah, okay. I think they were. So they will go for the Oracle, now making it very difficult to run the Darkseer Batrider lane. And I think that's a really good idea.
I actually think you should take out the Oracle if you're thinking about going
10
Batrider.
seconds remaining.
Or wait on that Batrider pick till a little
5
later till like
seconds
both
remaining.
supports are revealed, because Oracle is really good at dealing with Batrider, whether it's core or support Batrider. So
Yeah.
not going to be the easiest Batrider game, and your Lasso might actually have to be dedicated towards finding the Oracle now, unless you pick up some other heroes who can deal with that. These are two supports you could potentially jump. Something like a Void Spirit with an Aghanim to like jump them and silence them could be strong. Anything along that line would be good. I think that's why now looking at their heroes, Clockwork would have been so good, right? Able to
Yeah,
jump bolty
100%.
supports. Cogs is pretty good at like keeping people stuck even though they're trying to
10
stampede
seconds
out.
remaining.
I think you're on the Mars. Very good against
5
Oracle and
seconds
Centaur.
remaining.
Go Bloodsport. You can trap the
I like it.
Centaur or the hero he's trying to save and then prevent the vision from the Oracle. Makes it very difficult for the Shadow Shaman to get a target as well in the fights. I think that worked, and it's not bad with the Batrider lane. Obviously, you could still move Batrider mid. And we'll go Slardar for now.
Last game, no stuns. This game, every hero must have a stun. That was their
Yeah.
recap in the break.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
don't mind. Every hero has a way to deal with the Shadow Shaman and the Oracle. Slardar is a hero who can just jump one of those supports and deal with them himself, especially after he gets like Blink BKB, maybe an attack item in there as well, attack speed.
Dire team
We saw a carry Slardar the other day.
Is. I think these are great picks. I think this is like 1,000% better draft from Infamous. As long as you go Bloodsport. Let's not see Victory Feast here, okay? It almost lost the team the game yesterday.
10 seconds
But
remaining.
they won.
They did end up winning.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team
Now with
back.
this, they should just pick, well, I wasn't going to say Terrorblade, but I was going to say a strong safe lane hero that can play into the Mars. Terrorblade definitely kind of fits that bill.
Radiant team back.
Yeah, you don't love dealing with Arena since it blocks all your illusions from hitting things, but you are high armor, which mars a lot of physical damage in the early game. So is the Slardar, of course. Now, Batrider is a little scary, where he brings so much magic damage in the early game. You gotta be careful, respect that. But you are a natural Manta builder, so once you get to that point, you stop caring as much about the Batrider. So the early game will be tricky for the Terrorblade, but going forward from there, I think he'll be fine. And Oracle's actually really good at keeping him alive from the magic damage, and the effective healing you have with high armor is actually also really good. It's kind of like that combo versus what Infamous has.
5 seconds remaining.
So what do you need? A mid hero for OG to probably to initiate. I feel like Terrorblade can be your main damage dealer now. So some playmaking from the mid lane. Or something that brings more magic damage could also be nice.
Dire team ban.
Are you surprised they still banned the Darkseer?
It would have been wacky. But you could have done something like the Slardar carry, the Mars mid,
Yeah.
possibly swamping those, but probably not. And then do the Darkseer off lane. Darkseer is just so good versus Terrorblade that, you know, maybe it's still understandable. And maybe they're thinking of a mid hero who's also, okay, yeah, like Shadow Fiend. You know, you don't want to give that aura for free. That's kind of cool. That's your magic damage right there from the mid Shadow Fiend.
I mean, you have the option of the Lina here
10 seconds
and running the Slardar carry.
5 seconds remaining.
Slardar mid is not going to have a great time versus SF. The early
Bat Rider
denies
mid's
will be
also
fine.
not bad.
Okay, yeah, actually, you could do something like that. Your support duo is getting weird at that point, though. Slardar carry with what? Someone help lock down the Centaur so you can get. Oh, you could do the Marcy.
Dude, Marcy Slardar would be hype. Okay, they do just go the Lina. I think this is the safest
Every
play.
hero with a stun, actually, though.
Yeah, it is. I think this is the safer play. Just Lina mid into the Shadow Fiend. It's always been a positive matchup for the Lina. You do have to be careful though. If you miss a Light Strike array and he gets you with the Shadowmire slow, you die in 4 raises. So you have to be very careful to not miss that one spell. Take Care has Victory Feast at the moment. I'm going to lose my mind if I see another Victory Feast Mars against an Oracle.
They know something we don't.
Dude, I do not understand. I mean, I don't think Victory Feast is a bad facet. I actually do think it's good. I think the idea of picking Mars into the Oracle is you prevent him from ever being able to save people.
I'm with you. I agree. I'm just trying to theory craft. Like, if it happens once, that's one thing, you know? But if it happens twice, they have to have an idea for it, right? Surely.
Nope. There doesn't have to be an idea behind it. This could just literally be, oh, he went Victory Feast. Okay, I give up. I don't know. I literally don't understand Dota, apparently.
Ricky about to crash out here.
Dude, the other thing is, like, Oracle did not go the healing facet either. He went the damage facet.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's go,
which is
Misho.
Weird, because we never see that. So kind of interesting. The Clairvoyant Curse over the Clairvoyant Cure, I believe, just basically means you get like 1% spell amp per level on this hero, as opposed to like just healing amp, which is what a lot of people do. So kind of curious to see what the idea behind that one is, as we are jumping into game number 2 here for Infamous versus OG. It will be the Stoked Bat Rider. I think that makes sense as a support. Oh, okay. Testing the stun button there. Illich confirmed it works.
Let's go, guys.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's kind of a long stun. If they were to run into a hero here, you wouldn't have it. But unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for them, Infamous is all on the bottom half of the map. So the stun will not be a big deal. Though I think his regen's so slow, by the time you TP to lane, you're actually going to be half your mana pool at that point, which is that's not great.
So normally I would say that you could probably, like, a lot of times when you pick Centaur, you want to be able to just like leave him in a lane and you go chill and do something else. And you actually have a decent rotating 4 in the Shaman who can apply pressure elsewhere. But it is a 5 Gyro and Alina, which bring a ton of magic damage into the lane. I'm a little bit surprised. I guess as a support, you probably have to go secondary strikes just because it is such a big team fight boost in damage. But playing into the Centaur, who has horsepower, he can't actually build boots. So you could just run him down forever with the Afterburner facet, which would be funny.
Tough, though, since he's actually so tanky.
Yeah.
You run them down, but maybe you still don't kill them. We'll see how this pays off. They did pick the early gyro and did flex it, as is popular in this region. For the carry, Slardar. Not a hero we see that often as a carry, but I believe Infamous ran it twice yesterday on JP, so third time here now. It does hit a pretty strong timing once you get your items going.
I took inspiration from this yesterday, and I actually picked it myself and had a great game. So I feel like, especially on Radiant side, it feels good because you have like that river behind your tier 1. I guess technically on Dire you have it as well, but I don't know what it is about the Radiant side.
Something about the Radiant just feels better.
Yeah, it just feels safer over there. I don't know why. Now mid lane, a lot of damage being dealt to both these guys. Tai Lung needs to be a little bit careful. High ground miss buying him some space.
He would have died without that high ground miss.
His bottle is not coming out yet, so I mean it's on the courier, but Lala already has his. He could use this as a time to try and pressure the Shadow Fiend a little bit more. That's exactly what he's gonna do. Force him back, make sure he can't see us the lane here.
The big thing to me is when the mids, or the supports rotate to mid. Should be a lot easier for Infamous with a Gyrocopter and a Bat Rider who are currently going for the kill onto Terrorblade. Yeah, that's where if you had Dove, you would usually get a kill, but Oracle being able to remove all the Napalm stacks right away with a quick Fortune's End helps a lot to keep Hector safe, and then just heal him up right after that. Your Purifying Flames, because of his low health pool, like one Purifying Flames is actually a very significant heal for a Terrorblade.
Yeah, it's actually really true. I'm so glad that we see support gyro back a little bit.
It is a fun one, and it's strong. JP's at the top of the last hits, though Centaur not that far behind. Two bulky heroes down here. I don't really expect to see a kill happen in this bottom lane. Everyone just feels so bulky.
Yeah, they're all very tanky.
Misho's bringing it, man.
He's willing to fight him, dude. He does not care.
Clairvoyant Curse. He's ready to go.
Ooh, pushback. Holding. Okay, he's actually just going to turn this aggressively on the Slade, and Blood Grenade, he gets the kill. He's like, oh, you thought I was going to dispel with this one. Nuh-uh. Gets the kill instead. That's first blood into the hands of the Oracle.
3 extra spell amp from Clairvoyant Curse got him what? Like 9 more damage?
Woo!
That make the difference in that fight?
I don't think so. Mid lane, Tai Lung gonna get burned down here. Nice rotation from Sladen and push back there with that flame break. Set up off of the LSA though. So really good stuff there from the Lina.
That's what you gotta be careful of. Flame break is such a long range spell. And SF, not a very mobile hero, no escapes. If you're in the wrong spot, you are not getting away from Lina. And you might be able to get 1 or 2 raises on her, but if you can't land all 3, you're not going to threaten the return kill. At least not if she's full health.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nice kill bottom lane, able to take down Moose. I think that's the 2 points in that Rocket Barrage, getting a lot of work there.
We are getting to the point where I think Centaur is going to be left alone. It's going to be Shadow Shaman moving around. Actually, we see him smoking TP mid. Seeing if he can get close to this Lina. Set something up.
They need to get this kill before the level 6 comes out. There's the ward. Because as soon as she's level 6, she can easily kill Tai Lung. She needs to walk to the low ground and lose vision for a second. That will give the Shadow Shaman the ability to actually go for the kill, but Lala is actually positioned exceptionally well to make sure that does not happen.
It's a heads-up play. He knows Shadow Shaman hasn't shown again yet, so he's assuming he's in the area, even though he has no actual vision. Does see the Oracle head over with
Ooh,
an
double raise off the mark. He does walk forward. There's your first raise, and with El Misho here, there should be more than enough magic damage. It is. Goes the kill. There's the Dire. Well, they scan bottom to make sure their ward's not being taken, or the rune rather. It's a regen for the Shadow Fiend.
Pretty good farming tool with that one. We'll do some math. Let me see on this how much damage he's getting from
It's so insignificant, I feel like. Top lane Hector in some trouble, trying to bring down Take Care. There's no way. He gets the kill first. Nice kills from Infamous, but it's a costly one. And now Lina, she just came back mid. Here comes the triple raise.
It's
the
a huge
help
kill.
and the damage from El Misho, and yeah, absolutely massive kill. On the other side, Illich, he will die as he doing some lane cutting or dragging there.
Let me
That's
tell
mid
you,
tower.
currently, Oracle doing an extra 7 damage per Purifying Flames. 4 damage on Fortune's End, thanks to Clairvoyant Curse. Leading to a massive 2 kills on Lina. Those are really impactful kills because she had just TP'd back in. That's what really slows down so much momentum on any given hero, and it's actually always such a great play to make, but difficult to do. And you wouldn't really expect it from an Oracle, maybe a Shadow Shaman, but with an Oracle, that's like such a weird expectation.
Requiem's gonna come out. Yeah, you gotta finish the TP to help, but you're gonna get cooked in the process. Shadow Fiend picks up 2 kills with the help here with his team, and now looking for the Mars. God's Rebuke might buy him a moment, but there it is, baby. Big rotation top side, not level 6 yet on the Mars. Otherwise, the arena might have saved him. That's a huge win. That's gonna be 2 towers now with the help of that Terrorblade top lane. He can get this.
Yeah, it's already down to a third of its health left, and no one can make their way up here. I mean, Lina's TP just came back off cooldown. Part of the reason they made this play, they know Lina can't show up here. As well as just being able to make use of the Requiem of Souls that they had. Really nice plays from OG so far. Again, showing that experience, right? Good laning, early rotations, follow-up plays off of that.
You do have a Sunder
maybe
play
stuck
you can
around
make
too
here.
long?
They're looking at this like, maybe we don't want to go on the Terrorblade. Like, yes, Sunder. Lala. Get caught here from Moose.
They hate Lina.
The classic 6 seconds of disable. All right, they should get Moose for them. He gets it. All right. Just pain everywhere for the side of Infamous. They will get the kill, of course, but it's another kill onto the Lina, who is almost the same net worth as the Oracle now.
Who now has, I'm happy to share, 16 extra damage for Purifying Flames. Look at that!
My God.
When he hits level 7, you will have an extra 25 damage on
It is
Purifying
actually
Flames.
kind of adding up when he gets to high level Purifying Flames. It really is. I'll give you that one.
It's kind of cool for the early momentum, the extra damage. For those of you wondering, it does not amplify the heal because the
Yeah, not
damage
the
on
heal.
Purifying Flames is separate from the heal. But it will help you get these kills in the early game versus Lina, who didn't do the double Falcon Blade build we saw earlier, right? So she's actually not that tanky of a hero. So let's say you land 2 raises and 2 Purifying Flames. That's like easily like 1,200 damage. That's actually some pretty quick kills on Lina, on the Gyrocopter. Slardar and Mars at least are pretty tanky, but everyone else has to respect this early Oracle damage.
Yeah, I think mid Lina definitely wants the bottle, whereas like carry Lina, you can probably make a case for it. Bottom lane, JP just trapped inside the ward. So much control. He might survive, and he will. The double bracer build. He's a tanky boy. Cook now in trouble. Hector comes to the twin gate. Couple auto attacks from the Terrorblade, gets the kill, and now your tower. You don't get the Slardar, but you still get a reward. Tai Lung with an Invis rune. Okay, there is a sentry here. They did ping it, actually. They're like, they think there's a sentry, but instead, take care.
He sees Mars.
On the Mars. Uh-oh. Raise 1, raise 2, raise 3. A couple auto attacks. They got him. The amount of burst damage from this support and Shadow Fiend like combo is insane.
Yeah, that's exactly why he doesn't use his Requiem from Invis. Very tempting. The Shadow Fiend players love doing that. But he gets the kill without it thanks to the support rotations, and that means you still have Requiem available, so you can look for another kill. He has the blink. If Shadow Shaman finds anybody, they're dead. Even the tankier heroes like Slardar and Mars will die to a Requiem right on top of them.
Cook is playing with fire here. All right, where are we on the Shadow Shaman's first item? So, because it's either going to be Aether Lens or Blink. He is just going to go to Blink. He's still pretty far away.
Yes, the Oracle with all the kills, not the Shadow Shaman.
That's true. In terms of the game, though, I'm pretty happy if I'm OG, right? I have this Terrorblade that is basically free farming. And versus Slardar, I mean, that's a great game matchup, right? Like, I'm not worried about playing carry Terrorblade into a carry Slardar. Oh boy, they're looking for the Mars again. Top side, hunting for take care as the rune. It's not even up. I thought they were making this play because it was like rune timing, but it's just an amplified damage rune bottled on Tai Lung. So very nice kill here once again. They are just playing the map so well. And now they get a deep ward here to scout behind the tier 2 tower.
Badrider's trying to cut mid, but he's going to get caught by the Shadow Shaman.
Ooh, he's fast.
Maybe just a little too slow.
Ooh. Gotta be quicker than that.
All right, Stoked getting him out of there. The extra move speed on that Firefly, keeping him alive.
Dude, Oracle's gonna have a really fast blink dagger as well.
Yeah, we were. All right, I think part of the reason.
So?
Well, hold that.
He has
Thunder?
Sunder. He's gonna get it.
Oh, no!
I was like, he's gonna get the Sunder off. This is where the Slardar versus Terrorblade matchup is not as ideal as you would like. Maybe you play that a little slower, try and get some stacks, more stacks onto the Terrorblade before going for the lasso. But oh my goodness. That is like actual worst case scenario.
How could it get worse? You also
It actually
accidentally
can't.
drop an item and break it, like in the middle of it. You guys jump Terrorblade, you use all your stuff, and then he kills both of you. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
That hurts.
Slardar can be strong as a carry, but it's very early momentum based. So for that to be one of your first plays, backfiring on you, quite painful. They're still gonna try. You get this Oracle. There's a kill streak on this Oracle, so it's actually not bad of a kill if they can get it.
I don't know if they have the damage. He is getting a lot of healing off. Okay, he does. Never mind.
He doesn't have the healing fast. He's got the damage.
That's right. If this was healing facet, he might be good.
Maybe, yeah.
It's also only
right, 7
1
extra gold.
point in the Fate's Edict, so it doesn't last too long. Otherwise, maybe he gets 2 Purifying Flames without damaging himself.
Oracle's really embodying the I'm a healer, but here to do some damage this game.
Yeah. All right, 15 minutes here into the game. So we're going to switch on over to nighttime. It's a 6,000 gold lead. Mars is closing in on his Blink Dagger. Illich I think it's just a casual Helm of Iron Will. Gonna go back for the pipe, it looks like. I think very smart this game. Pipe is very good.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I wonder if it will stay a casual Helm. I think Crimson Guard's actually pretty good this game.
I agree.
But maybe just wanted some early armor versus this Corrosive Haze, just to make sure you can't die easily. And then the bigger issue is actually like Lena and the secondary strike call down in these early team fights. If we can get the pipe first and then go back for Crimson Guard.
That was exactly my thought as well. I think it makes a lot of sense. Tai Lung actually did go 1 point in Feast of Souls by accident, I'm sure. I don't think he meant to do this. So kind of interesting bottom lane. We're going to see them smoke gank here. They do get Hector. He gets the Sunder off. Stampede. They will get the kill. Hector is dead. Meanwhile, they're smoked up, trying to get to cutoff here. We'll see if they can do it. It is an Arcane Rune on the Shadow Fiend. As they run down the river, who will they find? Moose doesn't have vision quite yet of JP. As he walks into the Watcher, but they will get the Mars. Okay, so ends up being a 1-for-1. Overall, a really good play there from Infamous, especially getting this Terrorblade. They recognized last time, okay, we need to bring more than just 2. They bring the whole dang team to secure that one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, wait. Oh, this is the original replay. Okay.
I wanted to see that.
Oh, I wanted to see the Requiem, though.
Yeah. What a tease. I think that's the only Requiem that's happened. I feel like every other kill, he's like, well, I don't need Requiem here. I
really
guess I'll
need
just raise. I'll save
Yeah.
it for next time. He gets the next time. I was like, well, I don't really need it here. I guess I'll just use raise. Just
Yeah.
keeps happening.
They pulled out,
Which-
they got the fortification earlier on that bot tower with the last Serpent Wards, so they just committed again, secure the tower. They haven't taken a tower at all on Infamous.
In what lane have they been winning to be able to do that?
Good point. They're gonna force mid as Infamous look for the tier 1 top. Pipe
One
is
for tier
done.
2 never feels great, but actually the creep wave wasn't here, so
Under attack.
could come back to fight. I don't know if you want to do that though.
Yeah, they're gonna force.
Kinda
They want to
behind.
get this tower. I think it's a really big deal to get both of these tier 2s, but by 18 minutes, like that's kind of crazy.
Here comes the defense. It's a little late.
Blink, last
Oh, the
instant,
instant
hex.
hex!
Dude, Slayton just holding down, Slayton goes in, but Moose just holding the hex button down, hovering his Terrorblade, knows it's coming. Dude, that is such a good call. He's in their minds, dude.
It'll let them know that there was a deep observer ward, but you still lost your tier 2. And that's actually, they're gonna go straight for Roche without this. Flashback to the last game, but this time the whole team is here. The scan also coming out, so they're backing up to respect this. They don't want to repeat the last game.
They got the Mars, no blink coming in from him. There's the Hex, Shackles, hold them down. He does get the Arena,
Oh,
but
no.
damage is done.
Arena
Might will
breaks the
protect
lasso on
Infamous.
Shadow Shaman.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah, well, it probably wouldn't have killed him anyway, so it doesn't really matter. A much cleaner Roshan from OG. They definitely had a talking about that in after game number 1. All right. It might be a different hero, but we're looking at the same timing. K1 is approaching the Butterfly, now with an Aegis. Manta Dragonlance, but I think this is actually the exact same build he had as a Medusa. But now, successful Aegis acquired, and he even has an Oracle sitting behind him. So, 3 to 4 lives on this Terrorblade, who is just waiting for the meta to come back. And I imagine they're going to look at some early tier 3 towers.
Boy, oh boy. I am trying to figure out what the game plan is here from Infamous going forward. Like, Sladen is just lane dragging, cutting waves here on the Batrider. He's getting farm. Like, he's actually not having that bad of a game. But we just saw last time what happens if you don't have a BKB. The Shadow Shaman, if he's not blink initiating on the enemy team, he's just going to be sitting behind, holding down the Hex button, just waiting for it to, you know, quick cast and snipe another hero.
On to Moose. That chart's actually not as good as it used to be. I think you wanted oracles, but doesn't really matter. I think you're still going to be fine. Infamous.
Did Oracle want it though as the damage dealer in this game?
Yeah, that's true. It's true. Infamous is, well, now it's 11k down after the shard, but it's closer than last game, and they actually have stuns this time. So I do think if OG splits up, you can take some winning fights. I think this is where you need to do really sneaky observers. You got to spend a lot on sentries, fast plays. You have to get back-to-back pickoffs. Might be starting on the Terrorblade.
I mean, we'll see. The Oracle's nearby, gets the save. Centaur goes in, does not manage to connect. We'll just Tumbler Toy back away. Hector will come out of this full HP. And this is where the Butterfly makes it difficult. Like, a lot of your attacks are not going to connect. You're very reliant on the magic damage. They do find the Shadow. He made a shield rune. He gets the blink out, and now they're looking to just turn around aggressively. Moose just jumps in, finds the Slardar, gets held in place for the moment. He's going to burn down. Village in with the Blade Mail, returning so much damage as Hector just cleans house on the Terrorblade. What a shield rune there to have.
Is under attack.
As a regen will spawn bottom, Sladen, realizing, man, doesn't want to go toe-to-toe there.
And sometimes you just forget with the barrier being up, right? You're not actually dealing damage. You commit pretty hard on that, but then he blinks out, and you're so far out of position at that point.
You have half meta duration up to about a quarter now, but
This is what could happen last
that will be the
game.
tier 3. Yeah, exactly. I feel like that's exactly what we were talking about. Like, this could have been the exact same path of game 1, where the Medusa gets Butterfly with an Aegis, and they just walk high ground, and you can't, like, how do you commit onto her? This time, they're, I think, a little farther ahead than they were in that game, and the Shadow Fiend offers a lot more burst damage.
His bottom tower has fallen.
But yeah, that is a full lane of barracks. The meta expired. They'll just back away, continue to farm towards their next set of items as Tylon grabs his BKB, going for the Aghanim Scepter next. They're actually just gonna smoke. Dude, blink on 4 heroes from the side of OG. As they jump in, Batrider was looking to find something, and yeah, he did find something. It's a grave.
Let's do some math. El Misho is getting how much damage on Fortune's End? 33 extra damage to secure that kill. Very nice.
And like 40, what, like almost 40 bonus damage on Purifying Flames now?
43. Very good, Ricky.
Yeah.
Put you in the top NA math class for that kind of estimation. Good work.
I'm so proud of myself. Meta is back onto the high ground. 25 seconds left on this Aegis. That was the last fortification available for Infamous. This will be a full lane of racks. 2 will be down now. As maybe you go for another lasso play, but Moose is right there. So is the Oracle. They have great mobility to get in and save their heroes. Do they even stop is the question. 2 seconds on Aegis. It's going to expire now. Looks like he will just back away. Maybe clean up the creep wave here.
Hey, a lot of discipline there. I actually don't think they need to back whatsoever. This is the lower bracket, though, playing it safe. And maybe after game 1 and you like make that mistake on Roche, put some fear in you, maybe they want to, you know, let's push ourselves to have the cleanest game possible. I can appreciate that. It's true that if you back out here and you get BKB on Terrorblade, there's literally no way you lose. I cannot envision a way that they lose the game outside of walking into the fountain one by one as your mouse disconnects and your keyboard disconnects so you can't pause either, and you all just step into the fountain, spear back, lasso back, make sure you can't leave. Like, I don't know how you can possibly kill Terrorblade with BKB with Oracle behind him And if you even waited for the next Aegis, then like, you know, you gotta kill it 4 different times.
I mean, I'd argue that, yeah, maybe 4 is the right number. I was like, is it more than 4 times over? It might be exactly something like that.
Centaur stampede him out, yeah, 5 times.
Yeah, it's like, you have so much survivability on this hero. You're 15 seconds away from meta, but you do have the Serpent Wards. You know there is no way to fortify the high ground. So they're just going to jump right in.
Look at the Oracle.
last one, the Oracle, but the Arena of the Spear isn't enough to actually bail them out. They will get the kill, but the Requiem and fears back the whole side of Infamous and Hector. Unbothered by the enemy team, gets a triple kill. They've done their job. A 2-0 for OG as they will knock Infamous out of the qualifiers.
Killing Oracle is
You
like
got
getting
the Oracle.
1 Terrorblade kill, in a way. That's one of the lives down,
Yeah.
but not enough to get the other 3. So much cleaner game from OG. Not that they weren't dominant in game 1, but that Roche, you know, that Roche play definitely made them second guess a little bit. So they come in with the quick talk, show the improvement there, and show why they're a team that deserves to go further. Very well done from them. I really liked the way they played the early game too. Lina versus SF was going okay. They even killed the SF with the Bat Ride rotation, but they bring a lot of pressure, kill Lina twice. That frees up the SF to now help out this lane over here on the play. We're seeing now they get another set of kills, knowing Lina can't show up without her teleport. And that just cemented like I think that's like 3K lead by 8 minutes.
God, not again, not
This
again.
play, yeah, this was another killer. Look how close it.
Oh my
He had to be-
God.
that's like less than 10 health. I wasn't watching the health bar, but where it was.
The Stampede is also hilarious because that was just like an extra bit of damage to just kill the Bat Rider, who like might have gotten away otherwise. I'm just like, oh God. And then this fight, of course, set up off the Blink disengage from the Shadow Fiend thanks to the Shield Rune. And here's the last fight, right? They get El Micho. It's not bad, but he also got the Fate's Edict onto Hector at the beginning of this fight, so he took 0 magic damage. Pops the BKB, the meta, and then it's just over. There's just no surviving it at that point. So even though you get the Oracle and you prevent the false promise, like he still got a big spell onto the Terrorblade to keep him alive.
Yeah, looking at these stats, I mean, look at these score lines. 10, 2, and 5, 9, 1, and 10, 1, 1, 9. A quiet game from Centaur. He really didn't have to do much. You know, they just stuck him wherever. It's like, hey, you hold this part of the map for us and just stampede as needed. And everyone else got active. And it worked, right? Infamous wasn't able to split push their way into anything because Illich was there. And yet, if you have a hero split up somewhere else, then this damage El Micho Oracle coming in with the Clairvoyant Curse, just getting you killed. Memes aside, like, it's just the play style of it. The Clairvoyant Curse didn't even make that much of a difference, but the aggression from an Oracle, they just couldn't find it. Yeah, well-deserved stand-up. Like, hell yeah. Support player. I got to see how much damage he did with that.
I was gonna say he almost out damaged every member of Infamous. The highest damage on Infamous was 8,900 from Sladen. He does 8,700 on the Oracle. It was a lot. The problem with Infamous here is a lot of the damage is just being reduced by the Centaur's itemization, having both Pipe and Crimson Guard, and then you add an Oracle on top of it, who's nullifying a ton of your damage as well. Like, they could not secure kills, and this is where I'm gonna keep coming back to Victory Feast, but you know, maybe you know, Bloodsport helps secure some earlier kills with the arena, but we never really saw many arenas come out in general this game.
I mean, he knew that was not an Oracle here to save. That was an Oracle here to kill, and so he knew he didn't need it. But unfortunately, for Blood Feast to work, you gotta actually get kills. So, like you said, didn't actually see that many arena plays to get something together. They had way more stuns this time. You know, I'm happy about that. But the lanes, I'd say, still outplayed by OG. And when you're behind, it is difficult to make plays. So OG gonna move on to face Sin Compromiso. I think they played previously
Tonight.
No, I guess they haven't played yet. So this will be the first
They
time
have
they
not.
play.
They're on opposite sides,
Not too surprising. I think maybe the surprising part is it's in the lower bracket, because either of these teams being in the upper bracket would have been pretty understandable. But you look at it, Heroic and Edge up there, and that's like, okay, yeah, I also would have expected that. These are the top 4 teams I think most people would have highlighted at the very start of the qualifier, so I can't say it's too surprising to see them left at the end here.
Those are the exact 4 teams we highlighted at the start of the qualifier, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure we picked all 4 of these as like, yeah, these are the boys. So they will be playing here later today. Up next will be Heroic versus Edge, and then that lower bracket semifinal between OG and Sin Compromiso. That's going to be your final series of the day. So some very high octane games, some very big, important games for each of these teams. But for Zach and I, we are going to be parting ways. You guys will be joined by Aries and Fear here in a moment, as they will finish off the second to last day of the qualifiers here for South America. So we're going to go to a break, and then we'll be back with more Dota action here. Everyone stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the qualifiers here for the road to the international in the South American region. We've got the second half of the day. We're going to be moving up to the upper bracket as well. We've got the boys on Team Edge taking on Heroic Fear. I didn't want to leave you as the only person today in a shirt. I thought I'd change it up, join you as well in the attire.
All right, this is all I own. That's fine. Just got a bunch of polos. So glad to see you on board here. But also, as far as this qualifier goes, I was really disappointed at what I saw earlier today, right? I wanted to see some underdog stories, right? We kind of had a feeling who the top 4 of this qualifier were going to be, and maybe there was going to be some potential dark horses and all-stars or Infamous Gaming, but they just got slammed so hard that it is quite clear there is a separation from the top 4 and everyone else.
Yeah, I woke up and saw that OG Lardum and Infamous were in game 1. I'm like, hang on a second, is this... I wasn't sure if this was the first series or the second, and then I checked Wikipedia and no, Sin Compromiso won 28 minutes and 19 minutes. So, yeah, they absolutely slammed them. Apparently there was a Pudge pick as well for them. I didn't see... Where did that even go? It was a support.
Yeah,
it was a support Pudge.
Yeah,
so,
+4.
Okay.
I mean, they're having fun. I think that first series is not very competitive at all. But either way, we have finally weeded out all of the non-competitors, I'll want to call them. We have nothing but competitive matches going forward, if the upper bracket didn't show that already, right? We had every game going 3 series yesterday, so we'll have to see. And yeah, we've got a bracket here, like Team Sin, Heroic, that one went Heroic's way. OG Lottom, Edge, we saw that one also going Edge's way. Now we've got Heroic and Edge to battle it out here. Heroic still the favorites for winning this entire tournament, but Edge had a great performance against Lottom yesterday, so we'll see if they can actually be a contender here.
And I think maybe one of the other things that was impressive about Edge was the strategic advantage that they gave themselves in the series versus OG Lardum, and just the fact that they were able to recognize it mid-series as well, which is probably pretty difficult. I can imagine. Maybe it helps with Sunby being on the sideline and their other coach as well that is actually with them. But also have to give credits to the players if it was them that came up with it. But you mentioned it kind of yesterday with OG Lardum and their strategy, and we saw Edge be able to find a solution to that on the fly. And this is going to be a difficult opponent now in Heroic.
Yeah, they're going against the big boys here, and I think you have to give the favorites here to Heroic. But Edge, they showed yesterday that they can adapt even when they're down like 1-0, right? So they're going to have to be able to potentially find some new strategies here to really test Heroic. Heroic has kind of proven to us over time that their macro game is just higher than everyone else in this qualifier. Like, they have so much experience. They know how to play the map. They know how to play the mid game, the late game. The best chance you have against Heroic is likely just to outscale them and win the early game. And that kind of game kind of plays itself when you do that. But if it's a close game, drafts are even, Heroic is going to be like 9 out of 10 times winning every single game.
10 seconds remaining.
So the draft here is going to be super important. Basically what I'm getting at, you're going to have to out-draft Heroic if you want to beat this team.
Okay. With the games that we saw yesterday from Edge, what do you make of at least some of their gameplay? Because you were able to break it down for OG Lardum. Have you got a clear-cut answer for Edge as well, or maybe not just yet?
I think for this squad, it's not really clear-cut, I want to say. I think Pike has proven that he likes to play these ranged carries, and he likes to win his lane. They do like to have good team fight as well. We see a lot of Ringmaster with them. We saw the Magnus played a lot. They played the Naga too. So this is a team that I think is just very versatile. And the game that they did lose yesterday, it's just their draft didn't make much sense. So this team just needs a little polishing, but most of the fundamentals are already there. Their own worst enemy is probably going to be themselves, with just picking heroes that don't have a lot of synergy, as we saw with like the Darkseer yesterday. They just picked like a Darkseer with 0 combo, 0 Ion Shell targets, and he wasn't able to have like much impact. And that was like a first pick Darkseer too.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, let's see for her Edge. Yesterday, Heroic, they first phased the Conqueror in that game where we saw the crazy 60-minute game versus Incoming Missile, and the Conquer like disassembled the Radiant early on for the Nullifier. Then we saw an Abyssal, and overall Whisper played exceptional. Also in that game, we saw Schofield's Tusk was standout performance. That guy was on another level. I believe even in the game we saw from Edge, they also pulled out a very good Tusk performance. Unfortunately, never mind, they didn't. Game 1 they lost with the Tusk, so apologies, I'll take that back.
I mean, I think this region as a whole has always been good at these melee pos fours. Like, if I think of South America, Tusk and Clockwork, they play some of the best of these type of really annoying, initiating, kind of kiting you out position fours. They're very good at it. And that's just something Schofield in particular, he really excels at. Like, he made a name for himself in the scene by playing heroes like Tusk and Clockwork, just running around the map, wasting your time. He eventually, since he's so experienced at this point, has brought in his hero pool quite a lot, but this region definitely are specialists. So even though Edge does have it, whenever I see it on a team that is South American, I do not expect anything but good things. And that's a very early pick, but you know, they banned Doom, they banned AA, they however did not ban Enigma, so that is one of the other heroes that completely dumpsters Morphling in the laning stage. And I'm not sure if they're just all-inning, thinking that this Kunkka, it's going to be Whisper. But that's just not true. That's just a wrong read if you think that is the case, right? Because he can play this in the offlane, sure, but they can also play this mid. They can play it as a carry. This Kunkka does not have to go in this situation, and they're immediately going to punish this Morphling. Morphling likes playing against slow, sustained damage and no stuns, right? So like Kunkka, Tidebringer, he doesn't care. Bristleback, Quill Sprays, he doesn't really care. These type of like heroes, like the Brewmaster too, right? No stuns, damage over time. You can easily just shift over it. But if you're playing against heroes like Lion, or you're playing against heroes like Enigma at some point that have these Eidolons that you can't really attack, you better have an answer for this, right? Whether it's the Morph going mid, some teams like to do that, or you have like this gotcha support pick lined up, like maybe some Enchantress or something that can counter the Enigma.
Is there even, like, I mean, I know also Enchantress plays pretty well against the Lion, so is there others you're already thinking about to try and protect the Morphling? Because there's a very scary possibility that it is going to come out for Heroic.
I don't know. We'll have to see. I think Heroic, they're just going to make sure they have good team fight. I think we've noticed a trend through most of the games we've seen. If you don't have like good team fight and it gets in that mid-late game situation, it gets very awkward on how you're going to take the fights. So we'll have to see what they're going to pick later on. But I think on that 18 pick, because they are first pick on Heroic, there's some pretty scary options that Heroic can pick and really threaten this Morphling. So I'm not entirely sure. I think this is a very risky move by Edge. And I think if you are doing something like this, you have something pre-planned. But I obviously have no idea what that pre-plan might be. So I'll have to just wait and see.
Yeah, well, the draft will be able to answer some of the questions that we have coming up pretty soon. We're going to get the Pango out of Edge. So, of course, some flex potential, Vitali, PP. Also, one's able to draft it. We do have to be a bit cautious.
It's also Enigma protection too, in a way. That's one of the heroes people like to play against the Enigma, so they're trying to... They're aware of the Enigma, let's put it that way. But I wouldn't say Pango completely answers it, it's just a tool. But we'll have to see. But yeah, I mean, I think in general, Pango versus Kunkka, Warlock, and Lion, none of those heroes really do much to a Pango, so just a solid pick overall. And it also protects a bit too.
I think there can be some concerns if what the mid laner is for Heroic on your way to address the Pango, because you have the instant Hex in the Lion, and then the nuke can be there. I think he can die before he gets roll up off, but it really depends on their mid laner. I think another like mechanic in animation is the X from Conquer with the change with it piercing BKBs is actually pretty frustrating for the Rolling Thunder. Like, you have to be very aware of your duration left of the ultimate for that you need to get away from the X, otherwise you will be dragged back.
Yeah, that's definitely true, and I think that
I would have guessed.
Ringmaster pick definitely opened up an Enigma pick. I mean, Yodomi plays a great Ringmaster, but Ringmaster doesn't really have the best toolkit to kill the Eidolons. Like, the daggers are not great.
10 seconds
Tame
remaining.
the Beast is okay, I suppose, but it's not going to be the same level of punishment as, let's say, a Crystal Maiden or potentially a Jakiro or even that Enchantress we talked about. But the thing about the Enchantress is, like, I don't even know if this hero is playable. Like, we talk about it, you know, but not a single position 5 player wants to bust it out, you know? So it might not even be in a position where it's really pickable. And I've always said that Enigma versus Morph, this is Morph's 100 to 0 matchup. This is by far the worst matchup in the game that he can play against in the laning stage. So, Heroic probably pretty happy with that Enigma pick.
It looks like they will cover the Enigma just in case, like you said, there's an opportunity for the Morphling to go mid. Because we will see what I said. Bristol's already gone, Gyro's gone. Definitely some of the better ones at the moment. Conker's picked, so you can't draft that. And that's even if they flex it. Who knows? They may not flex it. We could still just be looking, you know, they want to try and cover this pick, and then they might ban another mid laner or off laner.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kunkka should likely just go mid because it'll be fine versus Pango. However, if you pick another mid, there is a possibility for that to get punished because this Pango is a flex, right? It can go off lane or it can go mid. So you don't know for sure. So you kind of just want a solid mid. I mean, you could pick Lina too, I suppose, and Lina and Kunkka at the end of the draft could just decide where they're going. I like that idea a lot too.
10 seconds remaining.
But they will cover some of the carries that are left though on edge with the Ursa along with the Terrorblade getting banned. Continue to see. Yep. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying there's just not a lot of heroes that counter Morphling like one-on-one. So, I mean, there's heroes like Anti-Mage, which are great, but you don't really get to see what you're playing against, so you can't really pick that. I mean, Dragonite is actually quite good with the Frost facet. It could be a good one. I mean, heroes like Nog and Peel are just dead. So, those aren't really pickable. Drow is good. Lina could be good, high burst. And I think they're probably looking in that direction. These like Drow and Linas seem more of the flavor of the meta as opposed to like Anti-Mage and DKs.
Sure. Is there any concern about the lane potentially being vulnerable with... Is that okay with Warlock plus like Drow or Lina? Or do you just like push out the wave with like Fatal Bonds and whatever spam?
I mean, I'm sure it's fine, but it's with Warlock, it's not ideal. I think
Sure.
Warlock likes to play with Battle Fury carries, usually. But I think you just pick what's best for the game at this point. It is kind of like your last pick. And as I mentioned too, like this potentially could be a Kunkka safe lane and a Lina mid. That really just does depend on what Edge is going to show here. And they're going to show, from what we saw last time, PP playing Magnus here. So you just have your choice at this point. Dealer's choice on who you want to be carry and who you want to be safe lane. Part of me wants to say Kunkka mid might be worse this game, just because I think Warlock and Kunkka is a much cooler lane. Just the cleave plus... But I think at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I think at this point, you just choose who's more comfortable on which hero and just get them in the game.
Sure. I think also there's maybe more threat of mid going worse with the Kunkka there, just with some melee matchup with the skill potential under the tower.
Alright, cool. And they will do that.
Yeah, we'll get analog. Playing the mid laner, Yuma's going to pick up the Kunkka. So overall though, let's go back to this Enigma that they picked the Morphling and we don't see it flex. So the Enigma came out at the 18. Do we feel like there are the answers for this hero, or are we a bit concerned that Edge kind of drafted themselves into a corner?
I mean, I have to say this heroic draft looks complete in every regard. Great team fight, great scale, great laning. They could potentially win all 3 lanes here. Because like, if you think about it, like, Lina should win versus any melee hero mid. So he's playing versus Mag, so that's great. And then you have a Pango plus a Tusk lane versus Warlock Kunkka. That sounds like a lane that, yet again, you're probably not going to win. And then I honestly think this Enigma Lion lane is going to obliterate Pyke. I don't see how he's going to have a laning stage here. Maybe they can just bring the Tusk. Every time I say this, team seems to just tri-lane, right? And maybe that's the play here. Yet again, just tri-lane Whisper, bring Michael, make sure that this lane doesn't get out of hand. And I think it could work because Warlock is not like a Bane or something, right? Where he can't really punish the enemy offlaner. He doesn't have a stun. So he's not really good at zoning. And usually he just uses Fatal Bonds and pushes the lane out, which could give a free lane here. So the idea for Edge here is definitely going to be make sure Pyke can get out of the laning stage. So bringing supports, bringing the mid laner, bring whatever you need to. But Pyke definitely has to have a game here because the lane itself could be very difficult.
What happened? Where's Shidomi? Are you seeing this? What?
I do, but I don't think everyone else can see it yet.
No one else is seeing. I don't even know how I describe on.
He just didn't load into the game, but he's still the pink color.
Yeah, but he's also talking as well. I don't know, dude. This is
His
insane.
his hero didn't load in. That's essentially. Yudomi's in, but his the ringmaster
What?
didn't make it. I've never seen a bug like this before.
I don't even know what to say, dude. I feel like we're getting some. I haven't even looked if Reddit said anything about gems or if anyone else has
I
been
don't know.
noticing the gem problems that we're having, but we are seeing some stuff at the moment inside the qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, ringmaster just didn't make it into the game. Not sure what the pause is going to do, but we'll have to see. Well, time will tell. We'll figure it out.
Time will tell.
Yeah.
There's one DC. Unfortunately, it's not everyone DCing. It's alright. You guys, we'll keep you updated. Nothing too crazy. We'll let you know if it unpauses or if a remake's going to be there. But what, like a little bit more about the draft as a whole. What do you feel like was the thought process with this Morphling? Because as soon as you said like, yes, I protected the Morphling with the Doom getting banned out, but the Enigma was always in the pool and available. And we also, at the moment, like you sound, at least the games we've been covering, you've been pretty pessimistic on Morphling in general. Like we're not, it feels like we're getting some interesting first phase bans that is super dependent maybe on the team, but when really not getting Morphling, and they picked it first pick, I think, out of the second phase. So like, I know you don't know really the strategy that was going on from Edge heading into this game, but just to like theorize a little bit about it, what are we kind of thinking?
I'm not entirely sure. I think they just were maybe put in a position where Pyke had to pick early, and they wanted to do this Pango flex. And so he had to pick a carry really early on into the draft. And it might just be comfort for him. So, like, if I have to pick pretty early on, just giving the Morphling. I mean, he did ban the Doom, which is hard, and he banned the Beastmaster. And I guess in his eyes, maybe he has a strategy or a plan to play against this Enigma. I hope it wasn't just an oversight, right? Like, oh, whoops, Enigma's still in the pool. I mean, that does happen, unfortunately, sometimes, but I hope that is not the case here. So, I mean, I'm very curious to see what the plan is, but I think this is just one of those heroes that previously Morphling was incredibly OP and could win every single lane. But I think now we're in a situation where Morph isn't that cut and dry. It's gotten too many nerfs right now, but it's still a late game beast. So maybe he's just going down the same route and saw how, you know, Parker beat Heroic. He was playing Morphling, he got fat, and Pyke is like, you know, I could probably do that too. But hopefully they didn't just look at it that simplistically and just like, oh, Parker won with Morph, I can do it too. It was like a last pick Morph, right? They had to shift a lot of pieces to make this Morph really work. So Pyke's a great carry player, but he really has his work cut out for him in this one with an early phase Morphling against a lot of counters.
Okay. And when he does even get into the mid to late game, if we get there, and how does it look for the Morphling? Is it still like a bit of a scary game as it goes on?
I think if he gets out of the woods pretty unscathed, it's going to be great, right? This hero, Morphling is the best hero in Dota in the late game, right? This hero will destroy any game if he's ahead in net worth. The problem he kind of has right now is the fact that it's kind of hard to get there with a lot of like lanes and lane setups. So yeah, if he can have a great laning stage, put an Empower on top of him, he's going to get on top of Lina and just completely destroy this hero. But it really is just going to come down to, can you get there? That's going to be like the hardest part, and just figuring out how this hero will make it to a situation where it can actually just carry the game. Because Morph, still, amazing late game hero. Same with like heroes like PA, but how do you get there with these heroes, right? Like you have to have a good laning stage. And if you can get the farm from the lane, then that is like the first step. And the hardest thing about this game is, will he be able to get there? That is my concern.
Well, you mentioned about potentially Michael tri-laning early on with making some rotations. How does the other movements look when the lanes start to dissolve? Do you want to see Edge, like, maybe can PP gank, but this is a Magnus, I suppose, that's potentially rushing Blink, so maybe at that stage you could look to play. But you mentioned it again, just like with the toss-making movements, besides that, how can we enable the Morphling to get into the game?
I mean, it pretty much just has to be Tusk early game, right? I think he needs to do like what he can to just make sure that this Pango has some resemblance of a game, right? And once that's the case, then he needs to start prioritizing his hero going to the Nigma's lane to give Morph some space, and Pango's gonna have to get creative and find ways to just make sure that he can also get some movement on the map here.
So just to update, I've still no idea what's going on. We are still paused. With the players, they're all shouting. So I don't know, and they're, I think, bored out of their minds and starting to draw on the map. So
yeah, I mean, in this case, we can't really start the game, so we're just figuring out what to do here. Just chilling. I mean, how do you do that again? I don't even know how to do that.
What to?
How do you make like the super straight lines on the map? I don't know if anyone's ever seen that before.
I don't know, but they are. Oh, they're all doing it.
This
It
looks like
looks very. I mean,
it looks like cheating to me. I got someone report these guys.
the map looks cool. Unfortunately, you guys are still sorry. We're still not seeing it, but yeah, I don't know. We're down one player apparently. He just hasn't loaded in. So
I mean, it's not that he hasn't loaded in. Like, he's loaded into the lobby. We see 9 heroes, but his hero didn't load in. Well, everyone else's hero did, which is like something probably it's hard to figure out what to do about this because no one has ever probably seen this before. A new and unique buff. I mean, maybe we'll have to see what the decisions are. We're gonna have to leave that to the admins, but I'm sure they're figuring out right now, so we'll have to wait and see.
Doing the calculations. Okay, there is. I think we're remaking. 2 people left. KJ made the decision. He said go remake, and Yuma left, and KJ left as well. And so maybe there was something said on the back end. Looks like okay, we are gonna get a remake. So it shouldn't take that long, guys. Haven't had a remake in a while. Usually everything's been working pretty clean. We've been lucky here.
All right.
See if Yodomi can even get out of this game. Okay, yeah, he got out. He's just eternally stuck in this game.
Just his account.
Master. Yeah,
his account. Yeah, his whole account's just locked in that game forever.
Unlucky, buddy. Sorry. What can you do?
That'd be pretty rough.
Have you been playing pubs? Have you had time with the games going on? Have you seen any new things going on with all the qualifiers, new data that we've been getting?
I mean, I've been playing a little bit, but like what you see in your pubs, I haven't played enough pubs, I suppose, because we've been so busy to get a lot of new data. So we'll definitely have to see them. Let me get into the lobby real quick. Is it up for you? Maybe not.
I don't see it.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, a lot of the pubs that I've seen, there's nothing crazy new going on. I know other regions are playing the Baden on carry. It's looking pretty good. Other than that, it's, you know, these Linas are really popular. Axe is still popular. But it's not gotten to the point where we're seeing the same heroes every single game. It's just some heroes look a little more popular than others. Undying seems to be pretty hot right now, and whether it's support or offlane. I mean, I managed to play one pub last night after our cast, and, you know, I had 2 mids, so, you know, didn't really learn too much from that.
Yeah, it's a sick game.
I mean, I
Very
won.
fun.
I won that game somehow, but, you know.
You won? How did you win? I don't know. I don't know how you were able to get the win there, but it sounds like we're gonna send a little bit of a break. We need time to work out the remake and get the plays in the lobby. It won't be too long. You guys won't have to wait. Probably about a couple of minutes until we have that one sorted. So when we come back, we got our first game of the series. We'll see you guys in a bit. All right, lads, we are back, about to get this one underway. The remake ready, plays are in. We've completed the draft once again. We are still unsure if it is a ringmaster bug. We're waiting to see if we can actually completely load in, but hopefully that will be answered pretty shortly. So everyone's chosen their facet, and yeah, we're about to get back underway.
Yep, time will tell here. I mean, there's not much else we can really talk about. This early game kind of broke it all down, so we'll just have to just hope that we can actually get into the game. But I think overall, if we're just looking at the general outlook of this game, we saw PP on his mag the other day look absolutely incredible. There's a lot of potential here for this Magnus, so we didn't really talk about that too much. You can, if you time it very perfect, not time it perfectly, but if you position yourself perfectly, you can actually use RP to cancel black holes. And of course, we all know repositioning heroes like Lina has a lot of impact, so I do like this last pick, Magnus. It's not going to be easy to pull off, especially because you are laning into Lina, but you do have that potential to potentially get kills later on just by skewing heroes back like Lina. But there's a lot of save and counter initiation, so even if you do go on this Lina, you're kind of setting up a black hole, you're setting up a warlock golem potentially with upheaval. You've got the ghost ship too. Kind of why I like Rogue's lineup a lot. I've been talking a lot about having multiple like forms of team fight. Feels really good just because this isn't a meta where you can just potentially just go high ground at 25 minutes and win the game unless you're completely stomping every single lane, especially when you're playing against a little bit of higher caliber of teams. So having more team fight is just kind of like a safety net.
Okay. Well, we'll see how that's going to play a factor. We have loaded in. Udomi has loaded in. For some reason, we paused instantly, though. Okay, Michael said go, so we should be able to get ourselves underway. There we go. There we go.
Don't count your chickens.
I was worried. I was worried. They paused straight away. I'm like, hey, is there something else that's going that I'm unaware of? But no, we are finally in, ready to go. Took us a little while. You know, the first two series were incredibly quick, and now the third one to start has taken longer than maybe some of the games we saw earlier today.
Maybe that's just a sign, you know? We had some quick ones. Now it's time for a barn burner. Full 3 games. I mean, you'd love to see it against these top teams, yeah. Well, if they're long games, they are good games, right? So full 3 games.
Oh, is that the case? I feel like we can go long games and it could just be super boring, and just a team doesn't close the game out. They just keep growing the lead.
Depends on your definition, right? Like from someone like me, I really like the macro aspect of the games. So even if it's slow, I can, you know, appreciate the beautiful aspects of the strategy of why it's slow.
I see. Okay.
I know a lot of other players are just like, oh no, there's not a million kills per minute. So boring.
Uh-oh. Do we run at them? Do we run away? Apparently we're running back, but Yuma pops a smoke and really isn't fearing a whole lot.
He's got the Admiral's ROM. I mean, he might fear this a little bit. By a little bit, I mean a lot.
Ram ain't gonna help you too much there, buddy.
Yeah. He just got, he didn't see them. That's all. He got just baited. There was some vision that was placed early on, and there's gonna be some more blood grenades tossed out. And PP wants to get denied by Roshan. I don't even know if dying to Roche would have been good there. Wait, does Roche add to your death respawn timer? If it does, that would have been terrible. I'm not entirely sure though, actually. I usually don't do Roshan suicides as a carry player.
Yeah, that's maybe one that even I mean, as a carry player, but even in general, I don't see anyone denied a Roche.
Yeah, it's something that doesn't happen a lot. I need to test that, but either way, doesn't get it. But it might be a good thing.
So 1 for 1. Yeah. Where'd first blood went to PP. Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. So Magnus
well, he died right after though to analog, so I'm not entirely sure his net worth is worse than Lina's.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, so he got the first blood and then he died to Lina, so it kind of just gave it back. And I talked about that rotation from Michael. Yep. This was always going to be the plan, I think.
Get the Eidolons. Get him.
Yep.
Almost level 2.
Like, if you look at it, right, you're playing versus Kunkka and you're playing versus a Warlock. They're going to use Tidebringer, right? And they're going to use Fatal Bonds. That's just going to shove the lane. So you can just see, you can just sit under your tower here as a Pango. And this kind of frees you up to make these plays happen. So, yet again, Whisper just getting tri-laned, essentially, every single time he plays this Enigma. He's got to be a little bit more careful. Maybe they need to put some wards on the gate to kind of see these plays happening. But if he's not careful, he's not going to be able to play as aggressive as he would like to, because he's just going to get roamed on.
And we've seen for a very long time now that the Pango has been probably one of the better offlaners to sacrifice. There's been, I mean, we saw it in South America, but I mean, really, Zai, going back to when he was playing, I feel like was a prime example of just sack the Pango and how much you're able to do with this hero.
Just brought out the Psy offlane reference. Wow. It's been a while.
It's been a couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Pango Mars wasn't the same meta, right? Where these heroes oftentimes would just get sacrificed. Pretty good at it.
He came through the portal, was there for a little bit, and then he left again. He's like, okay, I got Lotuses, let me just secure top.
Yep, 3 minutes. Michael is here yet again. They really don't Whisper to have this lane matchup, and I don't blame them. They kind of need to do this.
Whisper. Eidolon ate the dagger, but it's really not going to matter in the end. Tag team with Pyke. So much damage output early. Schofield nowhere to be seen inside the lane.
Yeah, Schofield was just like trying to block the small camp at the same time, the 3 minute mark, and kind of gets caught out. And now, I mean, they're playing a lot of pressure with the Eidolons, but the downside is that's 2 deaths on your Enigma so far. Not having a good game. So, I'm a little bit shocked, to be honest with you. These ganks are actually working. I mean, as he does feed all 3 Eidolons there too. A bit of an uncharacteristic game for Whisper, giving away a lot of Eidolon kills, giving away a lot of just kills in general, just by being out of position. They have to know that this Tusk is missing. This Pango has been down here by himself for a very long time.
Yeah. We're also seeing Michael's assisting in some other lanes as well, just moving mid, taking one of the water runes away from Analog, helping PP get the only other. So they do have double wards up at least around the mid lane, so also concerned that maybe the Tusk is going to look to continue to play with his mid Magnus, but I like what we're seeing out of Michael in the early game, and Vitaly's like 20 last hits. He's still completely fine. Like you're saying, they're just zoning, so they're just shoving the lane out with Tidebringer along with Fatal Bonds, so we're still getting a decent amount.
Yeah, they had a really good read on how to play versus Kunkka Warlock lane. You don't want to sit there and just suffer, so like bait them to cast the spells on you, and then once they cast the spells, the lane shoves, that frees Michael. Instead of just sitting there and soaking XP, he can make some rotations. And they even managed to pull the big camp here and get almost a full wave denied. Actually, a full wave was denied here on the bot lane. I mean, eventually this will just be farm for the Kunkka probably, but for now, you do whatever you can to get a wave or 2 for this Pango. If he can get level 6, that's all he really wants in this lane. And he's on track for it. He's definitely 5.5 now. Kunkka's only 4.5. Sure, maybe he doesn't have as much CS as the Kunkka, but he just wants the levels. And they're trying to actually go onto the Kunkka here.
See, only 1 point up in the swash. Schofield is going to TP down to bottom with a torrent.
Mid lane
Maybe
too.
enough to find the kill onto
Lena might be
Michael.
dead.
Analog getting
That's a
ran
solo
down,
kill.
and yet PP RP used solo kill onto Lena. Massive edge. They came to play in this game 1. They're doing some really cool stuff inside the lanes.
Yep. I mean, they definitely are. I mean, sure. They did lose, I think it was Michael there, but he's only level 2, right? But that solo kill, just getting that skewer back RP into Lena, and then just chasing him down with the shockwave. a kill you would not expect. And that's what we saw after game 2 of yesterday when OG Latom lost to PP's Magnus. They just banned it for that 3rd game. Because
Vitali's on bottom. Maybe more valuable kill. We'll see if the stats are going to be enough. Bracer earned. PP's there, but won't be able to find the skew under the tower. Now the teleport looks a little bit more awkward. So previously was okay with Michael dying, but a second death in a row, this time onto one of the cores.
Yeah, and it looks like Enigma is going to take the Wisdom Shrine there too. Is level 6 now, 6.5. He had a little bit of freedom now. He's kind of caught up though. But I think the thing you really are quite happy about is that Pyke, he got a laning stage. And that's the thing about like these pro games, right? Like there's always an answer to any problem. It just depends on how many resources do you want to commit to solve a problem. Because this Morph potentially would have 0 game if they didn't do what they did with Michael, just continuously staying on top. And sure, eventually over time, this Enigma is going to kick you out of the lane, but at least you're getting kicked out of the lane with resources, as he does dodge the X with the waveform there. Very well done by Pyke. Yeah, he's got a Morbid Mask, he's got Shreds, he's jungle ready. He's fine to sack top lane.
They're bringing everyone. Holy, 5 heroes top. I'm looking to once again try and slow down Whisper. Vitali with the roll through. Whisper will drop the black hole, but the snowball, that will make it really have 0 value. And our PP's going to try and catch up towards the line, escaping over to the right side. Another great timing out of the waveform. Edge, once again, showcasing the importance that they're looking to try and put on securing the safe lane for the Morphling. What's Shidomi doing?
I'm not sure how he got there, but he's got a lot of souvenirs to play with.
Is he not dead?
Oh, they're just invading the stacks. Okay.
Okay, there's just 5 heroes still.
Okay, I mean, the fact he didn't die there with like using a couple souvenirs is cool. They stole the big camp stack, which is like, it's not really game breaking or anything, but it's cute. They did bring 5 heroes to do that though, so. Meanwhile, Yuma is completely free farming. But, you know, this is a Kunkka. It's not necessarily a hero that you get free farm and you're entirely scared of.
This is just kind of a supporting class this game to the laner, where Analog, the death mid lane definitely is going to slow down the farm and also kind of the hard camp getting taken, but not the worst. We'll see, of course, the Maelstrom is the first item. She's sitting 4th net worth. The problem is like, how does once the lanes continue to dissolve, because I already have now, how are you going to be able to play into the blink on Mag along with the rotations from the supports? Because they will have damage for a lot of the game to be able to kill her. And a lot of that is probably going to come down to the defensive wards. They have all their wards are pretty much just on the river, trying to anticipate these movements into their own jungle.
Yeah, I mean, I would say for the next 10 minutes, it's going to be really edge favored. I think when you get into like those like 20-30 minute mark area, that's when
Bottom lane. Oh, Yuma, nice torrent to set up. It's going to be there with combination. Vitali will get off the big shield crash, and he's actually okay. 600 shield that he's going to be playing with, so we'll look to roll the PP out.
Yeah, I mean, that double jump gives you a very big shield and gets him out of danger there. But I was just saying, yeah, once you just blink on Mag and you have Pango, just in general, having this free initiation, you're going to be pretty heavily favored in this early game. It's really just going to come down to, you know, in the ultra late game, we saw yesterday with Whisper, he also had a rough laning stage, got tri-laned, gave away a couple deaths, but he went for the pipe, right? And then he ended up selling the pipe for the big items, but for now the blink reveal will be used, and Whisper 0-4 and 0 now. This Enigma has been heavily targeted by the side of Edge here. But as I was saying with the itemization here, he's like, okay, I'm not going pipe this game. I regret that from the time before. I'm just going to get to the big items. Has the blink queued up with the BKB. In the late game, you don't have great answers for this. You have some, but not great answers. And we saw what he could do with this hero into the ultra late game. We still don't see a Warlock ult as well. He has 4 stacks. The Grimoire has decided that there has been no opportunity to use it, so gonna continue to keep collecting stacks here. Schofield is 6 now. He's smoked.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, let's see where he wants to go. Maybe combining with
What's
Conquer with the X play. He's
he
actually
dead?
he's dead. I'm not sure where he was running to.
I don't know. I think he was trying to solo kill Morph, to be honest with you, right? He had Finger of Death
see,
with a
okay.
smoke. I think his plan was to just get a solo kill on the Morphling, but unfortunately he met Tusk and Magnus. 1500 and 1100 HP heroes. And yeah, Pike with only 295 HP. He's dead to a finger for sure. But that is,
Actually,
if you catch him.
and unfortunately was not able to catch him. Pike continuing to farm up, uncontested 1-0-3 so far this game. And Vitali's not playing with too large of a deficit as well. What is he? Is this the Vessel? Yeah, Vessel coming out in the chorus, so even more survivable into the Blink Dagger for the offlane Pengli. And you see some of the other cores on Heroic though, like Yuma, Radiance. You're going to have, of course, Lina with that farming accelerant. It really does feel like Heroic probably not going to be the super active ones throughout the next 10 minutes or so.
Nah, there's nothing they can do right now. Like, you have an offlane Enigma, right? And you have a mid Lina. It's just time to farm. But I think you just need to be prepared, though, for things to happen, and things are happening soon. Magnus is smoked with the Ringmaster. They want Yuma this time. Lion's behind,
It's a little
but...
bit telegraphed.
Oh, he got stuck.
PP's still going to be able to land the combo. And it's a perfect one at that under the tower. They were thinking about TPing in. There was an opportunity to respond with how kind of messy the initiation with the Pango and the Tusk gave them a couple of seconds maybe to bring some extra numbers. But if you were going to take that fight, everyone had to be there at that moment. And now Pike is also here to clean up and get the first tower of the game for Edge.
Yeah, if you wanted to take that, you'd have to be able to read that that was coming, and Warlock and Lion would have had to been behind the Kunkka. But unfortunately, the Lion was on top of the Kunkka, and Warlock was nowhere to be found. King Jungle is just unable to find the read on this play happening.
It's under attack.
Just continuing to stack. We haven't seen a Warlock Golem yet. Kind of feels a little lost on this Warlock and what to do in this game. I mean, I don't really blame him. It's a little bit tough here. This Magnus is a problem, and there we found it. Finally happened.
All right.
That's the solo kill we're looking for. And Pike says they have a ward here. Nope, they just had
Did he
Schofield.
smoke again?
Yeah, he for sure.
Dire's top tower is under
This is the Lion versus Morph matchup. That's why they picked it. You want to efficiently farm on Morph, right? So you have to go full agility to get your maximum farm speed, but one finger of death from smoke and you're just dead every single time.
That gives Schofield, he got a full wave down bottom as well. Maybe a next one. He's going to have a blink really shortly, which maybe offers some more play potential for them, at least counter initiation. That's how you're painting at the moment. Heroic really the ones to be countering and trying to respond to the moves from Dire. So we could see that potentially come through if they go too deep. Schofield's going to be there. And also just against the Magnus too. This is another thing, right? Where yesterday with PP's Mag, they really didn't have an answer to the skewer back. This game, it's much easier with the Lion.
It is. However, PP is 1,000 gold away from BKB. So he has the answer to the answer. But PP there's a
We'll run into Yuma.
Oh, he blinked
got
out.
the blink away. So these are two ultimates now that
got
will
the
give
Lina
you
too.
zero value inside the team fight. What a disaster of a start from them. Vitali won't be able to catch up to anyone else, but you commit a lot for the Magnus, don't get it, and then meanwhile the other side you see Edge. Well, they will not make the mistakes of messing up their spells, and they're gonna go for another. PP, he was still sticking around. KJ continuing to have a difficult time to feel much impact this game on the Warlock.
All I can say right now is Edge woke up ready to play, and Heroic did not. It feels like Heroic is incredibly sluggish this game. With all the moves they're making on the map. They missed 2 big teamfight ultimates on a Magnus who just blinks away from them casually. And at the same time, as they're doing that, Lena's getting initiated on. By Pango and Tusk, I believe. Dies. Then KJ just gets randomly skewered back, farming under the tower. This does not look like the Heroic we're used to seeing.
No,
That
not
on
at all.
top of
We
like
did-
Whisper's massive amount of deaths on top lane that I'm sure he could have definitely saw coming.
We did kind of see this yesterday as well, though, with Heroic up against Sin, where I think the game they won, the first 20 minutes, though, looked very, very difficult for them, where they weren't making the correct plays and they weren't making the reads as well. And then the second half of the game, they just started literally dodging everything, and the macro game started to pick up from them. But it does feel kind of similar, where they did very much struggle in the early stage.
And I expect them to struggle a little bit in this game just because your mid's Alina, your off lane's an Enigma, right? These guys don't really make any plays, but you do have your Blink Daggers. I did expect, however, some more counter initiation potentially. And they've been relentless with these smoke ganks on edge. The only smoke ganks we've seen from Heroic so far has just been Schofield solo smoking, trying to kill the Morph with a 50% success chance as of now. Which I guess isn't so bad. That did get him up to his Blink Dagger, so Lion has Blink available.
He's
And-
currently getting run down by PP with the... Oh, okay, he's just gonna RP for it, so... Quick nuke as well from Michael.
Yep, Ward has vision there. Able to see him. Very good. And he even stacked the big camp for the Dire to farm it. Nice guy.
Very kind of you. Okay, oh, okay. So we can't find a way to rock this game. I'm just gonna drop it and cut the wave. Okay.
Oh, yeah, he dropped it and put it through the gate. Okay, sure. I mean, I think that just shows you the state of the game for them right now. Like, they don't really want to fight for a while, so instead of holding on to the rock, might as well just use it to do something on the map, and this is going to help him get his Force Staff, which he's not far off of, and I don't know if you can exploit the use of this rock here by going to Roche or something, but it might be a little too difficult, because you are still playing versus a black hole.
They must know that he just bought a gem at 19 minutes in. He's also super farmed on Udomi, 4-0 and 5, but
I mean, when you're
This
winning
is
the
a-
game very heavily, it's not unheard of to just buy an early gem.
yeah. It's, yes, you are right, but this is one of the early gems we see at this stage.
It's pretty early. But he's got Glimmer Cape, probably feels like he can't die. We'll have to see.
Got a nice item as well. The Searing Signet will help him keep up his farm. Mag is also without a doubt keeping up. PP going for the Scepter next. It feels like we're in a position where it might be warranted for another Protect ban, or a Respect ban, I should say, onto PP's Mag. What's Whisper and KJ doing over here? Do they think that they're looking to try and go for the Tormentor straight away?
Yeah,
Or,
I mean,
they're
they're
chilling.
afraid of getting ganked. I mean, the Eidolons are pushing the lane out. But I think they're afraid of a smoke gank happening. I mean, they're right. They are kind of getting ganked, but it's not necessarily a smoke gank. So
Do this themselves?
I mean,
And they were about to
Tormentor's
look up the high ground as soon as Dire scanned.
Dire have vision on the Tormentor. Radiant, they also do too. Okay, so both teams have an Observer Ward.
We just
I-
gotta still stay here.
I think they want to kind of exploit a mistake, right? I mean, Pango's going to walk up the high ground here, and he'll see the ward here. Or does he? I mean, I think he did, yeah. So they're going to de-ward that, so any plays of potentially doing some of the Tormentor are kind of dead here.
Okay. to a 5,000 net worth lead now, 20 minutes in. Yuma's getting close towards his BKB analog. BKB after the Dragonlance for himself as well.
I mean, yeah, they're just waiting to get to not only BKBs, but their Blink Daggers. They need all their items on Heroic until they can fight, so I imagine BKB Lina, BKB Kunkka, BKB, triple BKB will be the timing we might see Heroic make a move. Until then, I don't think they plan on doing anything.
Well, KJ definitely isn't. That's a move.
I mean, he still hasn't used his Black Grimoire either, so see how many stacks he can get on this game.
Smoking. So, okay. No way. Is this actually going to work? So they lost the ward?
This is not going to work. Oh, okay.
It's not going to work.
I mean-
KJ, maybe. Is it going to work? It's going to work. Have they got damage? Is there anyone here to follow up? I mean, it's cute. It looks great. But wait, you need the team. Where's the damage? What was that? They waited 2 minutes plus for that?
Yeah, I mean, I think they were hoping for like a 5-man Fatal Ball on the Rock into 5-man Black Hole, and honestly, they were close to getting it. But they were like 1 or 2 seconds late. But imagine if they would have got all those together, right? The 5-man Fatal Band Bonds and the 5-man Rock and the 5-man Midnight Pulse Black Hole. They would have all probably died. And they were all sitting on that gate, so it almost worked, but they were just a little bit hesitant. And instead, he caught like 2 heroes in the Black Hole. And so they both died.
Yeah, the person who hesitant, Whisper was hesitant.
Yes, he
Yeah,
was.
he wasn't dedicated to the cause. Warlock, KJ, he was continuing to stay in that tree line. Whisper, he was like, he had enough. He was starting to move around, getting antsy the last 30 seconds, but he didn't believe KJ's plan.
It's true.
And now you could Roche if you really want to on die. Like, what's going to stop you? There's
Hey, Brock and
not a
Black
whole
Hole
lot
are
you have to be
down.
worried about.
Let's see if they make another play. Now maybe Yuma and Schofield will go for the 2v5 play.
Yeah, I mean, this game is the lanes as well, an edge into the early game, but we're now at a stage like, yes, you're farming on Heroic, but you need to spellcast perfectly inside the team fights because you're going to have big problems on keeping the Lina alive. PP with this BKB Scepter, like, you will catch the Lina at some stage. Her positioning, unless it is flawless, you're going to have some problems on how this carry is going to be able to enter now the mid-game fights.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, PP is just literally destroying this game. I mean, Pyke is free farming too. I mean, my man Pyke quite literally has bought a Pyke in every single game. That's not even it's not even an item that Morph usually gets.
Radiant's middle tower
But-
is under attack.
This item's just super good at the moment.
I mean, it's good, yes, but some heroes are better with it than others. I mean, Pyke clearly thinks this item's the best item in the game. He buys it every game, but he changed it up a little bit. He's gonna go BKB first. A lot of morphs get before they get something like a Pyke, a butterfly is usually on the menu.
We're going to try and look to
Okay.
jump the Magnus, but the snowball save will be there. And now with a roll-up, they're going to look to hunt. BKB activated before the RP, so that will protect Analog from getting the skew away. PP still has the shield rune, though, so no real threat onto his life. And Heroic are actually still sticking around. This disengage is slow. Maybe they feel like they need to protect Yuma. He can do it himself with the BKB.
Oh, he got
He
an
too will
X.
turn golden.
Maybe skewer.
Got Lina.
Oh,
Oh,
force that
nice,
from
nice
KJ.
force. Okay.
Yeah, that was a clutch force staff. If he doesn't get that, Lina is to the wolves. So, all things considered, that didn't end up so bad for Heroic. Like, the Lina got RP'd, yes, but there was no follow-up. Honko is able to disengage with the BKB. Now, Black Hole's back up. Now Rock is back up. The only thing you really used there was just a couple BKBs for the side of Heroic. Not really the biggest deal.
So do they feel confident with making an aggressive play across the map though, or is it just at least this gives you time to not be concerned about a potential team fight? Dire are still clumping together, like maybe they're thinking about threatening high ground. They will stop running with the creep wave.
I mean, Pyke is going to be an absolute monster at some point in this game. The amount of bonus damage he gets from Empower, if he's full agility. And he's going all stats too. Not even going to go for the butterfly this game. He decides that he'll just go for Pyke into Aya Scotty. Some more stat items. Still plenty of time. He might decide to change it up later. But Scotty against Lina, it's always really good.
They're smoking down to try and take the team fight. He's back up. They're going to run into Yuma first, who's a little bit disconnected from the team. What's Yuma doing here? Everyone else is inside the lane. He'll be able to pop the BKB, but the stunlock was not there. It's a decent shot as well. It makes it a bit awkward for Vitali. And the skewer connects onto multiple as well. PP nicely done once again from the Magnus, and Radiant finally are going to jump in. But the Black Hole is out, but the damage as well from Analog isn't enough for Pyke, but he's got the Aegis. It doesn't matter. You drop everything onto Pyke and it's not even good enough because no one will die. 5-man wipe. Edge stands strong. What a smoke from them.
I mean, Edge are playing out of their minds. This is like a combination of Edge just looking insanely good, but also Heroic looking incredibly sloppy. So, but it's good. Edge is definitely punishing all these rotations that are being made. Like, this is typically not how you want to take these team fights. You want to use all your spells together, but as we saw, the Lion and the Kunkka, they were dead at the beginning of this fight. So sure, you had a pretty decent black hole, but it's into an Aegis, right? Even if you kill the Smurf once, he doesn't care at all. So yet again, your spells are on cooldown. The net worth lead is getting worse and worse. You, at this point, do not have the scale. This Morph is too strong. And I think if he gets the next Aegis too, how much are these black holes even going to be a factor? And they see Kunkka, and they're just going to drag him out of the base.
Oh, wow. And Pyke as well has nothing to fear. What have you got to worry when you got this net worth lead? It's time to get some more kills. Heroic.
It's a bloodbath.
They thought they had the answer. They thought the Enigma was going to do it for them, but Edge's early game, the laning phase was perfect, and how they transitioned that to the rest of the game as well was absolutely masterclass for them. And this is a full set of barracks down bottom, and they may not stop there as well.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
I mean, yeah, we'll have to see. Pyke turns into a Lion to get some extra disables, but yeah, you just can't give PP Magnus, I think. This has just been an absolute clinic.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
You think you're safe in your base, you X yourself, right? But PP's just waiting for you to return as
Radiant's middle barracks
you die yet again on the line. And Michael as well, he's very farmed. He just had a BKB that he just blinked in and pressed BKB. They've got all the answers this game. Like, they have to hit like a 4 or 5-man black hole or something to even consider winning this one. And at this point,
tower has fallen. Radiant's
will you have any base left to defend? This is one more ranged barracks. It's gonna go down. Megas are online.
Wow. I mean, this has to give you so much confidence. You come into this series, like, yes, you're probably feeling good, but you're going up against Heroic, the team that has been the best so far inside the region, and you picked the Morph early on with the strategy, having the idea, like, we're going to get counterpicked with the Enigma, but we can make it work, we can play accordingly. And what a convincing game that it has been from them as well. Now, heading into game 2, they must feel like that their strategy is better than theirs, and along with the gameplay as well, they're going to have so much confidence.
As long as they don't throw this game. It hasn't been closed out quite yet. But if they continue down this path, I would agree with you. I think right now, just like everything has been perfect. Like PP solo killing Alina with a Magnus, something that rarely should ever happen. The rotations from Michael to just make sure not only did PP have a good time by stealing some water runes, but he made Whisper's life a living hell. So I think Edge did everything correctly this game, and they are playing incredibly good, but at the same time, Heroic, some of these things were a little telegraphed, you know? I feel like you could have potentially been set up a little bit better or more prepared for the outcome of some of these movements, but seems like Heroic have just been honestly kind of just clueless this entire game as of what's happening on the map. Definitely expect a more competitive game from the boys on Heroic here. It's 4-25. It's an absolute stomp.
I mean, this is what we saw from the first two series. You know, we are definitely seeing the power dynamic with the top 4 teams and the rest, and we were expecting that the upper bracket games were not going to be similar, but this is at least not the case in this game 1 for Edge. I mean, we shall see now. PP's about to have a refresher on the mag, and everyone else, I mean, they are just getting whatever farm. This network lead will continue to grow. It's not going to stop anytime soon. You've got Tormented to go back to next. Mike was even queuing up a Scepter, so it was already so difficult for Radiant to be able to play this game. You're very soon going to have another repositioning tool online for Dire.
I mean, this is honestly Alina's nightmare. I'm playing versus Scepter, Tusk, and Magnus. Man, it's honestly just a carry's nightmare in general. Repositioning is like one of the most frustrating things in Dota.
We're gonna try and smoke up and take a fight out of the base. Radiant scan will turn red up on the high ground, but they have no vision. KJ's gonna move on forward. Drops the ward, sees Michael. Michael actually jumps in aggressively. The rest of the team's a little bit away from him. PP's still gonna try and drop the RP, but it's just up to 1. It's not the greatest ultimate, but you have such a lead that it does not matter even if it wasn't the best. And Analog, he's in the base. He's got creeps to worry about. He doesn't care about this team fight. This is one that they already see is lost. And Yuma now, we're hoping for a big whisper. Black hole, but he's not going to find it. Dai do a great job to be able to split away. A little bit miss there from PP's drag back, but Pyke, he'll clean up the mess with his raw damage. Jesus dropped an Edge. An absolute clinical performance from them. They destroy Heroic.
I mean, Edge came to play. That's for sure. Some individual performances here. Like, this Magnus, insane performance from PP. Just winning mid lane pretty much by himself. Michael, I mean, I feel like Michael and PP were the real stars of this show. Just through individual performances on how they played the map. Like, Michael rotating top and killing Enigma 3 times in the early game, completely shutting him down, while at the same time not sacrificing his safe lane. Because I think we saw before where rotations were being made, sometimes you leave at the wrong time and yeah, you get a couple kills in the side lanes, but you left your offlaner in a situation where he gets absolutely nothing. No, he waited until the lane was pushed out, then he made the rotation, got those 3 kills, went mid, got the water room, take it away from the Lina there, so she couldn't continue to snowball the lane. And then, of course, PP just getting the solo kill, making every single rotation on the map, getting kills after kill. What a performance from the Tusk and Mag in particular, but as a whole, though, Edge played incredibly good.
They did indeed. Exceptional performance from them, and very intrigued.
There's the 5-man black
If this
hole.
play went a little bit differently, Udomi kind of steps away. I think the blink as well from the Pango. Quick reaction for him, and who knows how different. I mean, we saw the writing was on the wall at that stage. It could have been a way for them back in, but unfortunately it wasn't able to work. And now, I mean, heading to this next game, I have to imagine we'll see the same thing after we saw the Magnus yesterday from PP. It will be banned in game 2 and potentially game 3. And I want to see where this Tusk goes, because Schofield had a exceptional performance on the Tusk yesterday, and you've already said multiple times on how great Michael looked as well. So I think also heading into this upcoming draft, that the Tusk is another hero that will be heavily prioritized from both Heroic and Edge.
Yeah, I mean, I can't stop singing the praises of Edge, but you can't ignore the fact that this did not look like Heroic Dota as well. This did not look like the squad we've been used to seeing all year. This was incredibly sloppy from them. Maybe they're just waking up, you know? First game of the day. It's a real thing. I mean, I hope for their sake it is, and it's not just an outclass situation. But we'll have to see. I mean, I did talk about how Heroic has been the team showing up to most lands. I guess Edge has been the other team showing up to most lands. But maybe the king will be dethroned potentially here on the road to the International. We still have a lot more to play, but whoever wins this one goes to the grand finals, and I think that's a spot exactly where you want to be, not only for your confidence, but just for your overall prospects of getting through this road to the International.
The most recent qualifiers, we actually saw they were going by Mosquito Clan at that stage, but of course it was Edge. They were able to knock out Heroic, lower bracket final to Dream League Season 26. So maybe there is some recent PTSD from these boys in some qualifiers. We'll see if that's going to be a little bit different heading forward. Of course, it is just game one. I don't want to get too ahead of myself just yet, but Edge must be feeling themselves. PP is going to get the standout player for our game one here, and we'll see. This is also this is 2 games now where they've lost against the Morphling. Yes, they've lost, if we keep in mind, with Parker's last pick Morphling, which was the draft setup was a little bit different than this one, of course, but yeah, lost yesterday to the Morphling, and now once again they've lost to the Morphling.
I mean, that is true. I don't know how much the Morph had to do with this particular game, you know what I mean? But they did lose to Morph twice. I think really they had bigger issues than that. Like, I feel like Whisper has been too easy to gank on his Enigma. I think he needs to just read the map a bit better, or his team needs to be more aware, ward better, potentially, for these rotations. I think if he has a better game, maybe this looks a little bit different. But yeah, I mean, maybe banning the Morph is a simple solution, but I think this Magnus and this Tusk were definitely bigger issues.
Yeah, they definitely, without a doubt, had other problems for Heroic, and we will see how they're going to be able to come up with a solution to the problems that we saw from them in game one. It is just game one, though. Hopefully, we get a 3-game series in the upper bracket finals. Winner's going to move over to the grand finals, but Edge put themselves in prime position here. We're going to send to a break. When we come back, we've got game 2. We'll see you guys in a bit.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Edge with a game advantage here in our third series of the night. An important series at that. We've got the upper bracket finals. You know, expecting Heroic to make the run. We'll see what they can do as a response to their game 1 defeat. It looks like they're going to be playing on the Radiant side on Edge, so on Heroic. So we will see what Radiant is going to be able to favor them. It was not good for them last game. Maybe this time a little bit different.
Maybe we'll have to see. It's not something I expected from game number 1 of Heroic versus Edge, right? It was a complete outplay, to put it bluntly. Like, they got outplayed incredibly hard in this game. And maybe it was a wake-up call for Heroic. It's like they kind of were on autopilot a little bit in this game. And Edge, looking better than I've ever seen this team look. So hopefully they can keep up the same momentum and effort level that they had in that game number 1. The smoke inks, the laning, the decision-making, everything just looked top tier. And I want to see that type of consistency coming out from this team.
Yeah, that's a big question, right? If they're going to have that consistency, it's something that you see from. It's an absolute must as a quality and a characteristic of a team that's going to be competing at the very top, and a team that will hopefully make a splash at TI. So we'll see Edge. What the differences are going to be heading into this upcoming draft. Once again, we will get the Death Prophet banned out. Vitaly gets some respect from it in the previous game. We'll see if, again, at least for me personally, I was looking at the Tusk and the Magnus in the second phase. Sorry, in the second game.
Yep, the Magnus is a respect ban there. I think much needed. PP's making a name for himself on this hero. I think I saw banned in one of the other series that Edge played, and I was like, huh, why'd they ban Magnus? But after seeing PP now play it twice later on in this qualifier, it makes a lot of sense. And Heroic, glad they don't shy away from the Kunkka. Like, that game by no means was the Kunkka first pick problem. So we'll have to see. I mean, if they want to keep picking this Enigma,
10 seconds remaining.
I hate to say it, but Whisper's gonna have to start playing it a bit better.
5 seconds
Like,
remaining.
his late game Enigma is great and all, but his early game has been so exposed.
Heroics turn
Really showing the cracks in this Enigma, potentially in the offlane.
Heroics turn to ban. Dire team ban.
Well,
But
let's
they
see.
don't
It's
care.
going to be. Yeah, they go Shaman. Okay. So.
So I was just gonna say they
into-
don't really care about the morph still.
Oh, I
We're
see.
talking about, like, is this morphling something that they attribute to their loss to? And as of now, they attribute the Tusk and the Mag to the loss, right? They banned both of those. That's what I saw too. I saw Tusk and Mag just destroy that game. Heroic had the same read. Like, yeah, okay, let's get rid of these heroes. This made the game incredibly hard to play. And the morphling, sure. I mean, Pike could have been anything. It's his team allowed him to play that morphling, right? It's not like the morphling just made it so they couldn't play the game.
Dire
So-
team pick.
Okay, I was going to ask, like, seeing the game 1 draft into the second game draft, is there any reason why you don't just ban Doom and go back into the Morphling? But it seems like they will not look to repeat strategies. You know, it's a bit different with not having the Tusk as the opening pick as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going for a different strategy, right? Most teams typically have a couple strategies for every hero that they play that they're comfortable with. And it does seem this Tusk is something that potentially could go in the safe lane, right? You can tri-lane a Morphling or a Shadow Shaman. Maybe he wants a couple better laning partners, so they're going to go Shaman, Centaur, very strong lane. So it's probably just their comfort, and they're kind of showing too that they don't want to just do the same strat over and over again. Because if you beat a team with this same strat, and especially a team like Heroic that has as much experience as they do have, you can count that they probably won't make the same mistake twice. So I do like the idea of beating them with one way and then going back and giving them a completely new problem to try and solve.
Heroics
So with the problem
turn to
so far starts with a strong lane that Edge are going to be able to put themselves in. We will see the Ringmaster, so we'll be in Heroic's hands this time, and the Sven. So it's been pretty popular in some other regions, just as the early responses to the Darkseer, which we have mainly been seeing first phase ban.
Yeah, and I think it's a bit of a block pick too. I mean, Sven is also pretty good against Centaur as well, just because in the lane, you just shove it out really quick, you cleave the lane, the cleave doesn't really care about retaliate at all. You do have that burst damage at some point to just bring down the Sven, or sorry, bring down the Centaur. So these heroes do offer a lot within each other. However, Sven does have some pretty bad carry versus carry matchups. And I don't know if you're willing to put this Sven on a different role, like a support role. I'm not sure if Edge want to call their bluff on that. But we'll have to see here. But yeah, I mean, the Morph is another hero that's really good against the Sven. Terrorblade is really good versus Sven. I mean, the Templar Assassin. All these heroes are still in the pool right now.
Dire team pick.
They'll pick Dirge, which, if that's a Dirge offlane, I don't know how they'd make that work, but if they can make it work, miserable for Sven to lane into.
Yeah. And even the game as well. I mean, Sven really doesn't want to be hitting a tombstone. Very frustrating with all your high physical damage. One big thing that you don't want to hit.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so do you pick a flex here? Because we all know Centaur isn't really flexible. I mean, I say that, but we have seen support Centaur before.
Turn to pick. Templar
Or you're just going to pick the Templar. That's the bad carry-to-carry matchup I mentioned earlier.
Is there a way you abuse this in the... Can you even? Because Undying's such a strong laning support.
Can you abuse Bat? Bat is a hero that might be able to. I don't know.
10 seconds remaining.
Bat Kunkka? I mean, it has potential.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, yeah, when you think about abusing, and there's a TA and Undying, Bat is the first thing I could think of. I don't know if it abuses it, though, but it's definitely a tool you could use to potentially catch heroes out of position and get the damage in there. But how would they do that is the real question. Outside of that, I mean, I hate to say it, but versus Undying, Enigma's always been good. I mean,
Actually,
it's just the Whisper's early game on this hero is like not. It's left a little bit to be desired, you know. So I'm not sure if you really want to go back to it, but they do. I mean, it's just time to play better. Let's put it like that, right? It's a good pick. It's just time to get serious. Let's put it that way.
okay. So there is a potential, of course, for the tier then to be flexed and go for a better carry to try and deal with the Enigma. Maybe it's a little bit more greedy if you, like, I don't know how, like a Gyro TA, I can't imagine that plays that great. Bristle's banned as well. You can't go Conquer, so maybe some more of the not as hard carries aren't there for you. Is this something that you're thinking about that Edge could do, or do we just kind of like, okay, it is what it is, let's just go tier Undying to the Enigma?
I think both are conversations that are worth having. I think in general, like, you have some options. Like the Tia and Dying, it's not unplayable versus Enigma. If we've seen before, who cares about the 2v2 matchup? That seems to never be the case anyway. It's this is the Undying Shaman TA. Will that be good enough? Yeah, I'm sure it will be. So, I mean, what I would like to see too is, I don't know, like, there's a part of me that wants to see this Undying go offlane and just put Centaur 5. I don't really care.
Turn to ban.
Because I don't know what Sven is supposed to do versus an Undying core. That just seems like the most miserable lane of his entire existence.
Okay.
And then you do, like, yeah, I mean, Centaur support or something. I don't know, I'm fishing here. I just want to see the
Sure.
Undying offlane at any cost here, but
5 seconds
Okay.
remaining.
make it work. Appease my appetite.
Heroics.
Let's see.
Turn
See if
to
we can
pick.
get the
They banned the
Tyler
Gyro
offlane
anyway.
Undying. Yeah. Dragon and PP's Husker gone as well, just to cheese the mid conquer.
All right.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
I mean,
Melee for
Marcy.
Okay.
Okay, so that'll be their pos 4.
Nice way to deal with the Tombstone. Nation with the Eidolons.
So now you have to lane versus Enigma Marcy. That's a frustrating lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Are we going for a mid?
5
There's just so many things you can do on edge that my brain is just kind of just like, I still want to see the off lane Undying, but like you could do the TA mid. You could pick a new carry here potentially that has a bit more maneuverability against the Marcy.
The problem is, do you get baited if you go for a new carry? Like, do you want TA plus a kind of more of a like carry?
Yeah, I mean, you
don't know.
definitely get baited for sure, so. I mean, it could be, I think the TA is just probably safe in the safe lane, so they probably just need a mid. Something that can kind of deal with Kunkka. But that's the safe thing about Kunkka. He doesn't get crushed in a lot of matchups. I mean, the Timbersaul's banned. I don't even think he gets crushed in that one. I mean, Batrider's pretty good against him. But that's also another cheesy matchup where it's not great the whole game. I mean, they banned the Huskar. They made the call. I'm sure Analog's like, yeah, the only matchup I really care about as Kunkka was probably the Huskar mid, so. Let's see if Edge are cooking, or they just pick a standard mid lane as a response here. And it was standard mid laner it is.
Select your heroes.
So we'll probably just get the normal lanes of Shaman and Centaur in the off lane. Sorry, let me correct that. Shaman for the first 2 minutes and Centaur in the off lane, then tri-lane top lane.
So,
But I want to
do we
see
feel
Whisper do better this game, or not even just Whisper. Whisper, King Jungles, Schofield, please keep an eye on Michael. Do something to make sure you don't get first blooded every single game you play this Enigma. It's gonna be critical.
all right, let's see. Let's see what they're going to be able to do to shut down the rotations out of Michael. Have to imagine, right? You're probably expecting an Observer Ward by the Twin Gate. Is that just maybe the easiest way to stop that?
Just put an Observer Ward in both Twin Gates, you know, just in case they D-ward one of them.
Okay.
You got vision on the other one. I don't really know at this point. Just Whisper needs to have a better early game. Like, this Enigma is a hero that can do a lot of damage, but they're not protecting it. And it's becoming a problem. And if they don't want to protect it, then bring more heroes. Tri-lane versus tri-lane. Whatever it is right now, they need to address the fact that Whisper keeps picking this Enigma, and he keeps becoming like a liability in the laning stage just because he's playing 2 versus 3. And either he plays safer and just forfeits the lane, sure, but wastes the time of Michael and doesn't die, or they fight back and they bring more heroes.
All right, so we have some questions that will probably very shortly be answered. How are they going to look to play around Whisper's Enigma? Can he get out of the lane? Which we have been seeing him so far struggle with. He, of course, has that pretty comfortable melee matchup with the Marcy. We'll see how much she's going to be able to do. Will Edge out-strategize them in game 1 and also the gameplay was another thing on a whole that was just far better than Heroic. We'll see if they're going to be able to have a repeat here.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. The level 1 has been so awkward nowadays. Like, because they made it so the Watchers, sorry, not tournaments, the Watchers can't be procced until the game starts. So the whole map is just black and nighttime. You just kind of have to, like, smoke out and plant a ward, or just sit and wait for the creeps to spawn. It's really spooky to play the first minute of Dota nowadays. Because before, I'd just run out and grab a Watcher and just kind of sit by it and feel pretty safe, but can't do that anymore. Got to do some creative stuff here, and it looks like they're going to do just that.
Use the Eidolons to try and give them a little bit of information. Even thinking about bringing Analog over as well if needed. It's going to be 3 heroes for Heroic, but Pike. Little bit of trouble here. Some poke, nothing crazy by the looks of it, actually. I want to really quickly mention Michael, the fact that he actually dropped an observer ward down at the gate down bottom. So they're already maybe trying to get some vision there to anticipate if Heroic use one of their own wards as well at the portal.
Yeah, I mean, he's putting a lot of priority on using this gate, right? And it's working out great for them so far, but we'll have to see this game what adjustments will be made, if any.
Well, there need to be some adjustments with what we saw previously from Heroic.
Yeah, I would agree.
This was already just getting ran down, getting the treatment. Is of course 2 universal heroes for Heroic inside the lane, and they do have. It is getting shoved out pretty heavily as well, so it's going to be close to Whisper's tower.
Yeah, and I wonder what build TA is going to go for this game. And by that I mean, at level 2 and level 4, is she going to get Psy Blades, or will she put a point in Meld? Because it's not unheard of to get like 2 points of Psy Blades and just try to Psy Blade down all the Eidolons. So one route would be more defensive, like what you're seeing right now, applying pressure and going for kills. And
Kill may be there.
it's exactly going to be another first blood for Whisper's Enigma. But they're going to get a return kill, I guess.
He's kind of
Double kill,
You don't want Yudomi dying as well, but that
Does he
looks
have a
like
choice?
it's going to happen. He will be okay. Probably gonna. He's got no resources, so he'll die to creeps, I think.
Okay.
Not the greatest though. Just gonna die to tower. Let's see if he waits. Does he wait? Just give him.
Oh, Whisper actually got him. Oh, he died to the tower. Never mind. Okay, yeah. I mean, he didn't want to be gone for a long time. If you died to the neutrals, you're dead for an additional like 20 seconds. So
Yeah. Oh, not bad, honestly, in the end. Like, yes, you get first blood, but Whisper's top net worth. My experience is okay for him. Schofield also has level 3. We'll see what the extra level early on with the Master is going to be able to do.
and more importantly, that he's not getting tri-laned, you know? He's actually allowed to hit creeps.
Sick. You play a natural 2v2. So it looks like Lotus is going to go both over towards Edge. They're able to get the one up top, of course, down bottom. Some spells being casted onto Yuma. Both round of spells from Michael and Vitaly brings Yuma down. Doesn't have that many resources left, but maybe a sell from KJ. KJ also just bought some tangos up as well.
Yeah. I mean, this Sven has always been a quote-unquote counter to Centaur, but even I've played it myself quite a bit. It's also not very fun in the lane. He just kind of double-edged spams you.
I think you brought up in the drop, but what is it with the Sven and Centaur matchup again?
Well, one thing is you can go jungle pretty early, so that's kind of useful. The second thing is your Great Fleet, right? It doesn't get affected by Retaliate. So that's nice, but I think the big thing is you have that damage at some point to just burst them, right? Centaur can be a very tanky hero with Blade Mail and Retaliate, so if you're playing these heroes like Lina, you're just going to kill yourself really quickly, whereas Centaur, he's going to kill you in like, 4 hits instead of 15 hits. And that matters a lot against like Retaliate and Blade Mail. And of course he'll always buy BKB.
Well, unfortunately, it's not going to last for too much longer with the 2v2. They're going to bring Michael over. They did deal with the Tombstone, but it's not going to matter. Pike's able to catch up to him. We'll try and deal with the Eidolons now as well to help Yudomi run away.
At least this lane's in good position. Like, yeah, sure, he's even a couple kills, but he's, even with the 2 deaths, has 2 kills to his name. And he's been able to farm a bit while dead with the Eidolon, so... Lane is still going fine, and drums are actually up here.
Pike might be in some trouble. Gonna be able to jump over as well. Yeah, Schofield, nicely done. Saw an opportunity with the Templar Assassin getting a little bit too aggressive, trying to poke with the meld. And nice bounce back. Whisper still, like you're with, like you said, those deaths, net worth's looking pretty good. Was still able to farm and can continue to put pressure on. Now gonna get some solo experience.
Yep. The thing is about all his deaths, he's still got a kill in return, right? So, and he's been farming. So he's got 3 kills, 2 deaths. All good, and I think the drums being delivered there at 5 minutes is a very early timing for this hero. And Pike, I wondered if he'd go for the side blades early. He didn't, right? He went for the more aggressive build and trying to get the kills. He got the kill, but he often died as a result of it too. So now he has 1 point into the side blades. Is it going to be enough as he's just going to start hitting jungle now?
Bottom river, PP.
Oh, what a
Time to retain
rebound.
the beast. KJ, well done.
I mean, he wanted to dodge the torrents with the ball lightning there, but he was stunned, unfortunately, from the rebound. Schofield doing a good job on this Marcy. Not a hero I see him play a ton of, but showing that he is still very practiced on this hero.
I changed tacks.
The lane's already looking much, much better for Heroic. Whisper has a game. He's going to be able to put pressure onto the tower with the catapult. I don't know if you can lane now on Pike. Yeah, they're going to run right at him. Pike, is he going to get any TPs coming through? Even Enelok's starting to run to top just in case he's required, but that's not the case. They'll get the kill without him. He's going to cut the wave as well, and this tower's, it's looking like it's gone.
Yep, and this is the game that Whisper's been wanting to have for a long time now on this Enigma, where you can just bully the enemy carry. Hasn't had many opportunities to find it, but finally he's got it in this one. And a lot of it does have to do with the fact that Michael, he didn't really make those early rotations this game. He's focused on giving Centaur a good lane, but wasn't even able to properly win that bot lane super hard, as they kind of did draw just a little bit here. But at this point, there's no real shutting down Sven. He's good to go. He's got 3 points in cleave. He's ready to farm up a storm.
And there's going to be no slowing down the Enigma as well. We saw it was a little bit late, unfortunately, for Whisper in the previous game, but he was started to farm very defensively with the Eidolons. And now with him having a good start to the game, he's actually going to look to be pretty active and even send the Eidolons mid to try and assist with getting the tower, and also if there was a fight for the power rune, which there was down bottom. Michael was getting zoned away. Vitaly's just going to run into 2. So Vitaly, he feels pretty strong, but Whisper's here with an invis, and they're not going to be ready for it, because the black hole is onto all of them. What a movement from Whisper. He's going to make sure there is absolutely not a repeat of that game 1 performance.
I go.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, he is playing so much better in this game. You might say he might even be a little bit mad. Look at the patience, though, from the Whisper Enigma here. He could black hole now, but nope, he wants all 3. Even gets Roshan to boot. That's a 4-man black hole right there.
Nice shackles from Scope. So nice jump. Okay, well, 4,000 lead, and what do you do now if you're Dire? Like, how are you making plays across the map? Undying's not going to do it. The Shaman's not going to really be able to assist. You're looking at PP, but yeah, the Storm Spirit's net worth, it's actually the bottom out of all the cores.
Yeah. The mid lane's been tough. He's died, what, twice now? So that second death was something that he just probably couldn't really afford there. And if you look at this game, like, before you had answers like the Tusk potentially getting saves on heroes, the RP to counter initiate with, you've got none of this game. This is like a free initiation game for not only the Kunkka, but for the Enigma. Like, whoever they cast their spells on until you get, I guess, grab ally, the shard, you've got nothing to save them. Much easier game for Heroic to play, especially with the lead they've accrued so far in this game. sure if they meant to do that, but Edge blocked both the camps.
Yeah, so. Oops. Huh.
Farming efficiency down the drain a little bit.
Yeah, can't be having that happen with a 4,000 deficit.
Yeah.
Bottom lane, Michael eat the dagger. Analog's gonna TP in. Stampede doesn't really have that much value against the X. Michael will try and do his best to disrupt the combo for the Conquer, but it will do naught. Vitali goes down. Torrent's still gonna clip from Analog, so they'll catch up to Michael, and a very different look we're getting out of Heroic.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah, I mean, as I figured in that game one, you know, they didn't wake up yet. I'm glad they didn't overreact to it and get tilted after that performance. And someone probably had a talk and was like, you know what, guys, we played like trash. These two heroes, Magnus and Tusk, were a problem. Time to just go again. And they've looked so much better in this game. That night and day difference. Doesn't even look like the same team.
So what is even the call for Edge at the moment? Can you make any plays down this gold, or are you just looking to try and fortify your own jungle and find what little farm you can?
I mean, you can try, and they're gonna try. But the question is, like, even if you get a catch or you do make a play, how much comes from it, you know what I mean? Because they have to commit a lot to get one kill here, but I suppose it is worth it. But you can't just burn through all your smokes right now either. I think you're just kind of destined to have a little bit of a rough early game. Maybe fight around some key timings like Tormentor, Power Runes, stuff like that. And look at Whisper. He's not feeding this game. He sees the smoke coming out, doesn't get caught by it.
Radiant will also miss with their smoke as well. They're not going to see anyone farming towards the triangle. They drop an Absorb Ward inside the lane, which should... I mean, there's a sentry there. They're surely going to know. Michael does run into them. He's got Udomi on a high ground with a pretty good position for the Tombstone going to get layered, but is anyone else here to take the fight? Schofield wants out. As soon as he saw the Tombstone, was recognizing that maybe this was an opportunity for Dire to take a fight in a good position, so they will respect that. They want to kite away from the Tomb. Udomi wants in, though, and everyone else is not following. But the communication just isn't there from Dire currently, and now they see an opportunity to go back in. Made such an incredible job from Radiant, recognizing the strength of when Dire will fight around the Tombstone, they kite away, and then go back in afterwards on the kill.
And Analog switching up the build a little bit this game too, going for the Orchid first item, making sure that this Storm has no opportunity to get into these fights. He zips in and zips out immediately, being like, yep, if I get Orchid, I'm just gonna die here. And we're seeing a lot of what this Marcy gives you against the Undying. Not only can you kill the Tombstone, but you can also just kill the Undying himself, as he has no real tools to kind of deal with the amount of damage output that Marcy does have against you.
You can also just disengage, like we saw from Schofield. There's like 3 options, which is, you know, very, very important against a hero like the Undying, which one of the better heroes at being able to completely control an area inside of fire.
Yep, it's looking good. And it's looking like two-sided games so far. It's just hard at this point in the game, you know? It's like 14 minutes in, you're down 6,000 gold. Like, your playmakers Storm and Centaur, right? But Centaur, he's got 500 gold to his name away from a Blink Dagger. Like, you can't make a play with Vanguard Blade Mill. It's just not going to happen, right? And Storm, he's playing versus an Orchid and the Kunkka. And where's your damage if you want to kill the Sven? It just feels like at this point in the game, there aren't many plays to be made, so you just kind of have to sit on your side of the map, farm, and maybe just respond to what Heroic's going to do to you. It might not be what you want, but I don't see many other options as of right now of what you can do. Maybe potentially finding this Kunkka first, jumping him before he gets this Orchid off, before he gets his spells off. That's something you're looking for.
But you're going to be able to burst him 1800 health, and Admiral's Run you got to go through. You're going Radiance next on Analog, but even if you do go from maybe it's going to take too long. You could set up for a multi-man black hole from Whisper. You know, maybe Schofield can even just use the rebound defensively to help
They've
it
got
be
the box
slightly
too.
reposition. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, yes,
of
also
course,
that.
there's a lot of tools that Heroic have, right? But if you all just end the supports, well, the cores are just going to kill you all, so... That's why I'm saying there's
So
not
you
a
feel
lot
like
you can do
Conqueror
right
is the
now.
go, though? Like, if that's the target, ideally.
Yeah, but it can't be like 5 heroes standing behind Kunkka and you go, right? This is going to be like, you have to catch Kunkka away. This is where reading the map is going to be super important. Understanding where Radiant is positioned and taking advantage of heroes being not present to an area and then overcommitting. But Michael, he's doing that thing that we often see these teams doing where they're behind. Just some desperation wards to buy and make some space, but ultimately just going to feed the wards and his life back to Heroic and going to give them a little bit more extra gold to deal with. So
Dire's top tower.
They may lose Pike as well. They're starting to run back to top off the smoke. They also moved Whisper over through the portal. Anticipating him to continue farming to the north jungle. They may be correct. Let's read KJ. Okay, they second guessed. Maybe a little bit too deep. Didn't think he was going to go there in the end. Pike's okay. Deso completed for him now.
all right, it's definitely something. Definitely not the game he was hoping to have, but not much you can do in this situation.
Yeah. There's an arcade rune down bottom, which they do not see, but anyone's going to be able to scout this out. The storm picked up. We are getting near to the Tormentor timing as well, so we are starting to see Radiant continuing to play around top. Maybe we'll just get a ward. They may not even need to place a ward, though, with how far ahead they are. They look to try and save these for a little bit more aggressive vision to invade once they get the Tormentor and maybe Roche as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wait, so is that a BKB completed? Yeah, alright. So Whisper now has BKB completed,
Dire's top tower
and they have
is under
0
attack.
BKB control this game. And you're playing versus 3 cores that love to buy BKB. I mean, the only thing that they have is TA's physical burst damage. Like, but I think TA is target number 1 for Whisper to Black Hole.
Yep.
And will continue to be so. And obviously, a little bit of pipe dream here, but at level 25, TA has 1 second meld hit bash, can cancel Black
Oh,
Hole.
sick. That is indeed a little bit of pipe dream. I don't know if we're going to get anywhere near the 25, unfortunately, but yeah, who knows? Maybe.
Yeah. That is their only BKB cancel they have, so just thought I'd throw it out there.
All right, I respect it. They are looking to try and smoke the top once again. We've seen it's been a couple attempts so far to run into Whisper. Domi doesn't get a range for the smoke popping. He does, so we know someone's nearby, but unfortunately, there's some information. They're going to stampede to Whisper, just blink away, and he does. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very safe. When you hear the global sound of Stampede, you run.
It's not going to work. They dropped 2 wards as well, so you can't leave the area. What's Schofield doing?
I mean, they're trying to gain
Walking on
control.
by. Whisper.
Oh, they missed the
Only
TA.
gets one. Nice step away. Pike is able to reposition accordingly. Schofield does. Okay, he's got to go down to the last second. So is this an opportunity for a good team fight? You're not unsure if he wants to kill the Undying or the Tombstone. Now we'll go for it afterwards. But Dire is still feeling incredibly hesitant. Down the Black Hole, and even with the early kill onto Schofield, they had to wait until PP was able to show up. Now, Analog is over on the far left side, but Radiant's Orchid 2k health. Not an easy go.
Yeah, I mean, Whisper was hoping he'd catch the TA in that one, but just barely misses. Have to use the BKB just to retreat. Doesn't even get a kill with it, but eventually Sven will come in and clean up the Undying. But you still have good vision around this Tormentor. This is what you needed. Your openings are pretty much based off the mistakes of Heroic, right? And that Black Hole just wasn't good enough to secure this area, so maybe you just lose your Tormentor chances here. You don't have spells and abilities of God Strength down, Black Hole down, so a little something going the way here of Edge.
Undying one would be nice, yeah.
Yep,
Nice.
there it is. And that's a really good shard to have in this game. Something he would have bought himself if he didn't just get it for free. So a high value shard going the way of Edge.
Well, they are back down bottom through the portal. Looks like Michael just once again trying to use the serpent wards, opening up the map as best as possible.
And just pops. Unleashed to kill the wards.
The deny, well done. Impressive last couple of minutes though from Edge, doing everything they need to. Of course, it a bit of a slip-up Whisper with the black hole. I mean, also with that being said, Tia had to sidestep it, so props to her. Top lane, zip into the orchid.
He's got the grab ally
You know he's
here.
going to be nearby with a tombstone.
Didn't do it.
What? And they saw him. Oh.
I mean, to be fair,
He probably dies still.
I mean, yeah, Storm dies no matter what. But if his best play actually is probably just a TP out. Yeah, you would have saved the Storm for a second, but I don't know. Maybe you would save him. I'm not sure.
I think they kill the tombstone too quick, and he gets stunned when he pops out.
Maybe.
But I mean, it's your like. Surely you go for that attempt. Anyway,
Well, it's either you
Unfortunately,
don't go for it and you TP out, right, and cut your losses.
Yeah.
But fortunately, they lose 2 for that one instead of just 1. So essentially, that was worst case scenario.
it's true. Yeah. Back to looking to try and play across the map here for Heroic. I mean, Yuma's getting ridiculous farm AC for him. Power Rune, no real fight. Pack's actually going to be able to take this out of their hands. We'll see. Is Heroic eyeing up Roche anytime soon, or do they want to continue to play the map?
It's a little hard right there. I'd want to wait for Roche to go to top. That way you have the outpost control. Because I think down there, it'll be a little tough. Yeah, because I think
can't
just
wait.
Middle tower is under
Dire has advantage on daytime Roche, and Radiant has advantage on nighttime Roche. And whenever you have a Shadow Shaman,
steal.
TA, and Undying, you have every Roche potential. So yeah, I mean, Heroic aren't able to translate their lead into any objective so far. Didn't get the Tormentor. Didn't get Roshan. And they will lose the Shadow Shaman. But they're still farming though. No objectives yet, but they still have the net worth lead.
But they do. See. So,
structures are fortified.
you're somewhat impressive with Edge's movements across the map. I mean, the top one with the Tormentor, like the little skirmish there, and still in Roche. I mean, playing with the deficit they've had for the majority of this game, they've done a pretty decent job to be able to slowly stabilize. The lead is not growing at a too rapid of a rate, but it feels like Heroic are kind of sick of the status quo of this game. They're going to take it to mid, maybe looking to try and move to top as well. You've lost the God Strength on Yuma, required to bring down that objective, but so maybe they're just going to continue to go back to farming and wait for the next couple of moments until they can go back and find some more map.
I mean, this game is very much so dependent on it going really late game for the side of Edge. And it's gonna come down a lot to just the black holes they're gonna see, right? Because BKBs make you really strong this game. And I think Sven, at some point, will get kited. So if Whisper does
Radiant are scanning.
do a bad black hole at some point in this game, it could be heavily exploited because the rest of your toolkit isn't the best. Not necessarily. And we mentioned before this TA and what she can do in the late game. Not only can she potentially cancel these black holes with the meld, I said level 25, she's at level 17. She's maybe 10 minutes away max from getting that. And they look like they're in a position where they can buy that 10 minutes by getting these objectives and stalling this game out. And Sven's here, we talk about getting kited all the time, and with the grab ally save potentially, and more importantly this Shaman, if he waits for the BKB and is very patient, he can just lock Sven down. So yet again, it's a lot is going to come down to what can this Enigma do with these black holes. One swing and a miss on this black hole, and this game could get hard.
Oh, no way.
What?
He actually got it hard for one.
Okay.
Did they also get out? Pike and Michael, we're going to keep sticking around bottom. They saw Udomi top. Well, they're going to get a glimpse of it now under the observer ward, so Udomi will go down, making a little bit of space. There's a lot. Was this 4 TPs?
Yeah, their whole team went up there. I mean, 4 TP'd, but the TP was already used by Analog for bottom. That's a high price for a small kill. I mean, he does have a lot of net worth, though, but I think a lot of that has to do with the free shard he got.
Are you just going to run back down to bottom? So you go bottom, TP4 heroes top, and come here? Like, Pike might be able to actually get... Oh, they have glyph on. Okay.
Well, he got the glyph.
Yep, true. Which maybe helps Michael with the next Serpent Ward. So I really like what we're, again, seeing out of Dire. Like, playing the side lanes, using the Serpent Wards to force them back into defend their objectives. Then you go flip the map. They are... You're mentioning about the late game, and they're doing a very good job to at least put themselves in a position where they can maybe have a way to contest the mid game to stall this out.
Yeah, and especially if they can get the next Roche and the next Tormentor, these free objectives that they're getting are making sure the net worth advantage isn't going to continuously grow because, as you mentioned, the late game is going to be pretty big in this TA. Yeah, you have Vegas, but you're not really forcing anything with this Vegas. You're just using it to farm. You're taking it away. I mean, you see Schofield here.
Pike? Do they black? Okay.
He's got Vegas.
Not really sure if any... True.
And Shaman's out. I mean, Heroic looks like they're getting a little frustrated here. Like, they really want to catch heroes on the map, but they're just getting a bit outmaneuvered. Level 18 on TA, BKB close to completion.
You don't.
Oh, they will find the position 5 again.
Yeah.
Cecil Sturge is not up, so on his next death, he'll be instant respawn.
They might get Pike with the ward behind the tower. Pike, nice blink away. Analog, looking for the catch onto PP. Might run into Michael instead. Ring around the Rosie. Oh. Okay, he's got vision of the torrent. That's another support's going to give over their life.
Yeah, I mean, you ideally want cores, right? But you'll take what you can get. But as you can see, the net worth isn't really changing. It's been 7k for the entirety of this Aegis. Aegis does go down, though. What is going to be important, though, in 3 minutes from now, I mean less than 3 minutes from now, probably like a minute and a half, or 2.5 minutes, sorry, we're going to have the Tormentor up. Don't give this one away. It's time to get some objectives if you're Heroic. The time for giving freebies away, as you can see, they don't want to fight on edge. So you have to be ready with your spells to fight. And we have an Aghanim Scepter on Enigma. This now applies like the old shard, where remember it would like suck people in.
Yeah.
Very annoying to play against. So does more damage, sucks people in.
The trap. They are smoked down though, so they only see Schofield. They're going to see him disappear as well. So instantly the quick U-turn. Pike, Michael, and PP going to run the opposite direction. Yuma not going to be able to get the stun, so Edge will be able to disengage as a unit back to the safety of their triangle. Heroic will not fear though. They know the strength they have. Looking to really try and force the issue.
Oh, Centaur has a BKB.
And maybe back.
Alright, we'll see what they can do with this BKB. They got triple BKB. Maybe they decided now is the time to fight.
Analog, the first person you want to run into though. 3,000
I don't think they mind.
Go for him. I'm just gonna pop out, give them the information. They're jumping over the right side. Meanwhile, the Tempo Assassin, big corner Black Hole's gonna be there as well. This time it's better from Whisper. All they needed was the TA, and they got Pike. And you see they will crumble afterwards. Without the carry, there is no fight to be had.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder there, like, what was the play? It was like, were they trying to catch the TA? Or sorry, the Enigma? Because it looks like they got caught instead there. But either way, if the fight ever ends where TA's blacked hold and Sven's hitting the TA, that fight's done for. So, you do have a couple options later on to kind of deal with this. One was a grab ally, right? But unfortunately, Undying was initiating on Kunkka, so nowhere close to TA, so that was a bit unfortunate. The second option in the late game is going to be this Aghanim Scepter on Centaur that he has queued up. Maybe, you know, the workhorse will be able to save this Templar in a couple of these engagements.
Things I don't know how reliable this is going to be with the Scepter on Whisper. Like, this pull is so stupid. It's so annoying.
Yeah, that's definitely good. But it's the best tool you do have, you know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
And they take the Tormentor for themselves. They get it on. They get the spotlight.
Sick.
I mean, in this game, adds a little bit of mischance, I guess. I don't know. No illusions really to be found.
Something.
It is something, yeah.
And importantly, they didn't give away the objective. This is what you were saying. You're heroic. Let's not give this one away, and they didn't. We're continuing this net worth off the back of that Tormentor, and the past couple of pickoffs that they've been finding. Usually, it's just been on supports, but finally the big one on the Templar Assassin. They got all the outer objectives as well, so we're up to a 14,000 net worth lead, highest that it's been so far this game.
And the next objective is going to be Roshan. But the cool thing about having a Tia on your team, her N8 will tell you exactly when Rosh is going to spawn.
Let's forget this.
Yeah, so they should be prepared for the Roshan.
I'm glad she can know when Rosh spawns and we can't, you know me?
Why can't we know, actually? Is this a bug?
Yeah, I don't know why they haven't changed it back. It's so weird, actually. Like, nice, I can know when it's guaranteed to spawn. Thank you. That's sick.
It's the same as the players. Maybe we should lose vision too. We should get a spectator hero and we only have vision around.
Yes, nice. Like, okay. We're just gonna next we're gonna be playing as well alongside them?
Yeah, you have a spectator hero.
Spectator here, okay. What are we doing here, Michael? Along with Pike, chilling in the trees? Some pings are coming through. Wow, close on Whisper, man. Oh, they instantly to the outpost as well. So looking to try and quickly move across the map. They might actually catch them off guard. PP. Look at your dome by the looks of it. Will they?
Or
Okay,
missed.
they apparently won't. See? Oh man, such a weird game.
Top tower is under attack.
Chat's got to be so happy. 3-2-2. Haha, sick kill count. My Vitaly Centaur's just hitting a tier 2 tower and it's like,
Yeah, he
what
knows.
is this game?
He knows he can't lose the gem.
Yeah, true.
All right. They're giving Roche away. They know Roche can spawn, but versus this Enigma, probably not going to be something you can contest here. So, bro, they're taking the objectives. It is time, and they might also just be taking the life of the Shadow Shaman if he wants to continue to chase, which he does. Ghost Scepter might buy some time.
Run, Michael! Yes, yes, they won't think you're still in the trees. If you shackle, though, unfortunately, they will know exactly where you are.
I think they had an idea.
Yeah, no, he was dead. Oh,
Alright, Satanic is the next choice for Sven. I mean, definitely good with Wrath of God, but you don't lifesteal off hitting Refraction, so that's something you do have to be careful about.
well, Vitaly. Gets the leap over the top of the Enigma as well. This is a beautiful setup of the Torrent. It's not enough. They actually find Whisper to start the team fight. The high ground would. That was everything they needed. The information of where Whisper was positioned, and we've woken up a little bit. 6,000 gold down to now for Heroic. They thought they could just walk it down the lane with the kill into the Shaman and the Aegis advantage, but no, Edge finally able to fight back.
I'm gonna say Templars level 22. We're getting there.
All right, we're getting there. Count off. We've all been waiting for Black Hole.
I mean, to be honest with you, like playing Enigma versus TA is a little stressful because you have the traps, right, to play against, so you don't know if he sees you at all times. Number two is this hero likes to blink around a lot, so hitting the black hole before he blinks is a little stressful. And then add another tool where is he just going to cancel my black hole because he has this meld bash? Also very stressful. So it's not easy to play Nig versus TA. It's one of those matchups where if you do manage to get him, it feels great, but it's really, really hard to catch the TA.
Oh, hang on. What just happened? Did they fix the gem? Idomi has KJ's gem. It did just say he bought it as well, which was a little bit confusing, but I don't know.
They got 2 gems.
Did you see that? It just popped up on the side like they bought a gem, but it says that Idomi.
I mean, they probably
know,
fixed
dude.
it. You know, that's something that there's no way would continue to be in the game for longer than a few hours. So, good to see, because that was,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, we could all just be confused too. You know, maybe there was just literally 3 instances in a row where people didn't see it. You never know.
I still refuse to believe that.
But wards were dropped mid lane. Yeah.
And they're hitting it with Pike as well, okay? Previously it's only been the Serpent Wards as the person sieging, but now feeling a little bit stronger than what they have previously. Daedalus completed onto Pike. The big one though as well is Whisper's Refresher, and he has the Outward Staff as well, so maybe giving him an opportunity to outplay. We've seen it might continue to be the case where he is the main person they're trying to jump. He was also just high grounding. Maybe start onto the Centaur, as everyone else is a little bit further away. They won't get the BKB out of Yuma though.
Yeah, he actually didn't go for the workhorse either. He decided to go for a heart, so his plan is just to jump in, give some vision, and try to get that kill. I wonder if an Aghanim will come on PP at some point in this game. He does have Nullifier queued up, probably to deal with what we just saw there, the escape act being quite annoying. Doesn't work for Sven anymore. He has a shard, so you can't purge the war cry. So it truly is pretty much just to deal with these supports that both have a Ghost Scepter and, of course, the box.
As a carry play, when you look at the TA go for this neutral item, is this item good? Like, because I at least my P brain when I'm thinking like, where does the value come from if it gets cancelled pretty regularly and you take damage?
Your TA though, right? One of the most valuable things you can have on Templar Assassin is attack range. So you have Refraction on, you're almost always full HP. So taking 25 damage on TA is really hard to do, because even if you get hit, you take 0 damage, right? Just how Refraction works, so it's pretty good on TA. Yep. You want to be able to have as much attack range as possible in this hero.
Oh, she got to jump over the top of the left, but KJ was already there, and Whisper will stop the TP out. They got him a bigger fish finally to fry.
Costly mistake. I feel like TA almost has to play flawlessly if she wants to win this game. 1 or 2 of those and the game was just gonna spiral out of control, especially if you have to buy back here. And more importantly, maybe you buy back here, you have no BKB. Whisper can just refresh and go again. See what the call is here. I mean, God's Strength is going down soon, so maybe you don't want to go all the way into the high ground.
Analog is really far away from the team. They don't have the damage. They'll force up the BKB though.
Yeah, those shackles are really late. if they wanted to make something happen there. Now he's just gonna press Satanic and be full HP. Cool. Yeah, they want to force out this TA buyback.
Vitali. Body strong, protected with the heart. Whisper's gonna pop the refresh shot. Doesn't want to use the black core just by himself, but he didn't get the BKB off, and now he's in trouble maybe. The box from KJ will keep him alive. Stampede as well. They want to try and take the final edge. They bought back on the Templar Assassin.
Yeah. That's perfect for Heroic. That's everything they could have asked for and more.
Radiant are scattered.
They get the disengage, they get the TA buyback. Alright. Now, what do you want to do in this situation? Do you just want to stay up here? Do you want to try and commit something? It's a tough call to make. You do have one black hole available. And you know if you kill this TA, the game is just over. Pike TP's back. And they're going to smoke out, but he's level 24 and 3/4, so he doesn't have that bash shit yet.
No Lotus, unfortunately. This soon, though. Sorry, the wisdom.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Try and find the lane instead. They're going to go through the portal to top. So they will avoid the smoke. Do they go back through the portal after they take the Tormentor? Oh, they're going to see the... They have no vision. What do they do? They have a ward. They should know. Okay, so they won't go back.
Alright. I mean, mediocre shard in the Marcy there. Unfortunately, the supports of Radiant don't have the best shards, so not getting a lot of value from these Tormentors. But you are denying them, which is good. Alright, they're gonna find Centaur.
25. They're gonna get the jump. Vitali almost going up. Tuso will be able to protect him. They'll look to try and bring it down, but they won't be able to do so fast enough. Though Eula wants to turn towards the Undying, but the Glimmer Cape helps him slip away over to the left side. Back over towards Vitali's location. They continue to put some damage into the Centaur, and everyone else is not there. Vitali's gone, and he doesn't have a buyback.
And Undying was able to just glimmer out and blink away, alright. I mean, no buyback, but since he did use God Strength, that's going to be down. Not sure if they're going to be able to exploit this. 3 seconds left on the refresh orb for Enigma, so I'm sure they want to try and fight soon here. And he's dead. But Cease a Sturge makes him alive again.
Can confirm. Fix the gem.
Yep.
Picked it up. I saw. If we needed confirmation.
Yeah, I mean, bugs like that
Did you
usually
go
don't
for a
stay in
solo
the
kill?
game for long. Pike?
Maybe. Also, Undying's dying. Back-to-back deaths. Now Pike as well. Whisper's going to TP in. Oh, what do you do? What's up, Whisper? Just go for the black hole, the vision for the choreo. Oh, well done, Schofield. Uses the choreo for the vision. And this is a dieback, and this will just be game as well. What are you going to do without your tier? You got 0 damage.
It's going to be pretty rough here. I wouldn't be surprised if Whisper just refreshes and they go again. But maybe he wants to min-max to get a Malefice off or something. Or potentially a Midnight Pulse before doing so. But yeah, I think it's time to go. Travels 2 on Enigma. Yuma just has to hit. And at this point, it looks almost inevitable that we're going to a game number 3 here.
Slow burn of a game. Felt like this was coming for quite a ways away. Maybe there was some outplay potential, but the probability was very low for Dial.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic are actually taking this really slow. They're going to go for Megas instead of trying to end the game. I mean, they're going to have plenty of time to try both.
Backline zip. PP wants to try and zip with the Ringmaster and will be able to do so. Now there's also a moment of opportunity to deal with the Enigma. PP's damage. Showcase, he might be able to blow him up, but doesn't have it in time. Refresher, Black Hole, the last one to close out the game. No buyback on PP. Was almost enough for this damage with the Witchblade. Shaman, unfortunately, Michael, you've got nothing left in the tank. And so due to the race of the Edge boys as well. Heroic, they will be able to even up our series. It did take them a while to finally be able to close out this game, but they will be able to do it in the end.
Maybe some buybacks they can delay this, but this isn't Megas yet. Well, they have 3 buybacks here. I mean, they're definitely going to be down Mega creeps, but
Dire's top
like I said, they chose to go for Megas instead of going for the Throne. But as you can see, like that sequence of events, I think they went down 20,000 net worth from just what happened after TA died. All those buybacks, the entire base goes down. 34,000 gold advantage. Straight into Roshan now as well. And maybe Storm. Oh, Storm's not alive. They're going to try and take this Roche fight with no Storm. I mean, there's no Black Holes, so there's that. But can you find the angle? Looks like you cannot. 4 daggers thrown out by King Jungles just to disengage.
So stupid.
Yeah, I don't think there's many spells in Dota, if any, that have like 4 charges. So I just thought that was interesting.
Yeah, just 4 random daggers just for vision. Okay. Just one after another after another.
And the Spotlight, of course.
Yep, Spotlight. It's an interesting hero. It's got a unique toolkit. They have 2 Roche's banners as well on the Ringmaster. Okay. Yes, how are you going to stop the siege with double the invulnerability?
Not sure if you can.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, you have to kill Enigma. That's like 100%. I mean, they almost did it last fight, but honestly, I think the Outworld staff he had kept him alive just long enough to kind of make a play there. So 20 seconds on Refresher. Black Hole is up. Both of those will be at your disposal. I think you can just show your Sven, and if they ever go on Sven, you just be very, very patient on this Enigma. You must be the most patient Enigma in the world here. Oh, Pike's Courier.
has been killed.
See ya.
It's going. It's close to Rapier. 450 gold. Eeping in, maybe thinking he's got to run to the secret shop instead, or maybe they just want
Good
their
luck
own
with that.
Rapier on analog.
I mean, losing his Courier
going
means he
Rapier?
lost the Rapier, so...
All right.
Oh, can he make it though? Pike is on a journey. The journey for the Rapier.
Scanning.
Dunham. He gets it and will instantly TP out. So Rapier is online.
Conker also has a Rapier. He can
Well, that's
assemble
fun.
it.
Oh, TA though, she pops here.
Oh, TA!
Oh
Whisper,
no!
does he get
Oh,
the
bash!
Does
The
he get
bash!
cancel? He got the bash! So inside the base and a Whisper stuck in those
He's dead.
woods. They're going to be able to kill it. No way, dude. No way they actually defend the base. Not a bad start at all. Analog, he's going to get out with his own Rapier. He activated it. Peepy's going to try and catch up to him with the buyback. Can they get the kill into the... No, they won't. They won't be able to kill off KJ before the TP does go out successfully from Whisper, but they're losing more members.
It's a
Meanwhile, over the right
disaster,
side,
honestly.
where is the Sven? Sven, he's got no one. He didn't get the memo. Everyone else was retreating, but the opportunity for him to get out was not there. What just happened?
I told you the meld hit bash was gonna win this game. It like literally the projectile was flying the same second the black hole hit the ground, and it canceled the first black hole. Then after that, he was just out of position. He dies. He bought back too, by the way. There. I mean, luckily they did get analog out with that rapier, because if you feed that rapier, well, this game net worth wise is looking much different. But that's what you got to do. Like, in a perfect world, this meld bash is going to kill this Enigma and cancel black holes.
And, well, okay, there's a couple things. Vitali, he's going Aethelens next to give him extra range with the workhorse. You also have a Hex on the Undying. I don't know where he got this goal, but Yodomi is Blink Hex, so we're gonna see. There's a like they have been getting very close to blowing up multiple members, like not even only just the Enigma, but even some cores as well. We've seen Conquer and the Sven's been very close to being killed off from 4 to 0, but a lot of that's going to come down to the Ringmaster's ability to keep them alive with the box.
Well, even that's kind of counter with the Nullifier, right, from the Storm Spirit. And Storm, he's got an Aghanim Scepter. I don't know, man. You got to be a little bit nervous if you're heroic, actually, because you have no buyback on this Enigma. If he dies, yeah, if he dies, it could be a problem. And now Storm, he's hit critical mass. Plasma, level 27, with the Aghanim Scepter. He's got a Nullifier. King Jungles has no chance in any of these fights. Look at his itemization. He's got Travels, Blink, Ghost Scepter, Atos. He has 2k HP. That's literally like 3 seconds of Storm's time to kill him. So I don't think the box is going to be a huge issue here. Same for this Enigma. If this Enigma manages to get stunned, because he doesn't have any items such as like a Shadow Blade or something to help him position. And thank goodness, like the Ninja Gear has been cycled out, so that item's not going to help you either. Or is Ninja Gear's tier 5 now or something? I don't even know.
Oh, it's gone. It's gone.
It's just gone. Yeah.
Well, they're back alive. All is 5. And Analog's going to charge up the high gun. They'll see everyone else very shortly with the trap. We'll go back towards the base. So Vitali's going to change his build from the Aethelens once he heals into the Wind Waker. And in fact, it's actually going to be Yodomi going Aethelens next to help out with maybe the save along with the Hex. We've got a couple of the Zune Blood Rights. Pike outside the base might... Schofield's got the gem. He's going to see Pike. I don't know if he's got the quick nuke in. Yeah, he does. He has to get the blink away.
Oh, he
It's a really awkward position to take a team fight in, and poor Yodomi really didn't want to be here, and luckily for him, he's got the Ceaseless Dirge up.
Pretty useful in these late game situations, huh?
Does that count as the buyback death timer as well? Because he was dead for
Probably.
90. Does it...
I'm not sure, but it makes sense because yeah, we saw the max timer, and I'd imagine it resets, so that's good for him.
Yeah, without a doubt, and the buybacks are coming out for them as well. Centaur, Undying, and the Shaman. Yeah, that's the big thing. The money at the moment.
I mean, it's just not very simple on how you should take these fights. Like, Pike is now 6 slotted. He has another Rapier, a backup Rapier queued up on top of just potentially getting a Moon Shard. You might think about adding in an Ags as well. Consumable Ags.
What are we storing gems? Why did they put the gem there? Look at the top. Do you see it? By the Tormentor? They just left it. Conker just put it on the ground. What are we doing, actually? Are we still don't keep it in the base now? It's just... This is our treasure trove? Michael?
It's safe there. Don't worry about it.
Let's get the blink away, but unfortunately X. And a buyback, of course, is going to be a big problem for him. Will not have this one. Well, he does actually. Has enough gold.
He is buy, but
50 gold is for it.
yeah, they're not finding the openings that they want. They're trying to find this Enigma, ideally, but this Marcy keeps placing herself in harm's way. I mean, she's got 3,000 HP, right? Basher online for the Marcy. I think Schofield wants to bait himself in these fights. That way, the Sven and Enigma do not have to, and of course they don't want to lose this rapier on analog too, so somebody has to go.
Not an
Like
easy
it.
kill, but they're going to try and do it. He's getting your scepter, but the Black Hole's going to be used as well, but it's not the greatest. PP zipped into it. They'll use the box to try and keep Whisper alive for the moment. He'll pop back out. Refresher is ready. Second round of the
they
Black
went
Hole.
on
They
the
want
tier.
another Templar Assassin. She's just gone. Yuma found an angle for the stun and now says, thank you, sir. I'll take the rapier. Vitali's going to be able to run into the Enigma down to the south. The Vortex as well will drag multiple people in. That's a dieback onto Whisper. And KJ's a little bit vulnerable as well. Yuma, he's wasting all his time just to deal with Yudomi. Their base, it's going to die. It's going to be a repeat. The throw's just falling. Someone needs to glyph. Yudomi needs to go back. Oh, protects it at the last second. Oh.
And they do have glyph, but that throne is getting really low. This is one of the hard things of playing against mega creeps. These lanes will constantly push out, but they'll defend it for now. And Vitali showing the power of this Aghanim shard on the Centaur. 6,000 HP, just basic, but he had like up to 8,000 HP in that fight. Eventually able to kill this Enigma. They didn't even need the Black Hole to kill the Templar Assassin there. And were they able to escape with the Rapier? Yeah, I mean, they got it on Yuma, so Yuma now has a Rapier. And the gold and buyback situation isn't good enough here for Pike to be able to buy another Rapier and have buyback for some time.
There's
They would-
going to be an opening where TA will be alive and they might actually be able to contest Roshan with Whisper still dead. We'll see if they can get the waves out though.
I mean, Roche helps a little bit, but it's like, who even takes Roche at this stage of the game? Just put it on your Undying or something, or? And Pike
It was
bought a brown pair of boots. Just like a placeholder here. He wants a rapier there, but brown boots it is for now.
Oh, this is not going to be fast enough. This
And
you're gonna
buyback
have to
is
think
up on
otherwise.
Enigma.
Analog's just going to run at them. You can yeah, I mean, Yuma's pinging the Ancient. This throne is super vulnerable. Yes, you have to
Oh, he can block the jump.
Nice jump.
He's
They're
dead.
going to get Whisper down. He's got to buy back and or use it instant. Now, what's it call an edge? Should continue to stick around for the team fight. Such a hard position for you to fight without the possibility to buy back in and teep into the outpost. Meanwhile, Yuma finds Vitali inside the river. Michael's going to be able to give him some
PP's
breathing room with
jumping
the X.
soon.
They want to go over to the right side. There comes PP. Vortex, Vitali, another round of the slump, but it's still a cooldown currently. Vitali's down to half health, falling low with the rapier onto Yuma. It's going to be okay though. The zombie's slow and with the BKBs expiring makes it a little bit more difficult. They'll get the buyback out of Whisper. And Dire, they will get away.
Alright, another buyback on Whisper here. What a beautiful jump. I think it was just a blind jump there. I don't think they had any vision. It's like, I'm just
did
gonna
have a
trust
ward, but
it.
I don't know if it got
Oh,
big
did
one.
they? Okay. Well, either way, like, that's what they need. I don't know how they got up there to plant a ward, but kudos to whoever did that. I mean, Roche will go the way of raiding here, but yet again, it's like, I guess Whisper Vegas, sure. I mean, this is probably your best bet. He has no buyback. You can feel a bit more confident showing on the map here. So yeah, I guess this choice of putting on Whisper, I like it a lot. I think putting it on the Sven or the Kunkka would honestly feel bad because you don't want to get rid of any of these items in your inventory.
So another rapier on Pike, 350 gold. Even, of course, less. I have to imagine we'll sell the boot, so.
I mean, I haven't seen enough ultra laking. Is block of cheese still a thing in this game? Or was that
Yeah, it is, yeah.
removed? Okay. I saw him just eat a full lotus there. I'm just kind of like,
Who was this, sorry?
Yuma.
See.
Wondering maybe he should start thinking about block of cheese.
He's constantly pinging throne. It sounds like he's want like let's just go hit Ancient, guys, but
No, you can't do that. Not when Glyph is up. Not when you're playing against multiple buybacks here. I mean, TA just doesn't have the money for the buyback. Did she end up purchasing another rapier?
yeah, she got it.
Yep, there it is. But no
Still has
buyback.
boots. Let's go.
That's a placeholder.
Just in case you lose the rapier again. That's a bad mentality. Just sell the boots. You don't need it. Burn the boats.
Bad mentality.
Heroic, very, very hesitant. I mean, I guess we got tier 5s. So, top ones work on it. Importantly, even besides the tier 5, Wind Waker as well for the Centaur. We got a couple of Regalias. Whisper
they're-
even went for it. Oh, got cast range. Jesus.
Oh yeah, Regalia on Enigma. Okay. I want to see a disgraced one. Lost potential here.
I want to see a disgrace one.
Because it's in the game.
I see, okay.
And I haven't seen it yet.
Someone's got to get out and farm. I feel like this is up to you, PP, but zero vision. Yeah, I mean, you see the drawing in the map. Kedge is like, lads, we've got to control the jungle. Can't give them any room.
I mean, PP can definitely go out there and farm anything he wants. And he should, too.
Dire's ancient.
Pike needs the Regalia. That's what he needs.
Someone had, we were like, we got to get out. They've covered bottom with the observer ward. And they're going to run inside the base as well, but the smoke might pop in the position that they are in. Well, they have the ward. PP's actually going to try and get the jump of the Hex is out as well. No Whisper.
yay.
Oh, they're gone. Yuma's amp damage with the Rapier. They evaporate. They're still going to try, however. Pike is a little bit vulnerable. Superman over towards the Ancient. Has he got a bit too far? He doesn't have the Aegis. Down goes Yuma. That's Rapier on the deck as well. Pike, if he wants, can snag a second Rapier. Meanwhile, Analog as well. They'll buy back on Yuma, which is a pretty heavy committal.
Yeah, that's another
back,
black hole,
Udomi.
though.
Doesn't get the blink timing. Vitali's not going to be able to drag him in as well. Yuma will show up in full force. Throne, it's low. Yes, you've still got a glyph, but you've got to get the creeps off.
There's so many creeps here.
PP not
Piled-
about
oh,
opening
they
onto
got
the
them.
Enigma, importantly. They got Whisper, but
Gotta
the
get-
box is going to be able to protect him. Whisper, and keep an eye on the throne, because Yuma just wants out of this game, and with the BKB, it's going to expire. They need the stuns, and they need it now, but they're not going to get it. They will not find it. Jeez, the drop, throne blows up. Well, it took them a while, heroic in the end, but they're going to be able to take game 2.
Yep, this is just the type of games we get, Aries. We get the long 60-minute games, close barn burner games, but Heroic, they strike back in this one. It looked really good from the early stages. Whisper got his redemption on this Enigma, had some rough performances earlier on. In the early game, completely destroyed this early game. The Sven looked great. It really just felt like you couldn't really get on the map anywhere. We tried on Edge, but it was so difficult to find things to happen in this game. So they did manage to get the first Tormentor and first Roche, which looked good, but it just felt inevitably this game, if this Enigma ever got the black holes off, it would be hard. And he definitely found Pike a couple too many times trying to split push the lanes and just catapulted this Heroic roster into eventually, but slowly, get the win.
And that would have felt good for Whisper. 8 minutes in, you get a triple black hole like that, especially with the game 1 performance and confidence. Would have been boosted up. We saw some pretty solid moves though from Edge, like this one in particular, playing with the disadvantage that they had, and you're trying to make something happen. Shaman was dead, but you still have the high ground ward that they looked to try and utilize. We saw them playing the side lanes as well, just stalling out the game. Serpent wanted to try and take objectives, but unfortunately wasn't enough for them in the end. And a nice turnaround for Heroic as well, to show that they were going to make sure there was no repeat of game 1.
I mean, it was a night and day difference performance by Heroic from game 1 into game number 2, but Edge still pushed us 1 to the 60, whatever, 3-minute mark, right? So Edge is still, even though they were getting absolutely destroyed in this game, they lost all 3 lanes. they found opportunities to stay in this game. So even though this was a loss for Edge, I'm still impressed with the fact that they still made this game competitive with the choices they made. Mainly just the first Tormentor, right? They placed Vision there, they baited out the Black Hole. Once that Black Hole didn't get enough people, calls out Unforced Air, they managed to get that one straight into the Roshan, and I think those plays really stalled things up and put them in a position where, yeah, it was always going to be a hard game, but not an impossible game, and that's why this game did end up going to almost exactly 63 minutes here. So well played by both teams here. Glad to see Heroic finally woke up, and Edge, they says they're not going to go down without a fight.
I didn't even notice Analog was flawless that game. 10-0 and 17. Yuma 17, 2 and 9.
Yeah.
So these lads having a mighty performance here in the victory.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the score lines, right, it doesn't look like this is a game that went 63 minutes. It's 43-15. It was like, you could show me this. I'm like, okay, this game definitely ended at like 30 minutes, right? And there's a lot of kills. This looks like a stomp, but it was actually quite competitive game, and going to show you how Edge, even though they didn't have many resources this game, they found a way to take the fights. So very interesting game. We're gonna go to game 3, but however, like, this game goes to show you that both these teams, they're kind of neck and neck here right now. And Analog, without a single death, purchasing the Rapier, itemization was great. I liked how he had an Orchid. You can't see it in this picture, but that was his first item, really just shutting down PP's involvement in the early game. He just knows he can't go in, otherwise he can get Orchid and die, and kind of was able to use that to get multiple kills across the map here. So, well played by Analog, and definitely all the boys on Heroic. A much needed win here, but I think after that one, both these squads are probably feeling a little tense going into this game number 3, because this matchup's really close.
Yeah, that it is indeed. We're seeing, so far with the gameplay. Edge with the game 1 victory was a little bit more convincing. Game 2 was as well for Heroic, but it took them a while. They had the lead for quite some time, but Edge able to make him work for it in the end. So hopefully game 3, we get a closer affair between these two teams. Winner is going to book their ticket into the best of 5 grand finals that will be played tomorrow. But we're going to find out who the first person will be in the grand finals after a short break.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Heroic able to even up the series here, 1-1 apiece in our upper bracket finals. We'll see if they have what it takes to be able to book their ticket into the grand finals, or if Edge were able to knock down the team that we and a lot of people were expecting to make it through the qualifiers. Maybe it's just a qualifier thing for Edge though against Heroic. Again, like I mentioned in the Dream League Season 26 qualifiers, we saw they're able to eliminate Heroic, and maybe this will be another instance of that so far. We'll have to wait and see. A much better from Heroic though in this game.
Oh yeah, it definitely was. They corrected a lot of the mistakes. It's just they didn't actually make too many mistakes this game, I must say. I think Edge took advantage of a couple, I'm not going to say mistakes, but like opportunities, right? Like when Whisper was so close to getting that black hole, but it missed the TA, and then they were able to get the Tormentor and then go into the Roshan because the black hole was on cooldown after that. That was pretty big.
Yep, it was indeed. So we'll see if they make any more improvements to their performance, and if they're able to continue with the performance like that. You're able to still playing with a deficit, make things work, and that was the impressive thing for Edge. And heading into this upcoming game, like, what are some of the changes? Do we still get the Conquer? Do we still get the Enigma? The supports is so far as well has been very impressive from either side. The Tusk, the Mag, those also banned out, but we saw so far the Ringmaster has been prioritized from either side. So where does this one go? And also we don't really get it. And you also saying throughout the game it's a little bit that the Marcy Schofield, it's not really a hero that you think of maybe when you think of him. Like, yes,
sure,
of course it's a melee hero, but I was honestly very impressed with his performance on the Marcy. I thought he played well.
Oh, he definitely did, and I think this is a hero he definitely knows how to play at this point, but I think it's only really going to come out if they have an Enigma. They also might only pull it out if they see an Undying, for example. I think those are two conditions in which they might pick it, but other than that, probably not. But I think the biggest thing that we saw that was attributing to their success was this Magnus ban. I think not giving PP this seems to be key whenever you're going to play against Edge. And I don't think for the rest of this tournament, honestly, Edge will get this hero. I think PP has shown one too many times now how good he is on this hero. So whether they win or lose this series, whoever they play next will likely do their homework and not allow him to have this one.
10 seconds remaining.
Too many times we've seen he's been able to perform on that hero. So we are into our third and final draft here of this series. Lina, Bristle, Darkseer, and the Ancient Apparition also banned out. Okay, so far everything exactly... Actually, no, Heroics are just a little bit different, where they ban the Lina. Previously it was the DP and the Tusk. So one will be a bit different. They can go the Tusk themselves. They actually won't. Do the DP? They do. Okay.
Right, yeah, we've seen DP across not only this region, but other regions look quite strong. This is a hero. I mean, the thing that is really strong about this hero is, yeah, the laning stage is good, the facet's good, but it's the Agnum Scepter. It applies a mini slow that goes through BKB. So it kind of just kites you through your BKB, which is incredibly annoying to play against. So with all those things combined, this hero is just looking quite strong in either the mid or offlane position. Well, I have my theory as well too. This hero could definitely be played as a carry too. I'm waiting to see who's gonna be the first to play it, but it will eventually at some point go into the carry position.
And this is like mainly you're expecting then with like a Lina TA or some more hard carry to be drafted with the combination of the DP, or
I mean, yeah, it's gonna be like the Kunkka carry, right? It's something very similar that the Doom, the Kunkka carries. It's not like a true carry, but it can exploit some matchups so you can get that mid hero that potentially can pop off. And maybe you want to dodge a couple of these matchups. But Terrorblade does come out as a response to DP. We saw yesterday the Razor come out for Pyke against the Death Prophet. That looked really nice. Just, you want to have this high burst damage, physical burst damage against the Death Prophet. This hero does not like to buy a lot of armor items and has naturally low armor, so Terrorblade is a hero that will shred Death Prophet into that late game. And it looks like the spirits of Edge are still high. I just see them kind of like laughing, having a good time during the
10
draft here.
seconds remaining.
I think they're probably pretty proud of the performance they put up in that game number 2, given
5
the
seconds
circumstance that they were in.
Yeah, I would agree. Again, I know we were saying a couple of times, like the plays that we're making, even still from behind, you're showcasing this as a team that when you are playing with a deficit, they don't just roll over and die. That they're still going to try and do whatever they can to find a way into the game. And we'll see a bit of a difference here as well. No Enigma for Whisper, so he's going to get a bit of a different hero. We will go into the Ringmaster though from Edge, so Udomi will get his support.
The hero of this series so far, right? Ringmaster has won both games that has been picked up, so
10 seconds remaining.
value is going up. I don't know if I mean, it's pretty good versus Death Prophet,
5
I
seconds
suppose.
remaining.
Just being able to push the DP back to kind of break the siphons definitely has some value. And Shadow Shaman will be picked up by Heroic this time around. Shadow Shaman's such a weird hero right now. It's like, it's the best lockdown, right, in the game. But you oftentimes just see this hero if it's
10 seconds remaining.
if you're having to play from behind, usually with like 15 deaths plus per game, just continuously dying, doesn't have many tools to kind of like deal with this chain feeding. And you need a lot of items to really have an amazing game on Shaman, but where's Naga been, man? Like, every time we see Naga, it looks so good. But it seems to just come out, like, once in a blue moon. But looks good here. I'm definitely a fan. There's going to be no Lina, though. We've been seeing this Lina Naga lane look really hard to play against.
We've also been seeing, like, besides the lane, the team fight with the Naga Mag or the Naga Enigma. So you will not have that. At the moment for Heroic, we'll see if there is another way they can combine the song with something inside the team fights.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Now, what do we go for Edge? What is going to be the call for them? You've got your couple of picks. It's a bit difficult for you to be able to determine where you're wanting to put your lane. Probably second support we're going to see. I don't think this Terrorblade's going to be flex as well. I would presume like it's almost guaranteed to be on Pike. It doesn't really sound like a Vitali hero.
I said that before too for I think Sacred, but he was able to prove that he could actually play the hero. I think if you do have the opportunity to have it as like this last pick kind of debate, I'm sure he would be able to play it, but you have to get like that perfect last pick hero. Like, we're talking about these morphlings and stuff that potentially could come on that last pick situation, but I think he's probably very happy to play the Terrorbleed just in this game because it's incredibly good for Shaman. It's great for Death Prophet, and I guess you have a Manta for Naga, so you can kind of deal with the ensnare, so none of these heroes really counter him. It's a different story, the carry Naga versus carry TB. It's definitely Naga favored, hypothetically, but I think that doesn't really matter because it doesn't even counter the hero as a core anymore, just because carry Naga is just so weak right now.
Dire team pick.
And they'll take the conk out. Very, very nice.
So it also gives you possibility heading into the last phase of not knowing where the lane's going to go. So we'll see your second support here to keep the flex of the Conqueror either being the 3 or the 2 for PP or Vitali.
5 seconds
See what you want to try and play as your 4 though.
It
If
could
you
be
could of
4 or
course go into
5.
the Naga +1 lane.
Yeah, I'm very
Could, but-
curious. Like, I'm not sure like what supports are. A lot of them are banned, so they're gonna bring out something a little. I'm not gonna say unorthodox, but we don't see a ton of it anymore, right? And the Morta. I guess it's pretty good for Shaman. You have that very long range cancel of the Shackle with the dead shot. Can't really run into the fight either with the silence, so.
10 seconds
Yeah, I
remaining.
mean, also another like Tame the Beast, Dead Shot. These are all 2 items that can just push DP
5
away
seconds remaining.
from targets in the fights.
Do you see an easy carry pick here for Yuma, or are we looking for the offlane?
An easy pick. I mean, nothing's easy into Terrorblade, in my opinion. Terrorblade is just one of those heroes, but yeah, I mean, you're playing versus Kunkka, which is good versus a lot of the heroes that stay at range, but you're playing a Naga, so you kind of want to play a hero that is ranged. So, like, I'm thinking, yeah, Drow looks good, but then you're playing versus Kunkka. So maybe you just bite the bullet and still pick one of these, like, turret type of heroes. Even though Kunkka is good versus him. Or you just go all in and try to counter the Kunkka with, like, these Monkey Kings and stuff like that. It really is just going to come down to having to make a choice, essentially.
Sure.
On what you want to counter. So, I mean, is Morphling still in the pool?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that could be an answer, too. He's good with, but they're going to save his pick for a little bit later. Timber's going to come out. Curious on where this is going to go. It's a flex, I suppose. Like, Timber could go off. Timber could also go mid. Same with Death Prophet, right? They both have the potential
10
here.
seconds remaining.
And I think Timber's...
5 seconds.
I don't know how much I like it versus Terrorblade. Like, if you snowball the lane, it's great, but sometimes it doesn't feel as good. I think it might be the better choice, though, because I think DP might just feel bad in general versus TB, right? And you'll never feel like you can just use that Sunder, so they're going to ban out other heroes to kind of protect the Timber Saw in that lane, because they think potentially this TB might actually be going into the offlane. And they ban out the Ursa.
10 seconds remaining.
So you leave Yuma's hero to last. So we'll... he obviously feels like he has a couple more options available than Whisper and the Timbersaw with the offlane. There's that Drow remove, though. Offlane was another one that you mentioned.
I mean, yeah, Morph is pretty good here as well. For the side, potentially, of Heroic.
10 seconds
So, I mean, he's going to lane versus Timber, though.
5 seconds remaining.
What else would Yuma want to play against potentially Kunkka? I mean, they banned the Morph, so... Well, it's Yuma's turn to pick now, so... Let's see what he came up with here. And it is the Kunkka, as mentioned, so the Morph is there. I mean, Templar Assassin, you don't really want to pick it. The lane's fine, but it's hard countered by
10
TB.
seconds remaining.
But all the options you have versus TB aren't really great anyway.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know. Like, those two bans were the best I could think of, right? Outside of that, I'm kind of blanking a little bit on, like, what is going to counter this TB.
He must obviously have an option, though. Like, if you're picking the Timber here, then Yuma has 3 heroes that at least are coming to mind. Whereas you probably would have drafted your Yuma hero at the 18th.
I mean, you would hope so, yeah. But
Unless this is an incredible Timber game and you didn't want to get rid of it. But you said about the Timber Terrorblade, and I also... I mean, Timber into Conqueror Muerta sounds a little bit frustrating as well.
Dire team pick.
Yeah.
Look at the Tiny.
Yeah, that's the hero Terrorblade also does not care about. So, I mean, it's fine. It's just not a gotcha pick. But, alright, so they're laning versus the Timber Saw, potentially. I mean, they could really consider on what they want to do with this TB now. There's some good carry picks, too, if they want to go that route. But I don't think it's really necessary. It looks like a good Terrorblade game. And they're going to go for the Keeper of the Light. And is this going to be mid? It might be. So the early Solar Bind against the Death Prophet with the Vessel. So you have Vessel against Timber and the Death Prophet. That sounds pretty good if you ask me. Cool.
Okay.
You don't get to see a lot of the Caudal mid, but you know, this is a hero that you cannot bully as Analog. And eventually, this Solar Blind plus Vessel is great for Whisper and Analog. So, something we don't see a lot of, but a very cool and innovative pick coming out from the side of Edge here.
A very interesting pick. I know Analog used to be a Coddle player as well, so It's maybe is a little bit of time since he's played this. We'll see if it's even played the DP Coddle matchup and how comfortable he's going to be in it. I can't imagine it's really. I feel like a lot of Coddle matchups are just pretty farm intensive. So the question is like, how does the map state look when Coddle gets boots of travel? Do we feel like Heroic? Is this going to be a really difficult time for them from like the 8 to like 15-minute mark, maybe even a little bit longer, where they're going to have some difficulty with how active PP can be?
Yeah, I don't know if he'll rush travels this game. He might want to just rush a vessel and just have that available to kill Analog. But I'm liking what Edge have going on here. I mean, they are lacking in one department. Their lockdown isn't great in like the mid-late game, where if you compare it to like Shadow Shaman, Tiny, they've got this reliable stun lockdown that can get the pickoffs. You don't really have that on Edge. But what you do have in return, though, is you have incredible damage sources that are amazing versus Heroic's heroes. Like Terrorblade, he's going to eat Death Prophet alive. He's going to eat the Shadow Shaman alive. He's also going to kill this Tiny incredibly easily. And same with this Coddle. You're killing Timbersaw, you're killing Death Prophet very easily. So it's really going to come down to positioning a lot in this particular game. But it's a very, very hard Death Prophet game. So we'll see what he can do in this game as Analog, playing against multiple counters.
Okay. Or something you would expect with first picking a hero like that. You have to counter it, and it looks like they have done so on Edge, but is it going to work out? On paper, sure, but still you need to be able to execute in this final game to cement your spot in the grand final. It's a best of 5 where you await your opponent. We're going to find out. They're going to get straight back into the action early on. We've got a 5-man smoke from Dire, starting to run straight towards Radiant. Actually, Coddle is not with them currently. PB up to Pentacle.
They got multiple wards. I actually see him with this ward. If you walk up to this high ground, you will die. Smoke is used, so they get popped immediately. Oh yeah. I don't know if you can chase that, but the smoke's not down technically. It was only just the Shadow Shaman that got revealed. And you can see King Jungles is behind enemy lines here on this Naga.
Got down some long wrap around. Scofield's doing it. He actually, I don't know how he made it up to the high ground.
Schofield needs to be studied by scientists on how his brain works.
KJ's smoke is going to expire pretty shortly, and they might see him after he runs away with dropping the ward. Hello there? So is he deciding if he's going to block a camp, or he's just going to wait to take it away?
You know, a lot of players suffer from like overthinking the game. I feel like Schofield does not have that issue.
No, this guy's just natural intuition, just plays it out.
Yeah, I think he just doesn't really care, you know? Like, if I die, I die. I'm just gonna do what I'm setting out to do. And that's kind of what makes him so good at what he does as well.
So this is just maybe him as a person, and
That
like
has to be, yeah.
Sure.
He's one of the most unique Dota players I've ever seen. Just the way he views the game. And oftentimes it is literally just him not caring about what most other people would care about. Like, oh, I don't want to feed here, I don't want to die here. It's like, what's Schofield doing there? Like, it's just baffling to a lot of other players, but like, he's willing to take the risk, and it oftentimes pays off.
Have you spoken of, like, is this an outlook that a lot of other people have on Schofield as well in the process? I know, again, you've mentioned about like your previous team, and if Schofield enters into your own jungle, you just like you leave him. But like, would you say this is a viewpoint that a lot of other players have as well in the international scene on Schofield?
Oh, for sure. Everyone knows him as like, he's gonna try and outplay you. He's trying to waste your time.
He also should be dead here.
Nah, he's fine.
They were
But he's gonna take a lot of
bit
damage.
too slow.
I mean, it's good damage. Always helps. It's got one salve out as well. And this is just kind of how Terrorblade lanes go. They did nerf Terrorblade a little bit, but it seems that it never really matters, you know? Just innately how much base damage and armor this hero has, these small nerfs of -10 damage, like minus attack range, meta still seems to reign supreme as a spell that'll just win you any level 2 engagement. Long cooldown though.
Yes, that is true. It is an exceptionally long cooldown. But well, they're actually going to look to make
good
it go.
timber chain.
So with the meta on cooldown, they feel Pyke is pretty vulnerable. And the Whisperer is going to have a free lane now for the next minute and a half. He can farm pretty comfortably.
And as you can see, PP's actually been stacking the camps there, farming it up. Like, you're not meant to really win this lane. You're just supposed to out-economy the Death Prophet, which, you know, technically, if you look at it, is a win. But you're not going to get, like, denies and slow down her levels, but the Death Prophet also will not do the same to you, so.
I feel like the Coddle is very similar in the sense of like a Zeus, right? You both trade farm mid.
Yeah, sure.
And maybe Zeus not as much, of course, as a Coddle with going back into the jungle, but just purely with the lane sense where you both just find free farm.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much anyone that lanes versus Coddle is going to free farm. But the question is, can you stop Coddle from out farming you by doing what Coddle's doing right now and just spamming pools in the jungle? And back when Coddle was meta, you'd see supports go here and ward this or contest these stacks, but maybe Coddle's been out of the meta. Okay. It's a good kill. Behind the tower, gets Pyke's courier as well. And
So
one.
bottom, Yuma looking for the toss back. KJ is going to be able to find the ensnare out of the tower. Tried to go for the silence, but unfortunately wasn't there in time. So back-to-back kills, Heroic. Starting strong in their side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, it looks really good, and Pyke is struggling a lot in this top lane here. I mean, his CS looks good, but why is his net worth so bad?
Radiant's middle tower is under
Huh.
attack.
That's a good question. What happened?
Did he lose an item?
Are you on the courier?
I don't think that removes... Anyway, whatever, I don't think it removes your net worth, but yeah, his CS looks fine, but his net worth is incredibly low. Maybe he bought too many consumables here. Could be possible. But either way, I think you do need to stop this Coddle, though, at some point. Oh, they did ward it. Okay, so they came by, and it is blocked. So, I don't know when Schofield did that, but this is going to slow down the Coddle a little bit until he buys his own sentry, which he did have, but his sentry doesn't see the sentry that Schofield down to block the camp.
How do you play besides blocking the camp to slow down the Coddle? What is the like? How do you play accordingly to the Coddle's movements pretty shortly when he gets the vessel?
You don't have any dispels, really, so you just kind of have to predict his movements. Keep a TP scroll with you. But there's multiple ways to cancel TPs here with pretty much everyone except for the Terrorblade, right? So you just have to try and dodge him, but he's going to make his first rotation to steal the enemy neutral. So he's like, alright, you can block my camps. I'll just steal your stacks instead. No big deal. All good with me. Yadomi steals the creeps there away from his Coddle. And that's a support tax.
Back here as well, apparently. So then we haven't really spoken about without the, besides the kill that we saw Yuma get down bottom with the toss. His 32 last hits, Conquer 37. They're both farming relatively well. And no real pressure at least put onto the cause, and they'll probably continue to be the case. We'll see if it's going to be the Radiance build from Vitali or not.
Dire's top tower is
I mean, he's been kicked out of the lane on the Terrorblade. Usually I don't see this lane go this poorly, but Whisper... I mean, there's a reason why this guy was considered the best Timber in the world for a while.
Oh wait, but this ain't happening. PP's it.
I mean, he just claimed vessel charges with that. He didn't have any. So that's actually kind of a big death. I think he'll clean up this big camp here, maybe farm another wave mid, and then he'll have 2 charges of vessel. And that is where you start getting scared if you're Timbersaw, I think. And Timber, he's just going to smoke up and farm an Ancient stack. A cute little play.
Wonder what defensive item he goes for early on if he does feel like he needs one. He's got Kaya Blink queued up, but is this how you play into the Coddle?
He'll probably Yules at some point just because you are playing against Coddle and Kunkka. Yules is a great option to... And plus you can do the cool things, right, where you can chain Yules and it breaks the Yules. It allows you to go kind of deep. But I think Kaya Blink is the more aggressive route where you're just going to get in there, try to burst the TB, and you probably can too, right? Just get in there, use all your spells, and he's either going to be super low HP or be dead, and either of those will win. And you need the Blink to so you can chain out, right? That way he doesn't just sunder you. Because he did go for the Twistum Chakram facet, which gives him an additional Chakram into the damage. And I heard a smoke.
Is under attack.
It's Coddle. He is smoked. He has Vessel.
With the smoke. Down to bottom. Target's going to be onto Yuma. And they will have the control importantly from Vitali as well. Here comes the dive. Yuma, any response going to be there from Radiant? Doesn't look like that with a bit of K, so... It's got KJ in the trees, but nothing he can do to assist. So first movement of the game, you were seeing that Radiant kind of just need to anticipate the movements from PP's Coddle, and the first one they will not be able to read.
Yeah, it's a little reminiscent of the first move his Magnus made, right? Very connected.
Top lane. Sunder onto Whisper, but the Shackles as well prevents the extra control and damage they needed from Michael. They would just turn to Schofield instead, so... A job well done though for the support, and Whisper's going to make sure that he recognizes the job that he did, and he's actually even going to assist as well. So back in for the nuke, and Michael's gone.
Easy kill there. Schofield baiting him, getting the tip. And now the Blink Dagger will be online for Whisper here. I imagine he'll probably want to finish Blink just because he has the money for it, but... We'll see. Nope, he wants the Kaya. Okay. Just too much value in the mana regen amplification and spell amp, I think. It's been a while since I've seen Pyke, especially playing a hero like Terrorblade, being bottom of the network of all cores. Yeah. His game is not going the way he wanted it to go. And we talked about how this DP is going to have a tough game. Well, DP rushed Yules. It's already online. Brown Boots Yules, realizing you need that dispel as soon as possible. And these Yules, as I mentioned, are going to be high value. Alright. And it looks like Naga will be the consolation. But she's dragging the mid wave away, too, even though she died.
Whisper's also going to be here to try and help with the defense. He will get the wave back. And unfortunately, Analog used extra. I don't know if there was extra damage onto the tower, but I saw he was farming at least with the last little bit of extra, so I didn't catch the main purpose of this, but it being on cooldown and everyone else not feeling too comfortable trying to defend the tower, so first objective of the game, so second objective, the first one for Edge.
Yeah, pretty slow game, but I think if you're playing versus a Coddle and the game is slow, that's good for you, right? This is a hero that really likes to make a lot of impact in the first 15 minutes of the game. And if your impact in the first 15 minutes of the game is just one tiny kill, you're not happy with that. Not at all.
He is closing into the boot to travel on PP, which make it a little bit easier for him to be able to connect with the moves. But no, you only really have one place to go. Like, bottom is the easiest with the Conquer. We saw previously they were trying to set up on top, but seems like it's a little bit more telegraphed than where PP is going to be. Analog will avoid also attempt onto his life.
I think we're in for a little bit of a farm fiesta. At least for a little bit.
Who would you say this favors if we get to the mid game and it's somewhat even?
It's really hard to say. I kind of want to say heroic a little bit, just because I think you can itemize your way out of most of the problems you have against the. Hold on.
Combination's going to come through down to the south, but there's no extra follow-up onto Yuma because they've intercepted PP. It does mean that, I mean, we are also seeing some of the problems out of Heroic at the moment. Their control is really lacking, and you also unfortunately don't have level 6 from KJ still 13 minutes into the game, so it was unable to stop Dire from disengaging.
Yeah, I mean, both teams used Runaway. It was super effective.
Used Runaway.
So what I was basically saying about these lineups and why I kind of favor Heroic going later on to this game, like, you can buy your way out of most of the problems you have. Like, Solar Bind is dispellable by a million items in the game, right? X Torrent also solved by a lot of items in the game. And that's your control, right? There's not much else. There's like maybe a Atos and a Deadshot. And I guess the supports are gonna have to carry with Atoses.
Dude, Script's crazy, bro.
That's what he does. This is just how he plays the game. I told you, he just... You know the fear receptor a lot of people have in their brain? I don't know if he was... I don't know if he has it.
Dire are scared.
Just use the wards to try and zone out, and now KJ is going to use his first song as well to get the wisdom, so... He, oh, they got the turret. Alright, they got him.
He steals some of those? No, he won't.
And what is the... For KJ this game, how does he look to try and use the song as well? Because we've seen it's been easier for the previous Naga Sirens with you being able to set up the song with the, of course, Black Hole or RP. What is kind of his thought process with how he uses the song this game?
It's mainly going to be defensive. I mean, you can choose, really. Depends on the situation. Like, it can be used defensively this game or offensively. Because he does still have setup, right? Like, you can use Song, and we're teleporting out on... Oh, he got out on Schofield. There's no obvious way to use it this game. It's like the correct answer, I think. Because, as mentioned before, like, you can set up for some abilities. Like, you do have Avalanche, you do have Shaman that can wait, but I think Counter Initiation might be the best. Like, you see this X boat come out, or you see a Wheel of Wonder, and then maybe just Song. Let those spells go off, and then counter. And eventually in this game, you do have Shaman, you do have Tiny, you do have potentially an Ags on Naga. You have some good lockdown, and that does scale into the game, unlike Edge's lockdown. It does not scale very hard.
So how do you actually take fights on Dire, like, as this game goes on? Because it sounds like, it seems like the way to take team fights is going to be pretty difficult, and maybe we're really just, it's up to Pike with his damage on the Terrorblade. Speaking of Pike, I don't know. He's just actually going through the portal. He does also have a bunch of other heroes here. So Udomi's going to run into Analog, but this is once again showcasing their big issue at the moment. They'll get the objective, but this has taken far too long. Like, Heroic is 16 minutes in. You're pretty happy with how long you kept this tower up.
I mean, it's going to be the Atoses. They supports need Atos. So this is going to be a game where I think, I don't know, I guess none of these heroes want Manta style, but maybe Tiny considers it. And they're gonna go on the Tiny here. Sleep, maybe?
They got the damage?
Oh, he doesn't have it. Sleep's down.
Still for another 10 more seconds. And with PP nearby, they should be able to offer enough damage. The nuke, yep, he's gone. They're gonna respond though with Heroic. Unfortunately, it's a couple of ultimates and just a kill onto Michael. So, this game, finally, we're going to get a juicy kill onto one of the cores. Edge have to use a lot, and it's a little bit chaotic in the end, but they'll find it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they wrote it down or something, but 10 seconds left on Sleep. If Sleep was up in that situation, that could have been a disaster. But luckily, it wasn't up. They knew. They had the timer.
So I want to go past the Atos builds that you're mentioning on Edge. When these aren't an issue, because we're going to have the Dispel items on Heroic, you mentioned a lot. You really like lineups that have an easy way to your team fight and just ease of execution. Where does that actually come from for Dire when the ATOSs aren't really a massive factor?
Ease of execution, and I don't know. That's the hard part, right? Like you need to get Hex on Coddle or something. Because like inherently their lineup doesn't have that easy lockdown. Like it's very easy to run away from the lineup of Edge. I mean, it's hard right now, but it's going to be easier as this game progresses. Like when Tiny has BKB, maybe he'll buy a Manta. You have like these Yules on pretty much every single support is going to want a Yules, it looks like, as well as the cores. There's just like a lot of options you have in this game that can just buy your way out of the problems. But for now, you don't have them. As you see, Schofield, he's gonna die. So that's what I mean. You gotta get a lot of work done in these next like 7 minutes, I want to say, if you are Edge.
Okay. Let's see if they're going to be able to do so. They get the kill mid. They're going to try and look to move the top as well, combining with the Terrorblade. Does have meta and also, of course, Tormentor in a minute 30. Once again, either side dropping observer wards down around this location to try and at least set up for a potential fight.
And
We'll see
Whisper didn't even
who
go.
this favors.
Yeah, Whisper didn't even go for that Blink Dagger. He just went straight BKB, realizing multiple Atoses, Solar Vines, silences, dead shots. If he has a BKB, he's a god in this game.
Whisper coming through the portal with a wraparound. Michael's going to hold him into place momentarily. Udomi feels like they can fight, but the rest of the team's actually over to the right side. They're out of there. PP beeline to mid, and Pyke didn't want to play around with his 1/3 health Sunder, so this does seem like they're potentially giving away this area of the map to Heroic if they want the Tormentor.
It's hard. Whisper is the raid boss right now. You know, this BKB Kaya build,
Radiant's middle tower is under
nobody can kill him. Literally impossible. They have to kite out his BKB. But they are leaving. He just songed on Naga. Did he? Misclick? Uh-oh.
Boy.
Hopefully that doesn't
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
be something he regrets in the near future.
Find out. So the bottom's going to be the siege. We got some time. His Radiance just completed at a perfect moment.
More to
This
this
game's about to
then.
break up with a big fight.
He's
PP's
got
rolls
a
over to the right
BKB.
side. Whisper's going to protect himself with the BKB. He's okay. Now, does he want to continue to use this one aggressively or not? The call's going to be to disengage, which gives an opportunity for Dire. How do you protect Whisper now inside the fights? And they're out of there. So does this leave the Tormentor to top? The issue is there were a couple of TPs down to bottom, and it's going to be difficult for them to make it. So Heroic are actually going to go through the portal themselves, and Pyke is currently here at the moment. Yuma's not going to be able to slow him down.
It looks like
Do you
Yuma-
not force this fight top? I guess how do you get there on range?
They can't. Looks like Yuma made a little bit of a mistake in his itemization, but probably not a costly one. Like he accidentally bought the Ogre Club instead of buying the Shadow Amulet, so he's gonna not have the BK nor have the Shadow Blade, just the components for both of them. Whoopsie. I mean, maybe it's nerves. I don't know. Like the misitemization, the wasted song. Luckily for them, it might not matter too much, just because like they still got the Tormentor, right? I'm sure he'll have plenty of time to farm an extra 400 gold. But you want to see cleaner and crisper play if possible.
Well, even with the slow-paced game that we are getting, at least it's a game that is not super one-sided at this stage. Previously, this is what we were seeing, because game one was a pretty easy victory for the boys on Edge. And Heroic, you had to work for it with how long the game went, but you really were in command for such a long period of that game.
I mean, yeah, for sure. You do still have this Terrorblade, which is probably the best hero in this game. it's going to take time for him to get there. But I don't personally think this Coddle has done enough yet. It still has time to perform, but I was expecting its early game to be a lot better. I mean, 3-0-3 isn't terrible, don't get me wrong. But it's also not like applying a lot of pressure. Okay, Torrents, they're going to get the tiny.
They got the X.
Yep. Sphere Form is down, though.
They're going to have the damage then to be able to secure the kill. But the Vessel, without a doubt, will help.
Yeah, they got it.
And I'm really surprised that play worked. You had a ward by the secret shop that saw the smoke. And you also had the ward as well, the dire outpost that was able to see a couple movements to mid. So I think Yuma just not respecting this, or maybe just didn't actually indeed see the smoke.
And I hate to say it, if he wouldn't have bought the wrong item, he would have had a Shadow Blade and he would have lived there.
Oops.
The small things add up.
In time to Pike, who we were off the back of the laning phase was really struggling in regards to the net worth, but his second net worth is 0-0-0. Has not been involved in a single kill, but he's got Manta, Agshard, Falcon Blade's going to be working on the Skadi next. What do you feel like is it 3-4 items? What are those items where we start to feel like, okay, Terrorblade is like the absolute raid boss of this game?
I don't think he's ever going to feel like a raid boss this game, just because you are playing versus Timbersaw. This hero has like unlimited damage. And of course, you are playing with Shaman, so the threat of getting bursted is always going to be in the back of his mind. But he does need the Skadi. Then after that, I think he probably needs a BKB. And then that is when he'll probably feel like he is strong enough to join any fight.
Cool. Try to force out a BKB. He does have the Scepter though.
Oh, Coddle got caught
And
by
Exo
Shaman.
as well, because the Coddle is caught. Michael as well is now going to be chased down. Box is only going to stall out the inevitable by the looks of it. Even tries to pop the Pierce the Veil, but this is a secondary kill they're going to be finding. Schofield's already looking for more, but won't be able to get them on the retreat. So nicely done. We do see Heroic able to strike back.
Yep, we have Ags online as well for Timbersaw. The problem is just how farmed this Timbersaw is. He can do whatever he wants. He had BKB for the first fights, but now he doesn't even have to use his BKB. He can just use his Ags. And you have no way of killing this hero right now. You need some way to dispel this. Now it's time to start thinking about Yule Scepters, Nullifiers. Just Whisper is causing so many problems in this game for you. And you need so many items to deal with what he's bringing to the table here. But you don't have the net worth to do so.
Yeah.
So as long as he keeps farming at this rate, it's just like gonna get scarier and scarier. Like, he's got his defensive toolkit now, right? He hasn't even started to build for damage. Now he's like, okay, I'm gonna start getting Ags, Shivas, or Agshard, sorry, Shiva's Blink Dagger. Everything he builds from now on, because he's already unkillable, is going to be all damage. And that's when this Timber is going to start looking really scary. Because he hasn't built any damage items yet with the BKB Ags. These are all defensive.
Yuma, no avalanche. Cooldown. So we're going to be able to get up to him. You don't be having to use a couple of souvenirs, but yeah, they'll find him. Drop the ward. It's not the worst placement of it though. Yuma's going to be granted the kill. Meanwhile, they're also on another target. What's going on further to the north? Pike's going to find the Shaman. PP as well helps get some separation. Analog control with the combat out of its eye. They're going to be able to turn it with the Aegis. No, nice yours. Stops at least some of the damage momentarily. Does look like he's still going to go down though. PP will be rewarded with a kill. Now, what's the call on Edge? Do we disengage? Do we set up for the respawn? They're out. They want nothing to do with the further fight that could happen.
Yeah, fair enough. Don't think that is a fight you really want to take. And one small thing I want to kind of point out as well with Pike, he's still holding on to the dormant Curio. This is he's gone through 2 tiers of neutral items now, and he still kept it, which means the next tier that he uses it on is going to be a very powerful neutral item. Wow. So he's really going for that like power spike. He essentially, I mean, he might go for another dormant Creo as well and save it for the next year. You never know. Time will tell.
They're
I mean,
not very good. He's got the gunpowder gauntlet, but I don't know. Unfortunate. Sorry, buddy. Oh, he did it. He
Yeah,
went
he's-
it again.
He's ready for the next tier. He's like, surely. Imagine if you save that all the way till tier 5 neutrals. How
Oh.
goated would that be?
I don't even know how much it buffs like Regalia. I don't know.
Yeah, imagine a Regalia with that 30% increase.
Look at what Whisper's doing. Oh, Will's a little bit awkward.
Well, it just goes to show you that I think Pyke wants to have some ultra late game timing. He'll probably use it on the next tier of items, which will come out in 8 minutes.
Sure, but what is your Coddle's impact as the game goes on? And I don't think that that's not on Pyke or anything, but this is just a hero, and PP wasn't able to get enough done, and now PP is also
it's
in a
to
lot
die.
of trouble.
No, that's not his impact, but he's gonna cancel now that he's Yule's Magnet Scepter. I think PP's impact is mainly just gonna be delay the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just spam Illuminate. Like, he didn't have a bad scoreline, not really, but
Is under attack.
it just wasn't enough impact for him to control the entire game. He didn't kill Timber once, right? He didn't kill Death Prophet, I think, even once, just because of the laning stage. He just killed a couple supports, and he got that one early game tiny kill. Not really the best, and now you're in the situation where, yeah, I mean, BKBs are online, Yules are online.
Oh man, they come and look at Yuma's position as well with a full wraparound. There is no escape. Stand your ground and fight. You are not making it out. Pyke's gonna do his best with the meta. Has Yuma gone too far with the Skadi damage, and he did not respect the Terror Blade, and the song is not good enough as well. They're gonna try and TP out as a result of this. They will make it. They don't even get the shrine. Meanwhile, further down, all the way to the south, Whisper and Udomi. Oh, they were taking their own little battle there.
Yeah, that was way too deep there for Yodomi to be, but yeah, that's the Terrorblade versus Tiny matchup in a nutshell. You don't actually do anything to Terrorblade. You have a little bit of control, you have a little bit of damage, but the way they're going to kill this Terrorblade is he needs to be locked down with the Timber Saw spells. Timber is going to be doing the most of the damage. And that's where the next item that Pyke buys is going to be the BKB, as I thought he would. Going to make it very difficult for him to die in the fights, essentially. Because that just removes Timber's damage. So if he props BKB and can just lay into either
Trying to
the...
make something happen down bot. It's just the attempt on the match. I thought maybe Pyke could be vulnerable as well. But
Yeah, I mean, these damage items are starting to come out. The Ag Shard and the Blink Dagger on the Timber Saw. Whisper still being a huge threat, and you kind of look at the Tiny's net worth, and he's kind of taking a back seat in this game, you know? Like, he has the same, or low net worth, kind of like the Coddle right now. And the Kunkka, believe it or not, he still hasn't died. Didn't die last series, hasn't died this game, or didn't die last game, sorry. Don't know if he's in last series.
coming under the observer, what drops the Serpents. And well, once again, Udome is going to die to Whisper. This is going to continue to be the case this game. Your box not going to do anything. Very difficult against all the pure damage, cool magic resistance.
Radiant are scanning.
It's a rough one. Yeah, it's a pretty hard counter to the box. Your boy Ringmaster has no real tools to deal with it. I'm gonna try and make a Force Staff to help get him out.
See, we will see. They're going to need some to de-ward some of the wards that we've seen as well. We'll get rid of one from Michael. They're hoping to recontrol some of their own jungle. 4,000 net worth lead at the moment for Heroic. 11 to 10 is that kill count. But they are starting to grow a bit of a lead on Radiant.
I think Edge can win this game the moment they can kill Timbersaw.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Like, if they can't kill Timbersaw this game, then I feel like there's like almost no opportunity But the moment Timber feels killable, well, this game's gonna feel really easy, right? Because the DP we talked about, she's pretty answered in this game. The Tiny, we saw what happened last fight versus the TB. The one hero that just seems impossible to kill right now is the Timber. So if they can solve this problem, that's how Edge is potentially going to win this game.
And how do you see that problem being solved? Is it through items? Is it through gameplay? Like, what is? How do you deal with Whisper then?
I mean, it has to be items, right? The Nullifier right there on the Kunkka, disassembled the Radiance. That is the item that is going to get Timbersaw killed.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We'll see if they can do it. But I still favor the odds of this Terrorblade being able to carry this game, just based on what he's playing against. It's really just... I mean, there's outplay potential too, like maybe Schofield shackles your TB for like 10 seconds, you know, and then he dies.
Yep.
But if you have a bunch of illusions up, this is why TB is really good for Shadow Shaman, that even if you shackle the real TB, you're exposed, you're just gonna die. So maybe he needs a Ghost Scepter or something. Sure, he does have a Glimmer Cape right now, which does help. But
Taking a
he
Schofield?
might just be dead.
The most valuable target.
Seen a lot of this from Shamans today.
Yep, they have. A lot of feeding from our Shamans. Roche is not up as well. Naga's going to try and scout this out. Would have been an okay kill if they were able to get the objective, but meanwhile Whisper is just taking a tier 2 tower for free up top. You got also Naga shoving in mid. They're having a bit of problems with their lanes at the moment with a Coddle and even a Terrorblade.
Yeah, I mean, they smoked out, so they weren't able to deal with lanes at the time. But yeah, BKB is online for the TB here. And he's just going straight into a Butterfly next. And I don't know if Butterfly is the choice here. Not super effective, but it does give you a lot of damage, so we'll see. I mean, for now, he'll just go Pyke. I think Pyke is built to Pyke in every game of this tournament.
It really does feel like that. I don't know, like, when are we not seeing him go for this item? Okay, I haven't really seen a big team fight for quite a while. They're going to try and make this happen, though. Smoke up for Heroic. They've got the illusions to send first to give them some information. I'm going to go all the way around instead. High ground ward is available for Dice. Smoke's going to pop as well. How do you take this fight? The pincer move. They're going to use the wards for information. Meanwhile, look at the far right side. They're going to get PP. What an angle! They found the Coddle completely alone. Pyke will try and activate the Metamorphosis, but the formation is broken. There is no way you can help your Terrorblade from right-clicking. He's going to get no opportunity. And that means Moex is going to be chased out as well. They will actually go back to Yuma. Yuma stuck around. Whisper with the leap over the top. The chain control of the nuke. Can he get the Sunder off for the last moment? Pyke's going to try and find it. He does. Turns onto Yodomi. But Pyke gets damaged. It's good for one. Is it good for more? They will try and TP out with the BKB. The fortunate thing is Conquer will not make it as with Vitali shut down to the T2 tower. They're 2 for 4 in the end, and they still do not have a way to deal with Whisper.
Schofield just throws the wards on the high ground to give vision as they're wrapping around. And that was a clutch hex he had, by the way, there on that Terrorblade before he get his BKB off. Pyke, he wanted to save his BKB, but that's the frustrating thing about playing heroes like Lion and Shaman. If you don't commit your BKB at the right time, you might not get to use it at all. And that's pretty much what it felt like in that fight. He had to sunder his ally. We're going to replay that one. Like, check this out. That wraparound was genius. But what I found even better here, as this fight does drag on for a little bit, is just the positioning of Schofield. We don't get to see it there, as the game will carry on here, as we actually throw away a kill. A big kill on the Death Prophet, going the way of Pyke here. But yeah, if you have these instant hex available on the Terrorblade, and that allows Timbersaw to deal damage that entire time, that is going to be your avenue of winning these team fights easily. And yeah, I don't know how they were able to catch this, keep it alive the way they did, but that also didn't hurt.
Such a unique angle for Heroic to take inside that team fight.
It was like
And so
baited
crafty
because
from
the supports were showing on one side and the chorus wrapped around the other side. Like, you don't see this stuff coming. It's very well thought out, very creative smoking. And this Coddle Ags looks like it's going to be next, and I think that's all they need. More control. And it kind of fits the bill.
Is this the opportunity maybe for Whisper's life? It could be run him down. But you are not going to be able to stop him from moving out. Looks like also Shaman is going to TP out of the face of PP, but the was still unfortunately being on cooldown, so they will both make it. Alright.
Roshan is up. Sure, both the teams are eyeballing it. All right, I'm glad Pyke shied away from the butterfly. Yeah, it didn't seem like a good choice. All right, Dormant Creo. Oh no, his next set of items isn't good. Maybe the cloak. Yeah, maybe the cloak with it will be good. Is it crippling crossbow? I mean, against Timber Saw and DP, not bad. I think he got a little unlucky here too.
Oh,
Do you just save it for tier 5s?
Oh, I don't know though. Dude, like, what, you wait for 60? Okay, when Outward start.
So instead of
Nice,
0.75, it's 0.91.
0.91. What a It's gotta be frustrating. They're roshing. Yuma's not currently here. We'll start to tip it to the outpost. It's a bit of a slow rosh. Dude, Scarfeld again with the wards.
He does not think these wards are going to win him the team fight. They're just for vision.
For the last one.
I mean, doesn't that give vision? Can they not see it?
Maybe I
I'm
don't see it,
confused.
actually.
Is it giving vision? Is
Ready?
the real question.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not.
Yeah. Well, it's dead either way.
Look at the angle once again.
Oh,
All the
so
way.
Golden
They got
went in.
PP for a second time. He was able to activate the beacon base, so PP this time will be able to disengage. And can Pyke do enough? He's going to be able to run into the Shadow Shaman.
Got him.
A 1-for-1. Both supports are going to go down. With the meta, they should be able to secure Roche, and Dai don't have a buyback on their support. So it will be a 5v4, but you'll get the Agent of Less. Analog has something else to say, but an instant hex on the jump in. Roche is about to die. The song should be able to secure it. Pyke activated the beacon base, who was able to get the Ages. Pyke's quick thinking protects that second life, and now Yuma's going to go down to the crits. And where is Whisper? He needs to get in, but Whisper's nowhere to be seen. He's hesitant, waiting for the opportunity to jump. He's going to go now over towards Vitali, but Vitali controls him with the hex. This iciness from Whisper might
shackled
cost
the
him in
wrong
the
unit.
end. And now he is sundered up, dragged back to his death. Finally, they have got the answer to Timber. Vitali's control was massive. Pyke was huge. The Beekeeper gets the Ages out. So close to that fight, turning to the other side one way or the other, but in the end, Edge, they'll win it.
Schofield was so close to winning that fight for the man. He shackled the illusion instead of the real Pyke there, so he got the Sunder off instead of just dying. A costly mistake, but nonetheless, this is what they're working with here. And I don't know when this outward staff is going to come into play for Pyke. I just feel bad that he has the unleashed potency on such a garbage item.
Sorry, buddy.
At least
Buddy?
it's garbage in this game. Not every game it would be, but this game he has nothing to really use it on. Maybe he just joints and snare? I'm not sure. Could be good.
Pyke is massive off that. He got the kill on Analog, Yuma, and Whisper. Whisper had the streak as well. They just almost 3,000 gold given to Pyke. Daedalus completed and 4,500 gold in the bank for the Nullifier too.
Yeah, I told you, the moment you can kill this Timber Saw, this TB is very confident in this game. And he's at that point now. He's even queuing up a Nullifier himself for good measure. He realizes if this Timber goes in and just dies, he wins, right? Because Tiny, I talked about it when I saw the pick come out. I wasn't too impressed by what it could do in this game. Especially not versus a Terrorblade. Like, it meant to be some type of tempo, I suppose, for the squad. But it never in 1 million years was going to counter Terrorblade in the late game. I mean, you go back and you look at the choice to take Timber instead of Drow or Morph. Well, this Timber did look great. But this Tiny being the next best option, not looking like it's it.
Fortunately not. Yuma's going to once again try and find an angle to come through from the back line. We've seen previously PP has been that main target, and he once again is going to go by himself, and Sofield's going to try and get the jump as well, but the BKB is there. PP's fine, and all eyes onto the Terrorblade. TP's damage. Is he going to be able to hunt down Whisper? Because Whisper's fine. Meanwhile, they're also onto Yuma. The song was out too late from KJ. Was not there to be able to keep his carry alive. Can they fight afterwards without the Metamorphosis? So Pyke has been so strong inside the team fights. And is that going to continue the case? Refresher used for a second round of the Ghost Scepter onto Enel. Vitaly might get blown up as well. Once again, they're still continuing to have Whisper problems. And I don't know if that's going to change anytime soon. Maybe now with the silence, it's long enough that they got the damage from Pyke. Whisper, Refresher use, chain away at the last second, gets another round of the reactive armor. He's okay. Looking to run back into the middle. But you do not have a way to address this Pyke Terrorblade. It's about to be a dieback onto Yuma. Pyke is putting the team on his goddamn back. He's saying, lads, you can get on there all you want. I will send us to the grand finals.
Yeah, this game just might be over. You got 3 heroes dead. I mean, the only thing you have going for you is potentially... Oh, wait, just kidding. Meta's back up. You got a Coddle on your team. He's been spamming it on Pyke. So now Meta is back up. I think they may have just done it.
Holy.
They got 20 seconds here. I mean, you're going to be able to buy a little bit of time, but if they can kill Whisper one more time, this game is 100% over. But you got 20 seconds until Schofield. But will that even be enough? I don't even think so. Yeah, this one looks
Doesn't
like
look like it.
It's it. They call it GG.
Edge able to get the victory over the boys on Heroic, the team expecting to make it out of the qualifiers. These are back-to-back qualifiers now, though. And Edge have had the upper hand versus the lads on Heroic, and they will be the first team making it into the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game was absolutely absurd. I think from a drafting perspective, it's easy to kind of look at and be like, well, you gave him Terrorblade, and then you picked multiple heroes that also weren't good versus Terrorblade. I think this is a first pick Terrorblade, right? First phase. It's like DP, yep. Terrorblade response. You choose Shaman, who's also Terrorblade, or terrible versus Terrorblade. You have Tiny, who's awful versus Terrorblade. Naga doesn't do anything versus Terrorblade, so Whisper had to solo counter this hero. It's just not going to work for you in the end, and I mean, you got to give it to Pyke. Like, he really was very patient in this game, had a bad laning stage, everything wasn't going great for him. They finally got to a stage where he could actually get some right clicks going in this particular game. But what a performance from Edge here. But yeah, drafting wise, I feel like you may have dropped the ball a little bit on this one on Heroic here. The Yuma Tiny, your overall last pick here, he felt like he just couldn't do anything in this game, unfortunately. And I have to give a shout out to the Kunkka here too, Vitaly. His itemization was the reason why Pyke looked so good. This early Nullifier, this early Scythe of Ice allowed him. We're going to see the misclick on the Hex or the Shackle. Watch this. Yikes. Yep. If he gets that Shackle, 100% Whisper gets the kill there. So a little bit of an uncharacteristic mistake from Schofield there in a key moment in this game. But there's a reason why Terrorblade is known as one of the best carries in Dota. This is it. You can nerf this hero 5,000 times in a row, and you see Schofield. What do you do versus Terrorblade? You can't. There's so many illusions. Like, even if you shackle him, you're just dead. It's a rough game, and maybe Terrorblade's due for a couple more nerfs after some performances like these.
Yeah, with a game like that, maybe it's the player as well. I mean, Pyke was. This was an incredible showing from him. I mean, back-to-back games, so well, game 1 and game 3 from Pyke, and they must be feeling over the moon as well. But the job's not done just yet for them. You know, best of 5 that they need to play. We'll see what the opponent is going to be. The 3 remaining teams are beside Edge. You know, we have seen how strong they have been looking as well. But Edge able to get the victory over OG Laden, which put them in the upper bracket semi-finals, upper bracket finals, and then we will see them how they're able to perform versus Heroic. So, I mean, heading into, I know we're not done just yet. I'll ask this question later. I was going to say, like, how do you feel about the final day with the teams remaining, and do we feel like Edge are maybe the better team? But we'll wait to see how OG Laden and Sin Compromiso look later.
We'll have to see for sure, but you know, Edge is looking incredibly strong right now. They might drop a map here and there, but they get the job done. And Pyke, he's kind of shown the way on how to play carry in this patch, right? We've seen a lot of carry performances where we're just not sure if that's the right hero or how you want to play these fights, but he's buying a Hurricane Pike on every single hero, playing the ranged heroes. It does kind of feel like these ranged carries, they're kind of back. And at least he's making it look that way.
Yeah, without a doubt. That is indeed. Making him look strong overall, importantly with the the item build as well for like what he was doing, the read of the game, what he needed. I know you spoke about Vitali, but you mentioned just let's not go butterfly, let's go raw damage. Changes that up with the Daedalus last, and this is impressive showing. Really fun to see from Edge as well with how they're able to perform. And there's a couple of things we need to look at now. Importantly in the grand finals when we see them play, like once again, where does the Magnus go for PP? That's another thing. A bit of a underwhelming performance from here from the Coddle, but this is what your carry can be for, and some of your other players can be for as well to help pick up the pieces.
I mean, he allowed them to just get more space in this game, right? He did shut down the Tiny a bit in the early game. He did push. I think the main objective here of the Coddle, was to be able to just slow the game down, so eventually Pyke would be able to win the game. Like, if you just kind of look at the difference in carries in this game, like Yuma did 15,000 hero damage, and Pyke did 50,000 hero damage. It's a crazy discrepancy. And I don't think Yuma could have done much in this game as a Tiny. This hero is just, like, not it right now. So, I think Pyke has led the way, though, for this region on how to play carry, and I think a lot of teams are going to follow suit. They all know how to play these heroes. It's more of like, did they know they were this good beforehand? If they didn't, they do now.
They will now, indeed, with a performance like that from Pyke. So Edge is going to be the first team moving over to the grand finals. And for us, we still have one more series today. It's going to be OG Lardum versus Sin Compromiso in the lower bracket semis. And that will leave us with 3 teams remaining after our final series tonight. So we're going to send a break. When we come back, we'll move down to the lower bracket. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
for our last series of the night, we're going to be moving down to the lower bracket where we'll say goodbye to another team today. We've also seen these two teams play earlier on. OG Lardem were able to get the victory over Infamous, and then we saw Sin Compromiso able to get the 2-0 over All Stars as well. Both those series for the respective team were very, very convincing. So we will see now how this matchup is going to go between them in the lower bracket semis.
Yeah, I wanted to talk a little about OG Laudum and what we talked about in their earlier series when it did feel like Edge kind of exploited the fact that they had a singular play style, removing Lina, removing the sniper. Well, Infamous tried to do that for OG Laudum earlier today. They took the sniper in one game, they took the Lina in the other game. They still got smashed here. So I'm hoping that OG Laudum overnight had time to really think about their strategy. They came out with some new ideas and some new picks going into that series. So they should be well prepared for teams trying to corner them in the drafting stage. And they're also coming out with some brand new ideas, like just making things a little more interesting. They played Shadow Fiend earlier today. That looked great. So maybe that's another hero we have to think about for OG Laudum.
We'll have to see. And for their opponents in Sin Compromiso, I feel like we also have one player that we've been highlighting a lot, right? In Parker, and you've been saying like that is kind of what it is when you have a Parker lineup. It's just all or nothing onto this person. So we will see what you're able to do, because it feels like in the draft it's a little bit difficult for them to make it a difficult game for Parker because he has a very diverse hero pool. We know that second pick is something that we've seen them prioritize. They have it this game. I didn't actually see where the priority went. I'm not sure if you saw it as well. But
I did not. But
okay, so we'll see. But yeah, you've got second pick on Team Sin. But if it's not like do you think you can address Parker in the draft? Let's start with that.
Like, can you limit him to a point where he feels uncomfortable?
Sure.
I mean, we saw OG. Well, sorry. No, we saw Heroic do that, not OG. My bad. Like, I remember OG Whisper used to be a thing, but he's not OG anymore. We saw Heroic do that. Remember when he played the Drow against Enigma? It's possible, yes. But it's very difficult to do, I think. So he's not limited in the sense that he has a small hero pool. But you can still corner him to a few select heroes by picking offlaners that have a very small amount of counters, like the Enigma, Doom, Timbersaws of the world, where they have a very specific amount of heroes that you can pick against it, and you can corner them into that way. But by no means is this hero pool like incredibly tiny.
Okay. All right, well, let's see what we have in store for us heading into game one. Morphling Gyro banned out, so some of Parker's heroes. Oracle gone as well to protect your Batrider. And the response from Team Sin is just going to be the TA.
Into Bat, interesting. Okay, but I was going to say that Oracle also protects you from that hellish game we saw versus with the Oracle Troll. Remember that?
True.
It protects you from playing a game like that.
Yeah, maybe they're happy they don't have to play the Oracle Panda. Like, oh, thank God, dude, that was a miserable game.
Yeah, I mean, they almost won it, even though they were losing the entire game. Very rarely do I get to say statements like that. But it was true. But yeah, TA into Batrider, that's just like a profound level of like respect for the hero. Like, no, TA is just so good. We're gonna pick it into Bat. Do not care.
Well, we've been seeing so far TA is really not being successful, at least in these qualifiers. I know also you mentioned the fact that it's potentially just because the teams that have been running it have maybe been on the lower end of the of skill.
I mean, that was proven wrong earlier, right? Like, Pike just lost with it, and he's in the grand finals, so it's pretty safe to say that TA has not been winning a lot. And especially when you pick it into a counter like Batrider, you're not setting it up for success. They just think the hero's really strong. They're going to protect it with a Dawnbreaker. Dawn has actually looked very impressive as a hero in this qualifier for me. Not even just this qualifier, just through all sources of watching this hero play. Pubs, this qualifier, you know, other qualifiers. Silencer, this is going to be trying the shutdown for the global play of the Dawn. But I think if you get the Ags, do you fly up faster? I don't know if that was the old Ags or this one, but We'll have to
Maybe
see.
the old. I'm not sure.
10
Yeah, we'll
seconds
have to see.
remaining.
But it's also now revealing that the Batrider is going to be played as a core.
5 seconds
And we have seen like Silencer Batrider is a combo that we've seen in the past. It just makes it so easy for you to execute lasso.
Sure.
You lasso, drag back, global silence. No way really to be able to save anyone that's lasso. So you also have that play if you want it for the silencer. So already a lot of value out of his ultimate.
And we don't get to see a lot of bat, specifically in the offlane. We've seen some bat mid, but I think if you're drafting this way, right, you're more than... do not understand Sin right
what
now,
is
Team
this?
Sin. I just don't get it. Like, they're just picking, yeah, NP into bat, you know, into bat Tusk.
It's insane.
Like, they have their own idea of how to play this game, and I don't
10
think
seconds remaining.
they care too much on the strategic end of things, more so about getting the heroes they want to play.
Seconds remaining.
Because, like, Sprout, I mean, you can bully Silencer, I guess, but, you know, Tusk does not really care about Sprout. Bat 100% enjoys Sprout. You have 0 stuns, by the way, on Team Sin. You have no team fight outside of Dawn.
Dire team
I don't know, man. And still going to continue on the trend of
Dire team
no team fight.
Ooh, yeah.
And, yep.
Ooh, yeah. This was a pretty quick Terrorblade pick for Hector, which we saw him have a very good Terrorblade game earlier in the day as well. And
10 seconds.
looking
Yeah,
like a
this
good
looks like-
TB.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. It's S tier, outside of the lane, I will say, okay? The Dawnbreaker is so good in TB, first TB in lane, but it's pretty trash versus TB for the rest of the game, right? You can buy Scotty, that's going to stop the healing coming out. You're a ranged hero, so you don't have to commit. You can buy a Pike, so if you do see that big Dawn ult on the ground, you can just keep your distance, right? Kite it out. The draft right now from OG, it's complete. It's looking very good. Team Sin's draft, they just got some comfort heroes. They have no real answer to this TB outside of the laning stage, but we saw in the last series, laning stage for this hero
Radiant team
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter unless you can end the game quickly. I don't think so. But Team Sin, what they do have is they have Brawl, Brawl, Brawl. They've got this NP, he can be on the map all the time. Low cooldown on hookshot. You got these traps, low cooldown. Donald, relatively low cooldown, but more of the global potential. So this is a game where Team Sin is like, it's almost disrespectful, this draft, I want to say. It's like, we're just going to run you over. But if that doesn't work, this late game from OG
remaining.
is solid.
Dire team pick.
Sand Mars ban for Dark Margaret leaves Tiny in the pool. I'm looking at a Queen of Pain as well, but I'm kind of surprised if they were going to that you ban Pango and Storm. But I also don't know if Margaret even plays Quap. That doesn't particularly sound like a Dark Margaret here, but I also just may be mistaken.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, I'm curious to see where this bat's going. Is it going to go mid? It looks like it will. It'll be, sorry, not, it will not. Other way around. Batrider is going to go offlane with Tusk and Monkey King mid. Another hero good versus the TA. So TA has 2 bad lanes.
Yeah, well.
It either lanes versus Monkey or it lanes versus
10
Bat.
seconds remaining.
It has a terrible carry matchup. Have fun, TA. This game is
5
garbage for you.
seconds remaining.
This is just really doesn't seem like a Team Sin draft. Like you are leaving Parker to last. And Dark Margot's here, like we see his heroes picked up like pretty early on where the Dawnbreaker is usually. So
Dark
like, you're
Margot
not
TA?
tiny here.
Not happening, right?
But then into because then you played into Monkey, right? And is there really a better matchup for Parker? Maybe, but then what about Dark Margot? Like he's just completely ruined.
Well, you're playing versus Monkey King now. What do you want to play? It's a tough one because like all the spirits that could be good here. You're playing for Silence or Bat. Do you want to play Sniper? Dark Mago Sniper? Like this, I don't. Dark Mago is, yeah, they're gonna do it anyway.
You may now select your heroes.
Am I allowed to say this? But this Team Sin draft is looks like some hot garbage right now.
I think you're allowed to say it. I think that's okay. It's fine. You're not gonna get fined, bro. We're chill.
Oh, I gotta say it. I mean, this is a. I'm not exactly sure. Like, I feel like they had to do this, right, to kind of get them out of the laning stage problem they're in. But oftentimes when I say this, the team that has the draft that looks like so all in will just out of spite really make it work and prove me wrong.
Spot.
Yeah.
Yes. Because they know exactly that you're shitting on the draft. Like,
Exactly,
goddamn it,
yeah.
just
They have a
spite
feeling.
of you. So,
But yeah, I think this lineup just, it's so hard to play. Like, you're all in on just no team fight whatsoever. And sure, Dark Mago on the sniper, he can potentially carry this game. But yet again, we talk about repositioning for sniper. Moose, what if he gets an Ags? You're already playing for Spat. There's so many good tools OG has. So I've been kind of on the fence with a lot of different drafts, but I'm heavily on OG's draft on this one.
Okay. Sure. Okay. I don't know. Let's see.
Okay,
Like,
sure,
maybe this is
okay.
going to be. Maybe this is going to be similar to earlier, where you played the morphling into Enigma, right? And you tried to bring a support and tri lane. Can we see that being a possibility with the Nature's Prophet? Like, you have the global potential. Do you just need to constantly be ganking this TA lane?
Thank you so much, the fantastic Brits. Final clip for
Yeah,
you is
I mean, I
from
think,
friend
I
of
don't
the
know if you
channel,
need to.
Sir
I'm not sure
Mr.
if Bat is going to make the matchup unplayable for TA. It's definitely good, but you might as well just, because I think you should be fine top lane to leave Sacred alone. So yeah, I think that's going to be the secret to this game as a whole, is you're going to want to just keep playing fast in the map. So early on with the Nature's Prophet, later on with the Clockwork, you want to win these lanings as much as you possibly can.
Let's see if they're going to be able to do so. All on the
And I don't
lanes
know. I don't know how much I believe in bad offlane either. We don't see it too much, but hypothetically, it should be good for TA.
We went the arsonist on Illich. So we'll. Honestly, I've been.
The other one's garbage.
I still have not. Yeah, I have. Wait, did you say the other one's garbage?
Yeah, the one where you kill yourself to do more damage.
You think? Because I've seen more success with that than the arsonist.
I see that one on support only. I mean, I don't know. I just hypothetically it makes sense to go for the arsonist because you're gonna eventually build into right click and you're gonna add more sticky. But I think conceptually, dealing percentage-based damage to yourself isn't great.
No good. I think that's a good one. Alright, we'll stick away from that. No, don't do percentage-based damage to yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
Good versus other people. Yourself? I don't know.
Well, that is the facet. I don't know.
Alright, Sacred's gonna get the treatment, but we've got a quick pause. We got some pauses yesterday. Hopefully this one's from Mr. Hector. 2-2 bounties, nothing too crazy. Shall see. So mid's gonna be very favored to Dark Margo. We saw yesterday. Was it? It wasn't Tai Long that played it. Someone. Was it PP? I think, I don't remember, sorry. But we saw yesterday someone play, I think it may have been PP, where he played the Monkey King in a bad matchup and he was still able to do a lot in the game.
Yeah,
with,
that was
with
PP.
minimal net worth. It was PP? Okay.
Yeah. But that takes
That was the deep
experience,
one.
you know what I mean? We'll see. I mean, unfortunately, Tai Lung doesn't use Dota Plus, so we can't really even get a gauge on what his specialty heroes are.
Should be mandatory for everyone. Valve
Should be mandatory.
Valve ain't gonna play, but like, I don't know, someone get the teams to pay for it, just so it helps me. Like, I need to know. I don't have any information. I have no idea who the guy is. I just see level 5. It's like,
I mean, that's why they do it, you know? They don't want you to have that information.
true. But it's cool seeing Grandmaster, like, Tusk. Look at Moose running around with this. Look at Parker running around with Grandmaster.
Yeah.
Are you Grandmaster on anything?
Nope.
Are you Master on anything?
Weaver, Lena, and Lone Druid.
Lena.
Yes, sir.
Filthy Lena player, goddamn.
That's me.
Siak. That's me too. Alright, let's see how the lanes go. We're putting a lot of importance on on Team Sin with their lanes to go well. You said that top is going to be very favored here for, well, at least a good lane for the Dawnbreaker versus the Terrorblade So if that will be the case for Sacred,
I mean, it should be, but X Factor is always going to be the supports, right? And mid lane as well. Going a little better than I expected, but this is definitely a matchup that gets increasingly more difficult. And he even went for a scatter shot instead of the ghillie suit, which means he kind of wants to go for kills in this lane.
so Doc Marco is going to be able to find those kills, though, importantly with the facet. Tai Long went for the changing of the guard as well. Mentioned top lane, Genik might be our first blood. Meta from Hector. Gonna find it. Spike for him. They will strike first on OG Lardham.
That looks good. And we see this Clockwork trying to burn as much mana from this Bat Rider as possible. I'm trying to
What
get
happened
those
to
kills.
this hero? Clock is... I have not been seeing Clock at all.
I mean, I think they nerfed a lot of his abilities later on, and there's just more supports that do more damage. So it's really just comes down to that. It's not a bad hero. And then if you kind of look at like the meta heroes for some time now, like Nagas in the meta, TV's in the meta, there's a lot of heroes that Clockwork just doesn't enjoy playing against. But he is going to play versus TV, so unlucky for him.
Yep, unlucky. Sorry, buddy. Intrigued to see how this matchup goes down bottom as well eventually for Park. I know you were mentioning like unsure a bit about the off-lane Bat Rider in particular, how much is going to be able to shut him down. See if maybe there is some window inside the lane where Parker is going to be vulnerable. They will be able to get the Lotus onto Moose. Top lane, it looks like Team Sin were able to get their own Lotus, so 1-1 split.
Yeah, I think around level 3, that's when this Bat Rider Tusk lane might attempt for a kill. Because you just start getting a much stronger sticky. But as you can see, Parker has already itemized for early boots. And has decided Refraction probably won't save him in this lane, so has opted for the meld. He's going to have like a big 20 stick charge just from the laning stage. He would have loved to have the Lotus on top of it, but unfortunately was not able to get that one. And it does feel like these teams have a bit of a problem. Was it these teams we were watching yesterday? Yeah, I think it's the OG.
A bit of a tendency for
issues. Yeah. Hopefully they figure out what's going on. And
Mid lane, Tai Long. DPM from Genik. Unfortunately, doesn't have another shrapnel, and Tai Long's going to be able to move away. On top, it means that Sacred's left alone, and without the Metamorphosis, looks like he should tick out.
dead.
Amisha's going to make sure he secures it. That to take a couple more right clicks. He wasn't certain.
I mean, is it safe to say El Misho is the POS 5 now? Like, I don't know, man.
I guess so, yeah.
He's playing Shakiro. He's playing Silencer.
Booz used to be a 4 as well, right?
Yeah, he used to be.
Yeah,
He
I
hasn't
wonder...
played 4 for like a couple years now, but
Yeah.
a lot of the heroes he plays are 4s. As you can see, like his Darkhold, Tusk are all Grandmaster and stuff.
I really wonder the reason for switching back for OG Larsen. And then we saw it yesterday as well. Panda.
Oh, Clockwork though.
Decent cog, gonna make it a little bit frustrating for Illich. 2-1 build. If that's gonna be enough to get the kill into Panda, looks like he should end up ticking out. Parker's not really gonna be able to do too much, unfortunately, to protect his Clockwork. So third kill of the game for OG.
But as you can see, Parker's still laning. This is kind of what I figured would happen in this lane. The lane will still be good. He'll still farm. Unless you step out of position pretty badly. But it will eventually at some point potentially force you out of the lane. I think the Sentry Ward battle will be big. And Sacred, yeah, he's getting the business for sure in this top lane. Like all these
really getting the
rotations.
treatment.
Yeah,
Tai
all
Long
these
as well.
rotations you're making, it's rough. Cool. I mean, yeah, this is kind of how you play the mid monkey, like versus a matchup that's terrible for you. You just start making the other lane suffer.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, Parker is free farming, and so is the sniper, but your top lane is struggling so hard. And they're gonna try going mid again. He has no Quelling Blade, I'll mind you here, but that's just gonna be a death.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe with the Quelling Blade, potentially you can get out on a sliver of health there, but might want to queue that one up. Yep, Quelling
Yeah,
Blade
yeah, just gonna say.
goes into the inventory.
Slight mistake top lane now. I think just probably poke damage,
No
I imagine,
way.
of the Sacred, but it doesn't seem like it's just poke. It's, in fact, enough for another kill.
It's a rough one. This is a lane that is supposed to go well for you, but you know, we talked about the NP, and we weren't really sure. Yeah, I mean, OG pauses. What can you do, man?
Are they just OG thing now? I don't know. What are they trying to? Okay. I don't know, dude.
Yeah.
Just what it is.
I mean,
Just
that's the
one
thing. We
person-
talked about this NP, right, and how strong it is, but I was always skeptical of how good this hero is, because, like, you are essentially, if you make 1 or 2 bad rotations, you're griefing whoever you're laning with. And that's kind of happening in this top lane. He kind of died once up there, and then hasn't really gone back up there. And now, all of a sudden, like, your offlaner just has no game. That's his 3rd death. His TP's on cooldown. It's rough. I mean, you can still play the game, I guess, with low net worth on Dawn, but this is a hero that much rather would be having a good game. And not only just that, right? It's also the fact that El Misho is level 5 now at 6 minutes into the game. He's having an amazing game.
Yeah, well. I mean, we'll see what the mana problem's going to be like for the Dawnbreaker as well.
Getting his brain drained.
Yeah, sorry, buddy.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, like, what is the build actually? Well, maybe Blade Mail is something he's looking at. When you're playing from behind, you can't go as greedy as a build. Maybe you're already thinking about it anyway with the Templar Assassin along with the Sniper. Could, like, be Blade Mail or Scepter. I'm honestly not sure, but we're going to have to see Sacred try and play from behind him. We have seen this as well from him. Like, he's a very, very
They're
good-
rotating.
They are rotating.
Sunder.
Hector's already used Sunder. So as soon as they see the Sunder used, they're actually going to go for Hector. Poor Sacred, though. Still dies, but at least he gives a bigger streak over to Dark Margot. That was the game plan. Feed our Sniper. Get him up in the net worth.
I mean, Sniper continues to feel good, and this Dawn continues to feel stupid as your intelligence is gone yet again.
Bottom lane, Parker. They got vision? No. Nicely done from Parker. Reading that there's no detection. They're going to just try and burn him, but maybe it's going to work.
Nope. Wow, no detection. That's crazy. That's a costly mistake there. But El Misho, they don't care. Was it a mistake or was it a debate?
What's going on?
More brain drain. He's got 7 stacks of that.
Damn.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Alright, Global Silence is online. Importantly, they also dodged the gank mid. Tai Lung almost went down. I know Panda was out. I don't know if Genik was there as well, so he was able to get away just in time before the Sniper was going to start to try and siege.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Muzen,
And he-
Misha will make a movement through the portal. Is scouted out with the Absorb Ward as well, so Radiant will be able to play accordingly.
Meta just
Gonna
went
bait
down.
Sacred.
Sunder is down.
Maybe they're going to go instead before the bait, but the Sunder does come through, Hector.
He has no Sunder.
A lot
on
of
front cooldown.
danger is gone. Booze as well. The second one.
Has been killed. Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right, everything we said about Dark Mongo. Maybe he's not a sniper player. Maybe he's not a this and that player. He's showing up big on the sniper.
Did I say Sunder? I meant global. I meant silence. I think I said Sunder. It's okay.
Okay, that was like a minute ago. It's fine. No worries. Really
I'm, like,
eating at
thinking
your
back.
mind, huh?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay. So the build is going to be Dragon Lance on Illich, so I'm not going to have any initiation here. But he's going to continue to try and potentially bully Parker in the lane. I mean, he is higher net worth than Parker, which is good.
It's a good start.
But it does come down to the initiation. Is Clockwork as your initiator going to be enough, or is it going to be a point in this game where Sniper inevitably is going to get initiated on die, and then the game feels tough? That's what I'm afraid of. Because you're off to a great start. Winning lanes is nice, but you also have to have a way to win the game.
And
Dark Mago's
from
just stealing the stacks too. He's taking everything.
Yep.
Poor Sacred's
farm
like,
for
you
him.
get nothing this game.
Little concerned on how Dark Mago, how safe he's going to be over the next 5 minutes or so. But it does seem like Illich is playing a lot for his own
He's
game.
heaping. There's a trap there. They might go on Illich here. Trap has been used. Sister
Slow down
Shroud
Illich.
is there, but not enough.
I was making it happen.
Yeah, he's making rotations on Sniper. He's actually making this look really good. I mean, I did mention a little bit about these traps and having to deward them. He did have a sentry, but it was actually just out of range of that trap.
They're actually going to try and smoke and move towards Dark Mago.
It's big if they can
Anticipating
get
his
it.
rotation back towards the mid lane. It looks like they will be able to get him. Unless the Solar Guardian, but Global instantly. Bye-bye to the ultimate. And meanwhile, it also helps almost Hector actually get the kill onto Sacred. Very close, but not enough in the end.
I mean, actually, if they didn't global there, Sacred would have just came in with no health and just died too. But it's kind of hard to know, right?
Oh, Parker? What's going on here?
It looks like he is dead.
Is then. I don't know if he was trying to spring a bit of a trap with the double meld opportunity onto Illich, but there was a sentry inside the lane. And now Gennic's going to be run down. Now Radiant trying to TP in to take a bite. It's a great hook shot with Sacred's AoE spells, but the Boundless stops it short. One more swipe is what they needed, and maybe it would have been enough to turn the tides, but not enough. And now
Clock's in
Illich
trouble.
wanting to go back towards Panda. He's going to tick out by the looks of it to the innate. Illich, has he gone too far with Dark Mago back alive? Assassinate. It's an ultra kill for Illich, but Dark Mago is going to be here for the cleanup. It is an absolute mess down bottom.
Oh, great
And
smoke.
Misho's got the smoke though.
Tipped him. You can't kill me. I always love it when people tip someone for like no good reason.
That's not a good reason, you don't think?
I mean, did he outplay him or something? I don't see it. Like,
Just not impressed.
Sniper doesn't care. Like, what do you do? He just pressed assassinate and use smoke. Like,
Yeah, cool smoke, bro. This is where you tip him. Another death for Dark Mago. And another
This is
great
big.
read from Dire. Once again, Dark Mago TPing down bottom, looking to connect back into his own jungle, and Dire, they were ready
Look
and
at the
waiting.
damage
Illich
from
is
back.
also
Oh,
just
man.
going to find the clockwork. 7 and 2 is the offlaner on OG.
yeah, this is where the arsonist really shows what it can do. Never good to be an
Sacred?
arsonist, though, kids.
What? Sacred? We were going to
Just-
lasso?
Radiant's bottom tower is
Just taking some damage. I mean, he doesn't have any gap close. He's going close. I mean, he pretty much has the pike now, too. So he'll be able to get kills in the future with that. And
I think he
this
could
is
have got it
the
if he wasn't right-clicking.
yeah, this is the issue here with playing the sniper last pick. We mentioned your first bat in Tusk, and already you're dying to this Tusk. It doesn't get easier from here. You know what I mean? Items are gonna come online for the Tusk and the bat. You're not gonna feel safe as this Tusk. Or sorry, this sniper. I'm losing my mind.
Snowball timing. And now look at him. Hector's in a great position to be able to sit on the high ground. Meanwhile,
Dark
Margo
Mago.
again. Oh, dude. How
Actually-
many times?
Great
It's
global.
just back to back. This is
Parker.
getting really ugly now. Parker also. We're going to be run down, Tai Lung. Feels like there's an opportunity, but everyone else is going to struggle to be able to follow up with the Monkey King.
Radiant structure.
And Parker forced to go Blink Dagger first item here. Oh, he might go an El Micho.
Oh, he didn't get the... No.
He had to blink out.
Is under attack.
And meanwhile, Hector's just... He's also got 8 kills. What?
I mean, we saw that top lane. It was not pretty.
Yeah.
It just... You know, he's got 8 kills and Dawn has 6 deaths. You know, you do the math on that one.
Is under attack.
He's absolutely massive on Hector. So... What do we say now for Radiant's draft? Because you were speaking about lanes, and then after lanes you had a lot of concerns, and we are past the laning
I
stage,
think
and
the word
we're
I
starting
used
to
was
see
hot garbage, so...
coffee. So is this just like what do we put it already? Probability like dead honesty. What would you say this position of the game with 4% advantage, 4% net worth? Sorry, 4,000 net worth. Jesus, I'll dial. What would you say the probability is?
I mean, I think for now it's not super bad, so... Given the game state, they've got like a 5% chance to win, maybe?
It's not bad. 5%. I don't know if that's how it works. Mid lane. Alright, we'll get moves.
Dire's
No, it's probably more like 10% after that kill. JK. I mean, the issue really is that it's gonna get harder and harder to fight in this game.
under attack.
Like, this is your easiest stage of the game, right? Sniper, he did well in the laning stage. Terrorblade, when he gets super farmed, he's immortal this game. That's a problem. Sniper, yeah, you won your laning stage, but you're playing versus Monkey King who can get on top of you, you're playing against a Bat who can get on top of you, you're playing versus a Tusk who can get on top of you, and your Solar Guardian is your one escape route in this game, but you're playing versus a Silencer. He's gonna shut that down every single time. So if OG Latam play their cards right, and just continue to play this game here, I give this, you know, like a 90-95% win chance, but you do have most of your win chance, I think, for Team Sin here and your high ground defense. You've got Sniper, you've got Clockwork, you've got TA traps. If you don't navigate these high grounds expertly on OG Latam, you could throw. And it wouldn't be the first time we've seen teams throw on the high ground.
So if you're seeing this as being a possible area of concern here for OG Latam, then how do they look to play around the high ground and potentially itemize as well to make it easier?
Oh, we'll get there when we get there. I don't think they're looking to defend their high ground at 17 minutes in the game.
No, but it sounds like we're just gonna get there though. That's the thing. Like, I don't know with how you pen the drop.
Inevitably,
Like
we probably will, but
okay.
there's no items you have to itemize for high grounding. Not really. You just build all your normal items. You just right-click as a sniper, and when you're out of position, you pop a trap and a hook. There's no specific item that helps you high ground.
No,
or
I mean for
defend high
dive
ground.
to break high ground.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're gonna need BKBs on like heroes like Bat Rider and Tusk Ags to kick people back.
This is pretty deep. I don't know if this one's gonna work. Dark Margaret's got Shield Rune. Illich is pretty hesitant. And they're also running down on some other heroes as well. Looks like we'll be able to connect onto Hector. Hector, of course, ready to go with the Sunder. Dire also mirroring this. Global Science will come through instantly to be able to cancel that Solar Gun. A little bit awkward point blank. Hector's going to be able to secure the kill. Now further down to the south, they've eaten through the Shield Rune. And now it can go through the health pool, and Parker not feeling comfortable to show up. NP also wants out. He's will be able to TP on Genny.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Your first pick TA. You're 0-2 and 2. Like, we've seen the sniper show up to every single fight, but
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Parker just doesn't feel like it. He feels like it's a little too hard. Not sure when it gets easier though for him. Like, Butterfly is almost online for the Terrorblade, and this is a matchup where beating TB, it's not going to be easy, and he's gonna. I think he wanted the silencer, not the monkey there.
buddy.
We'll see if they can get him though. Oh, they're gonna try and go.
They get the mode.
Yeah, the changing the guard gets you out of Sprout. That's cool.
Okay.
That's a nifty one. And it's gonna be cool to see how this changing the card facet is gonna impact some of these like particular matchups, right? Like getting out of Sprout, getting out of potential. I don't know if you can use it while rooted. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure.
I have no idea.
I'm sure there's some pretty cool things you can get out of. Maybe you can get out like an arena or something from Mars.
Radiant are
Some cool stuff you might be able to do.
Dire's
Are they going to move as a unit towards top? Feeling like it's time for them to be able to take the Tormentor. The Vision down in the area. Dire. They are going to trade Roche by the looks of it. They're starting to huddle around the pit. Just waiting for it to move over. Butterfly is up for Hector.
Jetpack online for Clockwork. That's a nice one to help Kite. Which is exactly what he needs to do. Kite so his 2 ranged carries can do damage.
See if he's going to be able to kite. Fortunately, you have a problem now with the Aegis being over towards Dire. We'll see what the call is going to be for them and how they want to look to play the map now afterwards. 4 heroes starting to huddle towards bottom. Genic does steal the Wisdom, so they will get 2 for 2 in regards to the Wisdoms at least.
One of the strong things about Nature's Prophet. Can be at every Wisdom. Every time. Surprised that they didn't find it worth it though to defend.
Sorry, Ted.
See ya.
8 to death. Oh boy. Somehow he's just behind Tai Lung in net worth. His monkey's not hitting creeps.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it the other day, right? Just this diffusal monkey seems to just be enough. You just need diffusal, and you just need the shard.
They do get a hook shot onto the Bat Rider. Forces him to get him out of the cog. Snowball as well onto the creep. Nicely done. This will be able to protect Illich. And Tutu Tower is going to be able to go down for free. No contest. Hector's even thinking about just walking up high ground. No one's home.
And they're smoking, knowing that the bat is kind of low. And they'll take half damage, but alright, good TT out here.
Some moose. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, ideally you all get out there, but killing a support for like a 5-man rotation with smoke doesn't feel terrible. But they're still hitting creeps. It's just more of a question of what this net worth on TA and Sniper are going to achieve here. I mean, Sniper, his net worth has gone down a lot ever since his deaths, right? Sitting on 4 deaths. I mean, the 9 kills is great, but the 4 deaths are hurting him more than getting those kills. Because everyone TP'd out, Parker will start hitting the tier 1 top.
top tower has fallen.
Radiant will claim that one. And it looks like a Hurricane Pike will be delivered for the Templar Assassin. I'm curious as to Bat Rider, what does he just buy? A Witchblade. So if he attacks you, he's starting to do some crazy right-click damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He does get those attacks off. We'll see. He has been doing so.
Dire's
That's so
Oh,
far.
Shard too.
And they're going to walk up high ground, so they'll do it pretty early on. And this tower's falling fast.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're forcing him back. You had a minute and a half on this Aegis. Maybe you want to use meta to try and hit potentially. But I think more than anything, they want to get a priority pick with this Bat Rider Blink Dagger available. And there's Manta dodging it. Smoke has been used. Is he trying to get a Sunder off here? Is that what's happening?
Park.
Oh, how could he possibly know? All right.
Well, further to the north, they will run into Panda. So Panda's going to end up going down. They'll get one kill, unfortunately. More valuable one that they were hoping for.
I think K1 just wants to die here, and that he will. Lasso is used.
He was able to find an opportunity with the lasso. Dark Margo not able to provide the damage to be able to fight them back. Parker's also doing his best as well. Decent amount onto moves. Almost dies. The Essence Ring last second. Enough health to be able to keep him alive. Hector did pop the meta. And with that extra damage, was able to secure the towers. Only a 3,000 net worth lead, with all things being said.
It's just network's really deceiving in this game. Like, I don't think it's very hard to keep up a net worth in this game. What it is going to be hard to do is to ever take a fight in any situation. So I know a lot of people like to look at net worth and be like, oh, the game's close, the numbers are close, but you have to take in consideration lineups too in a game of Dota. And these lineups just are not created equal when it comes to net worth.
So we'll see if they can play their way out of this on Team Sin. They're finally making a bit more of an aggressive move so far in reacting to OG Lardum. To smoke the top where Moose is currently along with Illich. They might be able to get him. Just like the vision to be able to get the blink away. Panda's still going to go for the hookshot. This is incredibly deep. What's it called? We're going to TP back and try and take the fight on OG Lardum. Looks like that will be the case. Hector's in. Moose will go down to start. Genic as well will follow him. So one for one with the supports. They're going to try and TP up, but that was a TP right in the face. They have multiple ways to cancel that.
That's what I mean about the team fights. It's like you kind of hook in and then it's like, what's next? You know what I mean? TA's nowhere to be found. Parker's just kind of like, he kind of sees the writing on the wall. It's like, I can't commit to any of these fights. And he's kind of just letting Dark Mago, he's leaving him out to dry, to be honest with you. Dark Mago's like committing to every fight and Parker's just like, see ya, bro.
What's going on top lane? They've got the vision here on the
Okay, he's going on back.
What is this? Is so messy. The timing.
Double meld, does some damage. You can't die like this. Not like this. I mean, is he just gonna go take the tier 3 bot now? Is it time?
It is time. Oh, look at the damage from the illusions. Margo. Jesus. Send one more, that'll do the job. Ooh, Margo. Oh, he just lost barracks? It's gone?
Yep. I mean, at this point in the game, he's wishing he didn't have scatter shot, you know what I mean? Scatter shot was to destroy the monkey, but just to have the normal shrapnel would be so much better for defending high ground. But he did destroy the monkey mid, there's no doubt about that, which was great. But unfortunately, he got jumped by Tusk 4 times in a row afterwards, and that advantage is now gone, and he is now behind the Monkey King.
Tables have turned. Unfortunately, Dark Mago is making things to be a bit different. They are once again also moving to the other side of the map, but they are under a dire Absorb Ward, so they have all the information they would ever want. No one will be caught. And how do you do anything versus these Ghost Scepters that are a possibility? One on Moose, if you even want more as well. You can look to itemize into that. This is also something else that is going to be a problem.
Nullifier on Clockwork, I don't know.
Oh, sick. Nice, dude. My post 5 Clockwork Nullifier. Speaking of the Clockwork, well, there's death. Never mind. Oh.
Hook shot out.
Also, maybe still dead. Do they want to fight? Parker is not with their team. They dropped the ward, maybe anticipating for it to be a location for them to take a fight. They are starting to do a U-turn and come on over. Dark Marco revealed himself for a second. As soon as they did, they're just going to run straight towards him. They've got the global silence. It's a lot of damage onto the heroes at the moment, but it doesn't matter. Down goes Dark Marco. Sacred is gone in an instant. The damage from Hector, he is far too farmed for them to deal with. Parker has never been able to right-click anyone. He is away, but it doesn't matter. It means nothing.
Yeah. This is rough. What can you say? The silencer is shutting down this Dawnbreaker the entire game. You can't do anything from laning stage. Yeah, they're just gonna call it like unplayable draft, to be honest with you.
Do we... Okay, I mean, first, like, we start with you picked here. And the Batrider, obviously, they
We did do that.
feel
didn't we?
something. You know, they feel something about the matchup, but I just want to go to, like, what changed with leaving, not going for Parker's hero at the end, and which is something we saw, of course, they had a lot of success on, and also Dark Marco's hero. Like, it seems like his hero pool is a little bit limited in regards to how the role he needs on this team. Like, I don't think the sniper fits the role that they need from him. Of course, it had to be done this game, but like, you're initiating heroes, you're melee initiating heroes as well. So like, do they just need to go back to the strategy what we saw, where you pick Dark Marco's hero early on, just Parker's hero last?
Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely overrate TA right now, especially for their squad in particular. I mean, the sniper, I can't really fault him. Like, he played an amazing sniper. It's just, it was never going to be a winning sniper. You know, you're going to win your lane, sure, but you are never going to win the game with this hero. It's just impossible. So I think if they want to play, they need to definitely go back and look at multiple things. Like, I think their support duo was also, like, not it. Like, what are you doing with Nature's Prophet, Clockwork? Like, is their vision that, oh, we're going to pick this Clockwork, we're going to have this Nature's Prophet, they're going to have this global strategy, rockets everywhere, Nature's Wrath everywhere, we have these traps everywhere, you know, we have the Solar Garden, we're going to play the map, we're going to outplay them like that. But, like, unfortunately, Dota isn't a game where you can just, like, pick global strategies and just win. You have to be able to fight at some point in the game, and their lineup at no point has the tools equipped to them for them to be able to fight. So yeah, you keep up in the net worth, but just look at every single fight. Like, where's Parker at? Like, he just never right-clicked any heroes in any engagement that happened in this particular game. And he ends the game 0, 2, and 3. But I don't really, like, know what else he could have potentially done. Nobody really could have done much of anything in this particular game, because it's just, you have all these single target abilities that just don't work together. So either way, OG, great draft. That silencer was very smart to play against the Dawnbreaker, and Elmisha was there in the clutch, not in the laning stage to give K1 all the farm that he ever wanted, but just shutting down any potential counterplay Sacred wanted to do. You are playing Batrider into TA. Sure, the laning stage was okay, but you didn't really crush it. And then you're literally forced into picking a sniper last pick because of this Monkey King Tai Lung picked. And this Monkey King kind of counters a lot of the hero that Dark Mago wants to play. Like his Tiny, his Ember, some of his better heroes, his Kunkka. These are like his top 3 heroes that I see. Same with the Mars. None of these really like playing versus the Monkey King, so he's kind of forced to play the Scattershot Sniper. Wasn't the best showing from Sin Compromise, so this is just a clear outdraft.
Yep. The outdraft, and in the end, still required to execute, and they were able to do that pretty easily here for OG Lardum. So didn't break a sweat in this game. We saw in the previous series as well, some of the games were a little bit one-sided. Maybe they're able to come back out on Team Sin and make amends. They now have at least an idea of what went wrong for them. But well, the big question is if they're going to be able to do that. K1 standout player, very solid performance. Again, second game for him that he's able to get the victory on the Terrorblade today as well.
I mean, Terrorblade is a strong hero in Dota. And people see the nerfs and they're like, oh, TB's nerfed. What do we do? But the reality of this hero is he's still very, very, very strong. And I think we're going to see a lot more Terrorblade moving forward, just because he does counter a lot of the heroes that we see in the meta. Like, there's more options available to countering this potential Terrorblade. Like, Drow is becoming more popular, which is really good. But for now, if you do see the carry matchup, And this is a big reason why TA is no longer popular right now. TA got nerfed harder than TB did, and TB already countered TA, so this matchup's even more lopsided than it used to be. So we're going to have to come up with something new. If I were up to me, and I was coaching Team Sin, and like, what's the game plan? I think you hit the nail on the head with just give Dark Mago his hero earlier, and give that overall last pick to Parker. He'll find something to play, I'm sure.
All right, well, let's see if that is going to be the strategy for Team Sin heading into this next game, or if it's going to be a 2-0 for OG Lardham, and they will move forward to the final day of the qualifiers here. We're going to have to find out soon. Our questions will be answered. We'll see you guys after a quick break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
with what started with a outdraft from the boys on OG Lardum, then turned into the execution that was able to get them the game 1 victory. And we'll see if they can have a repeat performance and book themselves a ticket into the final day here of the closed qualifiers. Winner will move forward and play versus Heroic in the lower bracket final. So potential rematch for Sin Compromiso, but they can't be looking too far ahead. They got to look at this next upcoming game.
And they have to look at it real hard too, because I don't know what type of preparation this was for this game. Maybe there was no preparation. I don't really know, but I think they had a time to play earlier today. It was a stomp, and maybe that allowed them to let their guard down. We saw them pick the Pudge, Pos 4, for example, right? Maybe they're just having a little bit of fun. Maybe this stack is meant to have fun. I'm not really sure what their goals are as a team, but if you want to have fun versus a team that's in it to win it, it's not going to be that fun at the end of the day. I don't think anyone had any fun in that one, especially not Sacred. I'm sure Dark Mago, after such a great start, he might be a little tilted after that one. It's time to reel it back in. Maybe no more fun heroes, and time to play to win.
You would imagine this stack is built to try and make it towards TI. I mean, with the people that you have, these are your players who have had some very good showings at TIs in particular. Sacred, Dark Margot, Panda. So you would expect that this is a team that is trying to make it, even though they haven't been together for too long of a time at all compared to some of the other teams. Edge, Heroic, really the big ones. OG Lardum, as well. Of course, they've been together, majority of them, with Pylon coming through. So. Let's see, but it's still a lot needs to change. The big thing is where the priority is going to be, and they actually chose first pick. So Team Sin Compromiso had the priority, and they have first pick once again, which is a little bit interesting because yesterday we saw them with priority choose second pick.
Yeah, I mean, they were second pick last game, right? So I wonder why they're
No,
choosing.
they had first.
Didn't they pick
TA open.
No, they picked TA into bat. And they last picked Sniper, remember?
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so, yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting kind of like dynamic because we expect Park to be that last pick, but he didn't take it, and they went for the TA first pick. So I just don't want to see. So there's a big difference in my opinion, right? From first picking TA and then picking TA into a counter, right? And that's kind of like where a lot of my issues kind of like landed in that game. Especially because you don't have, like, here's the reason why TA is good. It's not because this hero is just so OP in the safe lane that you can just first pick it. It's because it's a flex. But we've already talked about Dark Mago. He's not necessarily a TA player. He's not one of those people that you want to put on TA. You want to put him on Tiny, Mars, Kunkka, Embers. You know, he wants to be playing around the map, making some plays.
Dire team ban.
So that's what I want to see this game. I don't want to see this team go out not playing their best game.
Yeah, hopefully we do get to see the best game for Team Sin, because we've seen it before so far from them in the qualifiers. We know they have the ability to perform at a high level. See Bristleback on as well. Have we? Maybe we've seen like one Bristleback game. Feels like this year is always getting first phase banned too, not slipping through.
I think we saw it a little bit earlier today, but other than that, not really. Or maybe there's one game. Am I mixing? Oh, yes. Team Sin got Bristleback earlier today. Okay. And they won in 28 minutes. And then the next game they won in 19 minutes. So, like I said, their series earlier today. Maybe a bit of a debate. Maybe they're a bit too comfortable thinking things are easy.
Things are not, unfortunately. Not against OG Lardum. This is a different roster and a different caliber than the team we played earlier. They're going to open with the Naga. We will see the Darkseer also make it through the pool. OG will pick that up. We'll see if they protect it with the Oracle ban or not. Maybe also there are carries you're already looking at. Ursa, Sven. Some of the big ones we're seeing at the moment.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely like the Darkseer versus Naga, right? Well, do I like it? I mean, it has potential because you don't care about the illusions, but then Snare is pretty good lockdown versus a hero like Darkseer. But you can itemize out of that, like Greaves, stuff like that, so. It has some potential.
Do you?
Yeah, against Darkseer. Let's see. What was that?
No, I was just is because you're probably banning a carry, right? On OG lineup, you don't need to get rid of the Oracle. Is there a carry ban that you think would be the
Lina?
best? You want to get rid of Lina? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you got Naga, you've got Lina. When you play versus Darkseer, you just kind of want to deal with a couple things. Well, can you kill the Ion Shell? Well, Lina doesn't really care too much about that. You're ranged, right? Makes an illusion of you. Not very good, doesn't get the Fiery Soul. But that's not your only option. I mean,
Dire team pick.
they might also be looking for... Well, it is Parker, so everyone has their own take, and they steal the Oracle, so it can't be taken. But Naga mainly is a 5, so I don't think Naga Oracle support duo would sound that great to me, but maybe it's enough if it shuts down the Darkseer.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's this was one of your critiques with the Darkseer draft yesterday on OG, where they didn't have heroes to combine with it. So we'll see if it's going to be a little bit different in this draft as well. I just want to mention that because I just want to see the Oracle now.
Yeah,
Dire team pick.
well, we shall see. And the Mars gets picked, and this is a flex, right? It could be played on offlane or mid. Dark Mago does like this. So I do actually like to see some Dark Mago Sacred flex. We haven't seen too much of that.
10 seconds remaining.
But this is a hero that they definitely can make it work with, and they're going to give Parker most likely 18 pick here. And he'll have his like pick of the litter of what he wants to play against what he sees. I'm curious on what his read of the game is going to be against these type of heroes. I mean, you're playing with Mars and a Shadow Shaman. I think the Sven is something you're probably definitely eyeballing because you do have the innate ability, the Vanquisher, where you do 30% more damage with the talent to stunned units. And Mars and Shadow Shaman are going to be stunning units a lot for you, so you're going to have that bonus damage proccing all the time. Good in lane against the Darkseer. And it wouldn't be me if I weren't to suggest potentially a Weaver against 0 stuns. But they literally would have to pick 0 stuns, like,
Dire
on these
team
next 2 picks. Out the window. And that one kind of just like shuts down. No, it doesn't shut down the Sven. You're still playable, but it kind of makes you want to stray away from it just a little bit.
Okay. Does it make Ursa a little bit better?
10 seconds remaining.
Yep. It makes Ursa a lot
5
better.
seconds remaining.
But this Underlord makes you wonder, like, are they just going to pick an... Are they just that
Radiant
dead set
team pick.
on Dark Mago going to be playing a strength hero mid that they're just gonna pick this Underlord and Darkseer right away and be like, alright, Darkseer offlane, Underlord mid, what are you gonna do?
Maybe
I
there's
mean-
some flex potential with K1
Yeah.
playing it. It honestly sounds like it would be a K1 hero, and you give like the
5
carry
seconds
over to Tai Long.
I mean, Ursa's fine, but I still think I like Sven more, just because you don't really interact with the Underlord too much until later on, and that's when your hero's good versus Underlord. Oh, they do pick it. Perfect. Where Ursa, he gets Kite a lot, and I think, yeah, the Vanquisher's getting 30% bonus damage on all these juicy stuns available to you. It's hard to resist.
Dire team back. Dire team
So they'll get
back.
rid of Ursa themselves, and the Timber Band as well. Of course, a possibility for it to go anywhere. We're still unsure where the Mars is at the moment. With how you're looking at the draft, would you rather the offlane or the mid Mars?
10 seconds remaining.
Probably mid, just because I know Dark Mago plays it, and
5 seconds remaining.
so strategically offlane, but for this team, mid,
Okay, okay.
if that kind of like answers your question.
Kinda, yeah.
So I
sure.
think Mars mid versus Underlord is probably not good. But Dark Mago makes a lot of great plays, and when he has his hero, he seems to know his way out of matchups that other people don't know. So you can bank on his experience and knowledge on certain matchups to get you through it. But I'm pretty sure this Underlord mid is punishable. Unless they're baiting it, and yeah, as you mentioned, potentially K1 wants to play it. But I don't know in what world K1 would want to play Underlord carry versus Sven carry. That one's not really fun. I think K1 is like licking his chops right now, hoping for a lifestealer pick. He's like, oh, please. Give me a lifestealer. I also think a Juggernaut would be insanely good this game.
Surely one day we will get this hero. One day it's going to be big.
We will. I mean, one day. I mean, Medusa will be fine too. I mean, he has a lot of matchups where he'll feel pretty good.
Had a very good performance earlier today with the Medusa, so maybe there is some confidence for him and the team. Maybe is the one that feels a little bit better with the Oracle as well.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
I mean, Oracle Medusa's kind of trash. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
So I'd probably not want that one. They picked the Slardar. That's likely their offlaner. This kind of makes heroes like Lifestealer and Jug that I talked about less desirable. It makes Medusa look better, but it's not a great
5 seconds
false
remaining.
promise target. That's a kind of cool pick here. It's very limiting what he wants.
Please don't troll.
And they just go for the Medusa. Very good troll game, though, to be honest.
No, don't say that.
It's Medusa. It's a little awkward, though, just because you do have an Oracle. Oracle would have loved to troll, but he's going to use... That leaves his false promise open for other heroes, though, so that's nice. I think. What, you didn't like the troll Oracle? Like, they were owning
That was a
one game.
miserable game.
And it would have been perfect this game. It beats the
Why?
Sven.
Okay.
Good versus. I mean, it man fights the Sven all day. It's not great for Mars, but that's about it. It owns the Slardar in lane, and they're debating who goes mid.
10
Please just put the.
seconds remaining.
Please put Dark Mago mid
5 seconds
with
remaining.
his Mars. Do not think about this, guys. There's nothing to think about here. Yeah, well, they thought about it.
Do you disagree with this? Does the Slaughter have a
I think so.
Okay.
I feel like Slardar doesn't do well against Firestorm, does he not? Like, whereas, I'm sorry, not Sacred. I saw him because he's on Mars. Mars can just shove the lane out over and over again. I feel like Slardar doesn't have the lane shove to kind of deal with this, but we'll have to see if they can really make this happen. What they really wanted here is to dodge the Slardar Medusa matchup, I think. I think they're... Dark Mago's a very sacrificial player, and I don't know if this was the right call here, but we'll see. If Dark Mago destroys mid, maybe... I don't know how often you've seen it, but I haven't seen too much of the Underlord versus Slardar mid.
I have not. I haven't seen it once. I have no idea.
I'm assuming this should be Underlord favored because of his percentage-based damage. They're going to get spammed like crazy. He has high right-click damage. I don't know if you can just man up and fight this Underlord. So, Tai Lung, we saw what he was able to do last time. He was playing in a matchup where this Underlord had good farm. We'll see if he can do it again, but this is just yet another game where Tai Lung has a lot he can do. The one thing I don't like, though, about this draft, though, is just Medusa Oracle. You know, it's like the heal doesn't really help Medusa. She needs mana. She doesn't need HP.
Yes, unfortunately, Hector is not going to get the mana on Missed Oracle, so we'll see. Yeah, I don't know, Bruce. So importantly, though, I know you're speaking about the Oracle Medusa. What about the draft from Team Sim? Like, is this? What did you say last game? Hot garbage? Is it on the same level? I don't think so. It doesn't sound like it is.
Absolutely not. This draft is way better. Cool. I'm just a little worried about the mid lane, but other than that, it's like not that big of a deal. This is very winnable. Like, you're gonna be free farming on Sven. You've got lots of stuns to enable him. Medusa's very slow. You don't have like the synergy with the Oracle either. You've got the team fight. Much better draft from Team Sim. Much better. I just would have liked to see the Mars mid and the starter off, that's all.
Okay. Well, let's see. Regardless, Margot, strength melee hero, apparently. The MO hero pool for him. Is he going to be able to do it? To get out of it, I believe, third game? At least second we've seen on Tai Lung on the Underlord. I believe third game. So, once again, seeing him on this hero with the Demon's Reach facet, 2-2 in the bounty split. Sector laning mid. He's just blocking for Tai Lung. What a nice guy. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I mean, just TP's up there. But yeah, I mean, Sven is a hero that doesn't... You don't get hard countered by Medusa, not really. I mean, it's not a matchup where you crush either, but if you have enough farm, you can kill the Medusa as a Sven, so that's always nice.
Kept Elmisho actually here, but I don't know why he's still here. What's going on? You're gonna try and stop a TP? Ooh. Oh, leveled in snare. Oh, yikes. Does it matter? I don't know if there's much level 1 interaction. Probably does matter.
Oh, a double stun. That matters. Does he have an Ion Shell? He does, but Ensnare was forced. Not the best level 1 ability you really want to have here, but at the end of the day, none of this really matters. Parker's just gonna farm under the tower. And that's pretty much a life versus a Darkseer. And Hector, low mana, actually, in this top lane. He's bringing a Sage's Mask, but maybe there'll be a moment at level 2 here where you can potentially surprise Hector. And you can see with Elmisho on his facet choice, he went for the Spell Amp one because he realizes the heal probably not going to be super important in this matchup. And they're going to get level 2 in a second, top lane. Keep an eye on this one. Mango was used to kind of thwart that one, so maybe not.
See if they go straight away. Genning's already going to start to move
maybe
over towards Medusa. Shackle is able to set up for the spear. Elmisho will do his best to hold them back. Maybe there's an opportunity for a kill as well. One more right click after. Without play, and they're going to be able to get it. Elmisho with first blood. A little bit extra damage given over towards Sacred.
Yeah, I mean, the root from Elmisho ended up hitting the Mars, so the Mars couldn't right-click at all during that spear. There probably would have been a trade of kills there if that root didn't hit the Mars. I don't know who would have got first blood first, though. But either way, happy to have that one.
Yeah, without a doubt. Gets over a little scary hump, but then maybe there was an opportunity for that kill. Wave's going to be back towards your tower. Looks like all the other lanes currently doing fine. Able to find their farm. Dark Margot as well is actually putting a decent amount of pressure onto Tai Lung, but as soon as Firestorm is used, he's able to right-click. So Slaughter is finding his farm at the moment. We'll see if that will continue or not.
Yeah, I mean, it's looked pretty okay. For now, he's just navigating through the Firestorm.
Parker be able to hold back at least moves, but the vacuum was waiting. So Parker's not going to get in any separation. Moves will give the kill over to Illich, and now they're going to turn to Panda next as well. Another round of the spells up in a couple of seconds, and another kill for OG in their off lane.
Yeah, that's huge, and that's a wave under tower.
Oh.
I mean, you can even look at the Sven's build on how he itemized to deal with this landing stage. He has double bracer. Like, he's trying to build really tanky, and they still managed to kill him.
Is this a misread then on the items that he needs, or is it just
not necessarily? I mean, maybe he needs a stick because all the spam could help, but I mean, he's just gonna play into the Vanquisher when he gets level 6.
Good lane, Dark
Strength
Margot.
added.
Dude, Moose is doing so much with this Chaos Knight.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna kill Illich though at the same time though, so that's the price you pay. So yeah, you do get to kill mid, but you also lose your offlaner who was snowballing a bit. Hard to say which one's more worth it. I mean, if you were just to look at pure levels, they're both the same level, level 4, so. But technically, he was worth more money on Illich, so. That's a win for Team Sin.
Radiant are scanning.
How
They're
does
just being so aggressive down here.
just pull him into the tower? Very nice Panda.
Maybe he wants
Do you
to be
wanna
there.
here? Oh, we see another support
no.
dying. A couple of the fives across the map.
Okay.
How do you get the max damage proc on the Chaos Ball? I'm forgetting.
Luck.
Okay.
It's literally just RNG.
Really? Okay. Should be able to, ooh, nice position from Amisho, actually. Is it going to be enough to help Illich be able to get away? Almost looking for the second kill out of the Darkseid. Not going to be able to find it. Moose as well is in danger. Another round of the Stormhammer if they're able to get in range. And the Vision. Parker. Oh, got on both of them. It's okay, though. Dark Margot's also coming down to bottom. It might be a bit too late to catch up to the important heroes. I'll probably get Amisho. Right?
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I mean,
Who's he one?
yeah. Or is he?
Is he
Underlord's
gonna
coming
get a
in.
kill? What? Is Dark Margot not gonna get a kill? Are you serious? Oh, dude, this rotation. Is he gonna die? Oh, he's actually out. Okay. I thought he was gonna die.
Tai Long is like, I see you guys, I'm
Oh.
out of here. But he TP'd mid. Ah, it's unfortunate. He got a lot of healing from the Oracle. The E wasn't able to finish him off. Alright. So, looks like the Mars and the Slaughter are a little bit behind everyone else in this game, but it's not by much. Very close early game. Darkseer's leading the way though. Vanguard is up.
Panda.
Oh, that's a good
Nice
slow.
deluge timing.
Yep.
How big of a problem is it the fact that your Slaughter and your Mars are having a difficult time though? Like, is this for the early
It's-
game? Did you need these people to have a good lane?
I don't think so. I think just given the lane matchup, it's fine. They're both just going to buy Blink at some point and initiate, so they're not really heroes known for their laning prowess. Well, Slaughter is in certain matchups, but I think the mid Slaughter, his objective is typically just to not die and just kind of get to his Blink Dagger at some point and do initiations. And it's just
did
like
see-
even more damage.
We did see the other day, right, when I think it was
Is analog, yeah.
Analog, yeah, thank you. Analog played the mid Slaughter. There was a really awkward like mid game period after BKB where your farm was kind of stagnating and your impact inside some of the team fights. It definitely changed as the game got later. I think, you know, the shard and then, like you said, the 20 talent was really important for his farm, but we'll see if Dark Margot is going to be able to get through that awkward kind of middle game period on the Slaughter.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a different game, too, because you are playing versus Medusa. She's going to have, like, the early Butterfly. Mana Shield doesn't really care too much about your amp damage. Stone Gaze very annoying for you, so we'll see. I mean, it's still, if you can get on the Medusa and you can just chain Stunner, Parker's going to be the one that's going to be doing majority of the damage to this Medusa. Just that raw physical damage, especially if you can keep her locked down, right? Because... I mean, I'll just keep talking about it. The facet, or the innate, sorry, the Vanquisher. Once you get to level 10 talent, it goes from 20% to 30% more damage on a hero that does lots and lots of damage.
Yep.
We'll be able to pump out enough to probably kill this hero in the late game situations. But there will be a power spike where Medusa with a Butterfly might feel very difficult to kill.
Okay.
And the longer these fights go, it's infinitely worse for Team Sin. Like, it'll eventually get to a point, right? God's Strength will be used. There's a Deluge. Perhaps we use a net. We do, but there's just a stun to kind of peel him off there. But Parker, he's going to use every bit of mana he has for
Too
this.
far?
Is it worth it?
It doesn't seem worth it by the looks of it. Parker's going down and maybe a little bit of frustration being shown for the carry. Dark Margot will try and move down to bottom, but a Surge counteracts the use of that slider movement, and yeah, I don't know, Margaret, like a couple of movements now to bottom that he's getting nothing out of it. Tai Lung's free farming mid, also Parker. Yeah, second death for him.
Yeah, I mean, these are pretty key deaths, but I was saying though, in like the late game, like, look how annoying it's gonna be. Like, you're gonna have your BKBs in all 3 cores, but when your BKBs go down, and you're playing versus Underlord with like Atos and Pit, and Firestorm with 3 strength heroes, and then a Darkseer to vacuum them back in, you're gonna have to have a good initiation this game. Okay, well, the Deluge was cute, but that was about it. And he got a little bit of evasion from having his illusions nearby.
I think another thing as well is we've seen from the first day, Tai Lung with his performance on the Underlord, we were both incredibly impressed, and he seems incredibly comfortable. And you have 3 blink initiating heroes on Radiant, which could be, it could be exposed with the Scepter on Tai Lung, like with the using the gate on top of you, and then the pit as well, potentially stopping any way for you to be able to blink initiate. Like, this could happen in 1 or 2 fights, and then when you rely so heavily on blinking, you might have a problem.
Yeah, for sure. And Dark Ball is here again, but the gate is coming.
This guy's not an easy kill. He's got Vanguard. Like, you're not going through Illich. You'll try for Tai Lung. At least he was able to find the corrosive phase. And Sacred's rotation is massive as well, but the arena holds him into place, allowing Parker to finally not get kited.
It's a 5-man rotation, though. They really wanted to make sure Parker is getting into this game here. I mean, well worth it, in my opinion. However, this Medusa does get a lot of breathing room from this. Gonna farm up this wave here. Nobody's there. And off to the jungle, but yeah. Good use of arena there.
Radiant's top tower is under
But I believe, how many TPs did we expend for that? I think it's only 3. Not too bad. Dark Mago was just living down there, you know? He doesn't really TP to these fights. He's just already there. Naga again? Okay, they're probably fine. Moose just...
Yeah, he's not
Just
fine,
dead.
though. Parker comes back from farming, and can he go get it?
They just want to make sure Parker's game does not get disrupted. A couple kills happened down there. Now they have catapulted him to the top of the net worth by bringing the numbers. He'll continue to farm here. Going for that Echo Saber. Top net worth in the game. Little surprised that his net worth is higher than the Naga's. I say Naga, sorry, the Medusa. Losing my mind. Considering Medusa's had a pretty free lane.
I was honestly just gonna bring up Medusa. I feel like Hector's like, I'm surprised his net worth is so low.
It's fine though. I think everyone's just really farmed. Like, you can see the Hector's net worth is still pretty good, as they're actually gonna try it, but they missed the spear. But it doesn't matter.
Oh, not gonna matter at all in the end. Massive nuke. As soon as the mana is gone, Moo's gonna be run down next as well. A bit more difficult for them. They'll need the starter, and he's gonna come there pretty speedily thanks to the river.
Oh, a 3-second stun. Booyah.
God damn.
He's up.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Alright, these rotations, that's a great gate play by Parker
Radiant's middle tower
to come and make sure they get that kill on that Medusa. Really, that one death put her all the way to the bottom of the net worth here. Yeah, I'm very curious as to Hector. I mean, he is going for mana boots instead of treads. This used to be an old build. This isn't something I've seen in a very long time. It definitely does not increase your farming speed at all.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But it's fine. He's gonna get there eventually.
Tuning onto Slaughter inside the river. Margaret will go down to the combination. They needed the kill. They're not going to get it. He went for the rune instead of maybe that last right click.
No arena though.
And does he get far enough away? Illich is trying to move on over. Combination could be there. Sacred finds the blink. Panda's going to sacrifice his life, so the claws are out.
Okay. Arena's up in 5 seconds with Dagger. Maybe Parker, when he has his God Strength in 10 seconds, might swing on over. Potentially participate in that. But the call is going to be, they're going to smoke ink the Medusa. They think the Shaman wards plus the Arena would be enough, and I think that may be true, but we have to be careful for the gate play. They found him. Is the gate going to come out or
if
no?
the gate's going to come out.
I think he's just dead.
No
I
one? Yeah.
don't think they're getting out of this one.
He is not. Gets a big one
There's
off.
an Arena. Yeah.
Gonna have to use the Arena.
And down he goes. Hector's game. Man, they're really shutting him down here. And meanwhile, Parker, yeah, he had a little bit of a rough early game, but they brought the numbers, secured his lane, and now they're taking care of the problem of the Dusa having a free lane with multiple ganks on her. But it's time now for the smoke to come out. And like, you think about this Oracle, even if Oracle's behind this Dusa, it doesn't really do anything. Not really.
And he's going to be playing with one of the other Naga illusions as well. So find him. Not a big
Compare
worry
the
there.
kills though, you know? You get one on Medusa as in trade for this Naga. I mean, he's died 5 times already, he doesn't really care.
Radiant's
Oh, he does not at all. Parker's free farming. Top net worth, Echo Saber completed. Picks up the Shrine of Wisdom as well. Naga also finding some fun down bottom. They are continuing to kind of group together on OG Lard and his 4 heroes sweeping across the map. We'll see what they're really able to find out of it. Nothing at the moment. They'll go back to farming.
They just have to protect Medusa. Like, the next move that happens to Medusa, there needs to be a reaction. Like, you do the pit, right? And then imagine if they had to fight in pit wall. That sounds toxic.
are scanned.
So you're gonna have to bait this Medusa at some point. Luckily for them, this doesn't really expire at any point in this game. If they can ever get to a point where they can get the pit down and the wall and then the vacuum back into the pit
Radiant
with the
are scanned.
Firestorm, with the, you know, the Cloven Chaos double Chaos Bolt, it's very toxic.
Dire's top tower is under
I guess
attack. Are scanned.
Yeah, the one tool that we need to keep tabs on then is the song from Panda. Like, he will have the ability to be able to just completely stop the fight when this is used. That's maybe in a further team fight instead if you're going just for like a pick off on Dedusa. Maybe she's not there.
Yeah, for sure.
Who's my run into Dark Mark up on the high ground? But just with these two, I guess it's never just these two with the Underlord, but find a blink away. They're still going to try and chase him. They've got a pretty good observer ward that will see him TPing out. A nice attempt from Dark Margo, but not going to work out in the end. And this time it's going to be a more valuable kill they'll find. It takes a while. We are seeing some of the difficulty they have at the moment with the damage. Mid lane Hector. Okay, he's fine.
Yeah, it definitely takes some time to kill that hero. But that's about the time it'll take throughout the entirety of the game because it is percentage-based damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And I think he... Let's see, yeah, Firestorm burn damage isn't until level 20, so... I guess in the Ultra Late game, I still kind of look at this game, and I'm just... You have one side that needs to get these burst kills, right? And then you have the other side, which wants to play the sustain game. Like, everything about both these squads are, like, completely opposite. Like, Mars, Slardar, and Sven, they want to burst you immediately. Whereas Underlord, Medusa, Darkseer, Oracle, they want to play, like, the long game, where you're just, like, continuously throwing out heals, damages over time, split-shotting. It's a complete reverse of styles, so it kind of goes to show you that there's going to have to be some serious burst damage coming out from the side of Team Sin, where you just want to mitigate that as much as you can, draw out the fights, make the BKBs go down in this late game situation. I don't know which style I prefer. Maybe a little bit like the slow play style, because it feels like all in can be a little hard, especially versus an Oracle. But we'll have to see. Both of them have their merits. They just have to play this game much differently.
Sure. Well, maybe the farm on Elmisha can be somewhat important with the, I mean, he's going to go first item blink, but
is under attack.
just for his positioning to be able to find that save so someone doesn't get all in. Sacred?
Is he going to blink? Oh, he didn't get it in time.
Yeah, didn't get it off, and a little bit slow with the reactions, and it's going to be a second core that dies. Back-to-back more vital kills for the boys in OG Lardum.
Seems like all they needed was this Atos, and he's going into that pit build again with the Aghanims. So that's coming soon. Very, very soon. So I didn't actually know the Ags passively increases the radius of pit just on its own, as well as making the one. Yeah, so
Speaking of that, at least the transportation at the moment, Tylon gonna connect, and they are just going from bot to top to bot again. Dark Margo back-to-back deaths around this side of the map.
and now the next time he makes that play, the pit will already be there because he now has the Aghanim Scepter online.
They have 6 wards on the map on Dire currently.
Radiant's bottom
I mean, you might be killing the Medusa over and over again, but you're not farming on Slardar. You're not farming on the Mars. And meanwhile, like, yeah, Medusa's dying, but this Underlord and Darkseer, they never stopped farming.
Organic, they will be able to respond. Parker's going to be ready to go with the blink. They'll find Tylung. Should be a kill for Parker's going to be able to get. Crimson will stop a little bit of the damage, but it's not enough, and Parker also leaps over to deal with Elmisha. No false promise available. Sacred's also wanting Illich. Hector's over to the other side. Parker won't have his blink. It's continuing to get cancelled. They're going to try and go for Hector off the back of the buyback. Elmisha will look to rejoin. Parker is super deep. Not respecting the Medusa at all. We saw previously that Hector's been dying, but this time it's going to be a bit of a different story.
I mean, that looked good all the way up until that overextension there from Parker. I was like, okay, the burst damage, it's working out. They ended up killing the Underlord right away.
Margo, they baiting. They have their own Observer Ward, so they were ready with their Sacred.
Okay.
He's able to find the connection with the stun. Moves no way to be able to cancel the shackle. Illich, have they got any more stuns to stop him from getting away? Illich will be able to return. He's actually going back in.
Yeah,
Oracle is nearby to be able to get rid of the Corrosive Haze. They've got the pit as well with Tylon coming through with a freshly completed Scepter. Dark Marco's gone again. 4th death of the game.
And Slardar's not a hero that can farm anymore. And yeah, we watched Analog play that one time. He just ignored every fight and farmed. And I can see why at this point, there's not much that Slardar can do in these team fights. He needs the BKB. So if he's going to continuously take these fights against this double, triple, quadruple route against this Underlord, without a BKB, what's your plan? That goes for every single core, by the way, on the side of Radiant. And none of them have a BKB yet. Mars is kind of close. Everyone else, and Parker? Oh, okay, they see each other. Not quite close enough.
They're starting to bring a lot of heroes towards top for the Tormentor fight. Misha unfortunately has to come to the portal, which is not going to work out. So how do you get the Oracle inside the team fight? It's going to be a 4v5, and Hector is also not here, so they're going to have to give it up.
Yeah, I mean, Slardar's done too much damage.
Ugh.
At least it was an OG this time.
Yeah, but they've been pausing a punch this game too. I don't know what's going on. Fuck. Let's see.
A little bit of, wee bit of lag. Yeah, I guess the SA servers, you know, a little unstable.
Yeah, we're going? Okay, we're going.
See,
Hey,
Elmi show.
Hey, buddy.
See you later. Oh,
Wait,
is this the most simple juke of his life? Okay.
He's fine. Top lane, Narg is not. She doesn't have the ability to juke herself. Not as much as that.
Yeah, you know those oracles really well known for their juking
Yeah,
prowess.
definitely.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, well, 2,000 net worth lead. Where'd the shard go? I didn't see. Panda get it? Panda got it, okay. Dire continue to have so much advantage in regards to
Radiant's
the
top
observers on the
tower
map.
is under attack.
Butterfly is starting to come along for Hector. He is now finally the same net worth about as the Sven, which is good. Dark Mago is really the only one really struggling as far as that department goes. I mean, you really need this triple BKB timings. You got one BKB up. The second one is going to be very soon. But that third one,
Yeah.
that Dark Mago BKB, that one's a few minutes out still just because of how slow Slardar farms as a hero. But when they get that, that is going to be full peak potential for Team Sen. Like, they won't get much stronger than that.
Well, there's your second. You're gonna be fighting into a potential Arcane Rune team fight for Tai Lung. Could be
That's
immensely
kind of
frustrating.
disgusting. Yeah.
Yeah, that is. All right, let's see. They're actually gonna look for Roche. So Serpent Ward's Corrosive Haze. Very easy for them to find. It seems like they are somewhat aware of this on Dire, starting to smoke and move over to maybe recontrol their triangle and put themselves in a position to contest. But they're too late. They give it a Dark Margo. Interesting. I mean, of course, Sven, not the greatest carry with the transformation hero. So maybe if this helps Dark Margo a little bit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe.
Radiant's
But they're not going to stop the smoke play. They're going to bank on the fact that they spread out, and honestly, they would be correct on this one too. But another Panda kill is truly not the one you want. Maybe he'll force the song. He will. But he's not TPing. Okay, he TP's now. So back to the farm we go. A little bit surprised that Hector didn't scout out that Roche with his illusions, because they were in the neighborhood but had no interest in it. But to be fair, that Aegis is not really a big deal. Like, it's a Dark Mago 1 in 4 Slardar with Aegis, you know. It's
What am I worried about? It's all right.
it's not that threatening.
He's getting somewhat close to the BKB. It'd say a couple minutes, but we are. A couple minutes are almost up. We're almost there for him.
Radiant's
Yeah.
bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, they're not going to fight until he has it for sure. So there'll be a small window, I think, when he has Aegis and triple BKB on his team. Maybe you go then. Seems like a pretty solid timing to me.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're actually wanting to maybe start playing a bit more aggressively. They're farming up in the face of the mid wave, who's starting to move forward, just sending the Mantle Illusions even further. How's Parker looking as well? What do we got? MKB currently queued up for him.
Radiant's middle tower.
Level 17, almost the 18. That's up 3 points the ultimate. Yannick as well is going to drop the wards. A little bit of damage in the tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, I would really want to see a fight happen soon for the Dire squad. You want to use this Butterfly before MKB. I mean, he's pretty far away from the MKB, so...
Radiant's bottom tower is under
But triple BKB's online. They also want to fight this here. It's going to be absolutely critical that Stone Gaze gets off to kite out these BKBs. And then once the Stone Gaze is gone, so if they chain stun Hector, bad news. You might just have to Oracle ult Hector to break
Gonna jump deep
the...
behind the tower. It's not an
Okay,
easy go,
he's
but they're
dead.
still going to make the attempt. And once they find him, he's gone in a heartbeat. And El Misho is nowhere nearby to offer the save with the false promise. So nice initiation. Hector now, high ground ward.
It's a little cocky from Hector. I'm not sure you want to be doing that. Unless your goal is to buy back an Underlord, which you could do. But is it worth it? It's not like they used any BKBs, you know, and they still have Aegis. I think you just take the L on that one. And I think it's going to be time to start baiting more efficiently, because like at any of these fights, right? If Oracle's there, it's so much different, because then all of a sudden Tai Long gets multiple rounds of spells off, even if he still dies. They just need these spells to be casted.
I really just want to see Elimination somehow find farm across the map, get the blink bottom. I don't see a BKB TP out from Sacred.
Stone Gaze? Not interested? Okay.
Is under attack.
I feel like if you Stone Gaze there, he has no way out of that, but maybe he wants to just force a BKB and use the Stone Gaze for the tier 2 push. Could be a possibility.
We'll see them walk it down at least and take the T2 tower for free. Top lane as well. Genic once again with the Serpent Wards. Be a trade of the T2 towers. Importantly, Oracle has his blink now. So hopefully the baiting will be much easier. Either the Deucer, the Underlord, whoever. Because Elmisha will be able to close the distance. See if they're going to be able to find him inside some of the fights.
We'll have to
What's
see.
Panda doing? Is he just like pretending this is not okay? So, it just even chase him, trying like back out of there. I don't know what I just saw.
Is under attack.
It's just chilling.
Now they're worried. They're gonna send Moose in first just in case.
Okay, he actually goes for a Daedalus on Sven. I mean, I like this more. It's almost better to just get Daedalus versus Butterfly and play the RNG game. Because the Daedalus, with the amplification of all the spells, even if you miss 2 hits, as long as you get that crit, you know, it's better than the MKB. It's a dangerous game, of course.
Radiant's
But-
middle
Yeah,
tower
hopefully you get lucky.
MKB really sucks on Sun. You don't need that proc damage when you only hit 5 times in a fight. You know?
Sacred. Just running into Ilish. There's a double damage rune on Dark Market with a level 15 BKB as well. They're looking trying to take a fight, but they didn't get the fight with the Aegis advantage, unfortunately. Level 20 on Parker as well with the actual Warcry armor. See how much that's able to mitigate some of the damage out of them to do so. They'll run into Elmisha. Nice start.
See ya.
Hector.
What, they see the Medusa.
They're gonna get it out, Hector. They're gonna try and come through with the pit. Have they got the damage to be able to secure the kill anyways to cancel the stun lock? There is not. He's gone. Chain control. And not a hope of a stone gaze. Oh, 1600 crit from Parker.
Yeah, the wheels are falling off real quick for this squad. Elmisho just wrong place, wrong time, and same thing for Hector there. Like, no Manta style to really help him out. He's too busy using that to push waves, farm with. Gets caught out in the middle of nowhere, dies. This Stone Gaze needs to be casted. It's 7.5 seconds duration in which he cannot be focused by anyone. Shaman can't shackle him, Sven can't right click him, Slardar can't do anything. But he needs to be able to press it. And unfortunately, with the chain control that they have, it's really not happening. So it turns out just the burst damage is beating the sustained gameplay because there is no sustain. And honestly, I just have not seen OG and Latam even playing next to each other for some time now.
Yeah, seems like they're having a really difficult time with being able to set up a formation when the map looks like this and they're playing from behind.
Yeah, I mean, if imagine going on Deucer, right, and she's able to get Stone Gaze off because of False Promise. She gets Crimson, she gets Grieved, there's a Vac Wall. These fights can look way different. Unfortunately, not happening.
They are not happening. They haven't been happening for a little bit, honestly, for OG. I don't know if we've even seen that fight, to be honest, from them, where it has looked smooth, and we haven't seen it 5v5. Like, Hector's been off farming, 3 deaths for him. This is starting to get to a pretty concerning territory where, importantly as well, like, Dark Margot is almost out of this stage where the Slardar will struggle to. He's only level 16. But he's been able to find his farm. They avoided the window where the BKBs, where maybe Dire could punish without them. We'll see. Things are looking good at the moment from Team Sin.
Yeah, it definitely is a step in the right direction for this game. I mean, the only other trouble they're going to have in this game is maybe high ground sieging, right? But if you can kill them outside of their base like this, well, that's free. Medusa dead for 65 seconds.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Quite some time here. And maybe this is the item they need on the Dire squad here. BKBs are queued up. Almost a BKB on Illic. Almost. Well, we do have a BKB, sorry. On we dropped the wards here. Okay, there's a glyph available. But they're just gonna tank this all up.
Can they force out the glyphs? A little bit of damage, but in fact half damage. The tier 3 tower, they'll go back and get the tier 2 as well. So a decent amount that they're able to accomplish with the death onto the Medusa. Bunch of farm down bottom as well. The Parker's fan, that's going to get him... Satanic? What is he going for?
Bottom tower is under attack.
Did he buy anything else with that? It's either Satanic or Butterfly.
He just has the Claymore at the moment. I thought he had this.
I mean, it's likely Satanic because he can disassemble the Mask of Madness.
Dire are scanning.
But yet again, like, the one thing about these matchups that are a little strange is that you actually don't really lifesteal off of Medusa and heroes like TA. So that kind of sucks, but you can lifesteal off creeps and the other heroes. And Medusa's also going for a Scotty too, so that'll also reduce the effectiveness of lifesteal. But, you know, it does give you strength as well. There's not a lot of better items you can buy on Sven. Like maybe AC potentially could have been better, but I don't even know if that's true. It's a tough call. But yeah, having lifesteal versus Medusa and Scotty is definitely not a free Satanic game.
Sure. Well, let's see now. Cosmo, what are they going to do for YouTube? Again, they're not seeing them group up. Not feeling their strength.
Alright, that's
And
an
finally
Viz
Medusa's
Sven here. Let's see if he gets cocky or not. I think he would have went for moves if Hector didn't show up.
Come through the portal?
Are they going to put a sentry down and he's just caught or what?
Did you just kill Elmisha and break away?
He's going to, yes. Oh man.
Genix might also get Hector. I know there's no way to really stop the Oracle. They need the Illich Darkseid to be able to cancel the shackles. The song is out as well.
That's a pretty decent pit, but
It's not bad if they're going to be able to set off the arena. Dark Markle with a combination
No,
of all
don't
the
get-
stuns. They are just gone. He gets it off for the last second, but he's disarmed on Hector. Finally, right-click and be completely surrounded. Hector is not able to get a single right-click off now. One stun after another, pinned against the wall. Parker's going to jump back in over the top. He's just gone. Hector and OG Lardham have not been able to play Dota in this second game.
Yeah, I mean, he might consider buying a BKB himself. Yeah, he just queued it up immediately. He needs to be able to right-click. Like, you're playing against Chain Stun. Absolute Chain Stun. So, he needs a BKB. And, yet again, El Misho. It seems like every single fight, he's just dead. What a risky play by Parker there to make that happen. If there was one sentry on the ground, he potentially is just dead.
Okay.
God damn.
No one killing. Oh no, did he even bait it on Illich? No God shot, I guess. Now Sacred's also in. BKB on cooldown. Do we just turn for him instead?
I think we do.
Lay the pit. Vacuum, unfortunately, still on cooldown, but it's not going to matter. They'll keep him in long enough. A little bit of an oopsie there from Radiant. They're going to smoke on OG as well. How do I pop the smoke? So it looks like he will be able to get the blink away. They're still going to try and take the fight. Parker has God strength, but wants the blink away. Wants nothing to do with the skirmish that's going by the secret shop. So a couple of kills. Roche is up as well. He can get it. Should be able to ride. Mid's pushed in, but we go for it now.
Why does Parker have an ag shard in his backpack? Did he buy two? I guess so.
Not even possible.
I don't know. I've never seen that before. Did he do the... Did he get a... Did he solo the Tormentor?
Yeah, he got it from the Tormentor.
Oh, so he probably bought it,
Ages ago.
but then he... I don't know what's going on. Whatever.
That shouldn't be possible, though. How can you buy the shard if you have it already? Okay.
Well, that's a big Aegis, though, right there.
Yeah.
Surprised they gave that one up for free, but I guess with the death of Naga, they had no choice. Every single piece needs to be in place here, I feel like, for Radiant to take the fights. I mean, same for Dire. All 5 heroes are so important. Especially this Oracle. Like, he's queued up a Shadow Blade. He's kind of done with this, but we're going to need to see one false promise this game. I think we have not seen a single false promise in 34 minutes.
You're going to need some way to be able to protect Elmisha, but it's so difficult with 3 blink, well, 4 blink heroes. 5. They have a blink on everyone. But really, it's the important heroes. Sven, Mars, and Slaughter, that's always been up in the face. Having a really difficult time of setting up with the formation. Dark Marco looking to try and poke and give them at least an idea of what's going on.
Oh!
Putting the pressure onto Hector.
He has
I love it.
BKB. Is he gonna use it?
Okay, what's going on
Right.
here?
He's getting their axe and BKB TP.
Okay, Elmisho back inside mid as well. And we'll keep watching the Shadow Shaman go down. That's alright. We'll just measly support. Illich should be able to get him. And the Dusa was at least able to run away. The threat of his life, they did lose Moose. Okay.
They didn't really use too much for that, though. Like, they didn't... All they really used in that exchange was Serpent Hordes and Sven BKB. And they ended up getting a ranged barracks. And I believe the tier 3, so... They're just getting outmaneuvered on the map here. They have no answer for this BKB Sven right now. I mean, it just has to be the Stone Gaze at some point, I suppose.
And up.
Level 25 on Sven.
Fully handle. Enough mana for Song. Well, enough pretty shortly. Gets it off.
But he's so slow. He's okay. Song down. I mean, you still have an Aegis. Like, I think Hector wants to fight really bad, but as you can see Parker playing the map, he does not want to take it 5 versus 5. They want to rat. But they managed to push out top. They're down 1 ranged Rax top, so...
They smoked onto the high ground ward. So Dai should be aware.
They're wrapping here. But they don't want to run into Dusa. But they
Hector
will.
on the front line, yeah. They'll run into Dusa. And importantly, they haven't got the jump onto Elmisha as well, so the Oracle will be able to spellcast to protect them. And they're using a lot just for the Aegis Medusa. Hector Stone Gaze activated inside the arena, moves his core. But the big target's Parker. Parker's in a lot of trouble. BKB. He's getting completely kited at the moment. Constant pit disarm as well. Slowed from Illich. Parker's not able to have a team fight. The Cyclone
good
has dropped
arena.
another round of the arena. Isn't actually enough to get Parker away. No way. Now Parker can wait in the wings. See for an opportunity to jump back. Snipes on Misha on the backline. And they are just continuing to kite Hector ever so perfectly. The spell casting from Radiant. The second arena from Sacred was massive. They held the Aegis till last. And now that he's by himself, it is not going to be an issue at all for them to secure the kill. Man, what a team fight from Radiant. Finally, we saw the opportunity where Parker got kited, and maybe Hector's damage could be a problem, but that was not the case at all.
And Hector is wishing that BKB came a moment sooner, but yeah, Shadow Shaman and Mars completely destroying that team fight. That was a refresher, by the way, on the Mars. And literally this Medusa, I believe, was chain stunned for... I don't even know, 3 shackles that fight? 3 hexes? Let's see the fight recap, actually. It does show me here. All right, 5 shackles. 5 hexes.
Jesus.
all
insane.
on the Medusa. 2 arenas, 4 spears. But yeah, imagine being shackled and hexed 5 times in one fight. That was the life of Medusa.
Oh my god. And because she bought out for the BKB, wanted it before that fight, unfortunately didn't have it. And now no buyback, and now potentially no darks here. We're just not using False Promise. Misha will use on himself now, but it's just so much damage that you're going to die inside it. And we are going to a 3rd game here by the looks of it.
We got some buybacks, maybe with 10 seconds left on Medusa. There's a chance they can defend this throne, but they're going to need both buybacks. Medusa does have BKB Stone Gaze. I don't know if you're going to be able to kill the throne here, but you're definitely at least getting Megas. And they will try. He did not get the BKB off.
Oh, please not the chain control. The song look to reset. Are they just out? It looks like they're out. So 2 pilots. They're not out. They're going back in. Okay. The buildings as well, but yeah, they actually didn't get the Megas. So the call, is it to fight? Is it to leave? Continue to kite the Medusa. And there we go. Megas is online. Sacred. We're gonna dip. Happy with what we got. 2 buybacks. Building damage, economic damage, 34,000 net worth lead. 1 more fight away from game 3.
Oh, luckily for the Dire squad here, they're pretty good at holding Megas. But we're seeing the power of the Shadow Shaman and why so many people prioritize this hero in the draft. I don't know what hero OG Latom is supposed to use to control the Shadow Shaman, but he is without a doubt making sure Hector can do absolutely nothing in these fights. I mean, if you look between the arena and the Shadow Shaman, this Medusa isn't attacking anything.
He's doing all of this without even a BKB as well on Genic. Just wait till he gets the level 20 talent too with the extra shackle duration.
Please, no. Don't do
BKB's
this.
now completed for him, so that he was concerned previously.
Hector would like to get a kill in this game, but Genic is denying him. I mean, also the refresher.
Hey, just further out the base in the arena, it's just no one's going to get near him. If Sacred wants to, look at the posturing from the Sven as well. Hector finally activates the BKB. The Stone Gaze, I mean, he's trying to do whatever he can to Parker, but Parker's just taking 0 damage because the BKB expired, and the Sonic from Panda, and it's just it. That's just fine over. When you've got nothing left like that, how are you going to right-click on Hector, the chain control, after chain control? There's just no hope. They will overwhelm them inside their base. Parker will do the dirty work. And now if they want some kills to celebrate as well at the fountain, they can do just that.
What an interesting game. Like, the way they played this game was like, it felt so hard to play, and maybe this is the Underlord problem, but it's more so than that, right? We did see, like, this Oracle Medusa. I mean, 0 kills on Medusa. Like, you can't save this Medusa. Like, even if you press your ult, you're just taking 1 stun off him. So it does turn out like this type of strategy did have a little bit of holes in it, but more than anything, you have to say, Sim Compromiso, they definitely outplayed them on the map quite hard. The ability to kill this Oracle in every single team fight, isolate this Medusa, this Shadow Shaman, and Mars, though. Sure, Parker played great. Like, the scoreline looks good for everything. I mean, I liked his individual plays where he killed Oracle solo bot, forced some of these fights, but really just the control from Sacred and his Mars and Genic shutting down the Medusa with the Shadow Shaman were really the highlights for me of this game.
Yeah, impressive showing overall. It was
one shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, that's insane. It's insane. So, it must be so frustrating. I mean, we saw last game how
this is the fight.
frustrating it
This
would
is
be for Team
Medusa.
Team. one shackle, and constantly she's ward trapped as well. Now finally gets out, trying to run down Parker.
And then this is where the second arena comes out. Text, second arena. You think you're gonna kill him. This is the moment where you potentially could have won the game. Look how low he is, but second arena's out, and then he just walks it off. You're shackled yet again on this Medusa, and it just became too much. Like Gimmick and Sacred, the amount of control they were able to contribute to this game was absolutely insane. Spirit again. Here comes the fifth shackle, or maybe this is only the fourth. Fourth Hex, fourth shackle on the Medusa. 2 arenas. It's over. And Parker respects what Ginnick's doing in this fight. He's like, good job. You literally made this Medusa have the worst time of his entire life. And it's a rough one. I mean, there's a lot of inconsistencies on these teams here in this region. Like, you see some things look good, other times they won't look as good. I mean, Hector's Medusa looked great in that one series, but in this series, not so great, right? And not sure what to attribute that to, but I think just the overall game plan here from the squad to just play this mass stun lineup with a Sven worked out beautifully.
Where do you think the priority, like, should there be an increase in priority with heroes like the Shaman and the Naga? Like, do they need to get banned? Because it also feels like the Naga is just offering up so much extra options for you inside the game. Like, those fights look so much easier. These fights look so much easier with the Song to do whatever, reset away, kite the Stone Gaze. I mean, of course, we know what the Shaman was able to do too. So I know there's a lot of other heroes that are heavily prioritized at the moment, but how are you viewing at least everything that these two teams are favoring at the moment in this series?
I hate to say this, but I think OG should have picked Troll Warlord.
Oh no. Yeah,
I mean, I think that was their only choice of winning this game just by draft, because look at K1. He's 0-6-4. Like, he can't do anything in this game. He's hard countered by Arena. He's hard countered by Shaman. Sure, Shaman's great versus Troll too, but it just felt like El Misho, he didn't ult many heroes, sure, but who was he gonna ult? Like, there's no good targets here. And maybe next time you go into this game, maybe the Shaman does need to be higher priority. I'm not sure if Tusk got banned. It may have got banned, but that hero is really good for them. It turns out these teams that have these instant initiation and long team fight disables are having an easier time, because, like, you have Darkseer Underlord entirely countered by BKB, and it seems like that's all they needed. Once they got their triple BKB online, it felt like that's all they needed. And standout player, we'll give it to Parker. Why not? I mean, he played a great game. He had some great individual moments here, but runner-up, I definitely have to go with Sacred and Ginnick for all the control that they were doing, bailing Parker out of bad fights, allowing him to get all that damage in.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's impressive showing overall, though, from the boys on Team Sin to be able to find a way back into the series, and it's another instance where we see the top 4 teams all going to game 3. Back and forth, where we're yet to see, at least so far, with Sin Compromiso, Heroic, OG Lardum, and Edge in their series, between each other, go 2-0. So far, we're unsure quite where the power dynamic is favoring currently, and at least we're going to find out who's going to be moving forward to play on the final day here in the qualifiers. So one more game remaining for our second last day here in South America. We're going to see if it's going to be the boys on OG Lardum or the boys on Sin Compromiso that will move forward. Of course, we've got a first break, and when we come back, we've got our final game. We'll see you guys soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We are back with a final game of the night. Sin Compromiso taking on OG Lardum. We're seeing once again another game 3 between these two teams and the teams in the top 4. We're going to have to determine who will be moving forward to play on the final day. Who's going to get that matchup versus Heroic? We saw Sin Compromiso play versus them already in the upper bracket semi-finals, so potentially they'll get their rematch, or OG Lardum can face them as well. We're going to have to find out. We've got Sin Compromiso on Radiant playing with second pick. We've got OG Lardum on Dire with first pick.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this strat that Team Sin developed around a Sven. They just picked, like, massive chain stun lockdown and a Sven with it. And it looked really good, really taking advantage of the strength of Sven. But maybe OG Lardum, and especially Hector, after that game was like, hey, guys, stuns are pretty good. Maybe we should get a couple on our side this game. Because Darkseer doesn't have a stun, neither does Underlord. They have, like, some roots. Oracle has a root. It was really just Chaos Knight. He was the only quote-unquote reliable stun, but there's a big difference when you see a slow Chaos Bolt running at you versus instant Hex, Spear into Arena, you know, or Bash. There's a lot of instant abilities to stun you here. So even though Hector bought a BKB, in most cases, he was unable to use it the way he wanted to, because he's just being chain controlled.
Unfortunate. Let's see if they draft a stun here. First pick, what do we go? Get a stunner? What is the call for OG Lardum? Do you remember what they first picked on game 1?
No, I do not, but I'd like to see Tusk for them at some point, and they just jam a silencer in there. Okay. I mean, that shuts down Shadow Shaman, but it opens up heroes like Tusk if they want to take it themselves. So,
10 seconds remaining.
curious which route you want to go here. Do you want to go back to something else? I mean, Gyro made it through, sure.
Yeah, I was just yeah, that's finally through. I think a lot of the games recently we've seen for teams in the Gyro has been banned.
But I'm okay with this going through. Like, there's no way Gyro is just this OP crazy carry right now. I think he's just a strong laner, scales, and Parker's just good at it. But as we saw in the last game, whether he's a Gyro, a Sven, TA, you know, Troll, it doesn't really matter. The games aren't necessarily all about Parker.
You say
They've been
but
more.
they definitely are.
I mean, they're about him, but in a sense of like him getting to a point where he can carry the game, right? And you playing around him. It's not necessarily going to be about his hero, but it'll be his hero in the sense of like he can't be hard countered, and that's what I mean. Giving Gyro away isn't a bad thing, because you can counter this, right? You can now pick like these Terrorblades that have good matchups against them. And I think that's the route that they should definitely be looking at. Get the better matchup for Hector.
10 seconds
Make sure Hector can attack heroes and isn't chain stunned for 7 years.
remaining.
And they take the
Tusk.
Tusk. Yeah, they decided to ban Mars instead. But I'm liking this opening from Team Sin. Because the way they showed they won last game is just, you know,
10 seconds
taking fights, outplaying your opponent. And this region, it seems like these Tusk and Shadow Shamans are doing so much work, and they're going completely unanswered.
Yeah, they look incredible so far from the games that we've seen. Let's see what the response is going to be from OG Lardum. Of course, we've seen also the Willow has been incredibly frustrating and had a lot of success, and Pangolier as well.
Okay.
Some stuns, sick, kind of, well, control
Yeah.
from Willow.
No, these are good. These have good control. They don't have any like instant lockdown, which, you know, neither side really does. So, and I think you're probably a little hesitant to pick Shaman, just because you already have a Tusk. And we've seen this Shaman Tusk duel a couple times, and it's like a little too much of a good thing. You only kind of like need one of these or the other.
You kind of been wanting team fight, right, with the toss. That's...
Yeah, I mean like some Warlock or something
Yep.
wouldn't be too bad. Maybe a Treant Protector if you want to get wild.
Sure, sure. Panda. I don't remember actually. Panda is a tree enjoyer. All right. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Also, another thing is the fact like we've seen previously what looked good in the draft was the flex between Sacred and Dark Margot's hero pool.
Yeah.
So, but they've also, in game 1, they left Dark Margot's to last. So, well, the flex won't be there. They'll just draft the Dark Margot hero. Of course, very happy with playing the Tiny into the Pango if that is the case. But I have a feeling like it's going to be Elish that actually plays the Pango, and they'll look for a different matchup mid. You know, if it is anticipating
10 seconds.
the Lina,
Team pick.
you have Tiny Tusk already against the Lina with the repositioning, so maybe makes it a little bit less
Dire team back.
appealing for them.
All right, strap in. We've got another Team Sen with Oracle. And you already know Parker, he's going to get the farm. Another game where Oracle's just going to be AFK behind him. And I will say, Panda looked a lot more comfortable on this Oracle than El Misho did.
Team
Yep, yep.
Like, by far. And it showed, and that's where Dota Plus levels are kind of cool, right? Like, silver tier on El Misho. Platinum on Panda. Like, clearly these two players have a big difference on how much they play this hero. And Oracle is definitely a specialist here. You got to play a lot. Your positioning means everything. Your itemization means everything.
5 seconds remaining.
But it's really just going to be up to Panda to hopefully have a better laning stage than from what we saw last time of him. And there goes Terrorblade. We're talking about the matchup. Really good this game. Scotty versus Oracle, Gyrocopter. Good stuff here. High armor. None of these heroes, in my opinion, particularly like playing versus Terrorblade, so this is another S-tier Terrorblade game. It just comes down to, can you pull it off?
You mentioned when we saw the TB versus Tiny matchup in the earlier series that the matchup's very good for the Terrorblade. Is that still the same even with the mid Tiny? Does it matter on the role that he is? Well, how's their interaction?
It is 10 times better
5 seconds.
versus the carry Tiny.
Okay.
The mid Tiny is way better versus Terrorblade. You have more damage, more kiting potential, right? You're buying like Yules for staff, all types of cool stuff. Maybe at some point you get an Octarine core, so you're just spamming your spells over and over. So mid Tiny, much better versus Terrorblade, but
Dire team
I still
back.
think Terrorblade's good versus any type of Tiny.
Sure. Okay.
But yeah, the carry Tiny is really rough to play because you have to right click, and that's not a matchup you're ever gonna win in a man fight.
Let's see what the pick is for Tai Lung as well. If they give the Pango, if it is going to be Monkey Slaughter to protect the Tiny by the looks of it. Seen Lina, Sniper, Shadow Fiend, and they've also drafted some of them with the Terrorblade. And maybe it was a Deuce game, in fact, so they're not really too hesitant to go for like a double hard carry.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I do want more heroes that can jump. Because you are playing versus Oracle, right? But it has to be a hero that can either lane versus Gyro or against the Tiny.
Dire team pick.
So, whatever it is, I just want it to be a hero that can really get in there so Hector can do damage. I mean, Mars would have been perfect, but they're forced to ban that one.
Centaur option if you want an option.
Yeah. Centaur's fine with me.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know what to suggest for the mid because I don't know if he plays
Tidehunter's okay
spirits.
too.
Okay.
Because if you just jump in with Ravage, right? Like, Oracle sitting behind him is going to get Ravaged as well. But they're just going to go for a different type of jump and put Storm in the mid lane. So we'll find out if he plays the Spears. This is the first time he's picked one. Legion Commander.
What's this hero doing here? Have you been running to any legions in your pubs?
I mean, of course, Legion is always in pubs. But
Yeah, but okay. But legions have looked convincing. Apologies. Games where you've been like, all right, actually, hang on a second. This legion's not bad.
nah, this hero's not very good.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the good news is, so you can't really lose a duel if you have an Oracle on your team.
True.
But the Q doesn't really... It used to do bonus damage to illusions. It doesn't do that anymore. I mean, the lane is good, but that's... Legion's lane's always good. That's all this hero really does. He lanes first, you know?
Sick.
And after
sick.
the lane, if he doesn't get 10 kills with the duel, he's garbage. It's like, compared to an axe, I have far less faith in it.
So what is
But
the
you know-
purpose then? Like,
Here's the thing, though. When I play NA server, or at least when I used to, I kind of don't play too much on NA. Legion Commander was a specialty hero, and either the NA, SA players love it. So they love this hero. I guarantee you this guy's probably like at least platinum on Legion, if not master tier. So it is a specialty hero. They want to win the laning stage. It's solid lockdown, which is I think what they were looking for as well. So it has potential. It can do its job. Just the only problem I usually have with Legion is after you buy your Blink Dagger, do you actually get kills? Or do you blink in and die and fall behind for the rest of the game? So we'll have to see.
well, I can't. This can't be the case. But Sacred apparently doesn't have a game on Legion. It's like he has. It's just no tier at all. Like I click on him and it's just nothing. This is doesn't even show if he's like level 5 bronze. It's just nothing. I don't know what that means then.
I mean, whatever. I'm sure he's played it.
It's a cool set. I like this set.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he's played it as well. So we will we'll see. You don't have. My concern is, I mean, it's very. It's the classic where you pair your new heroes with the duel. You don't have that, and you're not really going to get. I mean, Tiny, is nowhere near on the same caliber as like any other people, any other hero. So. Yeah, I am very concerned on what Sacred's actually going to be able to do. Because also, like, does press the attack? Like, is that what you're playing off press the attack? I don't even think that's everything, but it's like you're going to be global silence potentially. We'll see. Let's see. Were there really not many other options?
It's
wanna
strictly
bully-
for the lane, right? You want to use press the attack to get rid of Arcane Curse. You want to use your Q to bully the Terrorblade. A lot is going to rely on that. So, I mean, they're doing that thing again where these lineups I'm typically not a fan of, because if you look at it, like Tiny single target initiation, Legion single target initiation, Tusk single target initiation, Oracle single target save. It's just incredibly single target focused, and it just means essentially if you ever get into a rough spot or you're playing versus any save, in this case global silence, things can get really hard and difficult. So not impossible to play, but definitely not easy either.
Well, but we have really seen so far, at least South American qualifiers and Dota as a whole, not having team fighters is a big concern. So maybe you can get to that stage where you're ahead before Dire's ultimates are a big concern and all their team fighting abilities, but we'll have to see. We've got to look at the lanes.
I mean, maybe Parker is just like 10 times higher net worth than the next hero in the game, you know, and it doesn't matter. You know, Dota's a strange game.
Yep. And well, last time that was the case when Parker played the Gyrocopter, he absolutely bodied the lane. He would. What we saw, the Falcon Blade Dragon Lance. You have been continuing to mention like Parker's item build is not the same in any game on the Gyrocopter, and I guess any hero in particular. Always has very, very versatile, unique item builds. So we'll see what it's going to be for him.
Yeah, he likes to build tanky. And we saw the Sven last game too, right? Just 2 bracers right away. I mean, bot lane's going fine though. Top lane, it's going fine for the Legion. Question is, can they spill blood? Speaking of that, they want to try here. But press attack has been used. That's kind of the downside, right? If you look at press the attack, and why we don't see it very often, 110 mana to cast a spell.
It's ridiculous.
It is incredibly mana hungry.
Has been killed.
And I think they just lost top lane, by the way.
Yeah?
I mean, I mean, I guess they got a mango used on Legion, because when Legion runs out of mana, she doesn't do anything anymore. And she wasn't able to bully with Moment of Courage either. And if you have to keep using all these resources to just survive, in my opinion, that's not Legion gameplay. But they're going to try and go here.
Well, this is how you win the lane back. Gonna kill onto Hector, and they're gonna be able to
get a kill. They don't have the resources.
Never mind, they're not gonna get.
And Legion brought yet another mango. Like, she's just spamming mangoes in this lane to try and bully. Don't lose your courier. Oh no, Hector just lost his courier. He lost his band.
Oh, nice shots.
Yeah, I mean, they need to get a kill here. If they can actually get this kill, it could be massive.
We got kills in the other lane, apparently. Parker's got to go down first. Sacred as well gives the Lotus over to him. He'll get the kill under the Terrorblade at least before he dies, so both carries. Casualty inside the laning phase.
Yeah, still a win, though, because you do get the first blood, right, on Illic, and Sacred still goes down. So, 2-to-1 trade with first blood. You'll take that all day if you're OG Latom.
We'll touch on mid really quick. I know we'll have a lot of action on the side lanes, but it's looking very even. 19-4 compared to both 19-4 currently. So we don't really need to speak about it for too much longer. It's just, they're both farming. It's fine. We'll see once the supports come to rotate for some of the power runes and level 6s.
Indeed, we shall see. This top lane is the most interesting one for me, though. Neck and neck here, but I think you're pretty happy as a Terrorblade and playing versus a Legion, and it's 4 minutes in, and you've gone relatively even here. I wonder how greedy Hector is going to go. Like, if you look at Hector and you look at Parker, they're polar opposites. Like, Parker will buy every item he possibly can imagine to try and win the lane. Like, he has a Wraith Band ready on him. He's got a Fairy Fire. Wand is complete. Whereas Hector, he typically just wants to get to the items that help him farm quicker. And I mention that because one of the best items you can buy against a Legion commander that most people will do is a raindrop. But Hector kind of sees that item, I guess, as like slowing his farm down. So he doesn't even want it. But that's just the greed talking.
Does it stop you? I don't know if you need it anyway, but is the mana regen from the raindrop enough to mean you don't get null or hold that because bottom lane? Parker's going to be rotated onto the portal from Elmisha, who does a decent amount of damage into both the OG heroes currently. We'll duck into the trees.
Oh, he didn't use the Shadow Realm.
Organic ran forward. Takes some damage, but he also will not die.
Hey, he would have died if the Shadow Realm attack went off, but not interested, I guess. Then lose.
Lose it.
See ya.
Okay. Oops.
Does reveal there is a ward there, though.
Still gonna fight for the Lotus potentially? Misha looks like he should be able to secure it. They're pretty hesitant. 3 heroes playing into a Pango with the double shield crash. Moose is also back to, but we'll just have a tri-lane apparently. But Parker's gonna slowly step his way through the brambles.
Yeah, Parker's not happy about this at all. His net worth is going down, and more importantly, his net worth is his levels, man. He's level 3. He wants levels. But at the same time, I think Hector, his greed as well, you know, it's making it so he can't really lane versus Legion. If he had a raindrop, sure, he would waste a bit of his resource and money, but he would get able to at least farm 5 to 6 waves. But probably still a worthy trade just to make sure that this gyrocopter can't really do anything. As he will bring out a belt of strength, tanking up a little bit.
The shot's actually off the mark. He gave them vision importantly though. Oh, he's dead. So the kill, without a doubt, onto Hector. Nice rotation for Dark Margot, along with the assistance from getting through the portal. So they're going to be able to get this wave under the tower and also get Sacred a little bit closer towards his level 6.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. I don't see too many of the Null Talismans on Terrorblade. Most people go for the Falcon Blade. It's just nice to have that plus 200 HP, so essentially if he does manage to go for the Null, he'll just be missing out on some raw HP, and first Tiny, that could be a deal breaker. Feels kind of nice to have that raw HP against heroes like Legion and Tiny, because if you can survive, turnaround potential is good. And speaking of surviving, level 5.5 right now.
Mid lane. Temple the Dark Margot's lap. Panda's going to be nearby along with the Snowball as well. He's still in
Avalanche
some
in 3.
danger. Bramble once again will
got
connect.
it.
He tries to get the Sacred just in the nick of time with the press the attack. His damage will not be enough for the duel, unfortunately, but he has done his job successfully rotating to keep his mid laner alive. And that also means that Dark Margot gets the active rune. It's going to be amp damage now. And he can look to move to top potentially once he gets the resources to try and slow down the TB if he wants.
Yeah, that hurts for sure. Like, that was so close to getting that kill. You want to get it for certain. But still, Parker just getting bullied in the bot lane here. Very rarely do we get to say this, you know, Parker's the lowest net worth core in the game at 9 minutes. Only sitting at level 5, like he has some stacks here he can kind of play with, but he doesn't have enough points in flat cannon to really do it.
So,
And-
like, when is Kenny even take a while?
I mean, he might, not even get a chance to do it at all. The scan does hit, they see the rotation is coming. But as a level 5 gyro,
They're gonna be able to get the toss over towards Sacred. They will indeed. Duel is out. First one of the game, and it wasn't even close to not being the case.
these carries, man, I mean, Parker is reading the rotations. Hector is not. And that's the difference in dying, because Parker, he could have died bot, right? He was getting ganked. But he saw it. Instead, he's going to get a kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It hurts a little bit. Like, the difference in just the map read of these two carries is causing the big difference in this game.
Margot gets a kill, but is he going to be able to get away? Because Illich is in with the Rolling Thunder, has multiple wards to be able to bounce back off. Much needed kill for OG Laden. And Pailung looks like he's also going to be able to catch up towards the toss. Snowball actually on the creeps. Hector's dead.
Yeah.
This is third game in the qualifiers now. We saw the Abaddon yesterday, the Deucer just before, and now the Terrorblade as well for Hector.
Yeah, he's not been having a good day and a half. Not at all.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Actually, got to be on your A game here in the qualifiers. How evenly matched these final teams are.
Well, at this point, like, you just got to sack top to the jungle you go. Farm it out there. Yeah, Hector with a 0-4-1 right now. Lowest core. I mean, I mentioned at 9 minutes it was Mr. Parker, the lowest core in the game, but he was able to evade 2 ganks, get a kill, and now he's back to a reasonable spot. Hector, unfortunately, unable to evade a single gank. Really just now in a deep hole as far as net worth. But still, a really good Terrorblade game. We've seen this before. As long as he's allowed at some point in this game to get the farm, he'll be okay.
Really nowhere to go, unfortunately. Completely surrounded. Panda's got the false promise. Look to use
I
it,
think
but
it'll be exactly just that. Yeah. Or will
it's
it?
actually alive. Okay, now
good.
Pailong's out of mana. Gets a little bit extra distance, but the toss again. Global Silence pulls up. It's a really good Rolling Thunder from Illich coming crashing into the Parker. Well, he doesn't want anything to do with the team fight now, but he is stuck. He's Sacred still trying to run down Tai Lung. Meanwhile, over towards the triangle. The fight is continuing to break out as Illich, he's got supports playing on the other side. They're going to try and toss him away. Not enough damage to get the kill into the Dark Willow as well.
Those blocked off the shards. Okay. I'm glad to see Hector joined that one. Very good. I mean, they did manage to kill Parker. Parker's game by no means is good, but the carry is really struggling in this one. Kind of like a weird choke point to fight into, right? Against the Dark Willow, Global Silence, and the Rolling Thunder, and Sacred. See you later. All right, and these is good. Galvanized stacks are coming online. I mean, he's only got 2, but they're growing.
Yep. It's a star.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Like, it's, you know, Misha just able to slip out. Such a 9-day difference when Dark Margo was on a comfort hero. He's tinies already with how he's also looking to play like with the toss on his teammates. Legion now has, maybe he's had the blink actually for a little bit, but it's been really cool already with the early game. We'll see that probably continue to be a factor as we go forward.
Yeah, his tiny is just world class. He's so good at it. Smoke's gonna go, but I think they did see it. The scan connected for a second. And Parker has the call down, wanting to get active here. But if you can get another kill on Parker, it could be big. But instead, you're just gonna give some more dual damage. 2 Sacred here, 30 dual damage already. Not too bad.
Yeah, honestly, with the heroes they have. Like, we've seen games where it's easier for Legion to get dual victories and he hasn't been able to do so.
I mean, a lot of it does have to do with the aggression of the just whole lineup, right? If your Gyro's willing to commit to a tier 1 push, you're getting that kill every single time.
The stack that we mentioned earlier, Parker didn't farm it. Tai Lung will thank him for making it.
Yeah, I mean, he had to get out of there, but the tides have turned. Even though this Gyro's been super active, and this is probably why a lot of people ban Parker's Gyro, he finds a good balance between, you know, work-life balance. He's able to get a lot of farm in, but at the same time, join the fights.
Benny? The target of the aggression here. Panda cast animation was there with the false promise.
And cool, we get a unique opportunity to see Tai Lung playing a spirit hero.
Like Margot. They're gonna be able to find him. Global Silence comes a second too late.
Sunder?
Hector doesn't
get it.
No way he actually survived through with the extra health for the Dragonlance and the strength treads. Whoa, this time the stats are enough to keep Hector alive. Very close though.
Yeah,
They're actually gonna try and make it go.
Rolling Thunder.
Panda does have the false promise. An attempt with the terrorize blindly from Moose doesn't clip him. Now Dark Margo's damage as well brings both the supports into a low threshold where they will die, and they're gonna add another kill as well. Illich inside the river gives a double to Parker's Gyro.
Yeah, false promise there. I feel like I haven't seen one of those for a while, but this game, they've been aplenty.
Yeah,
saving the Legion's life there, and unfortunately for Illich, he was gonna die no matter what, to be fair, but I think he could have killed the Oracle, but he missed, unfortunately, a swashbuckle there. Pretty critical one. But Parker TP's in, gets the kill. Realizing Global Silence is down, they use it defensively.
Scepter for
What is
Parker.
Tuss doing here?
What's Tuss? Where is he? He's
It's the
farming.
top of the map. I guess he's just warding. Just in case something's happening, he'll be in the neighborhood. Okay. So he disassembled the Dragon Lance. And I keep forgetting Gyro can't do that.
Chop chop.
Jaro can disassemble most items that other people cannot. You should be able to sell everything.
Dire's
It should be like
tower
a
is under attack.
Devil's Bargain plus Chop Shop.
Oh no! Calm down now. What?
I mean, this innate is so bad. Is it not? Chop Shop is like
I don't know.
top 3 worst innates.
I have no idea. I mean, I like the fact that some games when I saw the gyrocopter with the drums, but I know this hero is.
That's like the only item. I guess
yeah.
you can get your ags slightly earlier while having a Dragonlance.
Dire are
Top 3 worst innates. The only ones that are worse than these are the ones that are just like PAs. She doesn't actually have an
PA,
innate
true.
anymore.
Void Spirits is also horrible. Jenny? So look at the kill on the Tusk. What he was doing up top previously, dropping the vision down, helping for the duel that they were able to find once again onto Sacred. He's got 50 damage. And they're also trying to come on over. Jules back up in a couple of seconds.
I've
He's
seen
gonna
this
find an
story before.
opportunity. It's another death. This ward's still up here. Sentry drop. They tried to find it, weren't able to do so.
He
and-
just died the duel.
yeah. This is something you were mentioning, right? Like, what is the value that we're going to see out of Legion? The lane, without a doubt, and then is he going to be able to get duels? If he doesn't get duels, then okay, like, what are we going to see from him in the mid-game to late game? He's finding a lot of duels. This is 70 damage. He's second in net worth as well.
That's his 4th duel in a row on the Silencer, by the way.
Sorry, buddy. It was wrong place,
Most of
wrong
his
time.
damage is really coming just from killing Silencer.
6 death.
Do they have the damage share? Oh no. I hate to say it, but this OG squad looks a little lost in this game 3. I'm not seeing the confidence in their moves. In fact, I'm not really seeing many moves at all here. Like, we just popped meta to potentially go on Dark Mongo, but if Storm is there, guess what? That's a kill. But they're lacking heroes for this. Now, Misho, he's running off on solo warding missions. The #1 no-no, in my eyes, when playing versus Legion Commander as a support, is to chain feed the Legion.
Dire's top tower is under
Because
attack.
Legion doesn't care who he kills.
They're about to do it
Permanent
again.
damage is how he scales.
Again,
#1 no-no
Like, it's 20
is
minutes.
don't feed.
They're going to be the Tormentor.
And 90 dual victory damage. I don't know, it's just kind of sad to see because you can kind of feel when a team is crumbling when you know their potential. And it's TI season, right? And this is a lot of teams are going to crumble here. Like, the pressure can get to you. And this definitely just feels a little bit like the communication, everything that's going on, the atmosphere from the OG squad looks a little demoralized with just how they're playing the map.
Yeah. Yeah. Freshly picked up from massive roster. Bringing young gun mid laner as well. And things
They're
are not
trying to
working
make a
for you
move here.
currently. 2,400 health on the Tiny. They're going to go for Parker instead over to the right side. Maybe an easier opportunity, but the Global Silence covers any possible way to try and keep him live. They're still going to try and take the fight afterwards, but Dark Marco's got no one nearby. Sacred will finally jump over. Terrorize is out. Is it actually going to be enough to keep him live? Ilish will not die inside the duel, and finally OG, they will start to fight back. It's just one kill they've been able to get, maybe a second as well. Genic is offering some potential with a save with a snowball. We've got the false promise ready as well from Panda. We're using on Genic, or do we need to save him for a call? Oh, last second. 5 health on Genic. You couldn't wait it any longer, but maybe put you in an awkward position. Tai Lung with his remaining mana is killed off one support, but Sacred really has nothing to fear.
Tiny can go back in soon. I mean, that was good from OG. It allowed K1 to take top tower as well. So, looks like the fight isn't gone yet.
Oh no, they got one stun. What did he?
Oh, this 1 second cooldown on duel.
Okay,
Didn't
I
have
didn't
it.
see. I just saw it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, he would have gave an attempt there. That would have been a kill. Unfortunate, but
Under attack.
level 15 Legion Commander, by the way. Jeez. I mean, the reason I'm not a huge fan of Legion is usually she doesn't get those 9 kills before 20 minutes.
Yes.
Usually.
It's very rare.
Under attack.
But Sacred's finding a way to do it.
Can they do this
You just-
version? They have full raid that is going on. It's
No, not really. Illic has a Aghanim Scepter. Yeah, I know you can't actually do this.
Global's option
you
as well. Is there
cannot
the
do
potential
this.
disrespect
You
that
can't
could be
do
up?
this.
What? The disrespect! Oh, such a greedy call for them to make this
Oh my
play and
God.
just... What else were they expecting? 4 heroes gone and just you gave a free lifeline to OG.
That was absolute insanity call. Holy shit. In what world with 0 BKBs versus an Ags Pango
Radiant's courier has
was that gonna work? It's not even the Ags Pango, it's Ags Pango, it's Global, it's Dark Willow, it's for Storm Spirit. Well,
Oh man.
we got ourselves a bit of a throw there, and OG counting their lucky stars. This game was not looking good for them until that one play. The game has just flipped over on its head. Absolute insanity. How
Oh yeah, yeah. I feel
I want to like ask somebody that made that call, what was the rationale? It's right next to their outpost. You have no BKBs. You're playing versus Pango Storm Dark Willow.
And now, then we're gonna make it
Wow.
go mid. Tai Lung's got DD. No, they're now playing some patience, respect. But I will not give away the opportunity that was given to them. Sacred with the Shadow Blade. What is he up to here? We'll bypass through Hector. We need
Yeah, he's
100
not even going
health scarred.
BKB.
scanning.
Just a Shadow Blade. He's feels a little cocky getting all those kills on the supports. Thinks he can still do it. Storm jumping in. Actually, he's baiting the snowball. in.
Baited.
Very cute.
Radiant structures are
Tai Lung having
Dire's top
a
tower
cool little
is
game
under
here. Not bad at all.
What about performance? Do we high ground? What are we gonna do with this? We're gonna think about it. Maybe a little bit of damage, so force them back.
Alright. I mean, at this point, though, unfortunately, Hector's not... He only has, like, a couple items, so the damage isn't too critical to the buildings, especially when Lucian's the only one hitting. But he's getting tankier. And he's playing it really safe this game. SNY, Scotty, Dragon's Lance, into BKB. Just building to survive. But, hey, who would have guessed? 25 minutes into the game. Hector's top net worth. It didn't
Got there in
look
the
like
end.
that. Yeah, we did, yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, who knows in these games? Like, 1 or 2 things can happen, and then all of a sudden, it doesn't really matter about the early game. The mid game doesn't matter. What only matters at this stage of the game is who's going to be stronger. And it does feel like Terrorblade oftentimes is the answer. He's going to be stronger than you. And that's the weird thing about Dota. When you're drafting, like, we're going to do all these things right. We're going to be ahead. We're going to draft the tempo. And then one bad call, then all of it goes to shit, essentially.
And how
can
costly
you
is
do?
that mistake for Radiant now with the position of the game? Because before, like, we can go back to it, you were kind of mentioning, like, the team fight looks much easier for Dire and the ability to execute. So how concerned are we actually for Radiant? It's only a 3,000 net worth lead, I understand that, but just with their lineup to be able to fight with an even game into Dire's.
Oh, I'm mega concerned. Like, if you look at the net worths now, this is where you wanted to see them to begin with, right? It's like Legion is the lowest as she should be. TB's at the top where he should be. And then when this is like the dynamic of the net worths, This is where Dyer's draft looks at peak. Before, though, when the Legion's ahead of the the Gyros at the top of the net worth, Tiny's looking good too. Now that's where Radiant wants to be. And that's just how Terrorblade functions. This hero isn't supposed to be at top net worth. I mean, I guess I say he's not supposed to be, but if you want to win, he shouldn't be at top net worth, because this hero is an absolute beast when it comes into these late game situations. It's really just going to come down to Hector and can he get the BKB off before the duel, because Legion at some points will be getting the Aghanim Scepter. And so, yeah, I mean, it could help out a lot because he does get increased duration of the duel. I think he might get extra damage reduction too from outside sources such as solutions hitting in. So if he gets the BKB off, he'll survive, but he could die if he doesn't. There's no other save in this game for him.
We'll see. We'll see when he even goes for it at the moment after the bar. Oh, sorry, he's going. Sorry, apologies.
Yeah, he's going mega defensive items. Everything he bought is stacking status resistance, strength, or debuff immunity. And then maybe after that he'll start building some damage, but I think for now that's a correct call. You want to just survive. That's goal number 1.
We'll see if he will be able to survive. We will see how everyone else on OG Lanham are able to play too. Maybe the Global Silence, stopping some of the extra spells or extra damage inside to assist. What Tai Lung is able to do if they're putting a lot of emphasis onto Hector. We've got issues with the Pangli Rolling Thunder, and this Storm is in a position. So the net worth, it's fine. It's nothing crazy. Not like a ridiculously farm Storm. Importantly, the Galvanized stacks are continuing to be built. And we have seen what a late game Storm can without a doubt do. And he's going to be going Shiva's next. We'll see what the item will be after that.
I mean, it's oftentimes like a Parasma or something like that. Maybe in a game like this, you can argue an Aghanims, but if you want to be that Storm that is just like solo carrying the game, I always see Parasma be one of the items that you do build on this hero. But maybe Shiva's Ags, that could be a situation where he's just playing the control because they don't really have a lot of control outside of the Rolling Thunder. Group him up, knock him down.
Oh, what's going on?
Time will tell.
Wouldn't be I don't know. Wouldn't be one of the games we're covering with these two teams without a pause.
Yeah.
Something's in the water. We're getting a bunch of pauses in these games. Okay.
Yeah, hopefully they resolve it soon. I mean, who knows what the issue is? One of their
Yeah.
PCs crashed before. Maybe a similar situation here.
Is Parker? Is he back? Because before the webcam wasn't off, I don't know if we restarting the PC. Did we lose him?
Parker's always back. That's all you need to know.
Is it? Parker's always back. Okay.
No other context given.
Other context, just Parker is always back. That's it. That's all. Don't give me no other information. Just Parker's always back. All right.
That's all you need to know, especially when he's on gyro.
Yes. Then Parker is back.
But we're still waiting for him to join the game.
Is this the build as well? Is the no point homing missile is not even a value point?
Apparently. I don't I mean, to be fair, the value of that spell this game is insanely low. Like, TB can kill it in, like, instantly. Storm doesn't really care about it. Pango doesn't care. I mean, maybe 1 point is worth it, but then again, maybe 1 point will do nothing. You're just feeding gold at that point.
True.
Man's a genius. Why is he always top net worth? He calculates all these things.
I see. Making sure he doesn't give even a little bit of gold over towards the enemy team.
Dota's a game of inches.
That is indeed true. Parker will see Well, he's got to come back first. So
But he's always back.
no, but okay, he has to be back in the game, and he's not always back then.
Oh, I see.
Actually, this
Well,
this man is
hopefully that is soon.
yeah,
But
yeah.
it's. I mean, these things. I mean, I've had technical issues before, and sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. Like the PC won't restart; it keeps blue screening, or I assume they're on LAN from what I saw. So, oh wait, were they on LAN? No, they're not. That was
no,
OG.
no. That's it.
So maybe it's an internet issue. You know, maybe his mom. You know,
Pulled the plug.
I'm not pulled the plug, but you know, she's using the internet, downloading. Who knows? I mean, that'd be pretty wild if he gets disconnected for pulling the plug. But I do remember Parker in one of the other qualifiers got disqualified because he fell asleep during the draft. So
Yeah, yeah.
maybe he fell asleep in this game.
It's a stand-in or something, right? I don't. There was some story that came out, but
Yeah, he fell asleep during the draft.
sorry. What can tough?
Unlucky, as they say.
Unlucky.
He just wasn't really feeling that game, you know.
Yeah, no, you know, it was just he was a bit snoozy. Obviously, I don't know. Maybe that's on the plays. They were kind of boring. Let me
There's a
think.
reason he doesn't stay in one team for more than 4
Yeah.
months. Gets bored easily.
Gets bored. Needs to fall asleep on them in the draft.
Alright. I think OG's trying to rule book him here.
Trying to.
Not sure what the rules are on this one.
Yeah, well, probably would be the same. I imagine 15 minutes, and then maybe they give their pause. I don't know. Maybe they don't.
I was always
Say the-
curious if giving your pause is allowed legally.
Legally,
is,
if
maybe
it's
it's not.
allowed.
Yeah. I guess it depends on the moment, but look at it go. Parker's back. I told you he's back. He's always back.
Yes, he's always back. Let's see. All right, so they're gonna try and make a smoke play here for Team Sin. Where do they want to go? Top lane's pushed out, bottom's pushed in. Parker's looking to deal with mid as well, so they don't have any deep vision currently to try and smoke to. Are also gonna smoke themselves.
I mean, these guys are insanely greedy.
Long. Zip in, zip out, pops a smoke. Power rune, Dark Margot's gonna get it. It's an arcane rune. So it takes it out of their hands. We'll try and toss him further away as well. He's zipping in.
What?
What? Over to the right side,
Okay.
they also get the jewel as well.
not
On the
dead yet.
silencer. Is
not
Amisha
killing
actually
him.
gonna die finally? And Tyler, is someone gonna kill Tyler, or they're just gonna leave him? They don't want to give him an extra set of resources to play with, but is that gonna work for them actually in the end? Hector's also getting kited.
It's not doing
he needs
anything.
a sundered target. He's gonna find it now. Finally, Moose puts himself in a position, but such a weird fight. And now with all the resources back up from Tai Lung, he's gonna make it ever so valuable with the assist of the kill. That teleport will be cut short. An interesting fight in the river.
I've never seen that one before, where they just leave him, but his managed region was high enough that he was actually still spamming Static Remnant, Electric Vortex. He was doing tons of damage. I'm sure the fight recap shows that as well. Like, yeah, you left him for dead, but he still did the most damage of anyone in that fight. Maybe a bit of a miscalculation.
And it's a fight
But
where they
they
didn't
made
have
their
Meta as
choice.
well. Well, Secret?
Oh, the duel? Okay. The Yules
Well, the
is there.
silence, is it going to be enough? No, he goes down, but still look
Yeah.
at the price to pay Hector. Meta and turns it onto 2, so you lose the Storm. He gets the streak, but Hector's still going to siege now.
And there's no duel to worry about either. Also, no rocket to worry about from this Gyro. Okay, Gyro gets stunned. And Rolling Thunder to disengage, I believe, here. Yeah, he can just get out.
Okay,
But Hector
what?
got caught.
What?
Almost got that Thunder.
How in any world does he get caught?
think it's time to stop asking questions about this series and enjoy the ride.
Enjoy the ride. Dude, Illich is like, bro, what? Are you serious? What am I rolling for if we're getting caught?
He may have had a little bit of an extra delay. He maybe TP'd the same spot as someone else. See, but yeah, unfortunate.
Okay, so Parker for a little bit had a Revenant's Brooch queued up. He's changed that. Went BKB now into the Rapier by the looks of it. Feeling pretty desperate with the status of this game.
I mean, he might just change it. Like, a lot of these carry players are just like, I want a Rapier, but then as they start getting more gold, they're like, maybe I don't. After reflecting a little bit. But I 100% agree with the BKB choice. Against Dark Willow, against this Pango, even against Global, really. Against Storm. Yeah, need a BKB. And you need a BKB on every corp. Need one on Legion, too.
And he's, well, we'll see if he's, I have to imagine he'll do that instead of the Scepter. They're going to smoke. Looking to go once again some wards to look to try and utilize. The line has been drawn towards the top side of the map. With Hector first, who isn't currently smoked. Use him as bait. A little bit hesitant on actually where they want to go.
I mean, Hector wants his BKB before he does absolutely anything in this game. I mean, he's also farming a little bit slower than usual, too, just because he did not go for Shard this game, just completely bypassed it, decided the stats were more important here. So, when he's not in meta, he's not very strong. But BKB is online now, so big items, both carries, BKB up. And we'll see. I'd love to see a Gyro Rapier. I mean, that's fun. I think it's, at 30 minutes in the game, a little bit unnecessary, but...
No, never is. This item's never unnecessary. Buy it whenever you want.
Alright.
I went daily,
Yeah.
just queued it up.
Shocker.
They say Sacred. Alan's got the gem as well. Sacred, what are you doing here?
He's looking for some dual damage, but unfortunately will not be getting or giving anyway.
They might walk
But that's
high
44
ground.
seconds. Yeah, I mean, you could. Definitely could, but you don't know if he has buy, so maybe if you know 100% you go for it, but because there is a little bit of uncertainty, perhaps you do not.
Looks like the Illusions will get the tier 3 tower though, so they want to
Slowly but surely. Yeah.
No?
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
And it looks like Tormentor
Radiant's bottom tower
time. You know when you click on Tormentor, I get so confused. Like, look at all the buffs it has. I don't know, it's a bunch of colors.
What do they do? The abilities just run to like shield-looking things, cube-looking things. Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Mass TP's bottom. Parker, they're TPing too.
I mean, meta for BKB, honestly pretty good, I'd say, for the meta. You already have the minus 20 meta cooldown talent, so... Who's to say, maybe you can smoke now with the meta too, but looking at their positioning... It's getting in that danger territory if you actually want to make a play with only half duration on meta, so... I think you wait for meta. And Roshan is guaranteed to respawn in 2 minutes. And it's up now. I mean, meta is gonna go down, but do they have vision? Well, now we know where Roshan is.
It's gonna help.
So they're immediately gonna go. Can't really sneak Roshans anymore in this day and age. And there's no meta for this. So, yeah, don't... do you even want to take this fight? It's risky. You have
They
got
might
no
have to.
meta
Maybe,
here.
maybe Radiant just go Roche. Dark Margot's going to jump in. No one's home. They've got the high ground advantage. Zip over towards the low ground. They've also been able to isolate Panda. Panda's gone. They'll deal with the defensive support and now look to Sacred next. Trying to get rid of the Legion Commander to enable Hector. He will buy back on Sacred, but he's not going to be able to get here inside the team fight. Parker tries to drop the combo, but he'll eat the Sunder, and now he's going to be rent down as well. Parker does nothing, and Radiant, it wasn't even close to taking a successful team fight. You get the TP out on... Okay, looks like you will. Dark Margot is going to be able to make it away, but Gem on the deck, and a one-team fight without the Metamorphosis means a free Roche towards Dire.
I'm a little confused on the initiations that's being on the Radiant squad. It's like Dark Mago tries, his smoke breaks, and he still tries to walk up a high ground. It's completely zoned. But Illikalsa, he did that fight really good. He found the Oracle, deleted him immediately. Parker, I mean, that was no Parker BKB versus no meta TB. And it turns out the BKB was needed more than the meta was needed there, as the Sunder did go off and Parker just goes down. And that's the hard part about this game. This Gyro, even with BKB, is never really going to be able to man fight a Terrorblade. So we're kind of having like a conclusion from the first series where just a really farmed TB is taking the show. I did mention Pyke is setting an example of how to play carry and what heroes to play. And Hector, he agrees. These are the heroes to be playing. Go 0-4 in the laning stage, who cares? Just get to 34 minutes. Win the game.
They're going to try and smoke up and leave the base. But they want to go off the back of the smoke. Illich might run into the Pangolier. Let's see if they're going to be able to respond. Smoke will pop. Do they get the blink? Hit it away. Just close to the die observer ward. I don't know if they actually ran into it, but anyway, back to safety.
It's only one barracks in these high pressure situations. You never know what's going to happen. Walk up one high ground that you shouldn't be walking up, and they could all be over in an instant. Parker going for MKB next, wanting to be able to do enough damage to bring down this Terrorblade. No Satanic though, so the only problem I have here is the man fight. It's not happening. So they're gonna have to go on the back of a duel or something, and this Legion's still struggling. They will find the Tusk here, it's like.
Yeah, the net worth is not there at all for the Legion. Nice snowball.
But this is what we're used to seeing, right? With the Legion Commander, and why we're a little... We got a bit baited on how the early game start was for this hero, but all it took was literally one bad fight, and this hero fell off the map.
It's insane. Bro, that Roche fight, oh my god, they have to...
That was wild, yeah.
That was so crazy.
That's definitely one of those where you leaves a little bit of a sour taste in your mouth. Megas are on the menu.
I got a team fight for them to prevent the Megas? Because the buildings are falling. Dark Margo gonna look for the toss back Hector. Will activate the BKB, turn to deal with the buildings. Glyph will stop it. Dark Margo has to use his own defensive BKB. Force Promise is out as well to help him get back towards the safety of the base, but he is okay.
It looks in their
lost
base.
Panda though, and the space was there. Panda just also, so Illich getting the kill onto Panda means that Hector can deal with the final set of barracks, and Megas are online, and this is going to be a 15,000 deficit Mega Creep comeback if they want to stick around in the qualifiers here to make it to the road to the international.
Now I'm sure Rapier is on the menu. Now it's time. And this is why I'm not super scared of the Gyro in these type of games. Like, they're a bit sloppy. I mean, you gotta say it, right? So, if you're playing a tempo hero like Gyro, like the TA we see him playing, these are all tempo carries. and a couple mistakes are made, you find yourself on the back foot very quickly. And these hard carries, specifically like this Terrorblade dispatch, it seems like there's no answer to the 0 in the late game in this qualifier.
And is continuing to be buffed up as well. Multiple Lincolns, if you want to give it over to him. You've got Assault Cuirass as well. The Pangolier. And we are still just waiting for Sacred to be capable. He's not completed an item in such a long time. Really potentially keeping himself without the Shadow Blade build.
Yeah.
Parker? Get the Force Up away. Pretty decent shards as well. So the Rolling Thunder will be wasted, but it's just space for the buildings. They will get the jewel out. Sacred's gonna die afterwards. Doesn't particularly seem worth it without a buyback for you. And now Parker's gonna do all of this without the rapier, but it doesn't seem like he's gonna be able to do so. Force Staff aways the damage enough. Oh, the miss on the high ground is just enough to keep alive, but you're just losing your throne. You've got no glyph.
Yeah,
and you've got no hope of staying around in the qualifiers. OG Lardham. 3 games is what they need to knock Team Sin out and move forward.
I mean, they're feeling real good about this one, and oh man, it was definitely one of those series where you felt it deep in your bones at some point that maybe you were the ones going to be knocked out of this qualifier of the road to the international. But 1 or 2 plays, being able to defend that Roshan, that's where all the magic happened. Because this early game, it was not clean by OG. It most certainly was not clean. A lot of mistakes, El Misho feeding a lot of damage, just the supports in general, but all it takes, apparently, is pick Terrorblade and just win one team fight, and life will be good. And we're going to watch the moments that Team Sin is going to look back for potentially a year until the next qualifier, and hopefully not repeat ever again. This Roshan attempt was absolute insanity. They didn't even D-ward. There was just enemy wards there. Like, everything about that was just crazy. But that's what happens in TI qualifiers. Like, sometimes you lose your nerve, and this was one of the funniest moments of the qualifier for me. They just let him live. But watch him closely. He's casting spells. You know, he's casting all of his spells. He's doing damage. He is killing you. He has mana, guys. Maybe you finish him.
Bro, he's still like, oh my god, that's so...
And then Parker's like, okay, I'm just gonna finish him. I can't take this anymore. But that'll be it. OG Latam definitely not showing that they're just in crisp form and nobody can beat them situation. But to be fair, nobody in this qualifier is showing that. It's very neck and neck. The top 4 teams we talked about, any of them could beat any of them. So I'm very curious to see who's gonna make it out of this qualifier live. We've only got 1 team, and I think when the grand finals do come, which will be tomorrow, I think it's definitely going 5 games. I think every single one of these teams is gonna push it to the limit.
Well, that puts us in a very exciting position with how close it is so far, and we'll have to find out who's going to bring their A game tomorrow for the final day. Who do you even give the standout play to? I thought Illich was very, very good on the Pangolier throughout that game, from finding a lot of key initiations, since controlling the fights, finding the Oracle. I mean,
the Roche fight, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he single-handedly destroyed that Roche fight. I mean, he's the only hero that was equipped to do so, but he delivered. And I think just overall his performance, I mean, the laning stage too, right? He managed to beat Parker in the lane. Not something that has been very easy for a lot of teams to stop Parker's Gyro in the laning stage, but he managed to do so with Moose's support. So yeah, overall, he had a great game. Tai Lung, first time we got to see him on a Spirit Hero, he looked good too. So overall, OG Latam looking solid.
Looking solid indeed. We'll see how they match up versus Heroic. Let's take a look at the bracket as well and our current position to close out our second final day. So 3 teams remain edged in the grand finals, awaiting their opponent, and we're going to get Heroic versus OG Latam with that lower bracket round 5.
This is a close one. Yeah, I mean, I would have gave Heroic the edge, no pun intended, but after they lost to Edge, It's hard to say. I mean, OG's ever growing. Heroic, maybe they learned a lot from the series and they come out swinging tomorrow and looking really good, but who knows? Hopefully it'll just be some absolute cinema games just like they were today.
Yeah, hopefully indeed. We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be an exciting final day nonetheless. So that is the schedule. We are starting at 1 p.m. as well instead. So I believe it's 3 hours later than what we have normally been starting at so far through the South American qualifiers. So yeah, 3 hours later with Heroic taking on OG. And then we'll see the matchup versus Edge again, a best of 5 to be able to determine. So we've got some exciting stuff left in store for us. Before we send it to, before we close the stream, who do we think is going to be making it into the grand finals with Heroic taking on OG?
That's a tough one, but I'm still gonna have to go with Heroic. I think they just had a bad day today, especially game 1. They look so uncharacteristically out of sync, but they started to pick it up towards the end. I think they're a squad that's been together long enough where they can bounce back from a bad day. So I'm still going to put them as my favorite for this tournament, even though they're in the lower bracket.
Okay. Well, we'll see how they're going to be able to form. Of course, condolences to the lads on Sin Compromise. So you have some incredible players on there that we've seen play in the past and have some incredible success as well and place high at TI. But unfortunately, their road is going to be cut short here. And we're going to find out tomorrow 2 more teams, unfortunately, who will not make it, but 1 team who will be able to represent as the only South American team playing at Hamburg for TI 14. So for us, we are done for another day. Thank you for tuning in. You've got Eastern Europe starting pretty soon as well. And again, for us, we're going to be starting 3 hours later tomorrow for that final day. So thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you back tomorrow for some more qualifiers.